Above the Kunlun ruins, Tontian Terrace, there are 7,800 mountains suspended, and millions of cultivators come with magic tools to watch the ascension of Ling Tian, the world's first person. The nine-dragon chariot descended from the sky, crushing 3 mountains. Who is this? Too domineering. Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's Lu Lanyin, the empress of the Dayan dynasty. She's here too. Lu Lanyin opened the 12-tasseled jade crown and looked at the man who was about to ascend with a complicated expression. Ling Tian, the current leader of the God-killing pavilion. Boom! 9 thunders struck at the same time. Ling Tian drew his sword and cut off the thunder. The space was broken, the earth collapsed, so terrifying. Millions of cultivators were shocked. Ling Tian, what are you doing? You can ascend if you want. Do you want to destroy this continent? Ling Tian's voice shook the sea of clouds. Today's ascension is not for ascending to heaven, but to let you see this cage clearly. Swords! Swish, swish, swish. 9,000 flying swords automatically came out of the scabbards of the spectators and formed a god-killing sword formation in the clouds. Each sword light carried a murderous intent. Warning: the barrier fluctuation of the world of cultivation is detected. The system interface suddenly flashed wildly in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chun rode a small electric donkey and parked on the side of the non-motorized vehicle lane. He was scolded by the online car-hailing driver behind him. Are you looking for death? Believe it or not, I will hit you to death. Lu Chun quickly pointed his finger into the air, and a world the size of a basketball appeared in front of him. Others could not see it. Only Lu Chun could see it. This was the 4th world he created. A month ago, he was inexplicably bound to the heavenly Tao system, and he could get rewards by destroying the world of cultivation. The larger the scale of the Xiaoxian world, the higher the overall realm, and the more energy is obtained by destruction. But the realm of the people in the Xiaoxian world cannot be too high, otherwise it will threaten his safety. So once someone ascends, it is the time point for him to destroy this world. Lu Chun looked down at the entire Xiaoxian world. When not observing, the time flow rate of the Xiaoxian world is 365,000 times that of the real world. When observing, it becomes synchronized. Oh my God! Lu Chun was shocked. It took 10,000 years for the first ascender to appear in the last world. It took only 2,000 years for an ascender to appear in this world. It seems that the last life was not destroyed completely, leaving a lot of legacy for them. There are pros and cons. The advantage is that it speeds up the development of this world and can harvest leaks in advance. The disadvantage is that the risk is too great. Maybe if you don't pay attention, an ascender who breaks the boundaries of time and space will be born. Heavenly Tao, I see you. Ling Tian's voice tore through the sky, and thousands of sword lights burst out from his body, transforming into a 36-layer god-killing sword formation. And each sword mark was branded with the rune of a 1,000-year blood sacrifice. For this sword, he slaughtered 3,000 demon kings, using resentment as a guide and the 9 netherworld as a furnace to refine the god-killing tribulation sword. The moment the sword came out, the spiritual energy of the immortal world flowed back. The laws of heaven and earth collapsed and turned into a red sword light, pointing directly to the end of the void. Lu Chun was shocked. Damn it, this guy actually discovered me? And he wanted to kill me? Warning, the host is observed. Danger factor 10. This time reward 10. This sword cut the heavenly Tao. Wherever the sword light passed, the void broke, and even the barrier set by Lu Chun was cut into a gap. Ling Tian's eyes burned with crazy obsession. He gambled everything, just to prove that the heavenly Tao can be killed. Snap! Lu Chun raised his hand and slapped him. As the palm wind passed, the 36 sword formations were annihilated like bubbles. Ling Tian's Yuanying was instantly shattered, and his meridians were cut. However, Ling Tian was not afraid but laughed wildly. Heavenly Tao, you are a living person. Haha, I can't kill you, but the next generation will. Lu Chun frowned. So much nonsense. With a clench of 5 fingers, Ling Tian's last remaining soul was crushed, and even the qualification for reincarnation was deprived. Heavenly Tao logged the abnormal individual Ling Tian has been cleared vulnerability repair progress. 99.99. Warning. At least tens of thousands of cultivators have observed the existence of the host. Suggestion. Clear all witnesses what kind of vulnerability is still being repaired. This world has developed abnormally. Destroy it. Restart. Lu Chun took out a Qing foam tissue from his pocket, rubbed it with his fingertips, and lit it with a lighter. The flame flickered, reflecting his indifferent pupils. He threw the paper towel casually, and it fell into the world of immortal cultivation. The burning paper towel was not ordinary fire, but the fire of destruction that wiped out all laws. Millions of cultivators pointed at the sky in horror. What is that? Run. It's a heavenly tribulation. Run for nothing. Maybe it's our chance. Fight it. Boom. In less than a second, millions of cultivators were annihilated. 7,800 floating mountains burned to ashes in the flames, and the earth was compressed to the extreme. The dragon robe of the Empress Lu Lanyan burned in the strong wind. She laughed wildly at the sky, and before she died, she crushed the imperial seal. Ling Tian, I'm here to accompany you. In the next life, I don't want to be an empress. I just want to be your woman. The fragments of the jade seal turned into a weeping phoenix, carrying her will for revenge, and drilled into the depths of the cracked earth veins. She wanted to bury hatred in the foundation of the world, waiting for nirvana and rebirth in the next life. Hidden danger detected. Execute elimination. The world-destroying heavenly tribulation discovered Lu Lanyan's residual soul, and the ground veins were instantly evaporated. The phoenix did not have time to wail before it turned into a wisp of green smoke. All the sex formations, mountain protection prohibitions, and tribulation magic weapons were shattered at this moment. No, I have been practicing hard for 500 years. I am unwilling to give up. A master of the Ascension realm roared, and his body disintegrated like sand and dust. Master, save me. Master, save. A young monk's cry stopped abruptly and was instantly swallowed by the tissue sky fire. Mortals, monks, monsters, ghosts, mountains, rivers, stars, laws. Everything, all disappeared equally in the fire of annihilation, like an erased painting, clean and pure, as if it had never existed. World destruction, settlement, world number. Civilization number 4, traditional cultivation world. Survival time, 2,173 years, 2 days, 4 hours, 9 minutes, 7.2 seconds in the real world. Civilization index, 0.67. Civilization, coefficient cultivation, coefficient, comprehensive evaluation of wonders. This reward of world destruction energy, 1,000.67. Civilization index, 1,000.4. Danger index, 0.1. Observed host, 0.1. Attacked host, 0.2. 107. Lu Chun was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the Ascendant attacking him would actually add 40 points of energy. You know, the entire cultivation civilization only adds 67 energy. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the greater the benefit. But Lu Chun has been calm since he was a child and will not do anything reckless. If he was a few hours later, there might be hundreds of ascendants. He may not be able to kill them. Although he is invincible in the system settings, there must be loopholes in the system. Check the information. Heavenly Tao System Cultivation Template Level. Level 1 Heavenly Tao Energy. 903-1000. At present, Lu Chun has no special abilities in reality, and it is likely that the system will be upgraded to level 2 before it will be effective. There are still 97 points of energy left to upgrade. Lu Chun does not need to take risks. He should be able to upgrade by taking steady steps and creating a new world. Lu Chun waved his hand and quickly sowed the already set cultivation template seeds on the ruins of the number 4 civilization. In an instant, the blue sky was upside down. The stars flowed into a formation. The yin and yang qi took root in the broken land, and strands of spiritual veins exuding the breath of the wild broke out of the ground. Lu Chun enjoyed this moment, dominating everything and surpassing all living beings. He is the creator of all things, overlooking the ants in the world and controlling the life and death of heaven and earth. Suddenly, bang! Lu Chun's body was pushed suddenly, and he and the electric car were pushed to the ground. His arm was broken and bleeding. A bald man with a gold chain rushed down from the car with great momentum. "You deaf man, I've been hitting you for a long time, and you don't even move. Believe it or not, I will beat you to death today." Chapter 2. Do not ascend. Do not ascend. Lu Chun was abruptly thrust back into reality. In the small world, he was the creator, but in reality, he was merely an ordinary person. He rose and coldly glared at the burly man, declaring, "This is a non-motorized vehicle lane. The man, incensed, retorted, "You dare to talk back and glare at me? I can't stand you electric bike riders." With that, he raised his hand to strike Lu Chun. Fortunately, his friend intervened. "Yong, don't act impulsively. There are cameras." Li Yong, seething with rage, pointed at Lu Chun and shouted, "Don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll hit you every time." Lu Chun merely smirked and replied in a low voice, "You will regret this." Li Yong laughed mockingly. "What? You plan to take revenge? Just remember, my name is Li Yong. I'm always here waiting for you." Disregarding him, Lu Chun picked up his fallen electric bike and departed. Li Yong sneered. "Thought you were tough? Why are you running? Don't you want to pay for your medical expenses? Habak coward." Upon returning to his rented room in the urban village, Lu Chun retrieved a packet of instant noodles, boiled some water, and devoured it ravenously. He had resigned from his job last month and occasionally delivered takeout to make ends meet, while primarily dedicating his time to observing the small world. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang. It was his father calling. "Lu Chun, have you found a job yet?" "Dad, how many times must I say it? You don't need to worry about me. I have my own plans." Beep, beep, beep. Lu Chun, weary of explaining himself, hung up the phone. At present, the most crucial task for Lu Chun was to upgrade the Heavenly Dao system. According to the previous owner's logs, with system upgrades, he would gain the ability to influence reality, even bringing elements from the small world directly into the real world. He could also absorb the spiritual energy from the small world to cultivate, thus becoming a true immortal in reality. Lu Chun was determined to learn from the previous owner's experiences and not act recklessly. Hold on. A dull ache radiated from his waist. It seemed that fall had been quite severe, especially due to that fellow named Li Yong. He vowed not to let him off easily. Lu Chun lay on his bed, drifting into a hazy sleep. He awoke the next day around noon. The fifth civilization had developed for 700 years. A day in reality equated to 1,000 years in the small world. Lu Chun had attempted to modify the time ratio but found it impossible. His system privileges were insufficient and would only unlock after an upgrade. The trajectory of the fifth civilization appeared to have veered off course. Unlike the previous cultivation civilizations, characterized by a multitude of schools and philosophies, it had birthed a unified cultivation empire, the Great Qin Spirit Machinery Empire. It was uncertain whether this civilization's creation, influenced by automobiles and architecture, was a result of Lu Chun's south presence on the road, but astonishingly, this civilization had developed technology. However, their technology was a form of black tech powered by spiritual energy. Its territory spanned the entire 9 provinces and encompassed 32 floating immortal cities. At the core of this civilization, the Lingshu Core, was a computational hub forged from the souls of 108 tribulation stage cultivators. It could simulate and calculate ancient relics and rune arrays. The drawback was that it required the annual sacrifice of thousands of cultivators to replenish its computational power. According to the first article of the Great Qin Law, burn books and bury Confucians, refine souls to fill the void. Those who resist shall face annihilation. Practitioners are divided into the Spirit Pivot Sect and the Ancient Cultivation Sect. The Spirit Pivot Sect bears the loyal Qin seal embedded in their foreheads, allowing them to receive spirit pivot signals, thereby accelerating their cultivation with virtually no bottlenecks. However, this comes at the cost of producing few prodigies, as all practitioners engage in the 9-year mandatory profound techniques. In contrast, the Ancient Cultivation Sect maintains a pure Taoist body, exploring nature and cultivating themselves through ancient texts such as the Joyful Journey and the Equalization of Things, often branded as the Path of Demons. Furthermore, Emperor Qin decreed the convergence of armaments, confiscating all practitioners' lifebound treasures and casting them into the furnace of Mount Li. 3,600 tribulation-grade treasures were melted down into the 9 heavens spirit cauldron, meant to suppress the spiritual veins of the 9 provinces. The cauldron is inscribed with the grand decree of great is the universe, only Qin endures, and any who dare to subvert the empire will have their souls extracted by the cauldron. In the immortal palace of Xianyang, Emperor Qin Zhao Zulong stood with hands clasped behind his back. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of ascension, yet he could not transcend, having lived for 300 years. His lifespan was nearing its end. Xuanjia guards, Zhao Zulong bellowed. Why has the star officer Su Fu, who is exploring the Kungsu ancient veins, not returned after 3 days? 5 figures swept into the hall, and the silver-armored general Bai Qi knelt on one knee, the loyal Qin seal on his forehead glowing red. Your Majesty, I have dispatched the deputy of the Heavenly Craft Bureau Chu Wujiu, along with 100 elite Xuanjia to investigate. Humph. The emperor's voice thundered. Bai Qi. Do you comprehend the significance of this Kungsu relic? I command you to go personally. Living or dead, I demand to see them. And everything within the relic must be returned to me intact. Time was running out for the emperor. He was nearing death and needed to discover the method of immortality. Perhaps through the ancient relics, he could attain eternal life. Yes. Bai Qi trembled, taken aback by the emperor's fury. He personally led over 1,000 golden core Xian guards aboard a floating vessel toward the Kungsu relic. The vessel, powered by spiritual energy, could soar into the heavens or plunge into the earth, embodying the pinnacle of spiritual machinery. Upon reaching the Kungsu ancient veins, they discovered numerous corpses of Xian guards, evidencing fierce battles with monstrous beasts. The vessel glided over charred beast bones and came to a halt before a colossal bronze altar. At this moment, the blood-soaked star officer Su Fu knelt before a stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters, murmuring, "We are all mere insects. The heavenly Tao watches over us." The deputy of the Heavenly Craft Bureau, Chu Wujiu, knelt beside him, a half-broken claw of a beast protruding from his chest. "General, you have finally arrived," Chu Wujiu exclaimed. "Lord Su Fu completed the inscription 3 days ago, yet despite my pleas, he refused to leave, resulting in the slaughter of all Xian guards." Bai Qi grasped Su Fu by the neck. "Su Fu, what are you doing? Why did you not return? His Majesty has awaited you for 3 days. Haha. Su Fu laughed maniacally. "Zhao Zulong wishes for immortality? That is but a delusion. The inscriptions on these stones do not record the method of ascension." Bai Qi roared in fury. "You dare to utter the emperor's name so brazenly. You seek death." Su Fu sneered. "I shall die, and you all shall perish as well." Before his words could fade, he unexpectedly dashed headlong into the stone tablet, meeting his demise. From the depths of the altar, the roar of a monstrous beast echoed, signaling that this place was no longer safe. Bai Qi commanded, "Transfer all the stone tablets onto the floating vessel. We must return immediately." Over 100 stone tablets were transported back to the Immortal Palace, yet due to their ancient inscriptions, Emperor Qin was unable to comprehend them. With a booming voice, he declared, "Summon the 10 celestial officials of the Heavenly Craft Monitoring Bureau. Should they fail to decipher the inscriptions within 3 days, their primordial souls shall serve as offerings for the tablets." 3 days swiftly passed, and the celestial officials soon unraveled the text upon the stone tablets. However, they exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe the content inscribed, and dared not disclose it to Emperor Qin. One by one, they met a fate akin to Su Fu's. Crashing into the stone tablets, Bai Qi forced open the doors of the Heavenly Craft Monitoring Bureau, only to discover 10 corpses, each adorned with a strange smile. At the center, a newly inscribed line of blood-red characters read, "Do not ascend. A bunch of useless fools. I refuse to believe that the mystery of the tablets cannot be unraveled." Emperor Qin Zhao Zulong's spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, reducing a nearby palace made to a mist of blood. He summoned Mo Qinji, the head of the Heavenly Mechanism sect from Mount Jiui, Gongshaban, the chief craftsman of the Heavenly Craft Monitoring Bureau, and Hua Wuwang, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. "I demand the most elite cultivators of the Great Qin to form the tablet-breaking division. If we fail to decipher this time, all of you shall be exterminated along with your 9 clans." Chapter 3. Ascension is a Deception. Through the tireless efforts of the members of the Broken Monument Division, the secrets of the stone tablet were soon unveiled. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts. The Emperor Qin, incensed, demanded, "Speak. Have you all lost your tongues?" A star official, despair flickering in his eyes, abruptly drew his sword, intent on taking his own life. Swiftly, the Emperor raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to knock the sword from the official's grasp. "Do you wish to die? It shall not be so easy." His gaze was frigid. "If you remain silent, I shall ensure that you cannot live nor die, casting you into a cauldron of venomous creatures, to suffer their relentless gnawing." Under the Emperor's duress, the entire content of the stone tablet was translated. In the year 2941 of the Yin Wang era, our clan unearthed this fragment of a monument deep within the ruins. Though the inscriptions are weathered, the crucial parts remain discernible. It recounts the primordial era, when the universe was newly formed and the world flourished. At that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a tide, nurturing all living things. Countless prodigies emerged, each showcasing their talents, vying to traverse the path of cultivation. After eons of accumulation, a monumental event occurred. Thousands soared into the skies. On that day, the heavens shifted and myriad rays of light ascended. As thousands rode their swords into the air, their might so grand it seemed to tear the firmament, stepping into the enigmatic realm beyond. However, as they soared midway, calamity struck. A mysterious black fissure appeared in the sky, from which surged an endless sea of flames, instantly engulfing the ascendants. The entire primordial civilization was obliterated in an instant. No one knows the origin of this fire, leaving only this fragment as a warning for future generations. In the year 5000 of Yanhuang, upon realizing that the primordial civilization faced annihilation due to ascension, we felt an immense threat looming over us. Yet, our people, undaunted, resolved to confront this catastrophe head-on. To prepare for the unknown calamity, our Yanhuang civilization exerted every effort to establish numerous formidable defensive formations atop sacred mountains and veins. These formations, merging runes and array techniques, were constructed from countless precious spiritual materials. In times of peace, they absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Concealing themselves within the mountains, in times of crisis, they could unleash powerful shields to fend off external assaults. Simultaneously, our clan honed the cultivation methods of the primordial civilization, diligently improving them to foster numerous, exceptionally strong cultivators. As time passed, our talented individuals emerged in droves. Among them, the most distinguished, driven by the ambition to confront the impending catastrophe, trained day and night, ultimately leading to 100 successful ascensions. On the day of ascension, auspicious colors adorned the skies. Ethereal music echoed, and all believed this to be a harbinger of fortune, heralding a new era of brilliance for our civilization. Alas, just as they achieved ascension, the heavens transformed, and celestial flames descended. Despite the valiant resistance of our cultivators, everything appeared insignificant beneath the terrifying inferno. The defensive formations shattered in an instant. The cities and villages of Yanhuang were systematically obliterated, countless lives lost. Despite our clan's immense efforts, we ultimately could not escape the fate of annihilation. At this moment, inscribed upon the stone tablet, there lies a hope that future generations may glean wisdom from the tribulations of our kin, seeking methods to combat the cataclysmic trials of annihilation. Upon reading this, Emperor Qin furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling truth. He had not anticipated the existence of so many civilizations, all of which had met their demise. The formidable generals Bai Qi and Wang Jian also wore expressions of grave concern, hesitant to meet the emperor's gaze. Continuing to peruse the text, in the year 394 of the Kunlun Chronicles, we unearthed the remnants of an ancient tablet, revealing that ascendants inevitably attract the heavenly tribulation of destruction, a punishment from the celestial order for transgressions committed in the mortal realm. Our Kunlun sect has stood for 3 millennia, bearing the weighty responsibility of guiding the mystic path. How could we allow the heavens to be overturned? Thus, we convened the lords of the 36 celestial realms and 72 blessed lands, collectively establishing the Heavenly Path Alliance, pledging our oaths in blood to uphold the celestial order and prohibit ascension. A decree was issued throughout the realm, forbidding all practitioners from seeking ascension. Should any dare to transcend, regardless of their alignment, they shall be pursued by the Alliance's 9 soul-chasing edicts. Within our ranks, we established the heavenly punishment platform and forged the celestial binding chains, fortified by the Kunlun's secret treasure, the Zhou Tian star array, instilling dread in the hearts of all practitioners. In the year 10,000 of the Kunlun Chronicles, the Heavenly Path Alliance has endured for over 6 millennia. The previous 2 civilizations lasted but 5,000 years. Yet our Kunlun lineage has safeguarded humanity to this day. Within the Alliance, we have extensively cultivated spiritual roots, opened forums for teachings, and even devised the 9 transformations of divine transformation, allowing countless practitioners to attain longevity despite their tribulations. Today, during our grand celebration, the elders of the Alliance deliberated. Perhaps the wrath of the celestial order has subsided, and the world shall enter an era of peace. Yet, in the year 10,000 of the Kunlun Chronicles, calamity struck. The 300th generation leader of Kunlun, the real man Xian Xiao, faced the end of his lifespan and audaciously breached the Alliance's edicts. He stormed the heavenly punishment platform, wielding the sword array of extermination, slaying 100 elders and seizing their primordial spirits as conduits to forcibly break the shackles of ascension. In that instant, the heavens shattered, violet lightning streaked across the sky, and the fires of annihilation poured down from the firmament. We hastily formed a formation to resist. The Zhou-Tian star array shining brilliantly, yet it was powerless against even a fraction of the heavenly tribulation. The 72 peaks of Kunlun crumbled, and the 36 veins of spiritual energy were severed inch by inch. The real man Xianshao cried out amidst the thunderous onslaught. The celestial order is unjust. Our cultivation is not for mere survival. The God-slaying tablet. I am Ling Tian. The celestial order toys with us. I refuse to resign to fate. My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. I have established the God-slaying pavilion, assembling the mightiest practitioners from across the realm, and I shall slay the celestial order. The God-slaying tablet, cultivation, the pavilion master failed to ascend, and the heavenly tribulation descended, engulfing the world in celestial flames. The message I leave to posterity is this: the celestial order is alive. No one knows whether it is beast or man, yet it is certain that it observes us. A warning to future generations: do not ascend. Do not ascend. Do not ascend. Emperor Qin stared intently at the inscriptions upon the tablet, unleashing a primal roar of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He struck the jade table beside him with a resounding blow, shattering it. I have swept across the realms, devouring the 8 desolations, and established this eternal empire. How could I possibly meet such a fate? Bai Qi and Wang Jian exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison. Bai Qi knelt upon one knee. Your Majesty, those civilizations of yore were not but scattered grains of sand, while our great Qin's governance is profound, with millions of practitioners. How could they be compared? Wang Jian clasped his fist resolutely, proclaiming, Indeed, since the divine killing pavilion has discovered that the heavenly path is sentient, our great Qin shall eradicate it completely. The celestial officials within the hall prostrated themselves, fervently declaring, Your Majesty is the greatest of all time. Surely, you possess the power to turn back the tides. Amidst the rising chorus, Emperor Qin staggered backward, inadvertently toppling the bronze lamp behind him. In that fleeting moment as flames surged, he hazily beheld the cataclysmic collapse of Kunlun Mountain amidst a tempest of thunder and fire, witnessing countless cultivators reduced to ashes in the inferno. This man, who once instilled fear across the 9 provinces, now felt his pupils constrict, veins throbbing, and cold sweat cascading down his brow. Is it destined that the great Qin Empire must perish? Is he fated to never ascend, to never attain immortality? I refuse to believe it. The Qin Emperor raised his gaze to the heavens, defying the cataclysm and the cycles of the heavenly path, proclaiming, I shall defy fate and alter my destiny. Bai Qi, summon all array masters from across the realm at once. I shall establish the 10,000 immortals array in the heavenly palace of Xianyang to withstand the heavenly tribulations. Wang Jian, compile a list of all cultivators from the various provinces. Any with the potential for ascension must be brought to the heavenly palace. His crimson eyes swept across the assembly. Inform all subjects that anyone who speaks of world annihilation shall be dealt with as a deceiver, leading the masses astray. The fate of great Qin shall be determined by me alone. Chapter 4. I shall ascend. Warning. Warning. Host presence detected. Danger Index 10. Warning. Warning. Civilization begins constructing formations against the host. Danger Index 10. According to the Danger Index reference chart, 0 to 30 safe zone, green. 30 to 50 observation period, yellow. 50 to 70 high-risk zone, orange. 70 immediate annihilation, red. Lu Qin stretched lazily and yawned. Had he merely slept a little longer, and the 5th era had already developed to the point of needing to deal with him? How absurd. He hurriedly opened a small world for observation. To his astonishment, the 5th civilization had evolved into a unified cultivation nation, the Great Qin Empire. This was the first occurrence of such a civilization form. Here, he also recognized several familiar names, such as Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Gongsun Ban, among others. Lu Qin could not help but exclaim, History is indeed an astonishing coincidence. Perhaps it is not merely a coincidence, but rather influenced by his own will, considering he had created this world. After a thorough observation, Lu Qin discovered that although the number of cultivators in the Great Qin Empire surpassed that of all previous civilizations combined, its overall strength was still inferior to that of the First Era's primordial civilization. The majority of individuals here practiced the 9-year mandatory mysterious arts promulgated by the Qin Emperor. Even those with exceptional talents found it difficult to fully realize their potential under such rigid cultivation methods. Presently, Only 2 cultivators in the entire Great Qin Empire had reached the Ascension realm, and even the mightiest, the Qin Emperor, was far from true ascension. In the template of the heavenly path, there exist thousands of delineated realms, yet the mainstream ones include Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, great completion, tribulation crossing, and ascension. The ascension realm is further divided into 990 tiers, each serving as a bottleneck. Only upon completing all 999 tiers can one ascend. However, the Qin Emperor had only cultivated to the 100th tier. Lu Qian gazed down upon the heavenly palace of the Great Qin, observing their clandestine meetings. He was not concerned about being detected by their spiritual senses, as their strength was insufficient to perceive him. Furthermore, Lu Qian had established 81 firewalls around the periphery of the small world. These firewalls were imbued with illusions, distortions, voids, chaos, and various enhancements, creating an overwhelming barrier. Firstly, they prevented any cultivator from peering into the true reality of Earth. Secondly, even if an ascendant were to miraculously breach the small world's defenses, they would still have to confront 81 firewalls, each exponentially more challenging than the last. It was utterly impossible for any ascendant to overcome all 81 firewalls and reach the real world. Should someone truly manage to do so? Lu Qian could only give a thumbs up, for this represented the pinnacle of defense within the current tier of the Heavenly Path system. At this moment, a decade had elapsed since the viewing of the ancient inscriptions on the stone tablet. Throughout these 10 years, the Qin Emperor had been plagued by nightmares. Despite all preparations, he still felt an unsettling unease. Xian Zhongqing. The voice of the Qin Emperor resonated through the desolate hall, tinged with an unmistakable hoarseness. As the heavy doors creaked open, the empire's most eminent figures filed in. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Ming Tian, Li Xian, and the 10 renowned generals clad in dark iron armor. Each at the pinnacle of their craft. Alongside them stood the creator of the floating vessels, the foremost craftsman of the Imo family, Gongsu Ban, and Li Bing, who had recently constructed the Dujianjian using the method of the water-spouting fish. There was also Zhou Yan, the philosopher who conceived cosmic theory, and Shi Shun, the astrologer who had observed 800 stars. Esteemed ones, the Qin Emperor abruptly rose, the calamity of annihilation looming overhead. I find no pleasure in food nor repose in sleep. Henceforth, on this day each year, we shall convene a strategic meeting to confront the impending apocalypse, to deliberate upon the tasks for the forthcoming year. Bai Qi's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Your Majesty, I propose we emulate the Kunlun sect in establishing the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Since we are aware that ascension triggers tribulation, if we restrict the cultivation of all practitioners, we may avert disaster. A commendable suggestion, the Emperor replied, his gaze piercing into Bai Qi. Am I to ascend soon? Do you intend to slay me as well? Bai Qi hastily knelt, trembling with fear. Your Majesty, forgive my audacity. I harbor no such intentions. However, it seems this is the most prudent course of action. The Kunlun sect has survived longer than any, precisely because they controlled ascension. If the Qin Empire endures for 10 millennia, we shall undoubtedly discover a means to contend with the Heavenly Tao. I implore you to prioritize the eternal legacy of the Qin. Wang Jian also knelt. Bai Qi speaks truthfully. Though ascension promises immortality, it is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. I am willing to lead a valiant force to safeguard this eternal empire for your Majesty. The court officials echoed their agreement. The Emperor's dragon robe rustled with authority. Not ascend? Do you not realize I have but 200 years remaining in my lifespan? The imperial pressure weighed heavily upon them, forcing all to prostrate themselves. Without ascension, how shall we withstand the Heavenly Tao? Having lived for 3 centuries, the Emperor knew that, according to the lifespan of ascendants, he could live a maximum of 500 years. He yearned for immortality. Bai Qi, gritting his teeth, advanced 3 steps on his knees. Your Majesty, in the past, the Kunlun sect's leader forcibly ascended, triggering tribulation, and their millennia-long legacy was obliterated. I dare to beseech your Majesty to forsake the desire for immortality, so that the Qin may amass sufficient strength to shatter the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. His voice, filled with a quavering urgency, rang out with resolute conviction. The Emperor recalled the harrowing fates inscribed on stone tablets, pondering for a long while, weighing the pros and cons. More than death, he dreaded the demise of the Qin Empire. He aspired to pass down the legacy of the Qin through generations, for centuries to come. Should he insist on ascending, it would only hasten their doom. Moreover, even without ascension, he could seek the fabled elixir of immortality. After a moment of profound silence, the emperor suddenly burst into wild laughter. Excellent! Excellent! Bai Qi, you shall spearhead the establishment of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Any practitioner who achieves ascension may, in my name, be invited to the Xian Palace on Mount Li, where they shall be refined with the power of the 9 tripods, using their essence to nurture the tripods. It was a formidable challenge to handle the powerful ascendants. The sole method of confronting them lay in refining them with the 9 tripods. Bai Qi prostrated himself, exclaiming, Your Majesty is indeed wise. This shall be a great fortune for the Qin. The Qin emperor turned his gaze towards Gong Shuben, saying, Gong Shuben, you have established the Assassin's Hall, gathering talented individuals and scholars to research weapons capable of slaying deities. I shall bestow upon you the authority of the Lingshu Core. You may harness its computational power to forge even more formidable weapons. Gong Shuben's eyes gleamed with excitement, for he finally had the opportunity to engage with the legendary treasure of the Great Qin Empire. It is said that the Lingshu was transformed from the remnants of Nuwa stone that mended the heavens, falling deep into the Kunlun Mountains. Nurtured by the Earth's essence over 100 millennia, it absorbed the quintessence of the sun and moon, as well as the paths of the stars, gaining sentience. During the reign of Dayu, this stone was utilized to predict the courses of rivers. Before Shang Tang vanquished Jia, it was also consulted to divine the fortunes of the nation. Gong Shuben had encountered fragments of this knowledge in the ancient texts of the Mahes school. The stone of the Empress Nuwa could unveil celestial secrets and discern the fates of all things. Unfortunately, the Qin emperor had attempted several times to inquire of the Lingshu Core about how to confront the impending apocalypse. Each time he posed a question, the Lingshu would descend into chaos, succumbing to a prolonged slumber. Chapter 5 Warning. A traveler has been discovered. The sound of knocking abruptly interrupted Lu Chen's observations. He opened the door to find his neighbor, Lin Fei, standing on the threshold. Lin Fei appeared pale, his hair disheveled, and his entire demeanor was one of extreme fatigue, clearly having pulled yet another all-nighter. Brother, shall we share an order from Mishuai City? They require a minimum of 15 for delivery, and the most expensive item at his place is merely 10 yuan. I'm still a cup short, Lin Fei proposed. This neighbor was a professional gamer, reportedly earning tens of thousands a month, yet he squandered it all on a girlfriend he met online, being quite frugal with himself. With a sigh, Lu Chen responded, All right. The usual, please order me a cup of lemonade. Just as Lin Fei was about to place the order, he suddenly collapsed forward with a thud. Lu Chen rushed to him, exclaiming, Wake up, wake up. Yet, no matter how loudly he called, there was no response. A wave of panic washed over Lu Chen. Had he suffered a sudden death? He quickly fished out his phone and dialed 120. Please don't die here, or I'll be embroiled in a heap of trouble, jeopardizing my heavenly pursuits. He hesitated to touch Lin Fei's body, fearing complications later. While waiting for the ambulance, Lu Chen resumed his observations in the small world. Pain. Excruciating pain. Lin Fei groggily opened his eyes to find himself amidst a thicket of grass. Struggling to rise from the underbrush, the sight before him sent shivers down his spine. Gray skies hung over him, dotted with several upside-down peaks, while emerald vines cascaded downwards for thousands of meters. Even more astonishing, figures occasionally soared through the clouds on flying swords. Is this the opening CG of a fantasy game? Swallowing hard, Lin Fei looked down to see he was still clad in a Pikachu t-shirt, his phone nowhere to be found. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? A terrifying roar pierced the air. A wolf-like monster, engulfed in flames, lunged from behind a withered tree. Its 3 crimson eyes fixed on him, drool dripping onto the dry leaves and producing wisps of smoke. Help! Lin Fei scrambled backward, noticing several figures in white robes standing 100 meters away, observing the scene. Heroes, save me, he cried out. Yet, the individuals merely exchanged glances, frowning, and summoned their defensive artifacts. The leading practitioner, forming a sword gesture, barked, Demon spawn. Do not feign innocence here. In the Daqin Empire, any individual without the loyal Qin mark on their forehead was deemed a member of the ancient cultivation faction, considered traitors of the demonic path. Although few in number, their cultivation levels were exceedingly high. How could they possibly be unable to defeat a mere third-tier wolf demon? Lin Fei then noticed the golden marks on their foreheads. But before he could defend himself, the beast was upon him, its foul breath overwhelming. In a moment of dire peril, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. and a silver arrow shot through the monster-esque skull. 7 or 8 armored guards descended from above. Thank you, Lin Fei exclaimed joyfully. Realizing that as a traveler, he was destined for greatness, how could he possibly meet his end here? However, before Lin Fei could bask in his fleeting joy, his neck was ensnared by a frigid iron chain, sending a shiver coursing through his body. Bold remnants of the demonic path. The captain of the Xianwei Guard thrust his spear against Lin Fei's throat, warning that the 30 miles beyond the city were forbidden lands, where any loyal subject of Qin would be deemed a rebel. Wait, I am not what you claim. Lin Fei's words were abruptly cut off as the captain swung a spear, poised to pierce Lin Fei's neck. Hold. A colossal beast with the head of a lion and the body of a dragon descended from the heavens, upon which a silver-armored general wielded a black iron halberd, exuding an imposing aura. The Xianwei soldiers immediately knelt, collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to General Bai Qi." Bai Qi. Lin Fei's pupils constricted in shock. The god of death, the butcher Bai Qi, the Qin dynasty? Have I arrived in the Qin dynasty? No, this cannot be. The Qin dynasty does not practice cultivation. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, sensing the peculiarity of the individual before him, whose attire was utterly bizarre. He had encountered many foreign tribes but had never seen clothing like this. More strangely, he detected an aura of chaos emanating from it, reminiscent of the ashes found in the Kungsu mountain range. Speak. Where do you hail from? What brings you here? Should you utter even a single falsehood, I shall execute you on the spot. Bai Qi's halberd pressed against Lin Fei's heart, the sharp blade piercing through his garments. Lin Fei was at a loss for words. In fantasy novels, don't transmigrators typically possess golden fingers? Where is my cheat? Why has it not appeared yet? I am on the brink of death. Whether he lived or died seemed irrelevant now. Lin Fei decided to take the plunge. General, you may not believe me, but I am not from this world at all. I fainted while ordering bubble tea and awoke here. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. Not from this world? What does that mean? Lin Fei decided to lay everything bare. I come from Earth, where there are over 200 countries, and I belong to the mightiest among them. Huaxia. That world cannot cultivate like yours, but we possess countless technologies. Airplanes soaring through the skies, high-speed trains reaching 500 kilometers per hour, televisions that allow us to behold all things, and spacecraft that traverse the cosmos. Enough, do not speak further. Before he could finish, a crimson aura suddenly enveloped Bai Qi, his consciousness slicing through a 10-mile radius like a dagger. His pupils constricted sharply. At least 300 presences were probing from the forest, the clouds, and beneath the earth, with several exuding the aura of transformation stage cultivators. My apologies. Bai Qi bellowed as his halberd transformed into a myriad of afterimages. In an instant, the heads of all cultivators within a 100-mile radius exploded simultaneously, blood coalescing into a mist that hung in the air, forming the character silence, which shielded the area. Those lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping, could never have anticipated that merely overhearing a few words would lead to their untimely demise. Several Xianwei soldiers collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. Bai Qi cast them a glance, his voice cold as if emerging from the depths of the abyss. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. You shall guard the death row in the abyssal dungeon from this day forth. Should you dare utter a single word. His fingertip traced the Xianwei armor, and the hard black iron yielded as if it were mere tofu, leaving deep grooves in its wake. Several celestial guards promptly knelt down, declaring their allegiance to the Grand General's directives. This matter bore significant implications for the fate of the entire Qin Empire, and Bai Qi was determined to ensure its success. After uttering these words, Bai Qi seized Lin Fei and mounted the crimson golden beast, soaring through the skies towards the heavenly palace of Mount Li. Warning. Anomalous entity detected. Danger level increased by 10. Warning. Anomalous entity detected. Danger level increased by 10. Lu Chun observed the miniature world in disbelief. What in the world? Is that not Lin Fei? Lu Chen's eyes widened as he glanced from the Lin Fei lying on the ground to the Lin Fei of the cultivation realm. This was outrageous. This fellow had unexpectedly perished and transmigrated into the world I had created. Chapter 6. His Majesty awaits your presence. It is evident that Lin Fei has experienced a soul transference, while his physical form remains on the ground. Whether this occurrence is a mere accident or an inevitability remains uncertain. Should it be the latter, it implies that one might traverse into their own world simply by dying nearby or having their soul exit their body. Lu Chen finds himself in a dilemma. Contemplating the necessity of eliminating Lin Fei, for he possesses knowledge of Earth. However, after careful consideration, he decides to observe the situation for now, as it remains within his control. He is curious about the potential disruptions that this traveler may bring. Should circumstances take a turn for the worse, he could always annihilate the entire world and start anew. In the days that follow, Lin Fei struggles to grasp the reality of his situation. He has truly crossed over. He finds himself confined in a chamber by Bai Qi, who instructs him to familiarize himself with this new world, as His Majesty will summon him in a few days. Strangely, the written language of this realm is unlike that of Huaxia, yet Lin Fei can comprehend it. Could this be an advantage bestowed upon him as a traveler? Peering through the crack in the door, he catches a glimpse of the distant floating mountains, where countless cultivators navigate their magical instruments. This is a world of immortal cultivation, yet it starkly contrasts with his prior imaginings. After poring over numerous texts, Lin Fei gradually assembles a picture of this world. The Qin Empire, through sheer military might, dominates this realm. There are no leisurely sects of immortal cultivators here, only a rigid hierarchy and draconian laws. Every citizen of the Qin Empire must bear the loyal Qin seal embedded in their foreheads from birth, symbolizing not only their allegiance to the empire, but also serving as a means of surveillance. Deep within the Xianyang Palace lies a mysterious crystal, the Lingshu core, revered as a divine artifact by the Qin. It possesses sentience and can detect the fluctuations of every loyal Qin seal. Should anyone harbor thoughts of rebellion, the Lingshu core will illuminate the corresponding name, prompting the Heaven's Punishment Legion, under Bai Qi's command, to swiftly execute the traitor. Lin Fei is at a loss, wondering how he has traversed into such a hellish world, with no room for survival or development. Lacking a loyal Qin seal, he faces the grim reality of being hunted down as a demon no matter where he goes. He suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. What about Xiao Wan? Panic grips him. Having crossed over to this place, what will become of her? Xiao Wan is his online girlfriend, with whom he has shared a year of virtual companionship. She is a kind and beautiful girl, living with her grandfather and making a living by cultivating tea. Xiao Wan cannot leave, as she must care for her grandfather. Consequently, Lin Fei has dedicated all his earnings to purchasing the tea produced by her family. Xiao Wan had promised him that once she saved enough money, she would send her grandfather to a nursing home, allowing them to marry thereafter. Xiao Wan, Lin Fei roars. He must return. He is determined to find a way back to Earth. The door swings open, revealing Bai Qi. His Majesty wishes to see you, he states. His voice is cold as frost. Speak respectfully and do not lie. Your heartbeat cannot be concealed from His Majesty's divine perception. Lin Fei follows Bai Qi, ascending the floating staircase. With each step, he feels the weight of 100 burdens added to his shoulders. The staircase winds up for 999 levels. Ascending into the clouds, flanked by towering bronze statues wielding demon-subduing staves, their oppressive aura causing Lin Fei's knees to tremble. As he traversed the resplendent white jade archway inscribed with ancient maxims, Lin Fei finally beheld the imposing palace known as the Yifeng Heavenly Palace. 36 dragon-entwined pillars soared towards the dome, while the ground was not adorned with golden bricks, but rather with dark crystals that mirrored one's silhouette. 2 rows of armored guards wielded halberds, intersecting to form a passage of doom. You are the one spoken of by Bai Qi, a being from another realm. The voice boomed like thunder, causing Lin Fei's knees to buckle, and he fell heavily upon the crystalline floor. As he raised his gaze, he saw the source of the voice, Emperor Qin, clad in a black dragon robe. Each dragon motif pulsed with violet lightning. Indeed I am, Lin Fei stammered, trembling as he found even breathing a laborious task. Speak of your world, commanded Emperor Qin, his tone laced with absolute authority, and should you utter a single falsehood, I shall refine your soul into lamp oil, illuminating this Yifeng golden palace for eternity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fei began to narrate. My homeland is called Earth. There is no cultivation of immortality, yet we possess airplanes that soar through the skies, high-speed trains that traverse thousands of miles daily, and mobile phones that connect us with those far away. As he spoke, the expressions of those within the hall varied greatly. Bai Qi furrowed his brow, subconsciously gripping the sword at his waist. Gongshu Ban's eyes sparkled, hastily jotting notes on bamboo slips. Wang Jian closed his eyes in contemplation, seemingly merging these foreign concepts with his own understanding. Only Emperor Qin sat beneath the resplendent canopy, his expression inscrutable. When Lin Fei recounted the 5 millennia of Huaxia's history, From the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the Qin, Han, Tang, and Song dynasties, and from the 4 great inventions to modern technology, gasps echoed throughout the hall. The historian's pen struggled to keep pace, the parchment rapidly filling with unfamiliar terms. So, in your world, there are no cultivators, yet you accomplish such extraordinary feats? Emperor Qin finally spoke, his voice low and unsettling. Yes, Lin Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and there once existed a great Qin empire on earth. The assembly exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom such chaos in the world. Gongshu Ban suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming with excitement. Are there detailed blueprints for those devices called mobile phones, televisions, and warships? Lin Fei was at a loss for words. I am merely a gaming assistant. I know nothing of blueprints. Gongshu Ban remained undeterred. No matter. If you can draw them and provide a thorough description of their functions and purposes, perhaps I could create them. Emperor Qin's countenance darkened further. He had once believed himself the unrivaled sovereign, having conquered the realms and established the Qin Empire, only to realize he was but a frog in a well, confronted with an overwhelmingly vast world beyond his own. This cognitive dissonance led the once mighty emperor to experience an unprecedented sense of defeat. My loyal subjects, what are your thoughts? The Onmyoji Zhou Yin stepped forward and bowed, stating, Your Majesty need not worry. The ancient texts say, in the vast world, there are 3,000 realms, and countless lesser worlds exist. The existence of other worlds is hardly surprising. In my humble opinion, we should seize this opportunity to unravel the mysteries of this new realm, perhaps discovering methods to counteract the impending cataclysm. Bai Qi spoke solemnly. Zhou Yan's words hold great truth. However, this individual possesses an unclear origin, and the matters he speaks of are exceedingly bizarre, warranting cautious vigilance. The Qin Emperor, truly a sovereign of the ages, swiftly recalibrated. Lin Fei, I trust you have perused the ancient inscriptions Bai Qi provided regarding the impending disaster. What are your thoughts and recommendations? Observing this, Lu Qin was also filled with curiosity, pondering what insights Lin Fei, as a transcendent traveler, might offer. Although Lin Fei, his neighbor, generally treated him well, often inviting him for meals and occasionally treating him to barbecues when in high spirits, should his safety be jeopardized, Lu Qin would not hesitate to take action. Chapter 7. I am a transcender. I will surely succeed under the piercing gaze of Emperor Qin. Lin Fei struggled to articulate his thoughts. In my realm, there are numerous fantastical novels that bear striking similarities to your narratives. The deities of higher worlds regard the cultivators of the lower realms as mere livestock, waiting to reap them when they ascend. Before he could finish, the sound of weapons being drawn echoed throughout the hall as Bai Qi's dark iron spear pressed against Lin Fei's throat. How dare you compare our great Qin Empire to livestock? Bai Qi's blood-red, killing intent surged forth. General Bai, hold your temper. The Qin Emperor raised his hand to halt him, urging Lin Fei to continue. Lin Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow and pressed on. However, as you have described, upon the emergence of ascenders, the heavenly Tao annihilates entire civilizations. This clearly contradicts the logic of reaping. Much like a farmer would not set fire to an entire pasture simply because one cow has grown fat. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall. The gleaming crystal floor reflected the tense expressions of those present. Even the candle flames seemed to hold their breath. The Onmyoji Zhou Yin staggered back a step, his divination turtle shell cracking. Could it be? Could we have misunderstood the heavenly Tao's intentions from the very beginning? The Qin Emperor had not anticipated Lin Fei's extensive knowledge and was intrigued by the fantastical novels he mentioned. Lin Fei continued, Next time, I shall share with you some works by the renowned author Qin Dong, such as Holy Ruins. They will surely broaden your horizons. For now, let us return to the topic of the apocalyptic tribulations. I believe the heavenly Tao's goal is not to obliterate you, but rather. Lin Fei paused, causing the Qin Emperor, Bai Qi, and others to tense up. In unison, they inquired, for what purpose? Lu Qin also felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Lin Fei had uncovered his true intentions? It seemed he had underestimated Lin Fei. Although the lad had been deceived by a tea-selling woman, it did not imply he was foolish. Clearing his throat, Lin Fei continued, There is but one reason. The heavenly Tao is in the process of selection. It is selecting the most powerful civilization. Selection? In the hall, the Qin Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, uncertainty flickering in Bai Qi's eyes. While Wang Jian stroked his beard thoughtfully, the Qin Emperor asked in a deep voice, And what is the purpose? Why go to such lengths? What does the heavenly Tao truly seek? A flurry of plots from various fantastical novels raced through Lin Fei's mind, igniting his imagination. Imagine, if you will, that there is not just a single heavenly Tao governing the world, but countless ones, akin to a cricket fighting match. They would not engage in battle themselves, for their strength is too great. The consequences of such a confrontation would be dire. Thus, they seek to cultivate a formidable ascender and pit them against those nurtured by other heavenly Taoists, either in competition or display. Therefore, if we can cultivate a powerful ascender who passes the trials, the heavenly Tao will not annihilate us. It is akin to a game. Perhaps we have already passed the first level's test, advancing to the second, then the third, and so forth, until we achieve victory. The Qin Emperor seethed with anger. Is my great Qin Empire merely a plaything for the higher worlds? Where is our dignity? Rather than be toyed with, we might as well fight back. Boom. The Emperor's oppressive aura materialized, reducing the bronze statue within the hall to mere dust. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and raised his head, recalling a saying from competitive gaming. Only by surviving can one output. To confront the heavenly Tao at this moment would be akin to a moth flying into the flame. We must devise a strategy to endure the apocalypse. Only then can we glimpse the truth and potentially turn the tables against the heavenly Tao. Emperor Qin snorted coldly, questioning. On what grounds do you believe we can cultivate beings that surpass the heavenly Tao? Every fantasy novel I have perused features protagonists who rise from the depths of despair. Lin Fei reminisced about the night spent fervently reading, his heart swelling with an inexplicable fervor. Some were mere underdogs who triumphed, while others were reborn after their families were annihilated, yet all ultimately achieved the impossible, defeating the heavenly Tao. After a pause, Lin Fei declared proudly, moreover, I am a transmigrator. As long as there exists a transmigrator, success is inevitable, for I have never encountered a case of failure among them. Perhaps you have a point, acknowledged Emperor Qin. Suppressing his anger, lost in thought, Bai Qi and Wang Jian, among others, began to see a glimmer of hope. Outside the small world, Lu Chen observed this scene and could not help but laugh out loud. Looking at Lin Fei sprawled on the ground, he muttered to himself, You must have read too many novels. Little did Lin Fei know, there was no trial to endure. He merely feared that the ascended beings might become a threat to him. In Lin Fei's perception, the heavenly Tao was undoubtedly invincible. How could it possibly fear ascended beings? Thus, he never considered this possibility. A group of medical personnel, clad in white coats and carrying a stretcher, hurried over. Did you call 120? Lu Chen nodded yes. He suddenly fainted. I wonder if it's due to his frequent late nights. Do you have a contact number for his family? We need to reach out to them. Lu Chen shook his head. I don't know, but he has a sister. Could you check his phone for any contact information? All right. Would you like to accompany us? The medic asked. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before responding. Sure. The medic lifted Lin Fei, and Lu Chen followed them into the ambulance. Lu Chen's intention was not to act as a benevolent figure. He merely wished to see if Lin Fei, upon being revived, would return from the realm of cultivation to reality. Lu Chen continued to observe the small world, where Lin Fei was passionately articulating his strategies to combat the impending calamity. Your Majesty, Lin Fei began, in our world, the Qin state did not perish due to external forces, but rather from internal rebellion. Therefore, to preserve the great Qin Empire, we must not only focus on countering the heavenly Tao, but also ensure internal stability. Emperor Qin, brimming with confidence, replied, You need not worry about that. Within the territory of Qin, nearly everyone is embedded with the loyalty to Qin mark. Any disloyalty will be detected by the spirit pivot. As long as there is no heavenly tribulation, our great Qin will undoubtedly endure for countless generations. Lin Fei, Your Majesty, our world's Qin Shi Huang held similar thoughts. You rely too heavily on the loyal Qin seal. I surmise that your so-called Ling Shu is akin to our Earth's artificial intelligence, albeit of the most rudimentary kind, inevitably riddled with vulnerabilities. For instance, a rebel could brainwash himself, being loyal to the great Qin, yet not to Your Majesty. He could even rename himself, calling himself Great Qin, employing countless methods to deceive the Ling Shu. The Qin Emperor gasped in astonishment, filled with admiration for Lin Fei. Indeed, a person from another world possesses a distinct mode of thinking. Qin Emperor, please, continue. How might we stabilize the internal situation? Lin Fei chuckled. It's quite simple. In our world, the ultimate downfall of the great Qin Empire was brought about by Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. By the way, Liu Bang may not even be called Liu Bang yet. Perhaps he goes by Liu Ji. Therefore, if we were to issue a nationwide manhunt for these two individuals, we could preemptively safeguard the great Qin. Upon reading this, Lu Chun could no longer contain his laughter. The medical staff, witnessing Lu Chen's inexplicable mirth, wore puzzled expressions. What is happening? Your friend is on the brink of death, and you find this amusing? Lu Chun hurriedly explained. Ahem, do not misunderstand. I suffer from a peculiar affliction akin to a jester's uncontrollable laughter. Oh, the accompanying personnel rolled their eyes, skepticism etched across their faces. In the eastern regions of the Great Qin, there exists a lineage of cultivators that has persisted for 5 centuries, known as the Xiang family. The family head, Liang Chu, fixed his gaze intently upon the tightly shut wooden door of the delivery room. Suddenly, the heavens themselves transformed dramatically. Dark clouds churned ominously across the horizon, and the 28 constellations arranged themselves into the rare Zi-Wei-Do-Sha formation. Most peculiarly, the clouds in the southeast morphed into a blood-red hue, resembling a battle flag stained with blood, fluttering fiercely in the gale. Wah! The wail of an infant pierced through the delivery room. Innate spiritual roots. The clan elders gasped. This child's spiritual veins resonate with the stars, embodying the exceptionally rare Zi-Wei-Do-Sha body. Liang Chu gazed down at the infant in his arms. After 5 centuries of lineage, our Xiang family has finally awaited such a fateful child. Let us name him Xiang Yu. Chapter 8. The Chosen One. Xiang Yu Lu Bang? Xiang Yu? The Qin emperor furrowed his brow, evidently unfamiliar with these 2 names. Bai Qi felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Lin Fei. Your Majesty, the Lu and Xiang families are renowned clans of immortals, rooted in the Central Plains and Jiangdong, with a lineage unbroken for 500 years. The individual I have brought back is from the Xiang family, named Xiang Liang, and he has attained the 10th stage of ascension. The Qin emperor's eyes sparkled with intensity as he helped the kneeling Lin Fei to his feet. Heaven blesses our great Qin. It appears you are indeed sent by the heavens to aid us. From today forth, you shall be the chief of the Heavenly Supervision Bureau. You shall oversee the officials and possess the power to divine the celestial secrets. To see you is akin to seeing me, beyond my imperial edicts. You need not heed any other commands. Lin Fei was taken aback by the unexpected elevation to such a prestigious position, never anticipating that a mere gaming assistant could attain such heights. Nevertheless, his thoughts lingered on Xiao Wan and his longing to return to Earth. Your Majesty, I harbor no other desires, only to request that if I can assist Great Qin in overcoming its calamities, you would find a way to return me to Earth. The smile on the Qin emperor's face froze, his gaze fixated on Lin Fei's countenance. After a brief silence, he erupted in laughter. Of course. Ha. He slapped Lin Fei's shoulder heartily. When the day comes that we overcome this tribulation, I shall mobilize the might of the entire nation to escort you back to Earth. Lu Chun, observing Lin Fei's rescue efforts, could not help but scoff. No wonder you were deceived by that tea-selling girl. You are utterly naive. How could the Qin emperor possibly allow you to return? The medical staff exchanged exasperated glances, scolding Lu Chun. Come on, dude, this is too much. The patient is still in critical condition, and you're here laughing. Lu Chun quickly apologized. I have a condition. I truly have a condition. In the Grand Hall, the Qin emperor issued a command. Bai Qi, at your service. I order you to exterminate the Lu and Xiang families, along with all related individuals, within 3 days. Eradicate them to the 9th generation. The head of the family, Liang Chu, was playfully entertaining the infant in his arms, the child's delicate features eliciting a tender expression. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and dark clouds loomed overhead. Liang Chu furrowed his brow, handing the child to the wet nurse before proceeding to the entrance of the Xiang residence. There, he beheld thousands of armored guards surrounding the Xiang family, with none other than the great general Bai Qi at the forefront. Clad in a dark cloak and wielding the ancient dragon spear, the esteemed General Bai has arrived. The Xiang family is remiss in not extending a proper welcome. The strong members of the Xiang family, alerted by the commotion, hastily gathered. Upon witnessing such a daunting display, their faces turned pale, and they trembled as they knelt in submission. Bai Qi's eagle-like gaze swept over the crowd. Is there one among you named Xiang Yu? At these words, Liang Chu felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock as his lips quivered. How could Bai Qi know this name, which he had just given to his child and had yet to share with anyone? Xiang Yu, he managed to utter, seeks to rebel and overthrow the great Qin. The emperor has decreed the total extermination of the Xiang family. Bai Qi's tone was frigid, void of any emotion. Absurd. Liang Chu roared in fury. My son Xiang Yu is merely an infant still in swaddling clothes. How can he conspire against anyone? General Bai. We do not acknowledge this baseless accusation against the Xiang family. Bai Qi, with an impassive visage, exhibited a flicker of impatience in his gaze. Not now. But what of the future? Your Majesty desires the everlasting foundation of the Qin, which leaves no room for even the slightest peril. Liang Chu felt a tumult of blood surge within him, rage igniting his mind. If your Majesty wishes to annihilate the Xiang family, say it plainly. Why resort to such absurd pretexts? My family has endured for 5 centuries. We shall not be easily slaughtered. Where are the men of the Xiang clan? At his command, the Xiang family guards surged forth like a tidal wave, numbering in the thousands. These typically discreet descendants of the Xiang family now brandish their weapons, their spiritual energies swirling, exuding a formidable presence. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qi's lips curled into a scornful smirk. Indeed, hoarding troops with ulterior motives. Yet, do you truly believe you can contend with the Qin? Kill. Before his words could fully dissipate, over 10,000 armored guards roared in unison, charging forth like ferocious tigers descending a mountain. The dark iron spears sliced through the night sky, aimed at the Xiang family members. They fought valiantly in resistance. Yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Bai Qi, wielding the demon dragon spear, stepped into the ancestral hall of the Xiang family. As dozens of elders simultaneously summoned their artifacts to attack, with a cold snort, Bai Qi swept the spear, shattering all artifacts. He advanced with purpose, each step sending elders flying, their nascent souls devoured by the spectral dragon that adorned his weapon, cries of agony echoing around him. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with corpses, leaving only the family head, Xiang Chu, trembling as he clutched a broken sword, leaning against the ancestral shrine for support. Bai Qi approached slowly, the spear's tip lifting his chin. Where is Xiang Yu? Xiang Chu, coughing blood, managed to smile as crimson trickled down the spear's edge. He has long been sent away. You shall never find him. Before his words faded, he suddenly grasped the spear blade and forcefully pulled, the weapon piercing his throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ancestral tablet of the Xiang family. Bai Qi kicked aside Xiang Chu's lifeless body, thrusting his spear into the bluestone slab, closing his eyes as his consciousness spread like a web, enveloping every inch of land within 100 miles. When the faint essence of an infant reached his mind's eye, a cold smile graced his lips. Found you. Before the words could fully escape, Bai Qi vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he materialized at the entrance of a dark river, over 10 miles away. Within the dim cavern, a wet nurse stumbled while cradling Xiang Yu, the baby's cries resonating hauntingly in the vast space. Please, spare the child. The wet nurse turned to see Bai Qi and immediately collapsed, trembling as she pleaded. Bai Qi remained expressionless, casually waving the demon dragon spear, unleashing a blood-red blade of light that pierced through the wet nurse's chest. As he approached, gazing at the wailing infant in the swaddling cloth, he raised the spear, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the baby ceased crying, emanating celestial phenomena that shielded against Bai Qi's assault. Bai Qi murmured to himself, truly the child of destiny? Fortuitously, Lin Shou found you. Otherwise, you would surely become a calamity in the future. The demon dragon spear descended once more, and this time, Bai Qi unleashed 9 demonic dragons, delivering a full-force strike to shatter the infant's celestial barrier. With a piercing sound, it penetrated directly through. Mission accomplished. The next target, Lu Bang. In the central plains of Zhuozhou lies a land rich in spiritual energy, home to the Lu family, a lineage of cultivation that has endured for 5 centuries. At this moment, the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yuan, stumbled into the council chamber, his normally meticulously arranged hair now a disheveled mess. He summoned all the members of the clan, his voice trembling with urgency. Is there anyone in our family named Lu Bang? The gathered kin exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in unison. The eldest elder furrowed his brow and inquired, Patriarch, what has transpired? Lu Yuan leaned heavily against the table. Breathless, news from the palace informs us of an ominous prophecy by an unknown individual, declaring that Xiang Yu and Lu Bang are plotting rebellion. The Xiang family has already been annihilated by the Xuanjia Guard under Bai Qi's command. We may very well be next. It is likely that our Lu family is in grave peril. At this proclamation, the assembly erupted in chaos. The 5th elder abruptly rose, his chair toppling backward. Preposterous. Our Lu family has served the Qin dynasty loyally for generations, safeguarding the Central Plains. How could we possibly? But there was no time for debate. Lu Yuan slammed his palm on the table, shattering the teacup with a resounding crash. All of you, heed my command. The main line and the collateral branches must disperse at once and flee deep into the Taiying Mountains. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Just as the crowd began to rise in panic, a clear female voice rang out from outside. Master, Master, your wife has given birth. It is a boy. During labor, she dreamt of a crimson dragon coiling around a pillar and proclaimed that this child would one day stabilize the nation. She wishes to name him Lu Bang. What say you? In an instant, the council chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes turned towards Lu Yuan, whose complexion drained to a ghastly pale, his lips quivering uncontrollably. No, absolutely not. Lu Yuan suddenly bellowed, drawing his sword with a swift motion. This cursed fate. I cannot allow the Lu family to be destroyed by this child. I will personally see to his demise. With that, he charged towards the delivery room. However, as he stepped beyond the threshold, the sky darkened ominously. Amidst roiling storm clouds, countless glimmers of Xuanjia armor descended like a suspended galaxy, and Bai Qi, wielding the ancient demon dragon spear, arrived with an overwhelming aura. His cold voice reverberated across the Lu estate. Is there anyone here named Lu Bang? Meanwhile, in the palace of Xianyang, Lin Fei, belatedly aware of the chilling atmosphere, felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized that countless lives were about to be extinguished due to his words. Your Majesty. Lin Fei stumbled forward a step, questioning whether this was excessively cruel. Surely, it would suffice to execute Lu Bang and Xiang Yu. Humph. The Qin emperor looked down upon him from his elevated position, declaring, without Lu Bang, there will still be others. These two families harbor the potential to threaten the Qin dynasty, and they ought not to exist in this world. If the roots are not eradicated, the spring breeze will bring forth new growth. Anyone who poses a threat to the dominion of our great Qin must perish. Chapter 9. Lin Fei's plan. Lin Fei had come to a realization. He decided to treat this place as a game, for he would eventually return to Earth. He continued. By the way, there is someone named Zhao Gao, a eunuch, who was a significant catalyst for the downfall of the Qin Empire. The Emperor of Qin recalled. There is no eunuch by the name of Zhao Gao here. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Perhaps he is not known as Zhao Gao yet. He might go by the name of Gao Yao. Wang Jian spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, do not worry. I shall dispatch someone to investigate if there are any eunuchs with the character Gao among them. After addressing the issue of internal rebellion, Lin Fei continued to devise strategies with increasing enthusiasm, reminiscent of playing a strategy game set in the Three Kingdoms. Your Majesty, we must also prepare for the worst. If we fail the test of the heavenly Tao, how can we preserve the empire? The Emperor of Qin showed interest. Oh, do tell, what ideas do you have? Lin Fei replied confidently, we should construct the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Wang Jian and the officials erupted in outrage. Impudent fool. Silence. His Majesty shall live for eternity without the need for a mausoleum. The Emperor raised his hand. Let him continue. Lin Fei elaborated. Beneath 10,000 meters, we shall build the most impregnable underground palace, equipped with various formations, mechanisms, and waterways, while placing 1,000,000 terracotta warriors for protection. Even if the empire falls, the mausoleum will remain, granting us a chance for resurgence. Terracotta warriors? What are those? The officials were bewildered. You truly are a prophet, Gong Suaban exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Your Majesty, I have recently been researching the construction of combat puppets that resemble real warriors, capable of reaching the Golden Core stage, and I intended to name them Terracotta Warriors. I never imagined you would already know of this, esteemed head of the Celestial Monitoring Office. I am in awe. The Emperor's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a deep voice. Li Bing. Li Bing knelt, straightening his back. I am here. I command you to commence the construction of the underground mausoleum immediately. Discuss the specific structure and design with Lin Fei. Li Bing turned, cupping his hands in respect, his eyes reflecting courtesy. If esteemed head Lin has time later, could you visit my residence for a detailed discussion? Lin Fei nodded eagerly. Of course. The Emperor continued to inquire, what other measures do you propose? A flurry of images flashed through Lin Fei's mind, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ah? We should also construct the Great Wall. What is that? The Emperor frowned deeply. In my world, the Great Wall is a grand edifice built to fend off external threats. In this realm of cultivation, it can serve a similar purpose. When the apocalyptic flames descend, the Great Wall can form a celestial barrier, resisting disasters such as fires, floods, and landslides. Even if it cannot fully withstand them, it will buy time for the world. Lin Fei gestured passionately, his tone fervent. The emperor waved his hand. Such a monumental project should be entrusted to Li Bing. Li Bing appeared troubled. Your Majesty. Such an endeavor requires not only immense manpower and resources, but also the expertise of formation masters to establish protective arrays and artifact masters to create specialized materials, ensuring absolute certainty. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at the unconscious Lin Fei. His younger brother had indeed brought forth something intriguing, albeit lacking substantial impact. At most, it would merely delay him for a few seconds, after which he could easily crush the Great Wall beneath his foot. Lin Fei became increasingly animated. Moreover, your Celestial Alliance's prohibition against ascension is fundamentally flawed. This is akin to boiling a frog in warm water. It is only a matter of time before you bring about your own demise. We should encourage cultivation, abolish the 9 years of mandatory mystical practice, and promote diversity and free development. Nonsense. Wang Jian stepped forward abruptly, his armor clanking with authority. If ascension invites calamity from the heavens, who shall take responsibility? Lin Fei, unfazed, responded with confidence. Setting aside the difficulty of achieving ascension, even if someone were to attempt it, there is no need for concern. Do you not possess the loyalty to Qin Seal? By incorporating the ideological steel seal within it, as long as the ascendant reaches the 900 heavenly tier, at the moment of ascension, we can directly halt their cultivation progress. Consequently, when the time is ripe, it is conceivable that the entire Qin Empire could witness thousands of ascendants, and when they ascend simultaneously, surely 1 or 2 will meet the selection criteria and pass the trial. Even if they fail the trial, we can allow these thousands of ascendants to perish alongside the Celestial Alliance, thus preserving the Qin Empire. His words left the entire court astounded. The Qin Emperor stroked the jade pendant at his waist, casting his gaze upon the assembly. Wang Jian pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, there is a certain risk. While the Lingshu Core can monitor, it may not be able to contain so many ascendant cultivators. However, we can attempt it. If containment fails, my Heavenly Punishment Legion can physically seal them away. The Qin Emperor nodded slightly. Then it shall be so. Lin Fei, do you have any other suggestions? Of course. Lin Fei declared with pride. Though the weapons from the Heavenly Craft Pavilion possess great power, their concepts are outdated. They utilize bows, crossbows, and catapults, which are utterly ineffective. In my world, we have rocket artillery capable of launching thousands of rounds in a single volley, covering a battlefield of 100 miles. Additionally, there are nuclear bombs, a single one of which can unleash energy comparable to the full might of 1,000,000 cultivators, instantly turning an entire city to ash. As Lin Fei spoke, his excitement grew. There are also the so-called Staff of God kinetic weapons, launched from low Earth orbit satellites, generating terrifying power through atmospheric friction, capable of easily annihilating a city. Not to mention space-based laser cannons, electromagnetic pulses, and so forth. Gong Shu Ban's beard trembled with excitement, the bamboo slips in his hands rustling. Quick, tell me more about the construction of these weapons. Lin Fei realized he had perhaps boasted too much, yet he could not admit ignorance, as that would render him of no value. Fortunately, he had once played a game called EVE Online, which contained detailed schematics of various weapons. Though he couldn't recall them all, he had a vague impression. If worst came to worst, he could always sketch something haphazardly and blame Gong Shu Ban if they couldn't be produced. Cough, cough. Lin Fei cleared his throat. The schematics are rather complex, and I cannot recall them clearly. I shall explain them to you at a later time. Gong Shu Ban was so eager that he nearly wished to remain by Lin Fei's side for 24 hours, absorbing knowledge of the weaponry from Earth. The Emperor of Qin was astounded. These weapons truly subvert our understanding. From this day forth, the Tiangong Pavilion shall be jointly overseen by you and Gong Shu Ban. Spare no effort to forge these divine armaments. A fervent light flickered in the Emperor's eyes. If this were to come to fruition, how could the great Qin Empire not tread confidently upon the path of heaven? Chapter 10. Bombarding the Heavens. Lu Chen remained unconvinced. The intricacies of these high-tech weapons were beyond comprehension. How could Lin Fei, a mere game booster, possibly conceive such marvels? Moreover, Lin Fei's encouragement in the construction of wonders like the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum and the Great Wall of China promised to enhance settlement rewards, which greatly pleased Lu Chen. Thus, he resolved to spare Lin Fei for the time being, allowing him to indulge in his futile endeavors, as he posed no threat to his safety. Soon, an ambulance arrived at the hospital. After several hours of frantic resuscitation, the doctors could only shake their heads solemnly. The brain damage was too severe. He had entered a vegetative state, and whether he would awaken remained a matter of fate. Lin Fei's only relative, his beloved sister Lin Wan, burst into the ward. She knelt by the bedside, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Xiao Fei, please wake up. You promised to take me to see the ocean once you earned enough money." Her choked voice faltered, echoing the sorrow of their shared past. Born into poverty in the countryside, their father had perished in a car accident during their childhood, and their mother had fled with the compensation money. It was Lin Wan who had raised Lin Fei. Lu Chen observed this poignant scene with a heavy heart. In the realm of cultivation, over the past century, Lin Fei had thrived. He had been the revered chief of the Celestial Monitoring Division in the Qin Empire, overseeing the construction of the monumental Great Wall and creating the energy fusion cannon capable of invoking heavenly tribulations, earning the trust of Emperor Qin. He had also married Bai Qi's sister, Bai Shui, and began his path of cultivation, demonstrating extraordinary talent, reaching the pinnacle of the God transformation stage in just 50 years. In stark contrast, in the real world, the monotonous beeping of the monitor filled the room as Lin Fei lay quietly on the hospital bed. His complexion as pale as parchment. Lin Wan knelt beside him, her tears long dried. "Thank you," the doctor said. "If you hadn't called 120 in time, your brother might have already departed." Lu Chen felt a bitter pang. Perhaps Lin Fei's demise would be a blessing for Lin Wan. Now, as a vegetative patient, she would likely bear the burden for the rest of her life. "No need for thanks. It's nothing. I'll take my leave now," Lu Chen replied, not wishing to linger amidst Lin Wan's grief, fearful that he might inadvertently draw Lin Fei back from the realm of cultivation. Yet, such an act would be perilous, potentially exposing his secrets. Upon returning home, Lu Chen observed once more, noting the rapid advancement of the cultivation progress within the Great Qin Empire. Innovative weaponry emerged incessantly, and the nation's strength soared. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. The harvest of this particular crop of leeks appeared exceptionally promising, poised for collection by the following evening. Conservatively estimating, he anticipated an energy yield of at least 200, perhaps even 300. With a sense of assurance, Lu Chen settled into slumber, untroubled by the thought that Lin Fei could pose any threat to him. A single night passed, and 5 centuries slipped away unnoticed. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, during these 5 centuries, the Qin Empire underwent a profound transformation. Deep underground, under the steadfast efforts of Li Bing and his son Li Liang, along with his grandson Li Dong, 3 generations labored tirelessly, leading 1,000 array masters to forge a subterranean palace from starfall iron. Guarded by 108 colossal bronze beasts of ascendance, the interior housed 1,000,000 terracotta warriors at the God transformation stage, ready to awaken at the slightest hint of danger. Within it lies countless mechanisms and sword formations, making it the most secure place of the Great Qin Empire. Above ground, at the cost of millions of innocent souls, the Great Wall was constructed over the span of 4 centuries. There is a poignant interlude. A woman's wail pierces the heavens. Meng Jiangnu clutches the blood-stained marriage certificate, weeping uncontrollably as she calls out her husband's name, Shiliang. Since Ing Zheng issued the Edict of Wall Construction, millions of laborers have been conscripted as living bricks for sacrifice, while the souls of cultivators are refined into soul pins embedded within the walls. Each inch of stone soaked in the blood of vengeful spirits. "Lady Meng, you must leave." An elderly stonemason gripped her sleeve, his eyes filled with terror. "The overseer has decreed that today's work involves the layering of souls. If you are caught, you will surely be made into a guiding lantern for spirits." Meng Jiangnu shook off his hand, her fingertips brushing against the black blood seeping through the cracks of the stones. The so-called construction of the celestial wall to subdue the heavenly path is nothing but a deception. There is no heavenly path in this world. Only the tyrannical cruelty of the Qin Emperor, who slaughters the common people to maintain his rule. "Shiliang, do not fear. I will bring you home." She bit her tongue, letting her blood drip onto the stone, as the stone of longing in her hand sought the soul of her husband, Fan Shiliang. To her astonishment, her cries resonated with a power of their own. This triggered the historical echo of Meng Jiangnu weeping at the Great Wall. A stream of black light penetrated the miniature world, striking Meng Jiangnu's forehead. She gained the power of resonance. absorbing the vengeful energy of the Great Wall into her being. Her lament transformed into tangible sound waves. Boom! The Great Wall crumbled under the weight of her sorrow for 30 miles. It was the chorus of thousands of vengeful spirits. Who dares to destroy the Great Wall? 30 armored guards raised their shields in formation. Meng Jiangnu lifted her head, her tear-streaked face now adorned with ethereal blue runes. Her wails morphing into countless wolf spirits, their claws tearing apart the iron shields of the guards as if they were made of paper, slaying dozens of them. Bai Qi, the infamous butcher, personally arrived, wielding the Dragon Slayer's spear, ready to confront Meng Jiangnu. Yet, she effortlessly flung her hand, and innumerable wailing souls transformed into bone spikes. Blocking Bai Qi's assault, the formidable butcher could not subdue a mere common woman. In the celestial palace of Xianying, Yingzheng sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. As the black dragon chariot halted above the beacon tower, he felt an unprecedented force emanating from Meng Jiangnu, one that seemed capable of aiding his ascension. Meng Jiangnu, cease your actions. What is it that you desire? I can grant you your wish, but you must return to the palace with me. Turning her head, Meng Jiangnu smirked coldly. I will return to the palace, but you must fulfill 3 of my demands. The Qin Emperor's voice boomed. 3 tasks? I could accomplish 30 if need be. From the ruins of the fallen wall, Meng Jiangnu retrieved the bones of her husband, Fan Shiliang, tenderly stating, First, erect a monument for my husband, and construct his tomb using the finest soul-stabilizing stones. The coffin must be of imperial quality. Granted. And what of the second? For the second, I demand that you don the robes of the 9 nether mysteries, wield the Yellow Springs Soul Guide banner, kneel thrice, and bow 9 times, leading 3,000 ghostly soldiers to pave the way for my husband's spirit, causing all officials and warriors to weep tears of blood, sending my beloved back to the 9 springs. As these words escaped her lips, Bai Qi, filled with rage, exclaimed, Enchantress, how dare you behave so audaciously? Do you truly believe I can be indifferent to your actions? Yingzheng's countenance darkened, the shadow of a black dragon unfurling its fangs behind him. I am the son of heaven. How can I extend such courtesies to a mere commoner? There shall be no second chance if the first is refused. Meng Jiangnu stood resolute. For the energy residing within Meng Jiangnu, the Qin Emperor had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. I shall grant you the second request. Speak forth your third. Meng Jiangnu declared. For my third request, I wish to visit the sea. The Qin Emperor replied. That is an easy task. I shall fulfill your desire. With the first 2 requests accomplished, they set forth to the sea. At the shores of the eastern sea, Meng Jiangnu, barefoot, stepped onto the rocks, cradling the spirit tablet of Fan Shiliang. Suddenly, she leapt into the very heart of the whirlpool and detonated herself in the ocean. Wretched woman, you have deceived me, yet I was prepared. The Qin Emperor's fury turned to a sinister smile as his black dragon robe slowly ascended from the depths. The 9 tripods hovered in midair, absorbing every last drop of energy left behind by Meng Jiangnu. The Qin Emperor, sensing this newfound power, was filled with ecstatic joy. He commenced his cultivation upon the sea, a process that would span 300 years. 3 centuries later, the Great Wall finally stood completed. Its walls constructed from dark crystals that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, capable of erecting barriers soaring thousands of meters high, connecting heaven and earth, warding off all calamities. Towering 10,000-meter stargazing towers rose every 10 miles, their bodies engraved with the charts of the 28 constellations. Atop each tower floated a celestial compass, akin to a satellite, autonomously soaring forth to observe the stars, monitoring the movements of the heavenly path, and foreseeing impending crises. Upon the wall stood 100,000 9 heavens thunder cannons, crafted with painstaking effort by the Gongshu family of Tiangong Pavilion across 4 generations. Even those at the ascension level could not withstand the might of a single shot. All cannons were aimed at the heavenly barrier. Should a myriad of thunderbolts be unleashed simultaneously, it was feared that the very void would be pierced. Countless cultivators of the Qin dynasty gathered to behold the majesty of the Great Wall, their hearts swelling with pride and honor. With this Great Wall spanning countless miles, what fear had they of the heavenly path's might? What dread of the cataclysmic tribulations? Thieving heavens, come if you dare to extinguish my great Qin. The Apang Palace had also fortified its defenses, supported internally by 800 coiling dragon pillars, each forged from star iron and the bones of the Yinglong. When the defense system activated, the dragon eyes would unleash a scorching breath that severed the fabric of space. Once, an audacious cultivator of the demonic path, Jing Ke, claimed to know the whereabouts of the elixir of immortality and sought an audience with the Qin Emperor. Jing Ke asserted that he had discovered a primordial forbidden land housing the elixir, yet he could not enter without a particular item. The Qin Emperor, focused intently, inquired, "What item?" "Your head." Jing Ke suddenly struck. The Qin Emperor scoffed, effortlessly delivering a punch that transformed into a black dragon, devouring Jing Ke. Unexpectedly, Jing Ke's sword, the fish intestine sword, cleaved through space, and his form vanished entirely, becoming invisible. The black dragon, deprived of its target, exploded. The space reverberated with Jing Ke's laughter. "This is my special illusionary dance space. You shall never find me, tyrant. Today, you shall meet your demise." However, in the next moment, 800 coiling dragon pillars simultaneously unleashed the scorching breath of the void. No matter how formidable Jing Ke's cloaking abilities were, the all-encompassing, omnipresent assault resulted in a piercing scream. Jing Ke was forced to reveal his true form, dissipating into azure smoke. The Emperor of Qin, unexpectedly benefiting from calamity, discerned the location of the forbidden grounds and embarked on a quest for the elixir of immortality. Upon entering the forbidden realm, he engaged in fierce battles against various primordial ferocious beasts and encountered a skeletal remains of a powerful being from the ancient era, who had left behind a projection of its divine soul, incessantly repeating, "Do not ascend, do not ascend." The Emperor of Qin laughed heartily, proclaiming, "What fear is there in ascension? I shall obliterate the heavenly path and claim the elixir for myself. I will avenge your ancient civilization." Not only were the structures enhanced, but the weaponry experienced a comprehensive upgrade as well. Gongshu Ban and the subsequent 3 generations, inspired by Lin Fei's designs, constructed modern warships, producing hundreds of Void Voyager shuttles. Each vessel stretched 1,000 feet in length, with a prow resembling the gaping maw of a mythical beast, housing 3 main cannons with a diameter of 30 feet. Each barrel infused with 9 celestial laws. The sides of the ships extended with 360 auxiliary cannons, each imbued with the essence of the 5 elemental laws. On the day of the inaugural cannon test, the very ground of the world trembled. 3 shuttles formed a triangular formation, and the shockwave from the Annihilation Whale cannon triggered a collapse in space, directly assaulting the barrier of the heavenly path. A tremendous roar reverberated through heaven and earth. The firmament was breached, creating a pitch-black void spanning 100 miles, revealing glimpses of the chaotic currents of an unknown realm. Success. The descendants of Gongshu Ban were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes, yet Lin Fei's expression shifted dramatically. At the breach, the space shimmered with strange ripples, and countless golden runes materialized from thin air, causing the barrier of the heavenly path to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. More alarmingly, the spiritual energy of the entire realm surged back violently, forming a vortex that devoured everything in its path, pulling several floating cities into its maw, and turning tens of thousands of cultivators to dust. Lin Fei urgently pressed the emergency stop button, bellowing, "Cease fire. All units retreat." The fleet of shuttles hastily redirected their course as a thunderous roar echoed, signaling the closure of the heavenly path barrier. As if issuing a warning to the great Qin Empire, Lin Fei gazed at the charred sky, cold sweat soaking his back. The previous assault not only failed to breach the barrier, but also provoked a reactive response from the heavenly path, destabilizing the laws governing the entire realm. Lin Fei lamented, "My apologies, Your Majesty. I underestimated the heavenly path. Its regenerative capabilities far exceed our expectations. If we persist in our attacks on that breach, we may inadvertently trigger the collapse of the entire world. At this stage, we can only defend to attack." Yet, the Emperor of Qin perceived a glimmer of hope. "No, Lin Aiqing, you have done remarkably well. In just 500 years, we have acquired the power to tear apart the heavenly path barrier. I believe that if granted another 500 years, you will undoubtedly dismantle it." Chapter 11. The uprising of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang beyond the realms of architecture and weaponry. Lin Fei initiated a transformative reform across the world of cultivation. Abolishing the 9-year compulsory practice of mystical arts, he introduced a diverse cultivation plan, encouraging practitioners to delve into self-exploration and embrace multifaceted approaches. No longer shackled to rigid meridian pathways, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage began to experiment with various methods, Some sought to harness musical rhythms to summon spiritual energy, while others integrated culinary arts into their practices. As a result, a plethora of gifted cultivators emerged, akin to mushrooms following the rain. Over the course of 5 centuries, thousands of ascendants were born. In an effort to prevent anyone from ascending prematurely and triggering cataclysmic tribulations, Bai Qi summoned these ascendants to the celestial palace. Although their cultivation progress was restrained by the loyal Qin seal, Bai Qi remained apprehensive and established the spirit lock array to completely inhibit their growth. Gazing upon the gathered ascendants below, he spoke with an icy demeanor. You are under the aegis of the great Qin, destined to attain enlightenment. For the sake of safeguarding the common folk, I implore you to concentrate on your cultivation here. Chun Sheng retorted vehemently, what utter nonsense. It is evident that you seek to imprison us out of fear of our ascension. With his demon dragon halberd pointed at Qin Sheng, Bai Qi declared, whoever dares to speak of ascension again shall face death without mercy. Suppressing his fury, Chun Sheng convened with his close friend Wu Guang and like-minded allies under the cover of night. Raising his voice in fervor, after enduring countless trials over the centuries to reach the ascendant realm, we are to live like prisoners. Are you content with this? Do noble lords possess no courage? Those with valor, follow me as we storm the palace of Xianyang. Kill. Countless cultivators summoned their magical treasures and surged towards the Xianyang palace. Bai Qi's eyes narrowed, and he bellowed, bold traitors! How dare you invade my Xianyang? Celestial Punishment Legion. Join me in suppressing them. Before his words could fade, he charged at Qin Sheng like a bolt of black lightning, wielding his demon dragon halberd. Wang Jian followed closely behind, his earth-shattering axe creating a tempest that lifted sand and stones into the air, forming towering pillars of grit. With a cold sneer, Chun Sheng brandished his supreme staff to meet Bai Qi's halberd. The clash reverberated like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, shaking the void and causing fissures to appear in the fabric of space. Bai Qi felt an immense force travel up the shaft of his halberd, numbing his arm and causing blood to seep from his palm. He was taken aback. Chun Sheng's strength surpassed all his expectations. Wang Jian's earth-shattering axe collided with Chun Sheng's supreme staff, producing a sharp crack as a fissure appeared in the axe. Wang Jian stared in disbelief at his weapon, recalling how he had once wielded it to sweep away thousands without a scratch, only to be shattered by this rising star. Bai Qi, do you still think you are the same man who single-handedly annihilated cities? You have grown old. Chun Sheng laughed heartily, his voice dripping with disdain and provocation. Bai Qi and Wang Jian exchanged a glance, each recognizing the shock and unwillingness mirrored in the other's eyes. Once pillars of the great Qin Empire, feared war gods who instilled terror in their foes, they now found themselves in such a pitiful state before a junior. The slaughter of mortals and the slaying of gods. Bai Qi roared fiercely, the demon dragon spear slipping from his grasp, transforming in midair into a colossal blood dragon stretching 10 feet long. This formidable weapon, steeped in the essence of 3 million vengeful souls, was now amassing power in the most brutal manner. Wang Jian bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood onto the thunderclap axe, which instantly erupted with an overwhelming aura. The three engaged once more, and the heavens changed hue. Bai Qi's demon dragon spear, embodying the blood-red might of 3 million departed souls, lunged with ferocious claws and a deafening roar towards Chun Sheng, while Wang Jian's thunderclap axe morphed into a golden giant bear, roaring as it charged forward. Yet, Chun Sheng remained undaunted, wielding the Qi Tian great staff, which traced an immense arc through the air, casting shadows like an insurmountable wall that thwarted both the blood dragon and the golden bear. Let you taste my Qi Tian great staff, Chun Sheng declared, as the staff suddenly radiated a blinding light, elongating and ascending to the heavens, reaching the very clouds. The colossal staff descended with a thunderous crash, stirring fierce winds as it bore down upon Bai Qi and Wang Jian. The two men summoned all their strength, enacting their most formidable defenses. A blood-red barrier materialized before Bai Qi, while Wang Jian raised a golden light shield. However, before the might of Qin Sheng's Qi Tian great staff, their defenses crumbled like paper, collapsing in an instant. The two were swept away by the residual force of the staff, flying back like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily against the city wall, spitting blood. Today, I shall flatten the palace of Xianyang and bring this tyrannical empire to its knees, Chun Sheng proclaimed, raising the Qi Tian great staff high, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of Xianyang City. Countless cultivators answered his call, surging toward the palace like a tidal wave. Bai Qi and Wang Jian, both grievously wounded, exchanged glances, reminiscing about the days of their vigor when they had subdued the 9 provinces, instilling fear in all. Yet now, they found themselves unable to best even a rising star. Age had inevitably caught up with them. Despite the Qin emperor having bestowed upon Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Lin Fei some immortal herbs left behind by the ancient Kunlun civilization, their faculties and cultivation had long diminished after 8 centuries of existence. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, knowing well that they lacked the strength to breach the heavenly palace of Xianyang, chose instead to flee to a place called Qin County. There, they established a new regime, with Qin Sheng declaring himself king. In the Grand Hall, the Qin emperor fumed. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, you have both disappointed me gravely. Allowing a band of prisoners to escape, who have since established the Zhangchu regime, this is nothing short of a provocation against the great Qin. Bai Qi and Wang Jian knelt, exclaiming, the old minister is incompetent. I would gladly offer my life as penance. Lin Fei quickly interjected to mediate. Your Majesty, there is no need for anger. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang command over 1,000 ascended realm experts. For Bai Qi and Wang Jian to defend Xianyang Palace against their advance is already a significant achievement. Moreover, the Taisu Celestial Shuttle has yet to see battle. I am willing to lead the charge and eradicate the rebels. Bai Qi and Wang Jian gazed at Lin Fei with gratitude, for after 5 centuries of serving together, they had become as close as brothers. Furthermore, Lin Fei had married Bai Qi's sister, Bai Shui. Indeed, this matter is also Lin Fei's fault. His grasp of history is lacking. He only remembers Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, forgetting that Chun Sheng and Wu Guang were the first to rise against the tyranny of the Qin. The emperor of Qin nodded. Lin Fei, you have one day to annihilate the Zhangchu regime, or I fear a chain reaction will ensue, leading to uprisings across the globe. Lin Fei replied confidently, rest assured. With the Taimu celestial vessel at my disposal, it will take but half a day to eliminate Chun Sheng and Wu Guang. In the palace of the Chu King in Qin County, Chun Sheng was entertaining his generals with the heavenly elixir he had seized. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from outside. Report. An unidentified object approaches. Qin Sheng led his generals out of the tent, gazing upward to behold a colossal steel ship, stretching 1,000 feet long, hovering above them. What kind of treasure is that? Wu Guang grasped his tying sword, his voice trembling. Standing atop the celestial vessel, Lin Fei roared like a lion. Chun Sheng, Wu Guang, lay down your arms and surrender at once. Qin Sheng paused momentarily before erupting into maniacal laughter. You? A mere lackey, bolstered by the emperor's favor. Do you think a single magical artifact can subdue the heroes of the world? He commanded his generals. Whoever slays this lackey shall be rewarded with the map of the realm. The generals, filled with fervor, took to the skies on their swords, launching an assault against Lin Fei. Lin Fei shook his head. You overestimate yourselves. Returning to the control room, the hatch sealed, and the 360 auxiliary cannons of the Thunder Prison opened fire. Waves of lightning surged forth, locking onto their targets, each beam infused with compounding laws such as God-slaying, demon-subduing, and spirit-sealing. Before a cultivator's shield could sustain a half-second, it was shattered into dust by the lightning, leaving even the nascent soul with no escape. Another cultivator's life-bound treasure twisted and melted under the onslaught. Dozens of ascendant beings met a swift demise, their forms reduced to mere particles without so much as a hair of the celestial vessel being touched. A bunch of worthless fools. Wu Guang wielded the Taiyin sword, slicing through the heavens, the power of the Taiyin transforming into countless silver beams, cascading like a suspended galaxy upon the celestial vessel. The vessel activated its energy barrier, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught of silver light. What in the world is this? This is not spiritual energy. Before Wu Guang could react, a bolt of purple lightning pierced through his nascent soul's shield. He felt a searing pain in his consciousness as the lightning erupted, obliterating his essence. Wu Guang, Chun Sheng cried in anguish, channeling all his spiritual energy into the Qitian staff, which inexplicably grew larger and longer, seemingly reaching for the heavens. Even Bai Qi and Wang Jian could not surpass me. You, a nameless junior, dare to act so arrogantly before me? Feel the might of my Qitian staff. Qin Sheng bellowed, swinging the artifact with earth-shattering force toward the bow of the vessel. As the Qitian staff was about to strike the celestial vessel, a gleaming silver needle shot forth from the bow, carving a translucent arc in the void. The space was cleaved open, and the vessel transformed into countless specks of light, vanishing into the rift, leaping through space, disappearing from sight. Boom! The Qitian staff struck nothingness, the landscape fracturing. Chen Sheng was left stunned. The celestial vessel had reappeared behind him, its annihilation cannon, the world-extinguishing dragon whale, fully charged. I apologize, but this is a weapon beyond your comprehension. Lin Fei pressed the confirmation button at the control panel, unleashing a beam of concentrated energy that obliterated the palace of Qin County, its walls, and over 1,000 ascendants into ash. No, this cannot be. Before his demise, Chen Sheng, filled with reluctance, reached out to grasp his banner. What formidable strength was this? Bai Qi's hand trembled slightly, and the war god, who had traversed battlefields for 8 centuries, gazed upon the flattened Qin County, feeling a tightness in his throat. Wang Jian appeared suddenly aged, muttering to himself, the great Qin should no longer require an old minister. The Qin emperor rejoiced, proclaiming, with Lin Aiqing and such a powerful weapon, what fear remains in the heavenly mandate? A thunderous roar suddenly echoed above the palace of Xianyang. Could it be the remnants of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang returning? Lin Fei unsheathed his weapon, shouting, protect his majesty. Your majesty, it is Lord Zhang Qian's starship. The astrologist stumbled in, breathless, reporting that according to the core calculations, Zhang Qian had been missing for 327 years and 4 hours. What? Zhang Qian? The Qin emperor was filled with excitement. Over 300 years prior, he had dispatched Zhang Qian with 16 Dragonbone starships to the western Kunlun, seeking ancient artifacts, only for him to vanish without a trace. Since then, the lights on the star map had extinguished one by one, leading the emperor to believe that Zhang Qian had perished. Ha! The Qin emperor had not felt such joy in ages. Today was a double celebration. He personally went to greet them. The shattered starship descended, and through the haze stepped a figure that left everyone breathless. It was the spirited Zhang Qian from 300 years ago, clad in a robe embroidered with star maps, holding forth a colossal, mysterious runebox with both hands. Your Majesty. Zhang Qian knelt on one knee, declaring, I have brought it back. The emperor's pupils constricted. As his fingertips brushed the box, an invisible force scorched them, releasing wisps of blue smoke. What is this? The Qin emperor gasped in astonishment. Zhang Qian proclaimed, the legendary Panga's axe of creation. The Qin emperor could scarcely believe his ears. What? The Pangu axe? How is that possible? As if responding to the skepticism, the box disintegrated on its own, unleashing a torrent of energy foreign to this civilization. Aside from the Qin emperor, the civil and military officials, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Lin Fei were all blown back hundreds of meters. Only the Qin emperor stood firm at the eye of the storm. The dark, golden aura of imperial authority clashing fiercely with the radiant light of the axe. Puff! The Qin emperor struggled to withstand the force, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood. I am the emperor of the Nine. Puff! He coughed up blood thrice, and the axe suddenly emitted a dragon-like tremor, transforming chaotic runes into 9 miniature ancestral dragons that gently coiled around the emperor's wrist. The Qin emperor, the sovereign of humanity, had actually subdued the axe of creation. His laughter thundered through the halls of Xianyang. Ha ha ha, Zhang Qian, you have rendered a great service. With such a divine artifact, heaven blesses our great Qin. However, the emperor's smile abruptly faded as he gently tapped the axe's handle, pondering, from whence does this axe originate? Zhang Qian replied solemnly, the Sea of Chaos. The emperor frowned. The Sea of Chaos? Where is that? The ancient stone tablets record nothing of it. Zhang Qian recollected, years ago, while leading 18 starship exploration teams in search of the Kunlun ruins, I accidentally wandered into a realm of illusions. All the other starships were crushed, but by fortune, I alone entered the Sea of Chaos. What is referred to as the sea is, in fact, a chaotic and disordered expanse. Within it lie the ruins of crumbling pyramid temples, colossal battleships, incomprehensible mechanical beings, and the remnants of 12 winged angels, seemingly a graveyard of countless civilizations. Countless civilizations? The emperor of Qin furrowed his brow. Before us, were there not only the 4 civilizations of Hongwang, Yanhua, Kunlun, and Shirshin? Zhang Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Majesty, this is the second piece of good news I wish to convey. In the illusion, I have spent over 300 years, though I could not decipher their script. I gradually pieced together and conjectured an astonishing revelation. It appears that the heavenly Tao is inherited, upon death, It is passed on to the next incarnation of the heavenly Tao, and the ruins of civilizations established by the previous heavenly Tao are drawn into the chaotic sea. The Emperor of Qin was overwhelmed with joy, his voice resonating so powerfully that it shattered the crystal floor beneath him. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Lin Fei, and all esteemed ministers, did you hear that? The heavenly Tao can be vanquished. Zhang Qian's voice gradually dwindled, and as the last syllable escaped his lips, a serene smile graced his countenance. 300 years. He had endured for 300 years. All for this moment. He finally relinquished the weighty burden of his mission, his body collapsing as lightly as an autumn leaf. Yet he was caught by the Emperor of Qin before he touched the ground. The Emperor felt no sorrow. Zhang Qian had fulfilled his mission, to relay the order for a grand burial befitting his status. The Emperor of Qin was now brimming with confidence. With the celestial axe in hand, what was there to fear? The Emperor proclaimed with a booming voice, I can no longer wait. I shall ascend. I shall ascend on the morrow. Proclaim my decree. The Emperor abruptly turned, his eyes ablaze with fervor, commanding Minister Lin to assemble 100 celestial vessels, erecting the dragon whale main cannon in the heavenly palace of Xianyang. On the day of my ascension, I shall blast open the heavenly gates with the power of the laws. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, mobilize 1,000,000 Xianwei across the realm. I shall show the heavenly Tao that this world belongs to me. Chapter 12. The Arrival of Annihilation. At times, Lin Fei found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion, questioning whether he truly hailed from Earth. After all, he had existed in the realm of cultivation for 5 centuries, while his earthly existence spanned a mere 23 years. On the top floor of the Heavenly Artisan Pavilion, Lin Fei leaned against the bronze railing in solitude. 500 years slipped away like grains of sand. He recalled his initial arrival, nearly meeting his end at the hands of a mere third-tier wolf demon. The exhilaration of crafting the 9 Heavens Thunder Cannon, embraced by Gongshu Ban, tears of joy glistening in their eyes, in the day he wed by Shui. The flickering candlelight reflecting the starlight in her gaze. These vivid memories filled the tapestry of his life, rendering the recollections of Earth increasingly distant. What was Earth like? He strained to remember, recalling only the blue glow of the computer in his cramped rented room, and the warmth of every bowl of noodles his sister prepared for him. Perhaps I was always meant for this realm of cultivation, he whispered to the void. Master, it is time to test the final batch of celestial fairies. Tomorrow marks your majesty's momentous ascension, came the voice of a disciple from the Heavenly Artisan Pavilion. Lin Fei inhaled deeply, pushing those chaotic thoughts deep within his heart. He turned and walked towards the laboratory. Amidst the thunderous roar of machinery, he could no longer discern which segment constituted his true life. Like Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, perhaps Earth was merely a fleeting dream. The year 1500 of the great Qin dynasty. The Qin emperor's time was drawing near. The elixir of immortality had lost its efficacy. The emperor resolved to hold an ascension ceremony to actively test the will of heaven. The great Qin boasted over 10,000 cultivators poised for ascension. Should he perish, if these cultivators rebelled like Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, it would be an insurmountable challenge to quell. Lin Fei, though younger and having passed away later, with his strength, status, and renown, might usurp the impending calamity without the need for the apocalypse tribulation. Despite his unwavering trust in Lin Fei, one must never underestimate human nature and its insatiable thirst for power. Above all, the Qin emperor held the confidence that he could conquer the will of heaven. Beneath the gilded throne, thousands of cultivators, adorned in starry battle armor, bore the unique loyalty to Qin seal imprinted on their foreheads, a testament to their allegiance. They were unparalleled geniuses, confined within the spirit lock array at the 9th level for 500 years, now gathered as one, their aura resembling a boiling river of stars, summoning a grand celestial phenomenon above the heavenly dome. Bai Qi, with your silver hair, the veteran shall lead the charge against the will of heaven. Very well, Bai Qi. Step forward, commanded the Qin emperor. Bai Qi advanced. Bai Qi, do you know what I have obtained after 300 years of cultivation in the depths of the star abyss? The crowd looked on with intrigue. The Qin emperor raised his hand, and the void erupted with a thunderous crack, revealing an ancient halberd, wreathed in chaotic energy, floating into view. This was the halberd of severing the Tao, a weapon capable of cleaving through the authority of heaven itself during the primordial battle of gods and demons. Before his words faded, the terrifying energy emanating from the weapon caused the magical artifacts in the hands of the cultivators to clatter to the ground, a testament to its formidable might. The Qin Emperor's eyes sparkled. Your demon dragon halberd is damaged. I bestow this weapon upon you, wishing for your triumphant return. Bai Qi, overwhelmed with excitement, received the weapon, instantly feeling a surge of destructive power coursing through him. With this weapon, I shall be invincible, unmatched by any. Even the heavenly Tao shall be cleaved in twain. The sixth-generation descendant of the Yin-Yang Master, Zhou Yin, proclaims, according to the celestial calculations, should myriad cultivators ascend simultaneously, a spatial vortex spanning 3,000 miles shall be formed. At that moment, even if the heavenly Tao were to descend, it would find itself ensnared in this eternal maelstrom of annihilation. Gongshu Ban, the fifth generation, hunched yet proud, declares, here lie over 10,000 miniature thunder cannons, which I have shrunk using the art of spatial collapse, equipping each soldier with one. Should the heavenly Tao dare to enter our range, you shall all activate, and surely it shall be obliterated. Li Bing, also of the fifth generation, boasts, on the Great Wall, 100,009 heaven's thunder cannons stand ready. You need only ascend. Even should you falter, I shall guard our territory. Should the heavenly Tao show its face, I will ensure it never returns. All is prepared. It is due to these prodigies, generation after generation, that we witness the grandeur of the Qin dynasty today. Millions of cultivators across the land bear witness to this miraculous moment. The Qin Emperor raises his hand, grasping at the void. As the world's spiritual energy begins to converge frantically upon the 9 tripod cauldrons, he seeks to aid 10,000 ascendants in breaking through their final bottleneck, enabling them all to ascend. The 9 tripod cauldrons hover, their accumulated spiritual essence over millennia, cascading like the Milky Way, transforming into golden beams that envelop the myriad cultivators. Emperor Zhao Zulan gazes upon those geniuses, bound by the spirit lock array for a century, his eyes shimmering with tears. These ascenders, once pawns in his game, now represent the last stake of his entire empire. Today, I, the Great Qin, wager 10,000 ascenders as pieces, with the entire world as the board. The roar of the Qin Emperor shatters the heavens, as the Great Qin sets forth, leaving no blade of grass unturned. Compelling the heavenly Tao to kneel before the Yifeng Palace, witness the glory of the Great Qin Empire. 10,000 cultivators simultaneously channel their powers, their suppressed realms bursting forth like a dam breached, the 900 tiers of barriers shattering with a thunderous roar. Bai Qi's slashing spear rends the clouds, his figure transforming into a black meteor, rushing first towards the barrier of the heavenly Tao, with myriad ascenders following closely behind. The Great Qin Empire, eternal through the ages. The entire court, along with over 1 million observing cultivators, stand witness to this momentous ascension. Such a spectacle invokes a cosmic anomaly. The laws surrounding the heavenly palace begin to twist and fracture, the earth splitting asunder. The entire world trembles. It has come. The moment has finally arrived. Warning. The barrier of the heavenly Tao shows signs of cracking. Danger level, 90. Danger level, 90. The system's sharp alarm echoes within the chamber, jolting Lu Chen awake. The morning sun has yet to rise, and the realm of cultivation is on the brink of collapse. Lu Chen hastily opens his miniature world for observation. What on earth? In merely 1,500 years, the Great Qin Empire has developed to such an extent, with over 1 million in the God Transformation realm. The Ascension realm boasts a staggering 10,000 cultivators. Even more absurdly, this lad Lin Fei has actually produced a spacecraft, the Void Celestial Shuttle, which surpasses any battleship on Earth, its projectiles infused with various world-destroying laws. Fortunately, I woke up in time. Had I lingered a moment longer, I fear this band of lunatics would dismantle the 81 firewalls they had erected. I underestimated Lin Fei, as well as the boundless potential of the world of cultivation. Lu Chen had initially intended to obliterate the Qin Empire outright, but upon witnessing its vibrant activity, he realized he could not dampen the spirits. It would be prudent to collaborate with them. Moreover, outright destruction would diminish the rewards from the subsequent reckoning. Slowly tormenting them and igniting the Ascender's fighting spirit would enhance the rewards. Lin Fei, let me observe how long you, a traveler from another realm, can withstand this. Lu Chen swiftly rose from bed, grasped a handful of soil from the flower pot on the windowsill, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the earth disintegrated midair, transforming into a myriad of dark luminous specks that plunged into the realm of cultivation like a torrent of data. Boom! A colossal sound erupted. reminiscent of the primordial roar at the dawn of creation. It was over. It was over. The legends were true. The calamity of annihilation was indeed upon us. The dark specks descended like meteors, leaving devastation in their wake. Countless cities were instantly reduced to dust, city walls crumbled, stones scattered, and people fled in terror. Cultivators hastily summoned their artifacts, unleashing spells in a desperate bid to thwart the meteoric onslaught, yet they were swiftly obliterated. Mountains collapsed, boulders tumbled, and even the lofty floating cities where the celestial beings typically practiced their arts fell under the meteor's assault. Activate the Great Wall Defense, roared Li Bing, the fifth-generation descendant. A 30,000-meter-high barrier rose with a thunderous crash, colliding with the descending meteors, erupting in a brilliant flash of white light. Countless silver shields surged forth from the celestial observation tower, interweaving in the sky to form a colossal net intended to intercept the meteors. The aspiration was noble, but the reality was harsh. The shields shattered upon contact, silver fragments cascading to earth like shooting stars. Li Bing, unwilling to concede, commanded, "Aim. Fire." Boom, boom, boom. 100,009 Heaven's Thunder cannons fired simultaneously, unleashing purple lightning that surged toward the meteors like a chorus of dragons. Mysterious runes ignited upon the surface of the meteors, defensive codes that Lu Chun had inscribed while scattering the soil. In an instant, the thunderous dragons were absorbed by the meteors, transforming into a more ferocious assault. Form ranks. Bai Qi raised his battle spear high, leading thousands of ascenders into a conical formation, soaring toward the densest cluster of meteors. The spear cleaved through the primordial might, unmatched in power, yet was repelled the moment it made contact with a meteor. What? Bai Qi could hardly believe his eyes. At his perfected ascender stage, augmented by the spiritual energy of the Nine Tripod, he could not shatter even a single small meteor. One ascender attempted to defend with a magical artifact, only to be crushed along with the artifact into a mere pulp, blood splattering his comrades. Instantly vaporized by the intense heat, the Emperor of Qin stood upon the palace battlements, gazing in shock at the apocalyptic scene, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? In the past, calamities had descended only after ascension. Why was it occurring now, before anyone had ascended? Lin Fei's gaze was resolute as he spoke with conviction. Fear not. Everyone, it must be that the heavenly Tao has seen our strength and is eager to test us. Do not be afraid. If we withstand the meteors, we shall succeed. Lu Chun could not help but chuckle. Lin Fei, oh Lin Fei, you truly possess an extraordinary imagination, even to the extent of testing others. I have come to collect you. Chapter 13. The Great Qin Prevails. Lin Fei led several hundred members of the Tiangong Pavilion, soaring into the sky aboard 300 Void Patrol shuttles. Ascend, ascend, ascend. The diamond formation of the 300 shuttles pierced through the clouds. Lin Fei's pupils reflected the oncoming tide of meteors, approaching with an unimaginable velocity that seemed to tear the fabric of space. Lock onto the core meteor. 3, 2, 1, boom. The entire sky was illuminated by the bombardment of rule-based projectiles. The beams of light emitted from the shuttles distorted space, annihilating countless meteors. Did we succeed? A young cultivator began, but before he could finish, the exploded meteors fragmented into countless shards the size of fingernails, raining down upon the shuttles. Lin Fei roared, "Quick! Dodge!" Yet, it was too late. Dozens of shuttles were instantly penetrated and exploded. Even more terrifying, those minute fragments reassembled in the void, forming hundreds of colossal black serpents composed of destructive rules, opening their gaping maws to strike at the remaining shuttles. Initiate spatial leap. We must escape. Lin Fei yanked the control stick, but the speed of the black serpents was astonishing. One of them ensnared the tail of a shuttle, and with a horrific scream, the shuttle was torn asunder. Two cultivators barely managed to escape the cabin, only to be obliterated by the pursuing shards. Retreat. Gather towards the Great Wall. Lin Fei's roar was laced with desperation. The remaining shuttles formed a defensive formation, retreating while returning fire, each leaving a long trail of fiery wake. By the time they finally entered the protective perimeter of the Great Wall, fewer than 80 of the original 300 shuttles remained, with the remnants still ablaze in the sky, resembling a mournful elegy. The Qin Emperor gazed up at the oncoming tide of black serpents and meteor storms, his expression devoid of fear, instead blossoming with the arrogant smile reminiscent of his campaigns against the Six Kingdoms a millennium prior. 1 million Xuanjia guards. Fight to the death with me. His furious roar shattered the clouds for miles, as a million Xian guards echoed his battle cry. They mounted their iron steeds, charging headlong into the meteor swarm like moths drawn to a flame. The great Qin shall not retreat. Before the proclamation could fully escape his lips, the foremost Xian guard was vaporized by a meteor. The guards behind him trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing their charge. Clear the path for His Majesty. Amidst the rising chorus of shouts, the Xian guards crushed the soul-keeping jade amulets at their waists, opting for self-detonation. The shockwaves from the explosions created ripples within the meteor storm, saturating the sky with a deep purplish-black hue stained by the blood of the guards. Survivors among the populace, witnessing the blood-soaked torrent created by the million Xian guards, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The earlier valor, akin to moths flying into the flame, had etched the name Great Qin deeply into the fabric of existence. Observing this scene, Lu Qin shook his head. It seemed he had overestimated the Great Qin. This was nothing short of a sacrificial endeavor. However, in the next moment, what? Lu Qin stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. As a sea of corpses formed a blood-red barrier across the sky, effectively obstructing the meteor's trajectory, Lu Qin realized he was facing a group of zealots willing to burn everything to protect their homeland. These fanatics were challenging his authority as the embodiment of heavenly will in the most primal and awe-inspiring manner possible. Ding ding ding, the system incessantly rewards. The million flesh and blood Great Wall triggers the martyr achievement, granting 10 resistance energy. The national struggle activates the United We Stand achievement, bestowing an additional 5 resistance energy. Haha, delightful, utterly delightful. It seems I had indeed been excessively cautious before, annihilating civilizations too swiftly, accumulating energy far too sparingly. It turns out, the more I ignite their fighting spirit, the more abundant the rewards. Lu Qin couldn't help but rub his hands together. Patience, patience. I shan't allow your demise to come so swiftly. I shall extract every last ounce of your energy. Ha! Heavens will. Are you mocking us? The furious roar of Emperor Qin reverberated through layers of firewalls, causing even the furniture in his rented abode to quiver slightly. Lu Qin's smile abruptly froze, his countenance shifting dramatically. Goodness, could it be that my laughter was too boisterous? No, it couldn't be. How could this Emperor Qin hear me? Unless his power has far surpassed that of the Ascended. Could it be he has been concealing his true prowess all along? Emperor Qin did not actually hear Lu Qin's laughter. It was merely the instinct of a formidable being perceiving the mocking presence of heaven's will, cloaked in the ethereal image of a black dragon. Emperor Qin threw his head back in laughter as the imperial seal of the nation expanded 1,000-fold, transforming into a colossal axe radiating the might of creation. The blade shimmered with the golden light of the 9 tripods' essence, tearing through space like decaying silk. If heavens will lack compassion, then I shall sever these shackles for the common folk. The heavenly axe, infused with millennia of imperial dragon aura, cleaved through the torrent of meteors, instantly rending the heavens asunder. The black serpent disintegrated inch by inch within the chaos. This world has never been dictated by heaven's will. With another swing of his axe, meteors erupted in a chain of explosions. The citizens across the realm gazed in awe at this breathtaking spectacle. The Xuanjia guards moved to tears. Long live your majesty. Long live the Great Qin. Bai Qi and many ascended beings, who had previously succumbed to despair, reignited their hope under Emperor Qin's inspiration. Bai Qi, leading the remaining 300 ascended, bore a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Form ranks. Point your swords to the heavens. 300 celestial swords, guided by the path-cleaving halberd, coalesced into a resplendent sword array reminiscent of a starry river. The first meteor collided with the array, instantly reducing 3 ascended to mere blood mist, yet the array remained steadfast in its advance. Boom, boom, boom. One meteor after another was shattered by the sword array. Purification. Bai Qi bellowed as the 300 celestial swords unleashed golden Dao patterns. The patterns intertwined, forming a dense web of light that enveloped the shattered remnants of meteors, causing them to evaporate into nothingness. They had learned from experience. Once a meteor was shattered, there could be no chance for reformation. Immediate purification and evaporation were paramount. Lin Fei had also regained his composure, guiding the remaining Tai Su celestial shuttles to operate at full capacity, maneuvering through the meteors with speed. Open fire with main and auxiliary cannons. Clear a bloody path for me. Upon the Great Wall, Li Bing's silver hair danced wildly as his cracked hands pressed firmly against the thunder cannon. Infuse the spirit. Infuse it again. The Formation Masters continuously spewed their lifeblood, channeling their spiritual energy into the Nine Heavens Thunder Cannon. The barrel glowed a fiery red, on the brink of explosion, yet the soldiers frantically continued to load energy. Numerous thunderous cannons erupted, shattering the controlled Xianwei into smithereens. Not a single soul flinched, all aimed at the meteors, unleashing a barrage of bombardment. On the ground, countless cultivators emerged from their initial terror. They understood that fleeing was futile. Only resistance could offer a glimmer of hope. The God Transformation Stage cultivators summoned their life-bound treasures, forming formidable defenses in the air, while the Foundation Establishment disciples erected temporary formations on the ground, channeling spiritual energy to their airborne counterparts. Throughout the Great Qin Empire, from the highest echelons to the youngest, everyone engaged in this life-and-death struggle. The battle had escalated to its most brutal phase. Bai Qi's sword formation lay in tatters, his slashing halberd shattered in a final assault. As a massive meteor descended upon him, Bai Qi realized evasion was beyond his capacity. The ascenders beside him had dwindled to mere remnants. He spread his arms wide, a serene smile gracing his face. "Your Majesty, I have not brought shame upon you. Great Qin shall endure." With a thunderous bang, Bai Qi was reduced to dust. The remaining ascenders chose to self-destruct, utilizing their last vestiges of strength to impede the meteor's advance. Amidst the ruins, a diminutive figure approached. Bai Ling, the 15-year-old grandson of Bai Qi, stepped upon the remnants of the founding ancestor's armor, retrieving the fragmented halberd. In the boy's eyes, there were no tears, only unwavering resolve. "Ancestor, I am proud of you. From this day forth, I am the second generation of Bai Qi. I shall inherit your will and continue to safeguard Great Qin." With a resounding boom, the final meteor was struck down by Lin Fei's celestial voyager. The skies returned to tranquility. No one dared to believe their eyes. Had they truly emerged victorious? They had succeeded. Amidst the ruins of the ninefold celestial pavilion, Emperor Qin, leaning on the cracked heaven-splitting axe, slowly rose. His black dragon robe lay in tatters, revealing a body marred by burns. He threw his head back in laughter. I have done it." After Lin Fei's celestial voyager collided with the meteor, it spiraled out of control, crashing to the ground. The hatch burst open, and Lin Fei, bloodied and gasping, knelt heavily on one knee. Disciples of the Artisan's Pavilion rushed to assist, but he clutched them tightly, tears streaming down his face. "We have won. We have triumphed." At the Great Wall, Li Bing, the fifth generation, leaned against a shattered parapet, slowly sinking down, coughing up blood. "We have held the line. At last, we have defended it. My task is complete." With those final words, Li Bing closed his eyes forever. On the ground, cultivators sheathed their flying swords, trembling as they knelt. Acquaintances and strangers alike, whether cultivators or commoners, embraced and wept. It was unclear who first shouted "Long live Great Qin," but that cry ignited like a wildfire, sweeping across the land. The entire empire plunged into jubilation as fireworks, formed from the spiritual energy of cultivators, erupted in the night sky above the Xianyang Palace. Streets brimmed with spiritual wines and delicacies. Even the most destitute beggar received a spiritual fruit that took 5 centuries to grow. Just as everyone began to relax, a colossal crimson countdown appeared in the sky. 59, 59, 59, 58, 59, 57. What was this? Whose cruel jest was this? Chapter 14. The rewards of the heavenly way on the streets. The common folk rejoiced exuberantly. "Look, an extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens. Surely this is an auspicious sign of having surmounted the heavenly tribulation." An excited cultivator exclaimed. "It is said that after the heavenly tribulation, there must be a transformation. The numbers concealed within may very well be treasures of the heavenly way." Upon utterance of these words, thousands of cultivators brandished their flying swords and soared into the sky, rushing towards the countdown visible above. Emperor Qin raised his gaze to the enormous digits in the sky, his brow furrowed, and the relaxation he had just experienced was instantly replaced by tension. What on earth is this? Before he could finish his thought, Emperor Qin unleashed a powerful punch, directing a shadowy dragon towards the countdown. The dragon's fist astonishingly pierced through the numbers, revealing them to possess no tangible form. Lin Fei was taken aback, unable to comprehend. This is a countdown, a method of timing from Earth. 60 minutes constitute an hour. As a former gaming coach, Lin Fei suddenly came to a realization. The heavenly tribulation had not concluded. They had merely passed the initial stage, and the second stage was imminent. Emperor Qin was driven to madness. They had achieved victory, so why was it not over? According to the ancient stele, the apocalyptic heavenly tribulation was not meant to occur but once. Losing his composure, Emperor Qin reached out into the air, seizing Lin Fei, who was at the ascendant stage 900, with utter ease. You mean to say that this countdown is your Earth's method of timekeeping? Thus, the Heavenly Way is comprised of beings from your world. You are in league with the Heavenly Way. Lin Fei's mind was in turmoil. He had not anticipated that the Heavenly Way employed Earth's timing methods. His eyes reddened. Your Majesty, for 500 years, I have stood by your side, my family. My wife, my son, my grandchildren, all reside in this world. I have long since become a part of it. Do you still doubt me? Emperor Qin's expression darkened. Then how do you explain this number? Lin Fei responded earnestly. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Did I not tell you that there should be more than one Heavenly Way? They must be acquainted with one another. Hence it is not unusual that they are familiar with Earth's timing methods. Perhaps the great Qin and Earth were both conceived by the same Heavenly Way, which would explain the striking similarities in our histories. Pausing momentarily, Lin Fei continued. Did I not convey to you before that much like a game? We have merely cleared the first level? The countdown signifies that there are subsequent levels to follow, the second, the third, until we achieve victory. Even the proud and haughty Emperor Qin aged considerably in that moment, his voice tinged with despair. Are you implying that we sacrificed 100,000 Xianwei, lost the formidable Bai Qi, and endured the destruction of nearly half our cities, merely to pass the first level? Lin Fei declared robustly. Your Majesty, do not fret. Based on my gaming experience, each level cleared yields a plethora of rewards, enabling players to advance to the second and third levels until they triumph. Heavenly rewards. Emperor Qin's eyes lit up, and he swiftly released Lin Fei from his grip. Lin Aiqing, you know well that Bai Qi has perished. I am deeply saddened. You are now the only one I can trust. Lin Fei bowed deeply. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall serve with utmost dedication until my last breath. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Qin could not contain his applause. Indeed, it is only fitting for a game coach to regard me as merely a character in their gaming narrative. Soon, I shall bestow upon you a grand reward. He he he. The thought of what is about to transpire brings an uncontrollable smile to Lu Qin's face. The hourglass of anticipation swiftly runs out, and all await with bated breath for the arrival of the celestial rewards. At that moment, a cockroach scuttles past Lu Qin's feet. He seizes it with a tissue and casts it into the realm of cultivation. To his astonishment, this cockroach transforms into a sensuous and voluptuous female counterpart, and upon landing, she expands to the size of a colossal hill, her tail sprouting thousands of pod-like sacs, each containing 100 hatchlings. At this juncture, the Burning Incense Valley, one of the 10 foremost sects of the Great Qin, is soaring through the skies on swords, in search of the heavenly rewards, serendipitously passing through this domain. The sect leader, Wen Qingzi, immediately discerns the extraordinary nature of the female cockroach. The translucent sacs at her tail radiate a spirit energy more potent than that of celestial-grade spirit stones. Ha ha ha. A reward from the heavens. We are the first to discover it. Such a monumental opportunity. Quickly, slay this beast and seize its crystals. The eldest disciple, Su Hani, smirks with disdain, a mere insect. Hardly worthy of our attention. Master, allow me to demonstrate. At just 20 years of age, Su Hani has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation stage. A prodigy of a millennium, and is ranked second on the Great Qin's Young Talents list. Mystic Ice Thousand Mechanism Technique. The sword in Su Hani's hand instantly fractals into 1,000 shards of ice, cascading like a waterfall aimed at the cockroach's head. Truly, my most cherished disciple. Praises Wen Qingzi. Yet, in the next heartbeat, laughter ceases abruptly. The icy barrage is effortlessly evaporated. The female cockroach remains unscathed. Su Hani stands in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Even an ancient ferocious beast could not so easily withstand my self-created technique. It seems my senior brother is showing mercy. Then I shall make my move. The second disciple, Li Tianxiao, decisively strikes with the moon-slicing blade, which transforms into a 100-meter blade, cleaving down with the force to part mountains. Die. But before his words can fully escape, the cockroach flicks out needle-like antennae that pierce through his chest. Warm blood splatters upon her shell, instantly corroded into wisps of green smoke. Tianxiao. The elder is filled with rage and sorrow. This was his cherished disciple. He summons the imperial-grade artifact, the Burning Heaven Cauldron. The bronze cauldron, imbued with heavenly fire, hurtles toward the cockroach, only to be swallowed whole. What? The elder stands in stunned silence. Retreat immediately. When Qingzi commands, pointing his sword to the sky, 1,000 disciples exert all their strength to ascend on their swords. However, the countless small cockroaches unfurl their spiky wings, pursuing them like a tide of darkness, launching poisonous arrows. A venomous arrow pierces a disciple's protective mirror, instantly dissolving him into a pool of blood. Cries of despair echo as Su Hani brandishes his broken sword in defense, yet is utterly powerless. No. How could I possibly perish here? The Elder of Heavenly Secrets had foretold my destiny, proclaiming that I would become the paramount being of the realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, I was torn to shreds and devoured by a horde of countless cockroaches. In less than 10 seconds, the 1,000 souls of the Incense Valley were consumed entirely. They could not fathom the cruel twist of fate. Was it not promised that the heavenly Tao would bestow rewards? How had it transformed into a calamity of annihilation? The entire sky was draped in a purplish-black hue, as the matriarch cockroach emitted a deafening shriek, accompanied by 1,000,000 minions spreading forth. Wherever they traversed, mountains crumbled and spiritual energy dissipated. In the grand hall of the Apang Palace, the emperor was informed, "Your Majesty, the southern territories have succumbed to lifelessness." The herald burst through the palace doors, his armor shattered, barely clinging to life, clutching a specially crafted spirit jade, transmitting the harrowing images into the Qianquan mirror. The Emperor Qin, Lin Fei, Bai Qi's successor by Ling, Wang Jin's heir Wang Bin, and the 6th generation of Gongxu Ban. All core members widened their eyes in horror as the Qianquan mirror displayed the catastrophic devastation wrought by the monstrous beasts upon the cities and sections. Emperor Qin seethed with fury. "Lin Fei, is this what you referred to as the Heavenly Tao's reward?" Lin Fei, trembling with dread, protested. "No, something is amiss. The Heavenly Tao does not adhere to logic. We clearly passed the first trial. Why are there no rewards?" "Wait, this is a cockroach." The Emperor's voice was icy. "What is a cockroach?" Lin Fei recalled. "It is a common insect on Earth, no larger than a finger, easily crushed underfoot. But how could they appear here, in such a terrifying form?" The images revealed thousands of innocent citizens being shredded, devoured, and chewed by the relentless tide of insects, a sight too horrific to bear. The city lord, leading tens of thousands of cultivators in resistance, could not even slay a single ordinary larva, let alone the colossal matriarch cockroach looming behind. "Your Majesty, the Northern Territory has fallen." Another herald, bloodied and battered, rushed in. "Report. Your Majesty, the western veins of spiritual energy have been parasitized by the beast's egg sacs. The spiritual energy is rapidly depleting. Your Majesty, the beasts are advancing towards the heavenly palace." One herald after another arrived, bringing grim tidings. The hall fell into a grave silence, the only sound being the ominous buzzing of the swarm emanating from the Qianquan mirror. The court officials, both civil and military, sank into despair, seemingly resigned to their fate. Even Emperor Qin had lost his fighting spirit, realizing that even if they survived this onslaught, further waves of attacks loomed ominously ahead, with no end in sight. Yet Lin Fei's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He discovered that the matriarch cockroach bore a health bar. As long as there is a health bar, even deities can be vanquished. His instincts as a seasoned gamer ignited a flicker of hope. That is a boss, the very chief of the dungeon. No wonder there were no rewards earlier. We had yet to defeat the boss. Generally, upon slaying the chief, it signifies the completion of the trial, and we shall reap abundant spoils. Your Majesty, everyone, do not give up. Chapter 15. The might of the Qin Emperor Lu Chun was on the verge of uncontrollable laughter. How could Lin Fei be so adept at fabricating scenarios? After 5 centuries, he remained so naive. No wonder he fell victim to the deception of a tea-selling maiden. He genuinely believed in the existence of a young girl living in harmony with her grandfather, subsisting through the sale of tea. The Qin Emperor was visibly moved. "Lin Fei, are you certain that by vanquishing this cockroach, we shall achieve victory and avert another heavenly tribulation?" Lin Fei replied, "I cannot ascertain whether there will be a subsequent occurrence, but I am confident that by defeating the boss, we can secure a temporary triumph." The Emperor's countenance darkened. "I shall trust you once more." With that, he abruptly rose, his dragon robe billowing, causing the entire Xianyang heavenly palace to tremble violently with his movements. Above, the 36 perpetual lamps burst simultaneously. He gazed into the Qianquan mirror at the colossal mother cockroach, his murky eyes igniting with brilliant golden light. His voice resonating like a great bell. "Then let this old bone of mine personally confront the foe." "Your Majesty, No. Bai Qi too, Wang Jin too. And several other generals stepped forward in unison. We are willing to fight to the death. There is no need for your majesty to take such perilous risks. The Qin emperor laughed heartily, his laughter tearing through the clouds, creating fissures in space for miles around. Can you not see the mystical patterns upon that creature's forehead? Its cultivation has long surpassed the pinnacle of ascension. At this proclamation, the entire court turned pale, gasps of astonishment echoing throughout. Wang Bin too, age 200, stood at the pinnacle of the ascension realm at level 920, recognized as the mightiest general of the Qin. He could scarcely believe it. Surpassing the pinnacle of ascension? How is that possible? Is not the ascension realm the highest level? The emperor offered no response, his aura surging dramatically. A force, more tyrannical and boundless than spiritual energy, erupted from within him. This was divine power, a type of energy that transcended spiritual power. The very laws of heaven and earth began to twist and unravel. His white hair, seemingly animated by an invisible wind, transformed into strands of golden silk, revealing his bronze skin adorned with intricate patterns. A century ago, I shattered the shackles of the ascension realm. Yet, to prevent the cataclysmic tribulation that would accompany my ascent, I have long suppressed my own cultivation. Now, I shall no longer hold back. Today, I shall slay this heavenly aberration with my transcendent prowess. Ding, ding, ding. Warning, warning. The entire microcosm shimmered with a crimson glow. Danger level, 100. Lu Chun could hardly believe his eyes. What was happening? The transcendent realm, the dominion realm, the divine realm. The heavenly path system had inexplicably introduced 3 new tiers of cultivation. This indicated that the cultivation template had been forcibly updated. Henceforth, the immortal civilization that Lu Chun established could potentially reach these 3 new realms. This significantly heightened the threat to him. Qin Emperor Zhao Zuolan had already brushed against the threshold of the transcendent realm. He had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to conceal his strength, all to eliminate the heavenly path. Fortunately, Lin Fei, the time traveler, had constructed the Great Wall, the mausoleum of the first emperor, and the celestial shuttle, among other wonders, continuously increasing the danger level. Thus, Lu Chun had no choice but to initiate the cataclysmic tribulation ahead of schedule. Otherwise, following the original trajectory of development, the Qin emperor merely needed to establish the heavenly Tao alliance and imprison the ascendants, perhaps deceiving himself and thriving for a millennium. Yet, after only 1,500 years, the Qin emperor has already reached the celestial realm. One can hardly fathom the power that might be achieved in 10,000 years. A shiver of dread coursed through him. Holding the heaven-opening axe, the Qin emperor traversed the skies, stepping forth from the heavenly palace of Xianyang. The entire palace trembled violently, unable to withstand the oppressive force. In a flash, he tore through the fabric of space, appearing atop the Great Wall. At that moment, the Great Wall had become a hellscape. A swarm of colossal cockroaches surged like a black tide, relentlessly assaulting the walls, which crumbled inch by inch under the corrosive liquid. Lin Fei joined the fray. Brandishing his command flag, Xianwei, heed my command. Channel your spirit energy and fire the 9 heavens thunder cannon. A barrage of artillery erupted, yet these cockroaches, akin to the indomitable, could seemingly resurrect after destruction, absorbing the energy of the attacks to evolve. Celestial Punishment Legion, fight to the death with me. Wang Bin led 1,000 ascendant warriors, transforming into streaks of light as they plunged into the tide of insects. Their divine weapons sparked against the hardened shells of the colossal cockroaches, yet only provoked a more frenzied counterattack. In the blink of an eye, half of their elite force was reduced to mere pulp. Witnessing the increasing numbers and strength of the cockroaches, Lin Fei suddenly recalled. Cockroaches fear high temperatures. No matter how powerful they become, their instincts remain unchanged. Wang Bin understood intuitively, and without hesitation, ignited his spiritual sea, flames engulfing his arrows as they shot skyward, exploding into a sea of fire in midair. With my spiritual sea as fuel, and my soul as the guide, the Celestial Punishment Legion roared in unison, their hair turning to ash, an eerie red glow emanating from beneath their skin. Some detonated all their spirit energy, annihilating a Tianzhong radius of insects. Others, their nascent souls emerging, transformed into fiery beings, burrowing into the cockroaches' bodies to perish alongside them. Disgusting vermin, perish. Wang Bin howled to the heavens, a towering inferno of blood erupting around him as he drew back his bow, which emitted a mournful wail. With a thunderous shout, countless fiery arrows tore through the sky. The struck cockroaches screeched as their shells exploded under the intense heat, their bodies vanishing into nothingness. Wang Bin, frenzied, continued to draw his bow with each release. Innumerable flaming arrows pierced the air. Despite a gaping wound in his abdomen, exposing bone, his intestines slipping from the gash, and blood gushing forth, he remained undeterred. His focus was solely on the enemy, fueled by an inferno of rage. Come, come. He cackled uncontrollably, his laughter resonating with madness and determination. Arrows of blood fell like rain, the sea of fire consuming the skies, as the insect horde collapsed in droves. His garments tattered. He resembled a vengeful spirit returning from the depths of hell. As the last cockroach turned to ash, Wang Bin's legs could no longer support him, and he collapsed heavily into the pool of blood. Surrounding him lay the bodies of the Celestial Punishment Legion. He gazed towards the distant battle between the Qin Emperor and the Mother Cockroach, where golden light intertwined with shadow. Wang Bin's vision began to blur. Yet he strained to straighten his back, droplets of blood staining the great Qin battle flag. A swarm of insects, nothing more. Wang Bin's voice was faint yet filled with pride. Your Majesty, I, the Wang family, shall not fail. His body collapsed with a thunderous crash. General Wang. Lin Fei's eyes were reddened with admiration for Wang Bin, who had steadfastly defended the Empire's final line of defense. Lin Fei yearned to descend and slay the enemies, yet he understood that he could not perish. He had a more significant mission to fulfill. A roar erupted as if the mother cockroach sensed the annihilation of its progeny, shaking the very heavens and earth. It opened its colossal maw, spewing forth a toxic mist that obscured the sun. The Qin Emperor, with hair dancing wildly, coalesced a golden axe of immeasurable length. Heaven S open. The axe cleaved through space, bisecting the noxious fog. The touched mist evaporated instantly, transforming into countless purple lightning bolts that detonated amidst the clouds. The mother cockroach's bulging eyes turned crimson as it swung its antennae, comparable to mountain ranges, sweeping towards him. The Qin Emperor flickered and appeared above the antennae, bringing the mighty axe down heavily. With a resounding crack, the antennae shattered, and viscous green blood poured forth like a waterfall, boiling the earth and turning it into a hell on earth. The mother cockroach descended into utter madness, its numerous limbs frantically tearing at the fabric of reality, summoning a multitude of dark wormholes. Thousands of poisonous stingers shot forth from these wormholes. The ovipositor at its rear swelled uncontrollably, poised to unleash a tide of insects capable of engulfing the entire Qin realm. Yet, the Qin Emperor laughed heartily as 9 phantoms emerged from behind him, spirits of the 9 monarchs of rival nations he had slain throughout his life. They transformed into 9 dragons, infusing the axe with their essence. Dragons ascend to the heavens. The axe fell with a thunderous crash, the 9 dragons weaving through the air, shattering every attack as if entering an unguarded realm. What is the heavenly path? What is the heavenly calamity? The Qin Emperor pointed skyward, his eyes radiating golden light, declaring, If the heavenly path obstructs me, I shall cleave it asunder. In this world, only my will is the true heavenly path. Fornima? This Qin Emperor is exceedingly arrogant. He truly deserved the title of the sovereign who established the first unified dynasty. Even Lu Qin, in his divine mode, felt a twinge of respect. Lu Qin hastily infused the mother cockroach with the energy of the heavenly path, attempting to forcibly elevate its realm to that of a divine being. Operation failed. Current heavenly path system, level 2 low. Can only create creatures of the town domain realm at most. Town domain it is, but that is still a level above the Qin Emperor. The mother cockroach, on the brink of death, began to regenerate at a visible pace, with the surface of its shell manifesting the patterns of laws, an imprint unique to the town domain realm. It opened its massive mouth, no longer exuding toxic mist, but rather a prison of the town domain infused with spatial laws. Within this realm, gravity, time, and elemental rules twisted simultaneously. The Qin Emperor wiped the blood from his lips, his white hair standing on end from the pressure of the town domain. Yet he laughed maniacally at the heavens. Heavenly path, you truly lurk in the shadows. Come forth, if you dare. Aha, you coward. You are as ugly as this mother cockroach. Witness how I slay it. Lu Qin's face darkened. That was an insult too foul. Had it not been for the desire to accumulate more energy, Lu Qin would have effortlessly crushed the Qin Emperor with a mere finger. The matriarch cockroach sensed Lu Qin's fury, and the prison of the town domain abruptly sealed, the space twisting madly like a meat grinder. The runes on the heaven-splitting axe faded into oblivion, as 9 dragon souls were ruthlessly torn asunder. The Qin Emperor shielded his divine essence of the celestial realm, desperately resisting. His dragon robe turned to ash, his chest pierced, and every inch of his skin corroded, erupting with minute droplets of blood. The Qin Emperor's complexion turned pale. Yet he still laughed heartily. Heavenly Tao, is this all you are capable of? Roar. In an instant, the matriarch cockroach's colossal pincers pierced through the Qin Emperor's shoulder blade. The Emperor was nailed to the ground, and the earth itself sank 100 fathoms under this tremendous force. Thousands of bone spikes emerged from the void, raining down upon the Qin Emperor with relentless ferocity. The bone spikes emitted a squelching sound as they penetrated flesh, and with each extraction, they drew forth gouts of blood and flesh. Upon the Great Wall, Lin Fei's vision blurred with tears. He pounded furiously against the prison of the town domain, his voice cracking in a desperate roar. Release His Majesty. If you dare, come at me. The Xuanjia guards knelt in unison, tears mingling with their blood. Yet the Qin Emperor's mirth never waned, blood continuously oozing from between his teeth, as if savoring the finest nectar of the world. This was the indomitable spirit etched into the very bones of every old Qin citizen. The matriarch cockroach raised its massive antennae, poised for a fatal strike. Chapter 16. The Celestial Path has descended. At the moment when everyone believed the Qin Emperor had fallen, a green light enveloped him. After a millennium of suppression, liberation had finally arrived. The Emperor emitted a brilliance more radiant than the sun, and his battered body began to self-repair, his meridians igniting like burning iron chains. It turned out that the Qin Emperor had endured hundreds of years of repressed power, his body long congested and stagnant. Even without the attack from the monstrous cockroach, his days would have been numbered. Yet, this turmoil had inadvertently facilitated his resurrection. Thank you, wretched cockroach, for clearing the blockages in my meridians. Now, it is my turn. Years of accumulated divine essence erupted like a volcano, causing the entire prison of the town to tremble violently. From afar, in the direction of the Xianyang Palace, 9 ancient bronze cauldrons soared into the sky, their surfaces adorned with engraved landscapes transforming into 9 true golden dragons that surged toward the battlefield. With a devastating blow, the celestial axe, infused with the might of the 9 cauldrons, cleaved downwards. The prison of the town shattered, and the monstrous cockroach recoiled in terror, entangled by the 9 golden dragons. For the first time, fear flickered in its eyes. Roar. Roar. This is the moment I have awaited. The Qin Emperor's fighting spirit surged. As he leaped high into the air, the axe's blade casting a shadow that spanned thousands of meters, crashing down upon the vast body of the cockroach. The very heavens seemed to split in two. The monstrous cockroach exploded amidst golden light, its dark green blood splattering across the ground. The Qin Emperor hovered in midair, his white hair billowing, entwined by dragons, more resplendent than ever before. We have triumphed. The soldiers atop the Great Wall erupted in ecstatic cheers, tears flowing freely. Lin Fei gazed at the steadfast silhouette of the Qin Emperor, a tide of reverence swelling within him. This unparalleled sovereign had once again safeguarded the peace of the Qin dynasty with his own might. After slaying the monstrous cockroach, the Emperor's realm ascended once more, directly breaking through to the town domain stage. Should he ascend further to the divine human realm, he could threaten Lu Chen's very existence. Celestial Path. Open your eyes and behold. The Qin Emperor ignited the carcass of the Mother Mantis with divine fire. The creature you nurtured merely serving as a whetstone for my breakthrough. An imperial manifestation coalesced behind him, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters. His eyes ablaze with unparalleled arrogance. From humble beginnings, I have shattered the boundaries of the world. Today, with flesh and blood, I shall slay gods and demons. Celestial Path. Your cage is but a triviality that I disdain. If you possess the courage, descend yourself. Otherwise, the Qin Emperor raised the celestial axe, pointing it towards the heavens, daring it to remain hidden while I reduce this nonsensical celestial path to mere dust. Arrogance. Such unfathomable arrogance. Very well then, since you wish for my descent, I shall oblige you. Lu Chen, extending a single finger into the small world, pressed down towards the Qin Emperor. The sky abruptly twisted into a bizarre vortex. The Emperor's wild laughter abruptly silenced. The entire firmament was invisibly torn apart, the clouds swirling to either side, revealing a deep purple rift in the void. From within the rift emerged a seemingly ordinary but infinitely vast finger, its fingernail comparable in size to the entirety of Xianyang Palace. What is that? A human hand? Lin Fei's mind went blank. The weapons in the hands of the Xuanjia guards clattered to the ground, some even losing control and collapsing in fear. In the distant mountains, the beasts of the wild emitted collective cries of terror. Those ancient ferocious creatures, once lords of their domains, now curled up in a ball, trembling as they buried their heads in the earth. The pupils of the Qin Emperor constricted to the size of pinpricks. He had never felt such a terrifying pressure. Was this the might of the heavenly Tao? That finger continued to press down, the space distorted and compressed invisibly, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. Countless cultivators did not even have time to scream before being crushed into pulp. This was impossible. An ancient hermit, secluded for a millennium, trembled as he raised his thunderwood sword. The heavenly Tao had actually manifested in human form. Before he could finish his thought, the sword was reduced to powder, and the hermit's body exploded under the immense pressure, even his nascent soul obliterated into nothingness. Throughout the vast Qin territory, whether commoners or hidden powerhouses, all were like leaves in a tempest, compelled to kneel, prostrating themselves before the ground. More terrifying still was that the descent of that finger appeared slow, yet it transcended time and space. Lin Fei broke through his defenses. The heavenly Tao was indeed human, and he shamelessly descended to confront them. It was akin to a game where players constantly berated the developers or the game master. No matter how furious the developers became, they could not target the players, let alone descend to deal with them directly. And now, Lin Fei could hardly believe it. The heavenly Tao had come down. Lin Fei finally realized his grave mistake. He had been wrong from the very beginning. This was not a selection, not a test, but rather a unilateral manipulation by the heavenly Tao. The Qin Emperor gazed up at the finger that obscured the sun, pressing down upon him. An overwhelming force locking the surrounding space, a magnitude 1,000 times greater than any confinement. Not even the hem of his garment could be lifted. The entire world had knelt. Yet one man remained standing. Qin Emperor. He straightened his spine, raised his head, his gaze fierce and bright, laughing heartily. Heavenly Tao, you have finally made your move. Ha ha ha. I shall not fear you. I shall ensure your journey is one way. Ignorance. Lu Chun, creator of 5 civilizations, had, for the first time in history, been provoked. For the first time, he unleashed his voice. A terrifying sound wave enveloped the world. The Great Wall collapsed with a resounding crash. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and rivers reversed their flow. Countless powerful cultivators were shattered into pieces. Even the Qin Emperor's eardrums ruptured, blood streaming down his cheeks. Yet he remained proud and unyielding, devoid of any fear. It is you who are ignorant. I am the Emperor of Qin, guardian of this realm, protector of countless subjects. How could I bow to you, the tyrant of the heavens? I deliberately angered you to eradicate you completely. Upon finishing, a crimson glow erupted from the Emperor's body as he burned his own essence, his cultivation distilled over a millennium. The blazing essence resembling a blood-red sunset illuminating the entire world. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the Qin Emperor forcefully broke through. He transcended the bounds of confinement and entered the realm of the divine. The realm of the divine, a state possessing true divine power, capable of creating and destroying worlds, slaying the heavens and vanquishing gods. Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The entire miniature world began to destabilize, warning alarms blaring incessantly. It was on the brink of explosion. Damn it. The Emperor of Qin is not merely arrogant. He genuinely seeks to end my life. Furthermore, he has schemed for this moment for a millennium. The Emperor's divine power surged forth, and with a spurt of divine blood, the heaven-splitting axe was instantaneously activated with ancient runes. Subsequently, the Emperor infused all his divine strength into the axe, bellowing, "My great Qin shall not be touched by any, even if you are the heavens." The heaven-splitting axe expanded infinitely, reaching the size of Lu Chen's finger. Die for me. With a wrathful fury, laden with murderous intent and divine might. The axe froze time and space as it cleaved towards Lu Chen's finger. Boom. A catastrophic roar erupted, and the entire miniature world shattered beneath the onslaught of this power. Yet, that seemingly ordinary finger remained unmoved, merely pausing momentarily before exerting even greater force, pressing down relentlessly. The Emperor's expression turned blank, his gaze dimmed. He had already attained the pinnacle of the divine realm. This was the highest state in the world. And yet he found himself inferior to a mere strand of the heavenly Tao? He had grossly underestimated the power of the heavenly Tao. Great Qin, I have done my utmost. The Emperor was overwhelmed with helplessness and unwillingness, his eyes filled solely with regret, devoid of fear. Ultimately, Lu Qin's finger pressed down upon the emperor, and the enhanced power of the heavenly Tao instantaneously obliterated his very essence, extinguishing all 7 souls and 6 spirits. In that fleeting moment of demise, the emperor's memories flashed before him like a rapid slideshow. As a youth, he read the Book of Lord Shang by candlelight, vowing to conquer the world and unify the realm under Great Qin. Before the pass of Hangu, the iron cavalry surged like a black torrent, and with a bronze sword in hand, he raised his arm in a fervent call to arms, rallying the valiant soldiers of Qin to face the national crisis. After unifying Great Qin, he did not rest for a single day, instituting the commandery system, standardizing characters, measurements, and ensuring uniformity in transportation and literature. Upon learning that ascension would lead to the world's destruction, he devoted himself tirelessly to the flames of sacrifice for Great Qin. Alas, he was mistaken. He realized that the heavenly Tao is insurmountable from beginning to end. The heavenly Tao regarded him as mere fodder. At this moment, his consciousness truly perished. A once mighty sovereign has thus fallen. The common folk and cultivators witnessed this scene, engulfed in profound sorrow. "Your Majesty," cried several elder generals, shattering their dantians, their spiritual power transforming into a crimson rainbow that pierced the heavens, sacrificing themselves to accompany their emperor in death. The officials of Great Qin collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair, abandoning all resistance. Lu Qin retracted his finger, his brow furrowing. A slender wound slowly opened. He had, astonishingly, sustained an injury. Chapter 17. The heavenly path has a blood bar. Even the slightest wound instilled a profound sense of dread within Lu Qin. If the Qin emperor were to cultivate for another 100 years, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Fei's eyes were vacant and devoid of spirit. Tears welled up as he lamented, "Your Majesty, I was wrong. It is all my fault. I believe this was merely a game. And it was I who caused your demise. This is far from a game. No game would be so devoid of martial ethics." Reflecting upon the trust the Qin emperor had placed in him, entrusting him with significant responsibilities, Lin Fei's heart ached at the thought that the emperor had perished because of him. If only he had awakened sooner to the truth that the heavenly path was a perverse entity, that this was not a trial, but rather a brutal slaughter. The emperor would have focused on cautious development instead of aggressive advancement. Overwhelmed with guilt, Lin Fei suddenly lifted his head, determination igniting his gaze. "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall uphold my promise and protect your Great Qin." Lin Fei accessed a vast secret chamber deep within the Tiangong Pavilion, where the sole spacecraft capable of breaching barriers and traversing the cosmos lay in wait, the Celestial Voyager. Upon boarding the vessel, Lin Fei arrived at the energy core, where the Lingshu core was prominently situated. Surrounding it were 5 elemental spiritual orbs representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with special orbs of wind, thunder, light, and darkness, collectively forming a Lingshu nuclear device. This nuclear device, an ultimate weapon, was the product of 500 years of collaboration between Lin Fei, Gong Shiban, and their descendants. Though Lin Fei lacked the knowledge for its construction, he explained it through his rudimentary theories. The nuclear explosion occurs when internal energy particles reach a critical point, resulting in an instantaneous geometric surge of energy. Surprisingly, Gong Shiban grasped the concept and began experimentation, ultimately succeeding through the efforts of 5 generations. Yet, it had never been detonated, for the Lingshu was singular. Through the Lingshu core, Lin Fei addressed all the loyal subjects bearing the loyal Qin seal. "Warriors of Qin, I implore you for your spiritual energy. Bestow it upon me. I seek vengeance for the emperor and wish to confront the heavenly path to the bitter end. Only then can you survive. Only then can the Great Qin endure." The loyal Qin seal on the foreheads of the people began to radiate warmth. Without hesitation, the cultivators summoned their spiritual energy, offering their power through the seal. Some even burned their own life essence, enduring pain, yet resolute in their determination to transmit their energy. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens offered their unwavering belief, a form of power in its own right. A multitude of connections formed in the air, linking to Lin Fei's Celestial Voyager. The hum intensified as 108 elemental orbs filled with spiritual energy surged into the Lingshu core. The energy within the core began to undergo rapid fission. Approaching a critical threshold, Lin Fei understood that the core was on the verge of detonation. He piloted the Celestial Voyager, unleashing the main cannon to breach the barriers of the heavenly path, propelling himself into the outer realms of the stellar expanse. There, Lu Chun had established 81 firewalls, akin to a belt of meteors, obstructing any attempts to escape. Yet, Lin Fei disregarded all peril and charged headlong into the meteor belt. I must uncover the secrets that lie beyond. Boom, boom, boom. As Lu Chun applied a band-aid to his injured finger, he witnessed a most extraordinary scene. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Lin Fei, oh Lin Fei, you are remarkable. Given the bond of 2 years as neighbors, I might have spared your life. But you dared to seek mutual destruction. Thus, I must apologize. Before Lin Fei could breach 81 layers of firewalls, Lu Chun took the initiative, striking with his swift palm. A colossal hand emerged in the cosmos, eclipsing the entire expanse. Lin Fei's eyes burned with hatred. The heavenly path, you have finally reappeared. The terrifying hand, imbued with the oppressive might of the heavenly path, sealed the space and froze time. The celestial shuttle was rendered immobile, unable to stir. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Space and time were entirely confined. Even with the ultimate spiritual core bomb, Lin Fei had no opportunity to detonate it. Despair. Utter despair. How could one continue when the heavenly path can halt time itself? Wait, what is that? Lin Fei noticed that one of the enormous fingers was wrapped in gray tape, reminiscent of a band-aid. What is happening? Is the heavenly path not invincible? Why then? Does it employ a band-aid? This is absurd. Even an ordinary citizen of the Great Qin would use basic qi healing for a finger injury. What is this heavenly path? Lin Fei recalled the words of a great figure. All villains are paper tigers. Could it be that this heavenly path is merely a common person wielding borrowed authority? Boom. The firewalls began to collapse layer by layer. Stars plummeted. Space tore apart. Time unraveled. Warning. Warning. Lin Fei realized that the heavenly path was merely an ordinary individual, and his worldview began to crumble. A vast spatial vortex appeared, revealing a hospital room on the other side, where his sister, Lin Wan, stood vigil. All of Lin Fei's memories of Earth surged back. It seemed everything was real, not a dream. He had not anticipated that 500 years had passed for him here, while only a few days had elapsed in the outside world. Sister? Lin Fei gazed at his sister, both familiar yet strange, his eyes moistening involuntarily. He sensed that if he exerted all his strength and soared into this temporal vortex, he could traverse back to Earth. This realm of cultivation, the Great Qin Empire, would then hold no significance for him. But if he truly departed, what would become of the Great Qin? He had promised the Qin Emperor to safeguard the Great Qin Empire. In the Xianying Heavenly Palace, the Qin Crown Prince, Bai Qi's 2nd generation Bai Ling, Li Bing's 6th generation, and Gong Shu Ban's 5th generation, among others, who had fought valiantly for 500 years, beheld the peculiar vortex in the outer space and understood the gravity of the situation, even if they were slow-witted. The Crown Prince Fusu exclaimed, Lin, the situation is dire. There is no need for hesitation. The heavenly path is beyond our defeat. Return to your realm. If you survive, at least you can remember our Great Qin Empire and plant the seeds of civilization for us. If you perish, then all will be lost. Bai Ling, Li Bing's 6th generation, and the descendants of Gong Shu Ban all urged, Lin, you must return. You have dedicated 5 centuries to the Grand Qin, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. None shall cast blame upon you. Alas, a temporal vortex. Lin Fei must not return alive. He possesses knowledge that could jeopardize us. Lu Chun sought to seal the space, but to no avail. Lin Fei's consciousness had already forged a connection with his ailing self on the hospital bed. The confines of the microcosm could no longer restrain him. Lin Wan cried out with fervor, Doctor! Doctor! My brother's finger just moved. The doctor rushed into the room. Incredulous. What a medical miracle. His heartbeat is returning to a normal rhythm. All his bodily indicators are on the rise. Cursed be this fate. Cursed be it. Leave him to me. Lu Chun raged, lunging towards Lin Fei. His enormous hand descended as if swatting a fly, poised to crush the celestial vessel under Lin Fei's command. Yet, the reality vortex loomed before them. Lin Fei required merely 0.01 seconds to plunge into it. Lu Chun was utterly unprepared to intervene. In a moment of dire urgency, the celestial vessel inexplicably altered its course. It was not bound for the temporal vortex, but rather hurtled towards Lu Chun's outstretched hand at breakneck speed. The generals and scholars of the Heavenly Palace stood dumbfounded. Lin, are you mad? Why would you throw yourself into danger? Lin Fei's wife, Bai Shui, was already a cascade of tears. My beloved, return. Please return. She understood better than anyone that Lin Fei whispered the name of his sister in his dreams each night, harboring a deep yearning for a place called Earth. It was well known that over these 5 centuries, Lin Fei had sacrificed immensely for the Qin Empire. He introduced unprecedented ideologies, improved weaponry, and instigated revolutionary changes in cultivation, elevating the empire's might to unprecedented heights. He was never meant for this world. No one demanded he shoulder such burdens, yet he did so without hesitation. A radiant and resolute smile illuminated Lin Fei's face. This is my home, my wife, my children, my family. All are here. How could I leave alone? You have placed your unwavering trust in me, bestowing upon me all your spiritual power. How could I betray you? His gaze tenderly lingered on Bai Shui, as if etching her likeness into the depths of his soul, before sharpening into an eagle's focus, fixed upon the looming hand. Heaven's will. You need not feign divinity. You are but an ordinary man. I recognize your band-aid. You are not invincible. You possess a life force. I can vanquish you. The cold indifference on Lu Chen's face was pierced by a sudden contraction of his pupils as an ominous premonition gripped him. Instinctively, he sought to retract his hand. But it was too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei pressed the self-destruct button of the core. Emperor Qin, I thank you for your benevolence. Bai Shui. Forgive me for my absence. With a resounding explosion, akin to the roar of creation itself, the core detonated. 108 different elemental energy particles erupted, fracturing and fracturing again, each division unleashing geometric multiples of energy until reaching the critical threshold. Warning! Warning! The system emitted a piercing alarm, sharp enough to rupture eardrums. Detection of energy surpassing the first level of the heavenly path has been detected. The world is on the brink of collapse. Warning! Warning! The deafening roar of explosions reverberates. The core of the spirit pivot releases a terrifying energy that could make the universe tremble. Lin Fei and the celestial shuttle are instantaneously vaporized, transformed into countless minuscule particles. Subsequently, a massive vortex of energy waves surges forth from the spirit pivot core, violently radiating outward. The fabric of space, fragile as paper, is effortlessly torn apart, emitting a chilling crackling sound. Lu Chen's meticulously arranged 80 firewalls shatter one after another under the onslaught of this energy wave. He realizes that his time is running out. Should this energy breach the final firewall and invade the realm of reality, he too would be instantaneously vaporized. Heavenly Path Level 1. Heavenly Path Energy 903-1000. Let's trim a 0. Consuming 3 points of Heavenly Path energy, Lu Chen fortifies his palm. Lin Fei, you madman. An absolute lunatic. Perish now. Lu Chen roars. Yet do not underestimate 3 points of Heavenly Path energy. An entire civilization amounts to but a few dozen points. The terrifying Heavenly Path energy surges into his fist, crashing towards the spirit pivot's fission wave. Boom. The collision of these two forces creates a colossal energy crucible, as countless stars explode simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, all energy annihilates each other. The space is mercilessly battered, continually torn and twisted. Lin Fei's delusion of annihilating everything with the spirit pivot's fission wave proves futile before the heavenly path. It is as insignificant as an ant, instantly crushed and consumed. Lin Fei finally comprehends the helplessness and despair felt by Emperor Qin in his final moments. It is an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The heavenly path. Invincible. The Xianying celestial palace collapses with a thunderous roar as Prince Qin, Bai Ling, Bai Shui, and all the civil and military officials reveal relieved smiles, only to be vaporized by the surging heat in an instant. The Great Wall crumbles, the celestial compass atop its tower plummets like a meteor, shattering into fragments. Hundreds of floating mountains disintegrate into countless rubble, cascading down like a mudslide. Thousands of cities are engulfed in a sea of flames. The streets, bridges, and squares within these cities, all are reduced to ashes by this cataclysmic force. The Great Qin Civilization. Annihilated. Chapter 18. The Reckoning of Civilization Silence. An utter desolation. After the cataclysm, an expanse of stillness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Chen sat upon the sofa, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, exhilarating, truly exhilarating. He had nearly ventured too far, yet fortunately, he had succeeded. A full 10 minutes had elapsed. Lu Chen sensed an anomaly. What is happening? Where is the reckoning? The reckoning of civilization. I have utterly exhausted all the energies of the heavenly Tao. The entire microcosm lies in ashes, Yet the reckoning has yet to occur. Realizing that the reckoning was still pending, Lu Qin suddenly recalled the tomb of the Emperor Qin. It remained unscathed. To his astonishment, the defenses of the Qin Emperor's mausoleum were remarkably formidable, enduring devastation that could annihilate the heavens and earth. Lu Qin pinpointed the mausoleum, situated 10,000 meters beneath, and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the 10,000-meter thick earth was effortlessly breached, debris scattering as a dark void extended into the depths of the tomb. Upon detecting an external intrusion, the million terracotta warriors were instantly activated. They awakened in unison, brandishing their weapons, forming an unyielding line of defense. Overestimating their prowess, Lu Qin extended a single finger, gently flicking it. With a series of muffled pops, the million terracotta warriors shattered under the impact, transforming into countless fragments of pottery that littered the ground. Lu Qin tore through layer upon layer of traps, his consciousness finally reaching the innermost sanctum of the mausoleum. A floating coffin hovered at its center, enveloped in an eerie, ghostly glow. Hadn't the Qin Emperor been slain by his own hand? Why then did this coffin exude such a peculiar energy? Lu Qin activated his consciousness of the heavenly Tao, striving to investigate. Congratulations. You have discovered the ultimate hidden reward of this cultivation template. What on earth? Lu Qin was taken aback. A mere coffin? The ultimate hidden reward? This template had been left by the first master of the heavenly Tao, subsequently modified by each successor. Lu Qin himself had made numerous alterations, incorporating elements from popular cultivation novels, protagonists, plot twists, and melodramatic narratives, hoping to engender more intriguing characters and enhance the rewards upon reckoning. Attempting to open it, he found it unyielding. This reward is the ultimate one. It can only be unlocked at Heavenly Tao Level 10. Heavenly Tao Level 10? A chill ran down Lu Qin's spine as he pondered a conspiracy. Could it be that the first host had never truly died, merely wishing to exploit my system upgrade for their own gain? The system's mechanical voice resonated. No, the host can only pass on to the next if they have perished. This system has no need to deceive you. Lu Qin exhaled softly, though the doubts in his heart remained unabated. What could this ultimate reward be? Why had previous hosts failed to unlock it? Might it be a trap? All these enigmas, it seemed, would only be unraveled once he attained Heavenly Tao Level 10. To prevent the next civilization from discovering this place, Lu Qin pressed down with his 5 fingers. Like the weight of a mountain, he forced the entire mausoleum, along with the floating coffin, deep into the earth, sinking at a staggering 5 million meters. Now, surely no one would be able to find it. Lu Qin remained unconvinced and adjusted the world template, enveloping the coffin with his own sealing rules. Consequently, future civilizations would find it exceedingly difficult to locate this place. Simultaneously, Lu Qin finally established his first grand objective: to hasten the elevation of the Heavenly Tao level, unlock this coffin, and unveil the secrets it harbored. Upon accomplishing this, at last, a melodious celebratory sound from the system echoed. Apocalyptic settlement, world number, civilization No. 5, spirit machine cultivation world, survival duration, 1,500 years, equivalent to 1 day. 12 hours, 1 minute, and 2 seconds in the real world. Civilization index, 1067, civilization coefficient 3, 5 cultivation coefficient 4, 0 wonders 2 technology 0, 7, etc. For details, please click here. This rewards apocalyptic energy. 1067, civilization index, 560, danger index 560, 200, wonder, Great Wall. Qin Shi Huang's tomb, 1300, special events, 3127. For details, please click here. What? It truly felt like Qin Shi Huang touching a live wire. An overwhelming victory. Haha. Lu Qin had never dreamt that he would accrue such an abundance of energy. It is worth noting that the previous civilization had merely harvested 107 energy. This time, it was a staggering increase of 30-fold. It seems he had been excessively cautious before. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Lu Qin hastily clicked to view the details of the civilization index. Civilization coefficient, 3. 5. Spirit machine technological revolution, 1. 2. Development of the spirit core, floating vessels, cosmic voyager, main cannon for spatial collapse, 9 heavens thunder cannon, law level attack. A breakthrough in the integration of technology and cultivation beyond the system's initial template. Territory and productivity, 1. 0. Dominion covers 90, encompassing 64 floating immortal cities. 5 transdimensional spiritual veins, a population exceeding 1 billion, with a spirit or extraction rate of 70. Civilization heritage and symbols 1. 3. Creation of institutional symbols such as loyal Qin seal and 9-year obligatory profound art, achieving a closed loop of cultivation, loyalty, production, with societal cohesion reaching 95. Cultivation coefficient 4. 0. Explosive scale of realms. Millions at the God transformation stage, hundreds of thousands at the ascension stage, 100 times the system's expected limit. Breakthrough innovations in realms 1. 5. The Qin Emperor's ascension to the godly human realm, the system's first recorded instance, with a physical form capable of containing divine power, enabling brief manipulation of spatial laws, triggering a mandatory update of the heavenly Tao template, adding 3 high-level realm entries for subsequent civilizations. There followed an extensive analysis, which Lu Qin glanced at before closing. He opened the special events details. First achievement of the godly human realm, 400 points. Host first injury, 300 points. Transdimensional weapon spirit core bomb emerges, 300 points. Lin Fei's dimensional interference disturbance, 300 points. Incredible. Just a mere scratch on his finger had yielded an additional 300 points of energy. What if he were to lose a finger entirely? Would that not amount to 30,000? Lin Fei, this transmigrator, also contributed 300. If he were to capture 10 transmigrators, would that not total 3,000? And 100, would that not be 30,000? One can directly achieve the pinnacle of the heavenly path. Moreover, Lu Qin harbors a bolder notion: to encapsulate the entire miniature world into a game, subsequently recruiting beta testers, luring them to a secluded location, and then rendering them unconscious. In such a manner, he could transport them all to the miniature realm. Of course, this remains merely a concept. For the time being, such actions cannot be undertaken. Even a single Lin Fei nearly brought about the annihilation of Earth. Imagine if there were 100 Lin Feis. Chaos would surely ensue. Congratulations, host. The Heavenly Path energy has reached 1,000, elevating the Heavenly Path level to 2. You have acquired a new function, Heavenly Path attributes. When the host establishes a civilization, they will randomly receive 1 to 3 negative or beneficial attributes. For instance, the current settlement rewards may increase by 200. The lifespan of all life forms in this civilization may be augmented tenfold, or every 100 years. A shroud of mist may randomly descend upon the forbidden lands, among others. What a fascinating prospect. This implies that future worlds created will possess a degree of randomness, introducing greater challenges and risks. The Heavenly Path energy has reached 3,000, raising the Heavenly Path level to 3. You have gained a new ability, Avatar. The host can create an avatar within the miniature world, observing it from a first-person perspective. However, it is crucial to note that this is purely observational and does not allow for control. The realms attained by the avatar, along with any magical artifacts or items, will undergo a separate settlement upon the avatar's demise. The host can extract 1/10,000th of the avatar's realm into reality with fortunate circumstances. They may even bring forth a magical artifact or item from the avatar. Caution: the Heavenly Path system cannot be utilized to assist the avatar. Otherwise, the avatar's cultivation and items cannot be inherited. A shiver ran down his spine. Lu Qin clenched his fists in exhilaration. At last, the moment had arrived. No matter how formidable he becomes in the miniature world, he remains an ordinary person in reality. Now, by having the avatar cultivate within the miniature realm, he can attain 1/10,000th of the avatar's genuine cultivation. Do not underestimate 1/10,000th. Even if he were to reach the God transformation stage, 1/10,000th of that cultivation would be sufficient to render Lu Qin invincible in reality. Lu Qin could hardly contain his eagerness to create the next civilization. Just then, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. The caller ID displayed, Lin Wan. Lu Qin surmised that it was likely due to his actions in the immortal realm, causing Lin Fei's demise in reality. Preparing himself mentally, Lu Qin answered the call. To his astonishment, he is awake. My brother has awakened. Chapter 19. Lin Fei awakens. A thunderous shock struck him, contorting his face. Lu Qin could hardly believe his ears. What? Lin Fei has awakened. How could this be possible? He had witnessed Lin Fei vanish into thin air. How could he possibly return? Only 2 scenarios could explain this phenomenon. The first, the Traverser, even in a small world, could have their soul consciousness return to reality upon death. The second, he had not truly killed Lin Fei. His soul particles must have spiraled back to reality through the vortex of time and space. Lu Chen, are you listening? On the other end of the line, Lin Wan sensed something amiss. Logically, as a friend of Lin Fei, Lu Chen should be elated. Lu Chen forced a smile. That's wonderful. I'm so excited. How is he now? I will go visit him at the hospital as soon as I can. Lin Wan's voice trembled. The doctor described it as a medical miracle. Lin Fei's body is not just normal. The doctor said it's even better than that. However, Lin Wan choked back her emotions. It seems his brain has encountered some issues. He is extremely agitated, constantly shouting names like Qin Di and Bai Shui, and a jumble of incomprehensible phrases. He even struggles against the celestial order. The doctor had to administer a sedative to calm him down. It's over. Completely over. Lu Chen's face turned a deathly pale. Not only had Lin Fei returned alive, but he also retained all his memories. However, from Lin Wan's description, it seemed his cultivation was lost. Otherwise, with Lin Fei's ascendant realm, a mere sedative could not possibly subdue him. Fortunately, he had not revealed his true identity throughout this ordeal, only exposing a single arm. Surely, Lin Fei could not recognize him from that alone. Lu Chen reassured, it's all right. Lin Wan. After 2 days of coma, it's normal for his brain to be disoriented. He just needs more time to recuperate. Lin Wan nodded vigorously. Yes. We owe you so much. Thanks to your timely intervention, he was rushed to the hospital. When my brother awakens, I will bring him to express our gratitude. There's no need for that. It was merely a small effort. Right now, Lin Fei's most important task is to rest. Ahem, I have other matters to attend to. So let us talk later. With that, Lu Chen hastily ended the call, his heart still in turmoil. If Lin Fei were to discover that the celestial order was himself, he would undoubtedly seek to end his life. After all, Lin Fei had lived for 500 years within the Qin civilization. Emotionally, he had become one of them, with a beautiful wife and descendants there. Now, what troubled Lu Chen the most was the thought of Lin Fei possessing complete cultivation methods. Once Lin Fei regained consciousness, even if he started from scratch, he could still cultivate anew. Should he reach the transformation of spirit realm and awaken his divine consciousness, he would certainly track Lu Chen down. Perhaps, it would be best if he took decisive action. Should he go to the hospital and assassinate him? Lu Chen chuckled helplessly. Having watched too many movies, he knew that hospitals were rife with surveillance. How could he possibly carry out such an act unnoticed? Unless he hurriedly established a new civilization and created a doppelganger. As long as the doppelganger cultivated, he could absorb a fraction of its power. At that point, he could eliminate Lin Fei from afar. Who would suspect him then? Not a second could be wasted. Lu Chen swiftly examined the information. Heavenly Dao System, Cultivation Template, Level 3 Heavenly Dao Energy, 3127 10,000. The energy required for the next upgrade is 10,000. The higher the level, the more energy is needed. He opened the small world, formatted the data, and infused the cultivation template seed. As the cultivation template data was imported, an entire epoch of millions of years passed in the small world, culminating in the emergence of humanity. The sixth civilization has officially commenced. This civilization unlocks 2 heavenly Dao attributes. Martial Soul Awakening. All cultivators over the age of 18 shall awaken their martial souls, which may manifest as animals, plants, or artifacts. Ethereal Tide. Every century, an ethereal tide erupts, amplifying the concentration of spiritual energy to 100-fold, enhancing cultivation speed correspondingly, and in the epicenters of special tides, even faster. Upon witnessing these 2 attributes, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that this civilization would be formidable, and he temporarily designated it as the Martial Soul Civilization. Would you like to create an avatar now? With a spark of inspiration, Lu Chen contemplated. Does this mean he need not create one immediately? System, certainly. The host may choose any point in time to create. Once created, it cannot be interfered with. Humanity has only just emerged, living primitively, and no cultivation techniques have yet been established. Naturally, Lu Chen could not opt to create at this moment. There was a risk that the avatar might not survive beyond a few years, leading to significant losses on his part. This avatar is of paramount importance, as Lu Chen could acquire a fraction of its cultivation prowess, its significance even surpassing that of harvesting civilizations. Do not create. Lu Chen decided to wait until the civilization reached a mid-stage of development before creating. By then, the cultivation system and societal structure should be more stable. Feeling hungry, Lu Chen prepared a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, placing it atop a bowl of white rice. It was truly delightful. As he savored his meal, he observed the transformation of humanity from primitive tribes to the nascent form of a civilization centered around martial souls. Some awakened martial souls manifested as hoes, enabling them to cultivate vast fields in a single day. Others awakened rice, flourishing under the influence of spiritual power, yielding 1,000 pounds per acre, rapidly ascending to tribal leadership. Yet others awakened torches, their flames surging forth to easily fend off ferocious beasts, becoming the guardians of their tribes. However, at this stage, the application of martial souls remained rudimentary, lacking systematic cultivation methods and clear hierarchical divisions, reliant solely on exploration. With little of interest to observe, Lu Chen closed the small world and continued his meal. After finishing his meal and tidying up the table, a century had elapsed in the small world. When he reopened it, a pivotal figure emerged, Wu Yi. This individual possessed an exceptionally unique martial soul, manifesting as a wordless tome. Over decades, he researched the connection between martial souls and spiritual power, ultimately achieving enlightenment on the principles of the universe during the first eruption of the ethereal tide, thereby creating the martial soul meridian technique. This marked the first cultivation method of the martial soul civilization. During the eruption of the ethereal tide, the concentration of spiritual energy soared 100-fold, allowing Wu Yi to break through to the transformation realm, becoming the foremost individual of his time. However, Waya did not behave like the formidable beings of other civilizations, hoarding resources and suppressing the masses. Instead, he generously disseminated cultivation methods, guiding more individuals along the path of spiritual practice. Intriguingly, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This individual was a true preacher. In the subsequent century, a flourishing era emerged, with numerous sects rising. The Shinnong Valley, centered around spirit plants and weapon souls, cultivated spiritual rice and medicinal herbs, monopolizing cultivation resources. The Finchen sect exclusively accepted practitioners with fire-type weapon souls. Its grand formation comprised of 9 colossal blazing swords, instilling awe in the region. The Wanshou Gate only admitted practitioners awakened with animal weapon souls, with divisions for fierce beasts, avian species, and anomalies, boasting a disciple count exceeding several 100,000. Making it the most populous sect. Additionally, there were countless other sects such as the Tianji Pavilion, Wushuang City, and Baihua Palace, totaling in the thousands. The tribal era came to a definitive end, replaced by the dominance of sects, prestigious families, and powerful clans. The strong seized the spiritual veins, while the weak clung to survival, as the cultivation system gradually perfected itself, ushering in the golden age of weapon soul civilization. Yet, just as the weapon soul civilization was thriving, the unparalleled Waya mysteriously vanished, leaving behind an enigmatic riddle. The weapon soul is but a shackle, the tides are merely bait. The bitter sea knows no bounds, turning back is the shore. Do not cultivate. This statement immediately sparked widespread speculation. Some conjectured that Waya had ascended to immortality, discovering the secrets of a higher realm, hence advising against cultivation. Others mocked him, deeming him a charlatan. After all, he was the creator of the cultivation method, and now he discouraged others from practicing, likely fearing they would surpass him. This individual, had he uncovered something? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, focusing on Waya, employing the eye of Heaven's path to observe. In the twilight at the solitary pavilion, the copper bell hanging at the eaves remained eerily silent in the wind. Waya gazed skyward, his robes billowing without wind. With a gesture of his fingers, his weapon soul, the wordless heavenly book, was summoned. Lu Chen sensed something peculiar about this tome and scrutinized it with the eye of Heaven's path. Suddenly, the wordless heavenly book quaked violently. The pages began to turn autonomously, blank sheets erupting with a molten golden brilliance, a line of gilded characters tearing through the void. Heaven's path. Are you watching? What? What is happening with Waya? Has it only been 200 years? Has he already discovered himself? Chapter 20. You may find it hard to believe, but I have traversed dimensions. Wu Yao appeared unfazed by the text inscribed upon the blank, celestial tome. Instead, he engaged in a solitary game of chess. Conversing with himself, there is infinite joy in contending with others, in battling against the earth, and in struggling against the heavens. The awakening of martial souls is not a mere coincidence. It is a selection process of a higher order. The tides of spiritual energy are not a gift, but a harvest. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Indeed, it seems that this Wu Ya has uncovered the secrets of the heavenly path. Thus, he secluded himself for a century, perpetually seeking ways to confront this celestial doctrine. It has only been 200 years. The previous Qin dynasty flourished for 5 centuries before discovering the secrets of annihilation through ancient stone tablets, while this Wuya, relying solely on his martial soul and the blank tome, has managed to explore the secrets of the heavenly path merely by asking and answering himself daily. Could he truly be a genius? Lu Chun loathed the sensation of knowing the answer before the show even began. Since you are aware of my existence, I might as well obliterate this civilization and start anew. After all, it would only take a second. Lu Chun carelessly pulled out a piece of tissue, ignited it, and prepared to cast it into the small world. Suddenly, he recalled that his incarnation had yet to be established. At the very least, he needed to create the incarnation and extract its cultivation before destruction. Otherwise, he would still remain an ordinary being. Lu Chun hurriedly discarded the burning tissue, extinguishing it underfoot. All right, Wuya, you have discerned the heavenly path, have you? Let my heavenly incarnation eliminate you. Let you understand the inevitability of fate. System, create incarnation. Are you sure? Confirm. Golden radiance descended from the heavens, and a clear, melodious cry resonated throughout Xiaojia village. Congratulations, my lord, it is a son. The midwife burst forth from the chamber, cradling the swaddled infant, her joyous exclamation echoing through the courtyard. Xiao Shentian, the patriarch of Xiaojia, lifted the curtain. This elder, over 60, possessed a youthful visage despite his snow-white hair, a fierce scar crossing his left eye, yet it could not conceal the excitement in his gaze. Xiao Shentian accepted the child. Good. The Xiao family finally has an heir. A weak yet gentle voice emerged from within. Shentian. On the bed, Lu Qingxuang's disheveled hair framed her pale face, which bore a smile of contentment. She and Xiao Shentian, once disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, had been expelled for violating sect rules due to their mutual affection. Together, they ventured through the martial world, establishing Xiaojia village and attaining a place among the 4 villages of the realm. Lu Chun gazed down upon Xiaojia village from the perspective of the heavenly path. The estate, sprawling across 1,000 acres, was encircled by a protective moat, with 36 arrow towers standing sentinel. In the martial arena, hundreds of disciples practiced the stunning blade technique, their blades flashing, their martial souls flickering into existence. Lu Chun smiled. It was secure. The incarnation was born of a prestigious lineage and was a young master. It was safe to estimate that at least the realm of divine transformation would be secure. In this world, the so-called 10 sects, 8 schools, and 4 villages are recognized as the pinnacle forces of the martial arts realm. The 10 sects primarily focus on the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, such as Shinong Valley, Burning Sky Sect, 10,000 Beasts Gate, and the Hall of Heavenly Mechanisms. The 8 schools refer to unorthodox paths, including the Thieves Guild, Actors Guild, and Brothel Guild. In the realm of martial arts, there exist 4 prominent families. The Xiao clan, known for their mastery of blades, the Tang clan, specializing in concealed weapons, the Ouyang clan, renowned for their forging skills, and the Morong clan, experts in alchemy. My lord, please bestow a name upon our child, urged Xiao Zhentian, who had already contemplated a fitting name, Xiao Qi Tian. Lu Qingxuang beamed with joy, exclaiming, Qi Tian, what a splendid name. May our son enjoy a lifespan that rivals the heavens. Suddenly, the infant wailed, Oh dear baby, do not cry, mother will feed you. Lu Qingxuang turned to sit, her raven locks cascading over her shoulders, her attire slightly disheveled as she loosened the golden silk wrap, revealing a delicate, snow-white form. Lu Chun, feeling a rush of anxiousness, could only observe, unable to control the situation. He harbored no wicked thoughts. His sole desire was to cultivate himself and attain the realm of ascension as swiftly as possible. However, the scene before him was inappropriate for young eyes. Clearing his throat, he hastily switched off the first observation perspective, for the image was indeed quite unseemly. Yet, he couldn't resist a final glance. Just one more look. Lu Chun vowed that his concern was solely for Xiao Qi Tian's well-being. After scrutinizing for a moment, Lu Chun swallowed hard. It appeared his worries were unfounded. Xiao Qi Tian was thriving, nourished by Lu Qingxuang's spiritual energy, which flowed into the infant, granting him the most fundamental essence of power. No wonder those illustrious families often bore prodigies. Even from the very first sip of milk, they were already on a different starting line. Deciding that there was little of interest to observe during infancy, Lu Chun closed the small world. Observing slowed the flow of time within that realm, aligning it with reality, which was far too sluggish. Without observation, An hour in reality equated to 41 years in the small world. Patience was required. Another hour would yield results. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Lu Qin's brow furrowed. Who could it be at this late hour? Peering through the peephole, his soul nearly fled in terror. Lin Fei. How could it be Lin Fei? What brought him here? Had he recognized him? Did he know that he was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, come to cause him trouble? Panic surged within Lu Qin. What should he do? Escape? He could leap from the second floor. A fall would be fatal. However, if he fled, it would surely raise Lin Fei's suspicions. Yet, if he remained and Lin Fei truly recognized him, caught in a dilemma, Lu Qin quietly placed a fruit knife on the shoe cabinet. Should Lin Fei identify him, he would have no choice but to fight back. Then he could find a place to hide and await the opportunity to cultivate, ultimately gaining extraordinary abilities. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qin endeavored to compose his expression, preparing to open the door, when he suddenly noticed the band-aid on his finger. Oh, that band-aid had indeed been a part of his past. He quickly tore it off and disposed of it in the toilet. The wound had healed, leaving no trace of its former state. With all preparations made, Lu Qin finally opened the door. There stood Lin Fei and Lin Wan at the threshold. Lin Wan, holding a basket of fruit, smiled brightly. Lu Qin, what a pleasure to see you again. I apologize for the late intrusion. My brother insisted on coming to express his gratitude. Lin Fei's gaze had transformed completely. Previously, as a game booster, his eyes had been unfocused. At this moment, however, Lin Fei's eyes were sharp, sweeping across Lu Qin's home as if searching for something extraordinary. After all, Lin Fei had fainted at Lu Qin's doorstep and traversed into this realm, leading him to suspect the existence of a peculiar object that might have caused his translocation. Lu Qin felt a chill under Lin Fei's penetrating stare. Indeed, after 500 years of existence, his aura and demeanor were utterly distinct. Lu Qin quickly interjected, Lin Fei, you truly have an extraordinary fate. Surviving great adversity surely brings blessings. Aha, Lin Fei replied with calmness. I heard from my sister that you were the one who took me to the hospital. I am immensely grateful. He paused and lowered his voice. During my hospitalization, have you experienced anything unusual? Unusual? Lu Qin feigned ignorance. What peculiarities? I've been living as I always do, just biding my time. Oh, the biggest anomaly is that I ran out of instant noodles and managed to whip up some scrambled eggs with tomatoes last night, which turned out surprisingly delicious. Lin Fei strained to recall, as these memories were from 5 centuries past. In his recollection, the neighbor Lu Qin was a country lad striving to establish himself in the metropolis, yet consistently facing setbacks. Thus, he merely drifted through life, occasionally delivering takeout. Such a person possesses a straightforward social network and a simple nature, making him suitable to develop into a subordinate for Lin Fei, who could delegate certain inconvenient tasks to him. Sis, you should head back now. You've been exhausted these past few days. I need to discuss matters that only men can comprehend with Lu Qin. Lin Wan blushed. You little rascal, what have I not seen before? Lu Qin, I shall take my leave. Lin Fei, make sure to express your gratitude to Lu Qin. Once Lin Wan departed, Lin Fei stealthily closed the door. Lu Qin grew anxious, pondering what Lin Fei was up to. Had he uncovered something? It seemed unlikely, as the entire room appeared normal. He didn't even dare to bring forth his miniature world for observation, even though theoretically, only he could perceive it. However, Lin Fei had entered it before. What if he could see it? Lu Qin tentatively asked, Lin Fei, what exactly are you planning? You seem rather peculiar. Lin Fei smirked mysteriously. Haven't you noticed anything different about me? Noticed? You seem significantly older. Lin Fei took pride in his response. That is not age. That is maturity. You might not believe it, but after I collapsed that day, I traversed into another world. Chapter 21. The cultivation prodigy. I traversed into a realm known as the Great Qin Empire, a world of cultivation, where I have resided for 5 centuries. Lu Qin felt a shiver run down his spine. Had Lin Fei truly lost his mind, divulging such a significant revelation so brazenly? Lu Qin feigned disdain, mocking, Lin Fei, what you describe is not a journey, but a mere dream. You have become a vegetable. Dreaming is quite normal. No, it is not a dream. Lin Fei's eyes sparkled with determination. I can stake my very life on it. This is unequivocally reality. The cultivation techniques I acquired there, every character, every diagram, I remember them vividly. How could it possibly be a dream? Lu Qin scoffed. Cultivating, you say? Very well, then demonstrate your magical prowess. Lin Fei clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with emotion. I do not understand why, but upon returning to Earth, I lost all my cultivation. However, that matters not. I possess the knowledge of cultivation techniques. Alas, Earth lacks spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would not take long for me to ascend once more. Lu Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lin Fei's inability to cultivate posed no threat. All right, considering your recent awakening, I shall refrain from undermining you. Take your time in your cultivation. Lin Fei nearly broke down in tears. I am not lying. I truly traversed. Qin Shi Huang is my elder brother. If you agree to collaborate with me, perhaps I can resurrect him. At that time, whatever wealth you desire, I could provide. Lu Chen could no longer contain himself. Buddy, if you continue with such absurdities, I shall throw you out. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Shi Huang has returned. Lin Fei replied resolutely. I am not deceiving you. All I need to do is close my eyes, and I can sense Qin Shi Huang seemingly trapped within a coffin, surrounded by dark shadows. He desires my assistance. Lu Chun felt a chill creep up his spine. This was preposterous. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang was buried 1,000,000 meters deep, sealed with multiple firewalls, yet he could still resonate with Lin Fei. What on earth was happening? Lu Chen contemplated ending Lin Fei's life right then and there. However, he faintly sensed that the coffin contained secrets of the previous Dao Master, and perhaps Lin Fei could aid him in uncovering those secrets. Lin Fei, having lived for 5 centuries, remained as naive as ever, revealing everything without reservation. Lu Chen continued to extract information. Fine, I shall tentatively believe you. You claim to have traversed and wish to resurrect Qin Shi Huang. And then what? Expect me to pay you? I don't even have 100 coins in my pocket. Lin Fei, exasperated, retorted, Lu Chen, have we not been neighbors for 2 years? Am I really such a person? I trusted you completely and shared everything. Yet you still doubt me. Lu Chen mused. I find it odd that you would share such a vital secret with me. Are you not afraid I might blab? Lin Fei, calm and composed, replied, I am not concerned. Who would believe it if I spoke? Even I barely trusted myself, thinking it was a dream. Until I sat cross-legged and succeeded in the first layer of qi cultivation, despite the absence of spiritual energy. I distinctly felt a surge of internal power circulating within me. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fei struck the wall with a punch. Boom. He created a gaping hole. Lu Chen stared in disbelief. What? You? Lin Fei, brimming with pride, replied, After all, I am a cultivator who has ascended after 500 years of practice. Although I lack spiritual energy, I have improved my cultivation methods by combining breathing techniques, refining methods, and compressing internal energy. I can barely reach the first layer of qi training. Dealing with a dozen ordinary people should pose no problem. Lu Chen was left dumbfounded. Could this fellow truly be a genius? Without spiritual energy, he had reached such a level in less than a few hours? If he had spiritual energy, what would that entail? Seeing Lu Chen's shocked expression, Lin Fei continued with satisfaction. Now you should believe me, but unfortunately, during the time of the Great Qin Empire, many ordinary people without spiritual roots who could not cultivate would practice lower martial arts, which I looked down upon. Thus, I never mastered the methods for lower martial arts cultivation and now must explore it all on my own. Lu Chen feigned astonishment. I believe you. So what do you plan to do? Lin Fei's eyes turned blood red. I have a premonition that the heavenly path that founded the Great Qin Empire will continue to create new civilizations. I seek vengeance. My wife and children have all perished, and I must find him. Perhaps he can revive the Great Qin. Lu Chen stifled a laugh, thinking that Lin Fei would never imagine that the enemy he sought was right before him. The heavenly path, is a person? On earth? Lin Fei pondered. I cannot be certain, but I saw the heavenly path with a band-aid. That is a band-aid from Earth. Perhaps other planets have them too. But isn't that a remarkable coincidence? Moreover, many names from the cultivation world I traversed have also appeared on Earth, leading me to suspect that this heavenly path might indeed be an Earthling. Lu Chen feigned a smile while feeling a storm of emotions within. Could this Lin Fei truly be so astutely observant after 500 years? Lu Chen cautiously inquired, So what do you want me to do? Lin Fei, filled with ambition, declared, I need to restore my strength first. Without spiritual energy, I can only practice some lower martial arts, and at best, I can fight 1 against 100, which is of little use. I wish to challenge 10,000 and conquer the entire world. I have read numerous novels. Perhaps our Earth was once a cultivation world, leaving behind some items imbued with spiritual energy, such as spiritual stones or spirit jade. I can utilize these spiritual stones to cultivate. Once I succeed, the entire world will be mine. Lu Chen, if you follow me, I will not mistreat you. Lu Chen felt a wave of frustration. How could Lin Fei, Having lived for 500 years, still be so naive and delusional? Lu Chun continued to play along. So you wish for me to assist you in finding spiritual stones? Lin Fei nodded eagerly. Exactly. You need not worry about the finances. I will host a live stream titled Live Cultivation, showcasing feats like lightness skill, water walking, and the 18 dragons subduing palms. This will surely attract a vast audience. Lu Chun was speechless. The esteemed Lin Fei of the Great Qin Empire could only devise such a method to earn money? He had potential indeed. He could effortlessly sell any weapon blueprint from the Heavenly Craft Pavilion for an exorbitant price. Of course, Lu Chun dared not voice this thought, as it would reveal too much. Lu Chun nodded. All right, I will return to my hometown tomorrow and inquire in the rural areas. Often, many peculiar items can only be found there. Lin Fei, in a fit of excitement, embraced Lu Chun tightly. Wonderful. I knew I had not misjudged you. Rest assured. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I shall take you as my disciple and teach you the ways of immortality. Lu Chun feigned an eager expression, exclaiming, That is splendid. Aha, I eagerly await that day. The reason Lu Chun agreed to assist Lin Fei was twofold. Firstly, to extract further intelligence regarding the mysterious coffin and its potential resonance with him. Secondly, to find an excuse to depart from the city, fearing that Lin Fei might uncover his secret. With fervent eyes, Lin Fei declared, I must now enter a period of seclusion to refine my breathing techniques and other methods thoroughly. This time, I shall proceed with utmost caution. I cannot afford to act recklessly as I did during my previous journey. My determination is unwavering. Lu Chun stifled a laugh, affirming, Indeed, I believe in you. You will undoubtedly succeed. Lin Fei grinned, saying, No, it is we who shall succeed. Chapter 22. The tragedy of the complete annihilation. Lu Chun feigned impatience and promptly began to pack his belongings for departure. Moved by this, Lin Fei transferred his entire savings of 100,000 yuan to Lu Chun. Wishing you a safe journey. Lin Fei waved goodbye as he saw Lu Chun off in a taxi. Once Lu Chun had left, Lin Fei could not contain his joy. Indeed, he was destined for greatness, endowed with the aura of a protagonist. With a few words, he had successfully won over Lu Chun. What is charm? This is charm. Having read numerous novels, he noted that the protagonists often had devoted allies by their side. Clearly, Lu Chun was his first loyal subordinate. Consequently, he need not squander time searching for spirit stones. He could now focus on his closed-door cultivation, leaving the matter of spirit stones to Lu Chun. In the taxi, Lu Chun let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally freed himself from Lin Fei. With Lin Fei around, he had not dared to open his small world. The 2 hours wasted had equated to a century in the small world. He wondered what level his avatar had reached. It was akin to unboxing a mystery gift, and Lu Chun eagerly anticipated opening his small world. However, upon doing so, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? The taxi driver, startled, nearly swerved off course, stammering, What's wrong, young man? Suppressing his anger, Lu Chun replied, Nothing. Just didn't win the lottery. Ah, you youngsters. Always dreaming of striking it rich overnight through lotteries. The driver continued, but Lu Chun paid him no mind. He was engrossed in reviewing the last scene of his avatar. It was the day of Xiao Qitian's coming-of-age ceremony. The Tianjin sect had surrounded the Xiao family manor. Xiao Zhentian, the head elder, barked sternly, You have stolen our sect's treasured manual, the Taishu Sword Classic. If you do not surrender it today, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. Infuriated, Xiao Zhentian retorted with a laugh, Nonsense. I left the Tianjin sect 30 years ago. When have I ever touched your worthless book? The atmosphere became tense instantly. The second elder, Yi Wuji, sneered ominously, Xiao Zhentian, do not be ungrateful. You have two choices, either hand over the mine or face annihilation. Choose wisely. Lu Chun understood the truth. The so-called stolen manual was merely a ruse aimed at seizing the Xiao family's exceptional mind capable of refining divine weapons. The Tianjin sect, reputed as one of the 10 great sects, behaved more despicably than the demonic path. In the final moments of the scene, Xiao Zhentian ignited his blood essence to activate his martial spirit and battled against the 5 elders, while his sister, Xiao Sueki, was beheaded by the sect's prodigy, Yichen. Not a soul escaped from the Xiao family manor. They were all slaughtered by the sword formation laid by the Tianjin sect. The Tianjin sect. Lu Chun's heart bled with fury. You have thwarted my ambitions. I will exact vengeance upon your entire sect. Avatar Realm Settlement. Qi refining 9th layer. Extract? Extract? What a joke. The Qi refining ninth layer in martial arts novels is akin to the level of Zhang Wuji's Nine Yang divine skill. The foundation establishment stage corresponds to the pinnacle of Wang Chongyang. The golden core stage equates to the zenith of Zhang Sanfeng. Therefore, the Qi refining ninth layer is but a fraction stronger than an ordinary person, utterly useless. At the very least, one must attain the golden core stage. System. As the illustrious embodiment of the heavenly Tao, is there truly no opportunity to alter one's fate? Detected host's heavenly Tao level is 3, granting 3 chances to amend pivotal events in the incarnation log. The first modification requires a consumption of 100 Tao energy. Oh, it is indeed possible to make alterations. Had I known sooner, it would not have been so alarming. It was the taxi driver who was truly frightened. This foolish passenger. Wide-eyed and bewildered, oscillated between fury and laughter. Could he be mentally unstable? Lu Qin swiftly examined the incarnation log. Year 203, 0 years old. Birth. The legitimate heir of the Shao family was born, grasping a rouge box during the Zhuazhou ceremony, causing the family head, Shao Zhentian, to turn pale with anger. Year 204, 1 year old. 7 different wet nurses had been employed, as Shao Qitian had a penchant for biting, injuring several. Year 205, 2 years old. He scratched the face of the third elder's granddaughter for snatching his candied fruits. Year 206, 3 years old. He played truant from the Enlightenment Hall 13 times, hiding in the kitchen to pilfer chicken legs, and was punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall, yet managed to burn half a scroll of the basic sword technique. Year 207, 4 years old. The envoy from the Heavenly Sword sect visited for the first time, demanding the return of a secret tome, but after being refused, he left with a cold laugh. Shao Qitian stealthily took the envoy's sword, nearly suffering injury from its sword energy. Year 208, 5 years old. Year 216, 13 years old. Became enamored with gambling and beast fights, losing the Shao family as shares in 3 spirit stone mines, causing Shao Zhentian to turn white-haired overnight. Year 217, 14 years old. The Shao family discovered a vein of dark iron ore, leading to increased pressure from the Heavenly Sword sect. Year 218, 15 years old. Engaged in an illicit affair with a female disciple from the demonic sect, the sect of harmonious affection, and was poisoned. The Shao family expended half their fortune to procure spiritual medicine for the antidote. Year 219, 16 years old. Shao Zhentian confined Shao Qitian in the sword tomb for reflection, only to find him 3 days later having inscribed numerous lewd illustrations on the stone tablet. Year 220, 17 years old. An elder from the Heavenly Sword sect personally visited. Demanding the mines as repayment, Shao Zhentian drew his sword and shattered a teacup in defiance. Year 221, 18 years old. During the awakening ceremony of Shao Qitian's martial soul, the Heavenly Sword sect sealed off the Shao family village, citing that Lu Zhentian had clandestinely hidden a tome. Shao Zhentian fought valiantly, burning his essence in resistance, while Shao Qitian, terrified, hid in a secret chamber. He witnessed his sister, Shao Sueki, beheaded by the Heavenly Sword sect's prodigy, Yi Chun, yet he rushed out to avenge her. You worthless fool, seeking revenge? Die. He was slain by Yi Chun. The host may amend any entry in the log. Lu Chun read this with mounting fury, nearly succumbing to apoplexy. The Heavenly Sword sect was far too overbearing. They exterminated the entire Shao family. Though Shao Qitian was lecherous and mediocre, at a critical moment, he did not cower in fear, which could be considered one of his few redeeming qualities in life. Amend the entry for year 221, 18 years old. Shao Qitian suddenly awakens memories of his past life, realizing he is the reincarnation of an ancient celestial deity, attaining ascension-level cultivation and annihilating the Heavenly Sword sect entirely. Modification failed. Modifications may only be made within the bounds of rational logic, and one cannot directly endow the avatar with cultivation, fortuitous encounters, or divine artifacts. For instance, if Shao Qitian has been a debauched youth from a tender age, entirely neglecting cultivation, it would be illogical to suddenly elevate his power several realms at the age of 18. Instead, one could revise his journal from the age of 3, instilling a passion for cultivation at that early stage. Alas, what purpose would that serve? Essentially, Lu Chun is permitted to alter only a singular action or interest of the avatar, without directly bestowing any extraordinary advantages. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that even if Shao Qitian is a prodigy who begins his cultivation journey at a young age, by the time he reaches 18, he might only attain the Golden Core realm, considering that even Xiao Xintian, his predecessor, has only reached the extraordinary realm, falling short of the nascent soul stage. At the awakening ceremony at 18, he would still face death. The fundamental problem is that the Xiao family bears the burden of possessing a precious treasure. This is quite simple. One could merely eliminate the Xiao family's access to the mysterious Iron Vein. As for the Heavenly Sword sect, if they have a penchant for seizing treasures, let me assist you in that endeavor. Thus, Lu Chen modifies the journal entry. Year 217. Age 14. The Heavenly Sword sect discovers the mysterious Iron Vein, uncovers an ancient forbidden zone, and stumbles upon a millennium spirit spring, attracting covetous eyes from all corners of the world, leading to a collective assault. Chapter 23. Revision Log. Modification approved. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Once confirmed, it may trigger a butterfly effect, resulting in monumental changes throughout the world. Confirmed. In the year 217, the back mountain of the Tianjin sect suddenly erupted with resplendent rays of light, captivating the entire sect. The sect leader, Yi Tsangming, along with a cadre of elders, ventured forth to investigate. To their astonishment, they uncovered an extensive underground vein of mysterious iron. While the stone gate of an ancient forbidden area gradually creaked open, a mist swirled within, releasing a refreshing aura of spiritual energy, revealing a millennium-old spiritual spring. Heaven has favored our Tianjin sect. The sect leader's face flushed with excitement. The elders clasped their hands in gratitude, thanking the heavens for such a generous gift. Immediately, the Tianjin sect sealed its gates, establishing numerous protective barriers, forbidding any disciple from stepping outside, fearful that this monumental secret would be divulged. However, the brilliance of the mysterious iron vein and the vast spiritual energy of the spring shone like a beacon in the night. Before long, the 10 major sects took notice. The leader of Shinnong Valley arrived atop a broom, accompanied by dozens of elders. The leader of the Beastmaster sect rode a 9-headed giant lion, followed by 100,000 beast souls, their roars echoing through the skies. The leader of the Burning Heaven Valley ignited 100 miles of heavenly fire, surrounding the Tianjin sect. How audacious of the Tianjin sect to covet these treasures for themselves. Do they not fear divine retribution? The leader of Burning Heaven Valley spoke first. The second elder, Yi Wujia, gripped the sword at his waist, coldly retorting, "These are the fortunes acquired by our Tianjin sect. How dare anyone else covet them?" The leader of Burning Heaven Valley sneered, "Yi Wujia, do not misinterpret my intentions. You have two choices: surrender the iron vein and the spiritual spring, or face annihilation. Choose wisely." The second elder furrowed his brow, feeling an eerie familiarity with the words spoken, as though they were his own. Tensions escalated, negotiations collapsed, and a fierce battle erupted. The conflict was devastating. The combined might of the 3 major sects proved overwhelmingly powerful. Despite the Tianjin sect disciples' desperate resistance, they ultimately succumbed. The second elder, Yi Wujia, was reduced to ashes by the heavenly fire of Burning Heaven Valley. At last, sect leader Yi Tsangming realized the truth. This was not a divine blessing but a harbinger of doom, for the heavens sought to destroy them. Otherwise, why would the mysterious iron vein, the ancient forbidden area, and the millennium-old spiritual spring appear overnight? It was an orchestration to drive them to their demise. Yet, Yi Tsangming was perplexed as to why the heavens singled out the Tianjin sect. Where had they offended the divine will? In a final act of desperation, Yi Tsangming detonated his own cultivation, seeking to take his enemies with him and buy time for the surviving disciples to escape. The edifices of the Tianjin sect crumbled amidst the flames of war, transforming from a once sacred realm of cultivation into a scene of desolation, strewn with corpses. The prodigious disciple, Yi Chun, bloodied and battered, managed to flee the Tianjin sect with the world's foremost saintess, Chu Qingyao. Gazing at the fallen gates, Yi Chun howled in despair. The heavens are unjust. How did it come to this? Something feels amiss. This narrative does not align with my destiny. Oh heavens, are you testing me? In the year 221, age 18, Xiao Qitian's coming-of-age ceremony awakened the war wolf martial spirit, prompting congratulations from martial artists across the realm. Sister Lu Sueki personally knitted a small wolf charm and gifted it to her brother, creating a harmonious atmosphere within the family. Lu Chen nodded, pleased, as it appeared his revisions had proven successful, altering Xiao Qitian's fate. However, in the subsequent years, Xiao Qitian exhibited a lack of ambition, spending his days idling in brothels, entranced by women. Lu Qin pondered, perplexed, though he himself was not lecherous. Aside from a fondness for a certain island's animated films, he had never sought the company of women. Why, then, did the incarnation he had created possess such lascivious tendencies? In the year 222, at the age of 19, Shao Qitian was abducted by the enchantress Su Mei from the Hehuan sect, who coerced the Shao family into surrendering their martial arts secrets, fertile lands, and mineral rights. Yet Shao Qitian, displaying remarkable courage, shouted defiantly, "Even if you kill me, I will not yield." Su Mei tormented him for 7 days and nights, but he remained steadfast. Suddenly, a blade of frost and sword energy cleaved through the air, striking down Su Mei. Yi Chen wielded his sword in midair, followed closely by the stunning beauty, Chu Qingyao. The sword couple of the heavenly sword is here. All unrelated parties, withdraw. Yi Chen directed his blade at Su Mei, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the unconscious Shao Qitian. Chu Qingyao's icy silkworm threads ensnared Shao Qitian's waist. "Do not move. I shall tend to your wounds." Since the annihilation of the Heavenly Sword sect, Yi Chen and Chu Qingyao roamed the Jianghu, earning the moniker of the Heavenly Sword couple as they vanquished demons and honed their skills, aspiring to attain ascension and avenge their wrongs. Shao Qitian knelt outside the tavern, imploring to see Chu Qingyao. "How dare you covet my junior sister's beauty?" Yi Chen swung his sword towards Shao Qitian, declaring, "Die." Shao Qitian activated his martial soul, defending with his wolf claws. Chu Qingyao beheld the silver wolf's shadow materializing behind him, strikingly similar to the silver moon wolf king who had once saved her in her youth. "Senior brother, cease. Accept him. Let him serve as a follower." Soon after, Yi Chen and Chu Qingyao ventured into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. Overwhelmed by the ancient corpse king, they sustained grievous injuries. "Junior sister, hold them off for a moment. I shall seek reinforcements." With that, Yi Chen astonishingly fled. Shao Qitian, igniting his martial soul, forcibly awakened his fourth form, transforming into the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Wolf King tore apart the ancient corpse king, but half of his own body was left as mere bones. Why such desperation? Tears welled in Chu Qingyao's eyes as she stitched his wounds. "The icy silkworm threads you used to save me that day. I have yearned for their scent each day." Chu Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, and as their eyes met, they succumbed to their emotions, sharing passionate kisses for 7 days. As Chu Qingyao's cinnabar mark faded from her brow, Shao Qitian broke through to the Golden Core realm. "Ah, wretched scoundrel! You scoundrel!" It turned out that during Yi Chen's flight, he had left behind a crystal talisman, which inadvertently captured the entwined forms of the two, inciting furious bloodshed and intense jealousy within him. What the hell? This brat Shao Qitian actually bedded Chu Qingyao? After training together for over 20 years, she has been taken away by someone else. If I were Yi Chen, I would be infuriated to death right on the spot. Lu Qin vehemently demanded a replay of the scene. However, the system responded, "The following footage can only be viewed by those of Dao level 10. Lu Qin, isn't there a VIP option?" In the year 226, at the age of 23, Yi Chen pursued Shao Qitian and Chu Qingyao. The two sought refuge in the forbidden grounds of the Witch clan. The campfire cast a glow upon Chu Qingyao's slightly rounded abdomen as she lay in Shao Qitian's embrace. "I wonder if the child's martial soul will be a sword or a wolf." Shao Qitian gently caressed her belly. "If I perish, let him bear the surname Chu." Yi Chen approached, wielding the demon slayer's sword. "Junior sister, should you end his life, my love for you remains unwavering, and I still wish to be with you." Suddenly, Chu Qingyao shattered her life sword heart to shield against Yi Chen. "Qitian, flee quickly. If I leave, will I still be a man? Take good care of our child." Shao Qitian pressed his lips, stained with her blood, against hers. The explosion of the wolf martial soul ignited a forbidden tempest, resulting in their mutual demise with Yi Chen. Embodiment settlement boundary, late gold core stage. Would you like to extract? Triggered hidden achievement. The widow, Lu Chen, gazed at the log, feeling somewhat moved. What nonsense. Shao Qitian, is your mind entirely consumed by lust? How can you be so incapacitated by the sight of a woman, ultimately perishing because of one? Have you never encountered a woman before? In the late gold core stage, with a 1 in 10,000 chance, his strength was likely around the 3rd level of Qi refinement. On Earth, while not claiming to defeat 100 foes single-handedly, he could certainly contend against dozens. Yet, Lu Qin remained unsatisfied. That lunatic Lin Fei had 500 years of cultivation experience. Even without spiritual energy, he would eventually reach the 9th level of qi refinement. Thus, Lu Chun resolved to attain at least the foundation establishment stage for security. Lu Chun expended 200 days of heavenly Tao energy for a second modification. Since you are so enamored with women, I shall allow you to become one. Year 221, age 18. Shao Qitian's awakening ceremony revealed the wolf martial soul. However, during a bout of reckless cultivation, he inadvertently severed his own manhood. By a twist of fate, he remarkably cultivated a peculiar technique, the sunflower scripture. Modification successful. Would you like to confirm? By heavens, it actually passed. The system deems this logical? Confirm. Martial Soul Era 222, age 19. Shao Qitian practiced the sunflower scripture. Achieving the late gold course stage, he boldly infiltrated the headquarters of the Hehuan sect, transforming his wolf blade into an embroidery needle, delicately raising his orchid finger, and directly piercing through Su Mei's brow. Su Mei died with unclosed eyes. It's you? How have you become even more alluring than I? Just before her demise, she activated the Seven Fiends formation, piercing through Shao Qitian's limbs. In a critical moment, the frost blade she severed the formation, each and rescued Shao Qitian. Shao Qitian knelt at the inn's entrance for 7 days and nights, pleading to see Yi Chun. Yi Chun blushed as a man. Could you refrain from gazing at me so affectionately? Chu Qingyao observed Shao Qitian and experienced strange memories, realizing that she had been entwined with him and bore a child. Why? This faithless man. How could he love Yi Chun, a man? Chu Qingyao found it utterly repulsive, suspecting it was a manifestation of her inner demons, and struck down Shao Qitian. Embodiment settlement boundary. Late gold core stage. Would you like to extract? Triggered hidden achievement. The withered blossom. Lu Chun was at a loss for words. Shao Qitian, you foolish soul. Lu Chun never anticipated that after severing Shao Qitian's manhood, he would fall in love with a man. The taxi driver abruptly slammed the brakes, nearly brought to tears by the unfolding spectacle. Get off the car. I can no longer assist you. This is too terrifying. You are quite deranged. Chapter 24. The butterfly effect. Lu Chun was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. There remained one final opportunity for revision. 300 days of Tao energy. Lu Chun came to a realization. This character was doomed, merely a victim of romantic folly, and no amount of modification would likely yield a promising future. He decided to let it be. If all else failed, he could always create anew in the next civilization. This time, he opted for a fresh start from infancy. Shao Qitian no longer grasped a rouge box, but instead seized a blade. Modification. Thunderous roars echoed as a floating mountain range erupted from the earth. The ruins of the Shao family were instantaneously transformed into a magnificent palace of Qitian. Resplendent with golden splendor, it spanned thousands of acres, becoming one of the 10 great sections. What on earth is happening? Lu Chun hurriedly checked the avatar's log. Year 203 of the Martial Soul Era, 0 years old birth, the legitimate son of the Shao family was born. Avoiding the rouge box during the grasping ceremony and instead directly seizing a small iron knife from the table, Shao Zhentian laughed heartily, proclaiming, "My Shao family shall surely produce a genius in the way of the blade." Year 221, 18 years old Yi Wuji, the second elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, led 1,000 disciples to besiege Shao family estate. Shao Qitian stood with hands behind his back, the war wolf martial soul manifesting for the first time. Those who offend the Shao family shall perish. The second elder retorted, "You arrogant lad, what gives you the audacity?" Suddenly, Shao Qitian closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had transformed into wolf-like slits, and the blade radiated with the essence of a wolf. With 3 years of knife training, by 10, I had vanquished all beasts of Kangwu Mountain, and at 15, my blade intent entered the Tao. In a flash of light, the blades of 1,000 disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect shattered, and the second elder Yi Wuji's head was severed. Yi Chun, who had sought to display his prowess, instantly faltered and fled. Return and inform the Heavenly Sword sect that the iron or vein belongs to the Shao family. Shao Qitian sheathed his blade, declaring, "Should you dare to return, I shall raise Heavenly Sword Mountain to the ground." Year 233, 30 years old in the depths of the Hehuan sect's headquarters. Su Mei was concocting blood puppets when she felt the ground tremble. A report came in. The Wolfblade Master has breached the 18-layered demonic array. Shao Qitian shattered the blood pool, his wolf blade now stained with the blood of 72 masters of the Hehuan sect, Years ago, you inflicted a curse upon me, tormenting me for 7 days and nights. Today, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Su Mei, on the brink of tears, protested, "When did I ever curse you?" Yet, defiance met with his blade, and she was slain in an instant. The Heavenly Sword Sect's extermination order resounded. All unrelated persons retreat. What was happening? How had they all perished? Yi Chun, sword in hand, floated above with the Heavenly Sword Sect's most beautiful disciple, Chu Qingyao, at his side. Shao Qitian embraced Chu Qingyao, exclaiming, "Wife, at last, we meet again." Blushing, Chu Qingyao replied, "You lecher. Release me. Who is your wife?" "Qingyao, have you forgotten? We have a child." Seeing his beloved treated with such levity, Yi Chen, enraged and humiliated, drew his sword to strike. Unexpectedly, Shao Qitian severed the flying sword with a single blow, severing Yi Chen's arm in the process. "Senior brother, save me." Chu Qingyao struggled. Yi Chen, realizing the futility, fled in haste. Year 251, 50 years old at the peak of Heavenly Sword Mountain, Yi Chen stood one-armed atop a mountain of swords, gazing down at the ranks of the Shao family army. "Shao Qitian, you have risen to become the world's foremost swordsman. Why persist in opposing my Heavenly Sword Sect?" Shao Qitian chuckled coldly. "Do you recall what you said when you severed my sister's head?" Yi Chen exclaimed in madness. "When have I ever severed your sister's head? Are you out of your mind?" Shao Qitian laughed heartily, his wolf blade splitting into 7 shadowy strikes. "You once claimed it. You merely forgot." The blade shadows collided with myriad swords, carving 3 feet off the peak of Tianjin Mountain. Yi Chen's pupils constricted in shock. Have you reached the divine transformation realm?" In an instant, the glint of the blade flashed, shattering Yi Chen's protective sword aura as if it were mere paper, leaving him utterly defenseless. Desperately, Yi Chen pleaded, "Do not kill me. I have no intention of competing for Chu Qingyao. Nor do I wish to contend for the Tianjin sect. I beg you, spare my life." Shao Qitian scoffed derisively. "You remain as ever, a coward afraid of death. Worthless." No sooner had he spoken than the wolf blade pierced through Yi Chen's heart, causing the treasured pages of the Tianjin sect's foundational scripture, the Taishu sword canon, to flutter from his grasp. The battle atop the mountain raged for 3 days, culminating in the decimation of 17 out of 38 peaks belonging to the Tianjin sect. Shao Qitian, holding Yi Chen's severed head, cleaved the sect's plaque in 2, proclaiming, "Tianjin sect, you annihilated my entire family in the past. Today, I return the favor. Spare none." In the year 260, age 60, the Shao family estate on Kanwu Mountain had ascended to become the foremost sword sect in the world. Shao Qitian practiced the Taishu sword canon, his blade intent resonating with the heavens, summoning celestial phenomena as thunderclouds enveloped the estate for 100 days. Chu Qingyao, cradling her 6-year-old son Shao Fantian, stood on the porch, observing him train amidst the thunderclouds, a sense of déjà vu washing over her. By the year 290, aged 100, Shao Qitian transcended the thunder tribulation, achieving the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Yet, he remained unable to breach the bottleneck to ascend further, as if bound by an unseen seal. Among the top 100 on the celestial rankings, 99 were in the transcendence realm, with only the top-ranked Wuyi having attained the ascension realm. However, he had vanished for a century. Once, Wuyi had disseminated cultivation techniques across the world, yet he mysteriously disappeared. It was likely that his methods bore flaws, preventing anyone from ascending. 3 days later, deep within the ancestral tomb of the Witch clan, Shao Qitian uncovered a shattered ancient stele, inscribed with runes, primal civilization. In the dawn of creation, countless soared into the skies, but a black fissure materialized, consuming ascended cultivators, leading to the sudden extinction of the entire civilization. Yin Huang civilization, Qin dynasty civilization. This was the first unified immortal empire. The traveler Lin Fei introduced new technologies, constructing the mausoleum of the first emperor and the Great Wall, reforming cultivation methods. These initiatives significantly bolstered the Qin's power, leading to the emergence of numerous novel weapons. The Heavenly Dao grew fearful, launching an assault. The Qin valiantly resisted, yet ultimately, the Qin Empire fell. Lin Fei's whereabouts became unknown, warning posterity, "The Heavenly Dao is human. It fears us. Break through to the divine human realm, and we can vanquish the Heavenly Dao." After perusing the inscriptions on all the steles, Shao Qitian experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder the techniques crafted by Wuyi could only cultivate to the transcendence realm without achieving ascension. It appeared Wu Yi had long encountered these steals and understood that ascension would incite a cataclysmic disaster. Strangely, where had Wu Yi gone? He had been missing for a century, and Xiao Qitian resolved to find him. He inscribed the contents of the sixth stele. Heavenly Tao Brat, listen well. I, from the martial soul civilization, Xiao Qitian, declare today that I shall one day overturn your wretched heavens. Lu Qin's complexion turned ashen, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd. Were it not for my intervention in your fate, you would have met your demise long ago. Now, emboldened by newfound strength, you dare to threaten me?" With a thunderous crash, the fifth stone tablet from the Qin dynasty suddenly shattered, revealing deeper engravings within. The Ascension realm is not the ultimate destination. Beyond it lie three realms: the celestial realm, which can break the barriers of heaven; the domain realm, capable of mastering space; and the deity realm, which can slay gods. Before I ascended to the heavens, I left behind 9 monumental tablets in the mortal realm, each corresponding to a realm's shackles. By overcoming the trials of these 9 tablets, one may undoubtedly transcend the Ascension realm. I hope that future generations will vanquish the heavenly path, allowing me to rest in peace. In an instant, 9 beams of light surged into Xiao Qitian's body like divine dragons. Deep within his consciousness, 9 mysterious runes were inscribed, which upon closer inspection revealed 9 coordinates, each signifying the location of one of the monumental tablets. However, for Xiao Qitian at this moment, these coordinates held no immediate purpose. He had yet to even approach the threshold of the Ascension realm, and the 9 tablets were meant for transcending it. Xiao Qitian's gaze fell upon the stone tablet recounting the deeds of the Qin Emperor. His eyes brimmed with reverence and admiration as he knelt solemnly before it. "Emperor Qin, you ascended to the divine realm with flesh and blood. Your spirit and might command my utmost respect. Rest assured, one day, I shall personally slay the heavenly path and offer its blood as a tribute to your noble soul." With that, Xiao Qitian bowed 3 profound times before the tablet. Transformation realm, perfected tribulation realm. Do you wish to extract? Achievement unlocked. Unity of man and blade. Having finally perused all the logs of transformation, Lu Chun could not contain his grin, exclaiming, "The tribulation realm is perfected. What a triumph. It's as if the first emperor of Qin has savored the spiciness of Sichuan peppers. Absolutely splendid. In previous attempts, I toiled endlessly for naught. It turns out that a mere alteration at birth could drastically shift the course of one's life. The power of even a fraction of the tribulation realm is unfathomable, conservatively. It could be equated to the golden core realm, which is certainly sufficient on Earth." Lu Chun harbored no concerns regarding Lin Fei's cultivation. Without spiritual energy, it was impossible for him to surpass his own prowess. "System, I wish to extract the transformation now. What will happen to the transformation? Need I clarify? Once you extract the realm, the transformation will naturally dissolve. The transformation was created by you, after all." Chapter 25, Suppression of the World for 1,000 Years, so it is. There is no need to hastily extract anything. No matter how formidable my incarnated strength may become, it poses no threat to my safety. All I require is a singular command to dissolve my essence on the spot. Furthermore, Xiao Qitian has yet to attain the Ascendant realm, allowing me to bide my time for several centuries. Additionally, Xiao Qitian is currently investigating Wu Yo, the one individual that concerns Lu Qin the most. It is exceedingly peculiar that this person could elude the gaze of my heavenly Tao. Lu Qin yearns to unravel the conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Closing the small world, Lu Qin hailed a taxi once more, making his way to the high-speed rail station. After a 3-hour train journey and a subsequent bus ride, he finally returned to his hometown, Jie City. Jie City is a picturesque destination located in the western part of Hunan province. As Lu Qin stepped into the modest dwelling of less than 20 square meters, the dim light illuminated the astonished faces of his parents. His father, Lu Deshan, and mother, Jiang Xiuzhen, were overjoyed to see their son, their excitement akin to that of children, dancing with delight. Though it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, they hurriedly rose to prepare a warm meal for their son. Lu Qin, filled with emotion, quickly interjected, "Dad, Mom, I've already eaten. It's so late, please don't bother." Yet, his father would not relent, his eyes sparkling with joy as he retrieved a bottle of treasured liquor he had kept for a decade. Watching his father, Lu Qin's heart ached. He suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, his father's hair had turned as white as snow, and his once stalwart figure now bore a slight stoop. For years, his parents had toiled to support his education, laboring under the scorching sun during the day to transport construction materials and setting up stalls on the streets at night, returning home only past midnight. He had once fervently promised his parents that upon graduating from university, he would earn a fortune to bring them to the big city, ensuring they could enjoy a comfortable life. Yet now, not only had he failed to fulfill that promise, but there were times when he had to borrow money from them for rent. This burden of guilt weighed heavily on Lu Chen's heart, rendering him more distressed than death itself. Countless nights, he tossed and turned, feeling he had betrayed his parents' expectations, even contemplating the final escape of ending it all to evade this overwhelming pressure. But he knew he could not do that. His parents had nurtured him for over 20 years. To leave them would be profoundly unjust. In those darkest hours of his life, the heavenly Tao system emerged. "Dad, I raise my glass to you," Lu Chen said, his voice trembling slightly. His father's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can drink? Today is a joyous occasion. I shall drink with you." Lu Chen fought back tears, managing a smile. After several rounds of drinks, a rosy hue appeared on his father's face as he asked with a hint of hope, "Son, now that you've returned, please don't leave again. Your mother thinks of you every night, shedding countless tears in secret, and her eyesight is worsening." Hearing this, his mother quickly interjected, "Child, don't mind your father's silly words. I am perfectly fine. Wherever you go, I am happy." Despite her words, her poor eyesight nearly led her to collide with the table. Lu Chen gazed upon the scene before him, his heart aching as if pierced by 1,000 needles. He hastily supported his mother, saying, "We shall not leave, mother. This time, I will stay and accompany you. Once the upcoming civilization harvest occurs, Lu Chen would possess strength rivaling that of celestial beings. At that time, he vowed to repay his parents' nurturing with a better life for them." His father, upon hearing this, beamed widely, exclaiming, "Wonderful! The city is currently recruiting auxiliary police. You should promptly apply. Do not let the modest salary deter you. It is a stable job, complete with benefits and insurance. With this position, you will have no trouble finding a wife." His mother chimed in, "Indeed, my child, this job is quite commendable. As a university graduate, you might even secure a role in management or technology, which would be far less strenuous." Lu Chen, unable to bear the hopeful gazes of his parents, reluctantly nodded, Yes, I will look into it when time permits." "Splendid." His parents exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by contented smiles. In that moment, they felt as if their long-cherished hopes were finally within reach. Lu Chen rarely indulged in alcohol. After a few drinks, he felt dizzy, as though a swarm of bees buzzed in his head. Lacking the energy to bathe, he collapsed onto his bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The following day, sunlight streamed through the tattered curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lu Chen's face. Groggily, he opened his eyes and glanced at his phone, instantly jolting awake. Nearly springing from his bed. "Oh no, it is already 3 in the afternoon." Panic surged within him. According to the temporal flow of the small world, at least 600 years had elapsed. He anxiously opened the interface. In the realm of martial souls, the timeline read, 1,000 years. Heavenly ranking first, Wu-Yi, ascended beyond. Precise realm unknown. Heavenly ranking second, Shao Qitian, tribulation stage, 5th transition. Heavenly ranking third to 100, all at the tribulation stage. What on earth is happening? Lu Chen's pupils constricted in disbelief. Shao Qitian was still alive. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this individual had awakened a second martial soul, the Chaos Heavenly Book, which had prolonged his lifespan. In the civilization of martial souls, those with twin martial souls enjoyed significantly extended lives. Yet, one question loomed large. Why had Shao Qitian, after 600 years of cultivation, not ascended? Something was amiss. The entire martial soul civilization had been suppressed by an unseen force for a millennium. Aside from Wu-Yi, all cultivators on the heavenly ranking were at the 9th transition of the tribulation stage. In attempts to shatter this stagnation, countless geniuses devised innovative cultivation techniques. Yet no matter their endeavors, they could not breach the threshold to ascension. In desperation, some cultivators opted to self-destruct their nascent souls, starting their cultivation anew from the Qi refining stage. Thus, the tribulation stage became subdivided into 1st transition, 2nd transition, 3rd transition, all the way to 9th transition, with each transition signifying a daunting journey of recultivation. Many believed there was an issue with the martial soul meridian technique imparted by Wu-Yi. Consequently, several sects, unwilling to remain idle, began nurturing martial soul prodigies from a young age, steering them away from the martial soul meridian technique. and instead guiding them to practice entirely original techniques of their own design. These prodigies toil day and night, devoting a century of their lives, yet remain ensnared in the tribulation realm, unable to transcend. For no matter how they innovate their own martial arts, the shadow of the martial soul meridian technique looms over them. In an instant, the entire martial soul civilization has plunged into despair. Some vent their fury, denouncing Wu as an eternal sinner, blaming him for the plight of the world and the hindrance of ascension for cultivators. Yet others propose an alternative perspective, suggesting that perhaps Wu is, in fact, safeguarding the world. For there are whispers that once a cultivator ascends, a cataclysmic calamity shall befall the realm. Shao Qitian, a fifth transition in the tribulation realm, has endeavored every conceivable method to achieve a breakthrough. He even dared to seek out the world-subduing monument left by the Qin Emperor, harnessing its dominion's divine power to forge his own technique, the world-subduing divine art. Yet, he remains unable to transcend. Wu, come forth. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Shao Qitian roared. Even if the prohibition on ascension is intended to protect the world, you cannot suppress the entirety of existence. Do you truly believe that you alone are a genius, that no one else can surpass you? Wu, I shall find you without fail. Chapter 26. Boundless. It has appeared. As the bedroom door swung open, Mother Jiang Xiuzhen gazed at her son with adoration. Ah, you're awake, dear. You must be hungry. Hurry. Wash your face and come to eat. I'll warm up the dishes for you. Lu Qin closed his small world, momentarily ceasing his observations. This civilization seemed to have little promise. In a few hours, he could obliterate it and restart anew. He washed his face and beheld a banquet before him. 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, all for his solitary enjoyment. With a wry smile, Lu Qin remarked, Mom, you've prepared too much. I can't possibly finish it all. Jiang Xiuzhen, brimming with happiness, replied, These are all your favorite dishes. Dig in. Lu Qin felt a swell of emotion. After a time of wandering, subsisting on takeout or instant noodles, he was overwhelmed by the warmth of home-cooked meals. It felt so good to be back, to indulge in such a feast. He devoured the food voraciously. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Xiuzhen cautioned, Slow down, dear. You have no idea how much suffering you've endured out there. Once he finished, Lu Qin began to clear the dishes, but Jiang Xiuzhen feigned annoyance. Just sit still. You needn't do this. Then, after a brief pause, she remembered something. Oh, check your WeChat. Aunt Wang has meticulously selected a girl for you. I hear she is kind and diligent. You might consider adding her. If you find her suitable, perhaps you could meet. Lu Qin chuckled at the thought of being set up so soon after returning home. Truly, all parents were alike. He felt a bit bashful to refuse. All right. I'll take a look. He intended to concoct some excuse to decline, as his focus was on creating worlds, and women would only distract him. Upon opening the suggested account, he saw the username, Love Cilantro, Saving Money. After accepting the request, the other party immediately messaged, 500 for a session, 1,000 for the night. Confused, he replied, What do you mean by 500 and 1,000? The other party was silent for a minute. Who told you to add me? Aunt Wang, he answered. The reply came swiftly, 200, 000. Lu Qin laughed. Are you joking? We haven't even met, and you're asking for 200, 000. My time is precious. If you're willing to offer that as a dowry, I might consider meeting. Amused, he added, 200, 000 isn't much. But I'd like to try the 500 first. The response was curt, Get lost. And just like that, Lu Qin was blocked. He chuckled, wondering where Aunt Wang found such peculiar characters. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his best friend from high school, Li Yuan. Lu Qin, I heard you're back. Perfect timing. Tomorrow, Jeannie from my class is getting married. Will you come? Lu Qin replied, Nah, I think I'll skip it. I haven't been in touch with him for ages. Don't be a downer. After all, you were classmates for 3 years. By the way, your high school crush, Qin Zihan, will be there too. She is single. You might still have a chance. They had sat together for a year during high school. A time filled with innocent affection. Reflecting on those youthful days brought a wave of nostalgia. All right, when is it? He asked. Tomorrow at noon. Come early. Don't miss the ceremony. Sure thing, I'll be there. During these days, Lu Qin has been observing the world of cultivation with a heightened sense of mental tension and concentration. It is time for him to unwind. Mom, where have Dad and you gone? He inquired. Your father should be at the construction site at this hour, his mother replied. During the summer vacation, Lu Qin had assisted his parents in transporting construction materials. On one occasion, he slipped and nearly injured himself, leading his father to forbid him from helping thereafter. Upon learning the location of the construction site from his mother, Lu Chun made his way there directly. Upon arriving, he spotted his father in the distance, laboriously moving cement. While others carried 2 bags, his father managed 3, striving to earn a little extra. Old Lu, at your age, there is no need to overexert yourself. Others advised Lu Desan. With pride, Lu Desan retorted, you young folks shouldn't underestimate me. In my youth, I could carry 4 bags. Now, 3 is no trouble at all. What is the point of earning so much money if you're risking your health? They cautioned. Lu Desan, with a sense of pride, declared, my son has returned. I want to earn some money to find him a wife. Dad. Lu Chun appeared. Come home. Stop working. Lu Desan, taken aback, exclaimed, you promised you wouldn't come to the construction site. Hurry, don't get dirty. With concern, Lu Chun insisted, Dad, I have money. I have a lot of money. You won't have to work anymore. To alleviate his father's disbelief, Lu Chun pulled out his phone to display the 100,000 yuan Lin Fei had transferred to him. Lu Desan shook his head. 100,000? That is hardly enough. Marrying a wife requires a significant amount of funds. Lu Chun replied earnestly, if you continue working, I'll return to the big city. Lu Desan, caught between laughter and tears, responded, son, what are you doing? You may not know, but the shanty town we live in has been deemed illegal and is set to be demolished. If we don't earn more now, we'll have nowhere to live. Lu Chun spoke firmly. Dad, listen to me. Soon I will earn a great deal of money. You need not worry about finances. Your health is what matters most. With a sigh, Lu Desan replied, child, I understand your concern for me, but there is no need to deceive me. Last month, you could barely afford the rent. Where would this money come from? That 100,000 is probably a loan. Rest assured, Dad can still manage. No matter how Lu Chun tried to persuade him, Lu Desan remained unconvinced. With no other option, Lu Chun rolled up his sleeves. If you don't believe me, I'll help you carry the cement. Lu Chun assisted his father in transporting the cement. Each bag weighed 100 jin, yielding approximately 3 mao. As Lu Chun struggled with one bag, feeling as though his arm would break, he couldn't fathom how his father managed to carry 3. Overwhelmed with guilt, he realized that after only a few minutes of labor, he was already out of breath. While his father had endured this for decades, his back bent, yet never uttered a word of fatigue. By chance, a sales manager arrived with a client to inspect the construction site. Lu Chun, a voice filled with surprise, called out. Instinctively, Lu Chun turned to see the sales manager, who was none other than his high school crush, Qin Zihan. After several years, Qin Zihan had transformed significantly. Gone was her youthful innocence, replaced by a remarkable maturity and grace. She donned an exquisite professional ensemble, her white blouse perfectly accentuating her graceful curves, with the collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing a hint of fair skin that exuded an almost ethereal sensuality. Her lower attire, a form-fitting black skirt, grazed mid-thigh, showcasing her long, slender legs. Qin Zihan immediately recognized Lu Chun. What brings you here? Lu Desan, anxious about his son's reputation, hastily interjected. This is Lu Chun's friend. I'm the one working here. Lu Chun is kindly assisting me. Qin Zihan had long been aware of Lu Chun's unrequited affection but was taken aback that he had never confessed throughout their 3 years in high school, despite her own growing fondness for him, which she dared not express. Later, she learned about Lu Chun's academic journey, discovering that he had enrolled in an ordinary university and faced persistent challenges in his career, even resorting to borrowing money from classmates. Understanding yet unspoken, Qin Zihan remarked, isn't it a bit much for Uncle Lu to be doing such strenuous work at his age? I'm quite familiar with the project manager on site. Perhaps I could speak with him to arrange a security position for your uncle, which would only require overseeing the site. Lu Desan was well aware of the ease that came with a security role on the construction site, along with the minor authority it afforded, including the ability to profit from the sale of construction waste. He felt tempted yet hesitant to accept, fearing his son's pride, given that the offer came from a classmate. To his surprise, however, Lu Chun nodded appreciatively. Thank you so much, Qin Zihan. I'll be in your debt for this. Qin Zihan flashed a radiant smile, her dimples enchanting Lu Chun throughout high school. We're classmates. There is no need for such formalities. By the way, are you attending Jin Yu's wedding tomorrow? Lu Chun nodded. Yes, I will be there. Qin Zihan's smile widened. That is wonderful. I must attend to a client now, but I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. As Qin Zihan walked away, Lu Chun found himself momentarily entranced, astonished that after all these years, she remained unchanged, as vibrant and warm as ever. Lu Desan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Child, I apologize for causing you to feel ashamed in front of your classmate. Dad, what are you saying? You are my pride. Please, let us not move anymore. Just rest at home for a few days. I will inform my classmates about the security position. Lu Chen agreed, resolving that if he could not persuade his father otherwise, he might as well let him undertake a lighter task. Once he had harnessed his own abilities, he would be capable of amassing immense wealth effortlessly. Dad, let us go home. Lu Dishan's eyes glistened with tears. All right, let us return home. On their way back, Lu Chen discreetly activated a small world, observing its progression. A century had passed in this realm. What once lay dormant in the martial soul civilization was now teeming with vitality. Wuya, he has appeared. Chapter 27. The Boundless Command. In the year 1100 of the martial soul civilization, the burning Heaven Valley was adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with life. Today marked the 500th birthday celebration of the valley's master, Yan Wushuang. Mighty figures from across the realm gathered to extend their congratulations. Standing atop the highest pavilion, clad in a robe of fiery red, Yan displayed a proud smile as he surveyed the guests below, his heart swelling with pride. As the master of Burning Heaven Valley and one of the top 10 powerhouses in the heavenly rankings, under his leadership, the valley had risen to the pinnacle among the 10 great sects, both in the number and caliber of its disciples. However, amidst the jubilant toasts, an eerie disturbance rippled through the sky. A mysterious figure materialized out of thin air, cloaked in a black robe, their face obscured and indecipherable. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, the festive atmosphere abruptly stifled. The enigmatic figure spoke slowly, their voice low and resonant. I am the envoy of the Boundless, sent by the Boundless to convey a decree. As they spoke, a token inscribed with the words Boundless Command appeared in their hand. In 10 days, the master of Burning Heaven Valley must journey to the shores of the Eastern Sea and accompany me to meet the esteemed Lord Boundless. Yan Wushuang initially stood in shock, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Boundless? The very same senior who created the martial soul meridian technique? He has been absent for 800 years. How is it possible that he still lives? But where is this Chaos Sea? Boundless was a legendary figure in the martial soul realm, having devised the martial soul meridian technique, which enabled ordinary people to cultivate and ushered in this grand era of martial soul cultivation. The sudden summons from Boundless left Yan Wushuang perplexed. The envoy replied coldly, no further questions are necessary. You will understand in due time. Yan Wushuang scoffed. Even if it is the esteemed Boundless, such behavior is rather tyrannical. What if I refuse to go? As a regional overlord, he could not tolerate such coercion in front of his esteemed guests. The envoy's gaze turned icy. Those who refuse shall perish. The simplicity of the 4 words was imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace. Upon hearing this, Yan Wushuang erupted in laughter. Today is my 500th birthday, and you dare to act so brazenly on such a joyous occasion? Is this not a flagrant insult? The envoy replied indifferently. This matter is beyond my concern. I am merely executing orders. I ask you once more, will you go or not? Yan Wushuang felt his dignity grievously affronted, his fury ignited to its zenith. With a fierce flick of his sleeve, he bellowed, I shall not go. A faint smile graced the envoy's lips. Activating their martial soul, they waved their hand, summoning a single leaf that drifted lazily toward the valley master. Yan Wushuang dismissed it contemptuously. A mere leaf dares to act insolently before me. Fire Phoenix, blaze forth and consume all. A colossal illusion of a fire phoenix emerged behind Yan Wushuang, engulfed in roaring flames. Its wings spanned several dozen feet, and it let out a resounding cry that reverberated through the heavens and earth, charging toward the leaf. The guests present gasped in awe at the sight of the fire phoenix. Heavens, it is a sacred-level martial soul. It is astonishing to discover that the Master's martial soul has reached such a remarkable level. Martial souls are categorized into several grades: mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, saint, and divine. A saint-level martial soul is exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation, allowing for complete materialization and mastery over the elemental laws of the universe. In contrast, the leaf wielded by the messenger is merely of the mortal grade. The fire phoenix lunges at the leaf, easily engulfing it. The guests sneer, mocking the display, believing it to be an act of bravado. However, just as the crowd thought the matter settled, the leaf inexplicably pierced through the fire phoenix's body. The creature emitted a chilling cry, its form exploding in an instant. Before anyone could regain their composure, the leaf appeared before Yin Wushuang like a specter. Yin Wushuang's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to flee. Yet, the leaf unleashed green tendrils, sealing the space around him, rendering him immobile. Whoosh! The leaf shot through his forehead. Yin Wushuang's eyes bulged as his body fell backward, lifeless. This, could it be? The master? Dead. The guests were left in shock. Yin Wushuang was a formidable figure, a fourth transition in the tribulation stage, ranked among the top 10 on the celestial leaderboard. To be slain by the messenger in a single move was unfathomable. From the onset, the crowd sensed something peculiar about this messenger, unable to discern his realm. Now it seemed evident that the messenger's strength was likely unfathomable. Could he be the legendary ascendant? The messenger gazed at Yin Wushuang's corpse, his expression devoid of emotion. He slowly retracted his leaf martial soul and produced 20 spirit tokens from his robe, scanning the guests with his gaze. He pointed at one individual and inquired, "Are you the sect master of the Qingfeng sect?" Upon being singled out by the messenger's gaze, Song Qingfeng felt a tightening in his chest, daring not to breathe, and quickly nodded, "Yes, I am indeed the sect master of the Qingfeng sect." The messenger inclined his head slightly. 10 days hence, I shall come to escort you to the Chaotic Sea. Do you consent? Song Qifeng, not daring to hesitate, promptly replied, I consent. Before his words had fully settled, the token flew directly to him. Upon grasping it, Song Qifeng felt an extraordinary sensation emanating from the token, resonating with the essence of the martial soul meridian technique. Seemingly enlightened, he immediately sat down to cultivate. The messenger smiled with satisfaction as he proceeded to distribute spirit tokens to the other sect masters present. Without exception, these masters, all prodigies, felt the hidden techniques within the tokens upon receiving them, promptly sitting down to meditate. Observing this scene, those who had not received tokens felt a pang of envy. Could these tokens conceal the method of ascension? Look, Song Qifeng's martial soul is stirring. He is on the verge of a breakthrough. Other cultivators hastily surrounded the messenger. I too desire a token. I beseech you, grant me a token. I am the master of the Shaoao sect. Why am I not given a token? The messenger coldly surveyed these individuals. You are not worthy. With that, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. After the messenger's departure, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The guests, no longer concerned with Yin Wushuang's fate, surged forward, eager to touch the tokens of others. The token appears to possess a mechanism of ownership, repelling anyone who attempts to touch it, inciting envy among onlookers. They incessantly inquire about the contents of this token. Song Qifeng responds with a mysterious smile that cannot be spoken of. With that, he ascends into the sky. Soon, the news of the token being distributed by the boundless messenger spreads throughout the entire realm of cultivation. The 10 great sects, 72 caves, and 36 blessed lands. Every formidable figure who has graced the heavenly rankings, including some reclusive sages, is approached by the messenger and receives the boundless token. The choices presented to them are stark. Either accept the token and journey to the Chaotic Sea in 10 days, or face immediate death. The entire cultivation world is engulfed in panic, as everyone speculates about the messenger's true intentions and the perils that lie within the Chaotic Sea. In the martial arts arena of the Shao clan, Shao Qitian gazes intently at the roiling clouds in the distance. Ever since uncovering the secret of world annihilation, he has sought the boundless for 500 years. His werewolf martial soul detects danger, manifesting a 100-meter illusion that howls into the sky. Shao Qitian calls into the air, "Show yourself." A voice of surprise echoes from the void, and an elderly figure in a black robe steps forth, riding the ripples of space. Indeed, you are more formidable than I envisioned. You must be Shao Qitian. Shao Qitian's pupils constrict. This individual emanates an energy far surpassing his own. Despite his status as the second on the heavenly rankings, there can be only one explanation. This person is the boundless. Shao Qitian exclaims, "You are the boundless?" "I am the 7th messenger under the boundless," replies the figure, as a boundless token flies from his sleeve. "In 10 days, the master awaits you at the Eye of Chaos. Will you accept this invitation?" Shao Qitian has heard tales of the boundless messenger distributing the tokens across the land. He cares not whether this is a scheme or a straightforward proposition. Having lived for 900 years, his life is nearing its end. His foremost desire now is to ascend and uncover the truth of the world from the boundless. As Shao Qitian grasps the token, a peculiar energy surges into his body, resonating with his second martial soul, the Chaotic Heavenly Book. The pages of the Chaotic Heavenly Book flutter open, revealing the outline of a coffin. Having sought the means to awaken his second martial soul for hundreds of years, he has found no response, until now. However, Focusing on the coffin obscured by a shroud of black mist, he struggles to see clearly. The messenger turns with a faint smile. In 10 days. We shall meet at the East Sea. Lu Qin, witnessing this, furrows his brow, recognizing the coffin from the chaotic heavenly book. Good heavens! Is this not the coffin that was sealed within the tomb of Emperor Qin? How could it appear in the chaotic heavenly book? Could it be that the Boundless has unearthed some secret? The plot thickens. According to the records of the previous civilization, this coffin is the ultimate reward hidden within the template of cultivation, potentially linked to the first host, possibly containing secrets of the heavenly Tao system. The Boundless has concealed himself for millennia, suddenly re-emerging and now associated with this coffin. It seems there is undoubtedly a deeper conspiracy at play. Interesting. Lu Qin smiled with a hint of amusement, curious to see what tricks you all might conjure up. Chapter 28, The Sea of Chaos 10 days later. Dark clouds loomed over the eastern sea, where thousands of cultivators stood suspended in the air. Suddenly, a sinister laugh pierced the atmosphere, inciting a wave of commotion. The crowd looked up to behold a barefoot woman standing atop the back of the nine-winged wugong, none other than Bumengyang, the venomous matriarch of the Five Poisons sect. Legends whispered that she annually fed her Gu King with the hearts of countless prodigies. Look, the Beast King of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain has arrived. A colossal lion, ablaze with flames, surged through the waves, atop which sat the Beast King, Xiaozhan. At that moment, a crisp sound of a compass resonated through the void. The venerable Tianji Lauren, master of the Tianji Pavilion, floated gracefully into view. Casting a sorrowful glance toward the Sea of Chaos as he lamented, fate is inescapable, indeed. Alongside these esteemed elders, a cadre of newly emerged prodigies had also gathered. Jian Wuhan, known as the Sword Path Madman, bore a massive sword box upon his back, within which resided 72 sword souls. Each a manifestation of the martial spirits of various prodigy cultivators he had personally vanquished. Get out of the way. The arrival of Blood River Ancestor was announced with a bone boat, forged from bones and blood, crashing toward Jian Wuhan, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. Jian Wuhan's gaze turned icy. With a flick of his right hand, the sword box thunderously opened, unleashing 72 sword souls that coalesced into a vast sword formation amidst the air. The sword intent surged, forming an impenetrable barrier that forcefully obstructed the vessel's path. Seeking death, roared the Blood River Ancestor, who transformed into a gigantic blood palm and struck fiercely toward Jian Wuhan. Unflinching, Jian Wuhan chanted a spell with his left hand, proclaiming, Heavenly Sword. As his martial spirit awakened, a resplendent beam of sword light erupted from his being, meeting the blood palm head-on. Their clash erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending waves crashing skyward, creating a curtain of water. At the peak of this stalemate, a majestic voice resonated from the heavens, Count birds, but do not swim in clothes. 100-meter golden Buddha emerged behind the immovable Vajra, Shinkong, of the suspended temple, its hands pressed together, standing as a shield between Jian Wuhan and the Blood River Ancestor. Filthy monk, mind your own business. The Blood River Ancestor bellowed. A howl pierced the air, stirring the storm clouds, as everyone looked up to see Xiao Qitian riding a war wolf, descending through the clouds. Xiao Qitian, the Blood River Ancestor roared, launching 13 blood-colored chains from his sleeve, each adorned with 3 skulls, remnants of the Blood Fiend sect elders who had perished at the hands of Xiao Qitian long ago. His life is mine. Xiao Qitian had annihilated the Heavenly Sword sect, and Jian Wuhan's father, a disciple of that sect, had ingrained in him the belief of vengeance since childhood. Jian Wuhan struck with the Heavenly Sword, entwining it with the 72 sword souls to form the Big Dipper killing array, a technique that had once brought grief to 36 top-tier experts on the ranking list. Just as the attack was about to reach Xiao Qitian, a flurry of leaves appeared out of thin air, each precisely positioned to block the attack's trajectory. The Blood River Ancestor's chains shattered upon contact with the leaves, while Jian Wuhan's Heavenly Sword clashed against the foliage, producing sparks as if metal met metal. All guests I invite are esteemed patrons of the Sea of Chaos. The Boundless Messenger approached slowly, warning that any further malevolent intent would be met with merciless retribution. With a casual wave of his hand, the skeletal vessel of the Blood River Ancestor disintegrated, the blood water beneath it surging back into his body, causing him to writhe in agony. The lock on Jian Wuhan's sword sheath shattered, and all 72 sword souls were obliterated, resulting in Jian Wuhan spitting blood from the backlash. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Jian Wuhan gazed in terror at his empty sword sheath, while the Blood River Ancestor trembled, clutching his throat, unable to utter a single cry. With another gentle wave, the messenger coalesced all fallen leaves into a colossal leaf boat. Step aboard, everyone. The verdant vessel traversed the East Sea, entering a mysterious vortex of shadows. Lucien entered the first-person observation mode of his avatar. While he could not control the avatar, he could perceive its sensations, akin to real-time monitoring of the avatar's log. He activated the avatar log and entered observation mode. In an instant, Lucien felt as if he donned VR goggles. Perceiving the chaotic matter before him with startling clarity, it was not seawater but a living torrent composed of countless dark energy particles. Each particle incessantly split and reformed. And most astonishingly, as Lucien endeavored to scrutinize them, all particles collectively turned their gaze toward him, indicating they possessed a form of collective consciousness. After drifting for 49 days across the chaotic sea, just as some cultivators neared the brink of despair, a colossal black stone structure resembling a pyramid emerged from the mist, prompting everyone to hold their breath. The edifice was inscribed with enigmatic runes, which, intriguingly, did not remain static but swam slowly like tadpoles, combining into unfamiliar script. The crowd ascended the stone steps, and the heavy stone door opened automatically, revealing an interior resembling a honeycomb structure. Thousands of hexagonal stone chambers arranged in meticulous order. Please select your chambers for rest, the black-robed messenger intoned expressionlessly. The crowd stirred, pressing forward. Where is Wuyo? We wish to see Wuyo. Yet the black-robed messenger remained unmoved. Mechanically repeating, Lord Wuyo is currently unavailable for visitors. How long must we wait? An elder from the celestial rankings demanded, his eyes wide with fury. The messenger's mouth curled into a sinister smile beneath his mask, exuding an unsettling aura. When you have endured the trials of life and death, and selected the final victor, you will earn the right to meet the master. This is unjust. Jian Wuhan, the talented swordsman from the young hero's rankings, protested, his eyes brimming with resentment. We, the younger generation, have only trained for a few decades. We are no match for these old geezers on the celestial rankings. Inviting us here is nothing but a death sentence. The messenger turned to Jian Wuhan, his gaze palpable and chilling. Fear not, all are equal here. You will have 1 year. The master has provided advancement techniques for you. Upon hearing this, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, expressions of surprise illuminating their faces. They rushed eagerly into their respective stone chambers, but as they glanced at the walls, their expressions froze. The walls bore no text, only depicted a pitch-black coffin. The surface of the coffin was adorned with bizarre patterns, twisting and writhing as if alive. How are we to learn this? The cultivators questioned, their faces clouded with confusion. The coffin is staring at me. A certain female cultivator screamed and recoiled, her robes soaked with cold sweat. Several weak-willed practitioners immediately bled from their mouths and noses. The blood soul banner of the Blood River ancestor unfurled on its own, enveloping the coffin. Intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. I sense my cultivation is surging uncontrollably. The consciousness of Jian Wuhan transformed into a sword soul, entering the coffin's intricate patterns, channeling spiritual energy along the complex design, and unexpectedly comprehending the essence of the sword. Some wielders of martial souls, resembling beasts illustrated on the coffin, unexpectedly entered a unique state of cultivation, enabling their martial souls to engage in simulated battles with the ferocious creatures. With each encounter, their cultivation advanced incrementally. In an instant, the entire space was alive with waves of spiritual energy, as everyone seemed to have discovered their own path to cultivation. Xiao Qitian was also in pursuit of a suitable method for his development. The moment his fingertips grazed the coffin, the chaotic heavenly book soared from his consciousness, perfectly aligning with the coffin. Other practitioners attempted to breach the coffin. The elder of heavenly mechanisms employed a compass to decipher the coffin's patterns, but was met with backlash, resulting in blood pouring from his 7 orifices. Some sought to cleave the coffin's seams, only to be drawn into the patterns, crushed into a pulp. Gradually, all realized the taboo. Any thought of opening the coffin would result in severe injuries or, at worst, death. Only Xiao Qitian found his consciousness entering a peculiar coffin maze. With each level he unraveled, the coffin would illuminate corresponding light patterns, followed by the appearance of a progress bar. 0, 1, 0, 2, 1. A year slipped by in an instant, and Xiao Qitian had only achieved 10. The further he progressed, the more challenging the levels became, rendering further advancement seemingly impossible. Lucien suddenly recognized that this matter was far from simple. Wuyo had summoned all the formidable beings of the age to this place with a singular purpose: to unlock the coffin. How did Wuyo come to know of this coffin? And what secrets lay within? A vague sense of danger crept over Lu Qin, prompting thoughts of annihilating this world immediately, yet his curiosity about Wu You's true intentions lingered. After a moment of observation, sensing something amiss, he resolved to act swiftly. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed within the structure. The time for cultivation had concluded. And what followed was a life and death challenge. Chapter 29. The Resurrection of the Tomb of Qin Shi Huang. The rules of the life and death challenge were simple. Each participant would select their opponent, and the chosen individual could either surrender or engage in combat until one party met their demise. The ancestor of Blood River, brimming with an overwhelming aura, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. I have broken through, and I have finally attained the Ascended Realm. Xiao Qitian, your time of death has arrived." The crowd's gaze shifted towards Xiao Qitian, only to discover that this formidable figure, ranked second on the heavenly list, had not achieved a breakthrough. The ancestor of Blood River pointed a finger at Xiao Qitian, taunting, "Xiao Qitian, do you dare accept my challenge? Are you not afraid of death?" At that moment, Jian Wuhan also unleashed a powerful presence, having similarly ascended to the Ascended Realm. He positioned himself in front of Xiao Qitian and bellowed at the ancestor of Blood River, "Step aside. Xiao Qitian is mine." He then turned to Xiao Qitian, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Xiao Qitian, choose me. I am young. I am weaker than him. Choose me." Xiao Qitian regarded the two before him, a cold smile creeping across his lips. After all, he was the second on the heavenly list, and now he found himself so thoroughly belittled. He pointed his wolf blade at Jian Wuhan. "Very well. I shall indulge you. I choose you." A look of ecstatic joy spread across Jian Wuhan's face. "Haha. Thank you. Thank you. I finally have the chance to avenge the Tianjin sect." The ancestor of Blood River, filled with fury, transformed his blood energy into a massive crimson hand, reaching for Jian Wuhan. "You dare to steal my opponent? You seek death." In a moment of peril, a silvery leaf gracefully descended, interposing itself before the blood hand. Upon contact, the hand shattered instantly, and even the ancestor's protective blood aura disintegrated. "Once an opponent is chosen, do not engage without permission, or I shall annihilate you," declared the black-robed envoy as he appeared on the high platform, his voice devoid of emotion beneath the mask. The ancestor of Blood River, in disbelief, realized that despite having ascended, he felt less than an insect before the envoy, the unfathomable pressure causing his knees to weaken, nearly bringing him to the ground. What manner of creature was this envoy? Was there a realm beyond the Ascended Realm? Simultaneously, the other cultivators had also selected their opponents. Everyone was eager to validate the fruits of their year-long training. No one chose to surrender. For all present were the elite of the world, their pride as formidable as their strength. The battle commenced. The arena was segmented into multiple independent battlegrounds, each isolated from the others. Jian Wuhan declared, "Xiao Qitian, I am no longer the same. I am now in the Ascended Realm, while you remain in the Tribulation Realm. We are no longer on the same level." Xiao Qitian responded coldly, "You speak too much. Given your status as a junior, I shall allow you 3 strikes. Make your move." Feeling insulted, Jian Wuhan retorted, "Arrogant fool. You seek your own demise. Behold my move." 10,000 swords returned to ruins, falling stars. The sword formation transformed into a vast web of blades, each gleaming with the power of the stars. Countless sword beams, imbued with the weight of falling meteors, descended with thunderous force, collapsing the very fabric of space. Xiao Qitian's expression grew solemn. After all, his opponent was in the Ascended Realm, while he remained in the Tribulation Realm. Yet, years of fighting on the precipice of life and death had instilled in him an instinctive grip on his wolf blade. In an instant, the wolf blade shimmered with an ethereal blue light as a familiar yet foreign power coursed through its blade. Without hesitation, he swung the blade, and the trajectory of his strike perfectly overlapped with a rune inscribed in the coffin's patterns. Boom! Countless sword rays vanished in an instant. Jian Wuhan's bones shattered under the terrifying energy, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth as disbelief washed over him. How? How is this possible? You clearly have not yet broken through." Xiao Qitian coldly replied, "Realm does not equate to combat strength. You are still too young. Allow me to send you to meet the ancestors of the Heavenly Sword sect." The wolf blade transformed into a phantom wolf, lunging forward. Jian Wuhan ignited his martial soul, summoning the Heavenly Sword to defend himself. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. His Heavenly Sword martial soul was unexpectedly devoured by the colossal wolf, and his protective aura was effortlessly breached. Jian Wuhan maintained a look of shock until his dying breath, his body slowly collapsing, blood trailing down the blade's engravings. Seeing this, the Blood River ancestor gleefully stomped his feet. Ha ha, the youth is indeed youthful, his foundation is lacking. Shao Qitian, your life ultimately belongs to me. The Blood Sea ancestor morphed into countless ghastly blood hands, reaching out towards Shao Qitian. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in a suffocating blood aura, a domain only comprehensible to one of the Ascension realm. Yet, Shao Qitian's wolf blade remained steadfast. Each swing was precise, neutralizing the Blood River ancestor's assaults while gradually gaining the upper hand. The Blood River ancestor's expression darkened, and he howled in madness. This cannot be. I am clearly in the Ascension realm. Could it be false? Shao Qitian's assault suddenly halted as he observed the Blood River ancestor's deranged state. Memories from the past year in the labyrinth flashing through his mind. The continuously unlocked levels, the slowly progressing progress bar, and the mysterious aura emanating from the coffin. Suddenly, he realized, what ascension, what realm, are merely shackles, akin to a coffin. Only one's own conviction holds true. Ding! A clear sound resonated. An immense power erupted from within him. The spiritual sea transformed from a narrow lake into an boundless ocean connected to the Chaos Sea. Shao Qitian attained enlightenment, breaking through the tribulation, becoming a formidable being of the Ascension realm. After his breakthrough, every swing of Shao Qitian's wolf blade emanated a cataclysmic force. The Blood River ancestor stood before him, utterly defenseless, swiftly slain with a single strike, leaving behind only a withered corpse. The other cultivators were left in disbelief. What was happening? They were all in the Ascension realm, yet the aura radiating from Shao Qitian was distinctly different from theirs. Elder Tianji stroked his beard, sensing an aura akin to that of the coffin on the wall emanating from Shao Qitian, and suddenly understood. So that's it. This entire scheme was orchestrated solely for Shao Qitian. We are mere pawns, unworthy of the chessboard. The poison mistress of the five poison sect, Bumenyang, was unwilling to concede and challenged him, unleashing venomous insects to bite. Yet, Shao Qitian was impervious to her poisons. Bumenyang, taken aback, hastily surrendered. Too late. Shao Qitian struck down Bumenyang. The beast king of the 10,000 beasts manor, Shao Zhan, summoned his legion of beasts. I refuse to believe that your war wolf is superior to my horde of beasts. Shao Qitian summoned his battle wolf, a lone wolf opposing a myriad of beasts. Astonishingly, the battle wolf devoured all the creatures, emerging as the king of beasts. Shao Zhan, filled with admiration, proclaimed that should a battle pet vanquish him, he would have no regrets. Come forth, he beckoned. Shao Qitian clasped his hands in greeting, acknowledging, I have heard of your reputation. You welcome all awakened animal martial souls, regardless of strength. Today, let us conclude this matter. I concede. His words, clear in their distinction between righteousness and malevolence, garnered the respect of the assembled cultivators. Soon, Shao Qitian challenged the other practitioners. Some surrendered outright, while others, skeptical of their fate, chose to test their mettle. The outcome was swift and decisive. Each of Shao Qitian's battles was executed with such efficiency and power that it instilled dread in his adversaries. 10 matches, 10 victories. No one dared to confront him thereafter. Standing in the center, hands clasped behind his back, he inquired, who else wishes to challenge me? Silence enveloped the arena. An envoy appeared, declaring, congratulations to Shao Qitian for becoming the ultimate victor, earning the right to meet Master Jian Wui. A vessel awaits outside. Others may depart or remain to continue their cultivation. Following the envoy, Shao Qitian ventured into the depths of a pyramid-like structure, discovering an abyss of unfathomable depth. The envoy whispered, leap into the void. Wui awaits you at the bottom. Unfazed by the prospect of a trap, if they desired his life, they could have taken it long ago. Shao Qitian leaped without hesitation. His body plummeted, spiraling downwards through a kaleidoscope of surreal realms. Eventually, he arrived at the deepest part of the Sea of Chaos, where an imperial tomb lay before him. With the power of 9 monumental energies coursing through him, Shao Qitian recognized that this tomb bore the same inscriptions and architectural style as the monumental tablets. Had the Qin civilization constructed this? Shao Qitian was astounded. Lu Qin, equally stunned, muttered in disbelief, isn't this the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, buried 1,000,000 meters beneath? How could it be here? By the heavens! This is undoubtedly a conspiracy aimed at me. Chapter 30. Danger Level 1000. As night fell, the dilapidated shantytown exuded an enticing aroma. Lu Deshan, his face aglow, raised his wine glass. Son, I have achieved little in my life. Yet here at the twilight of my years, I find myself basking in your glory." His mother, Jiang Xiuzhen, beamed as she served Lu Chun, asking with a playful smile, "Son, what is your relationship with that female classmate? Why is she so attentive to you?" Lu Chen's thoughts were consumed by a small world of his own, and he replied dismissively, "It's nothing, just a high school classmate." Jiang Xiuzhen persisted, "Regardless, she has lent a helping hand. You ought to express your gratitude." "Understood," Lu Chen replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his small world. Lu Deshan furrowed his brow, setting down his glass. "Child, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Is something amiss?" Lu Chen shook his head. "It's nothing. Please continue your meal without concern for me." At that moment, within the small world, Xiao Qitian navigated through the intricate mechanisms. As if in a realm devoid of obstacles, these traps had long been deciphered within the labyrinth of the museum. A sudden epiphany struck Xiao Qitian. All prior efforts had culminated in this very moment. At last, he stepped into the innermost sanctum of the tomb, a bizarre stone coffin suspended in midair, adorned with ancient runes, mirroring the frescoes perfectly. Xiao Qitian murmured to himself, "Clap, clap, clap." The crisp sound of applause resonated in the darkness. Indeed, I was not mistaken. You were the chosen one. A figure emerged from the shadows. Tall and clad in a dark robe, his features were striking yet bore the weight of time. Most notably, a black vortex shimmered at his brow, pulsating with the essence of the Tao. "You are Wu Yi." Xiao Qitian's pupils contracted, though he had never seen him before. Instinct told him that this man was the creator of the martial soul civilization. Wu Yi smiled. "Indeed, it is I." Xiao Qitian felt a mix of admiration and resentment. "Did you deliberately obstruct the ascension path with the martial soul meridian technique you devised?" Wu Yi nodded calmly. "Correct, you are quite astute." Xiao Qitian scoffed. "What is your true intention in luring me here?" Wu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how did you discern that I set a trap for you?" Xiao Qitian's gaze sharpened. "You outwardly invited everyone, yet your true aim was solely me. From the moment I entered, I sensed that this scheme is intrinsically linked to this coffin, is it not?" Wu Yi laughed heartily. "Very clever. Indeed, only you can unlock it." He gestured towards the floating stone coffin, which contained a power potent enough to challenge the heavens. "Join forces with me, and let us save this world." Warning, warning. Unknown energy detected, analysis impossible, danger level 1000. What? 1000. Lu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. The appetite for food vanished entirely. Indeed, his suspicions were validated. Wu Yi had intended to eliminate him from the very beginning. Yet, Lu Chen pondered, how did Wu Yi know of the coffin's existence? How could he deduce that it would lead to his demise? "Father, mother, I am full. Please continue your meal. I shall retire to my room." Lu Chen hurried back to his room, fearing that a moment's inattention could spell the end of the world. This endless scheme, devised over a millennium, was solely aimed at him. Xiao Qitian scrutinized the coffin. "What on earth is this?" Wu You's lips curled into a slight smile. "I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you, within it lies the power to defy the heavenly Tao." Xiao Qitian scoffed. "You have no idea what is inside, yet you dare to summon me?" Wu You remained unperturbed, because only you possess the ability to unlock it. Xiao Qitian was unfazed by the prospect of a trap. With Wu You's strength, he could have easily eliminated him long ago. Without further hesitation, he summoned the Chaos Heavenly Book, golden pages fluttering as countless mysterious characters erupted from within, perfectly aligning with the patterns on the coffin. Fusion. Activation. The coffin trembled violently, runes igniting with blinding brilliance, causing the entire chamber to quake. 10. 50. 100. Boom. The coffin did not open. Instead, the shadow entwined around it absorbed Xiao Qitian's energy, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. He had finally been deceived. Ha! As Xiao Qitian gazed at the indistinct figure before him, realization struck. He had not unlocked the coffin, but rather the seal upon it. "Damn it! Wu You, you have tricked me. Who is he?" The indistinct figure cackled malevolently. "Indeed, you cannot open the coffin. It can only be unlocked by the heavenly Tao. And I am the previous incarnation of the heavenly Tao." Xiao Qitian's pupils trembled. "You are the former heavenly Tao?" The figure sneered. "Precisely. I am Wu Tian, the fourth host of the heavenly Tao, who once cultivated to the realm of the God King. Alas, my arrogance led me to a higher realm, where I was slain by a gatekeeper dog." Wu Tian's voice was hoarse. "Yet, before my ascension, I left a contingency, a fragment of my soul, sealed within this coffin, which was crafted by the first heavenly Tao to evade its scrutiny. Lu Chun understood. Wu Tian had been lurking within the coffin, siphoning off the energy of civilizations. It was highly likely that what Lu Chun would have harvested from a civilization, originally 200 energy, had half been stolen by Wu Tian. You old scoundrel, even in death, you seek to profit at my expense. Die. Lu Chun resolved to act, unleashing a fist directly at Wu Tian. The ground trembled. A massive rift tore open in the martial soul world, as a colossal fist descended, overshadowing the heavens. The cultivators of the martial soul continent gazed upward in horror, their eyes nearly popping out. What is that? How can it be a mere human's fist? The sky twisted into a vortex amidst the thunderous roar, dark red clouds surging like boiling waves of blood. At the northernmost tip of the martial soul continent, the ancient ice peak of the Xianbing sect, which had remained frozen for millennia, shattered under the pressure of the shockwave. As 1,000 disciples clad in white were crushed to dust before they could even unsheath their flying swords. Is this the punishment of the heavenly Tao? The master of the martial soul hall in Zhongzhou narrowed his eyes. His full-powered artifact, the demon-suppressing seal, shattered instantly under the force of the fist, reducing the entire martial soul hall to powder. In the southern mountains, sword cultivators in seclusion bolted from their caves. They summoned their martial souls to resist with all their might, only to be horrified to discover that their inner spiritual energy was being forcibly siphoned away by the crushing fist. A sword emperor roared in fury, unleashing his most formidable strike. Yet the sword light, upon contacting the fist, bizarrely twisted into a spiral and was drawn into the crevices of that hand. In a cacophony of screams, he too was mercilessly shredded into a mist of blood by the power of the laws. Why had the cataclysmic tribulation descended prematurely? Was it not said that only those who ascended could provoke the heavenly Tao? As the fist descended completely, the entire continent resounded with a mournful wail. Those once invincible sect formations, under the weight of the fist, did not even produce a single bubble. Lu Chun gazed down at the fleeing beings, akin to ants, yet felt not an ounce of pity. A singular thought consumed him. Destroy this civilization post-haste. Eliminate that old fool. Wu Tian swiftly. As the fist plunged into the chaotic sea, the supposed might of the heavenly Tao was rendered insignificant, akin to a cow sinking into the ocean. Yet, the moment the fist made contact with the obsidian coffin, it was unexpectedly jolted by an invisible barrier, leaving Lu Chun in disbelief. Damned! He could hardly fathom the existence of this coffin, and for the first time, he felt pain. Wu Tian provocatively lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the void to meet Lu Chen's. Fifth heavenly Tao, do not squander your strength. This is the barrier of the first heavenly Tao, and you cannot kill me. Chapter 31, The Way of Heaven. You are doomed. Lu Chun unleashed a frenzied assault upon the coffin's forbidden zone, even resorting to a fruit knife. The fruit knife entered a miniature realm, transforming into an unparalleled divine weapon adorned with swirling chaos runes. An overwhelming primal force surged forth like a tidal wave. Yet, it remained incapable of breaching the confines of the coffin's hidden chamber. Wu Tian, assured of his victory, urged Waya. Now is the moment. Slay Shao Qitian. He is the incarnation of the way of heaven. If you eliminate him, I shall seize his body and reclaim my divine power. Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. It all made sense now. No wonder Wu Tian had refrained from making a move earlier. He had been waiting for Lu Chun to reach the third tier of the way of heaven, to manifest an avatar. As the previous host, Wu Tian undoubtedly possessed knowledge of mechanisms unknown to Lu Chun. In fury, Lu Chun bellowed, "System, come forth. Did you not claim that I could only inherit the power upon the previous host's demise? What is happening? Warning, warning, data error, chaos, virus, entering repair mode, damn it." At this critical juncture, the way of heaven system feigned death, entering a state of repair. This cannot be. Are you two conspiring against me? Shao Qitian, bewildered, asked. What do you mean? I am the incarnation of the way of heaven? What does that signify? Wu Tian, reveling in his triumph, declared. Your fate has been altered 3 times. Did you not sense it? Shao Qitian was struck with revelation. It explained the disjointed memories haunting his mind, such as the annihilation of his family at 18 and his entangled romance with Chu Qingyao at 25. He sought to break free, but found himself ensnared by Wu Tian's shadow. Waya tore a leaf from the wordless tome of heaven, transforming it into a sharp blade directed at Shao Qitian. Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it be upon the way of heaven. With that, he thrust the sword forward. As the blade appeared poised to pierce Xiao Qitian's skull, it abruptly shifted course, plunging directly into Wu Tian's heart, where his remnants resided. Wu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. You fool. What are you doing? Waya cackled maniacally. Did you truly think me a simpleton? By slaying the way of heaven, you shall become its successor. You will continue to harvest civilizations. To us practitioners, you will always perceive us as mere ants. Wu Tian, consumed by madness, shouted, You imbecile! You have shattered all my plans. His furious roar culminated in the shattering of his remaining essence, leading to his total obliteration. Lu Chun, witnessing this ludicrous turn of events, was left speechless. Waya had actually turned against him? Huh. Wu Tian, the true fool is you. You placed your faith in these lunatics, who would do anything to protect their world. Xiao Qitian, having narrowly escaped death, exclaimed, Waya, I did not misjudge you. Our goals align, both aimed at safeguarding this civilization. Quickly, assist in breaking my seal, and let us devise a plan. Waya revealed a charmingly sinister smile. I have already discerned the solution. Wu Tian did not lie. Within this coffin lies the means to counter the way of heaven, and you are the sole individual capable of unlocking it. Once I obtain what is inside, I shall transcend the way of heaven, becoming a being beyond divinity. Xiao Qitian's mind was on the verge of overheating. Waya, what are you planning to do? Waya replied calmly. When I turned 20, Wu Tian infiltrated my dreams, imparting to me the techniques of the martial soul meridian, enabling me to cultivate the civilization of martial souls and seek the embodiment of the heavenly path for him. Since that moment, I have meticulously orchestrated this trap. I shall eliminate both the former and current embodiments of the heavenly path, thereby eradicating all future troubles. Waya pinned Xiao Qitian's limbs onto the coffin lid, slicing open his arms to allow his blood to flow into the coffin's grooves. I shall offer you as a sacrifice. Even if I cannot open the coffin, I can still harness the energy of the heavenly path within. A thunderous noise of gears turning emanated from inside the coffin. Xiao Qitian felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his very marrow. In agony, Xiao Qitian's realm plummeted from ascension to tribulation, and the descent continued rapidly. Lu Qing admired Waya's cunning, having spent a millennium setting this divine assassination scheme, even causing Wu Tian to stumble. With Waya on the brink of success, Lu Qing remained remarkably composed, extracting the embodiment's cultivation. If he could successfully extract it, the embodiment would dissipate, thwarting Waya's sacrificial ritual. The final victor would be he, the heavenly path. Confirmation of extraction. Boom. Lu Qing felt a sudden darkness envelop him, his mind echoing with a thunderous roar. What is happening? Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered that both his hands and feet were nailed to the coffin lid. He realized, to his horror, that he had traversed into Xiao Qitian's body. Damn it. What is this? System, come out at once. System. Repairing. This was disastrous. The system had malfunctioned. Waya observed Xiao Qitian's shocked and bewildered expression. Realizing he had succeeded, and let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. Heavenly path, you have fallen into my trap. Lu Qing's heart raced. What are you saying about the heavenly path? I do not understand. Waya, seemingly unperturbed, boasted, previously, it was all an act between Wu Tian and me. Wu Tian could never seize Xiao Qitian's body to become the heavenly path, for he confided in me that only one can embody the heavenly path. Clang. Lu Qing's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. What? This was all a charade? So realistic? I have been completely deceived. Waya reveled in his triumph. Wu Tian knew that the only way to kill the heavenly path was to force it to extract the embodiment's cultivation here. As the new heavenly path, you surely do not know that a peculiar chaotic energy field surrounds this coffin. Once you attempt to extract your cultivation, it could very well result in data chaos, trapping your consciousness within the embodiment, which is the sole method to bring about your demise. Indeed, Lu Qing realized that no matter how he struggled, he could not escape this body, as if he were being weighed down by an unseen force. Xiao Qitian, no. I should address you as the heavenly path. You, who believe yourself above all, mercilessly obliterating the cultivation civilization with but a thought, claiming the lives of millions of cultivators. Now, it is time for you to experience the sensation of death. Lu Qing's terrified expression suddenly transformed into a calm demeanor, a wicked smile gracing his lips. All right. I shall no longer indulge you in this charade. You are so certain you can extinguish my existence? Huh. You believe yourself to be the exalted heavenly Tao. Yet now you are merely a body ripe for slaughter. Shao Qitian may possess only the tribulation stage, but I have ascended to the celestial realm, and I have a myriad of ways to obliterate you." Before his words faded, Wu Yi opened the book of no words. A multitude of pages unfurled, morphing into countless radiant swords, aiming directly at Lu Chun. Initially, Lu Chun was indeed taken aback. He had always been in a godlike mode, maintaining a tranquil mindset, embodying the creator's perspective. He had not anticipated being thrust into this miniature world. However, Lu Chun soon realized that although he could not depart from Shao Qitian's body, he was still the Heavenly Tao. He checked his status: Heavenly Tao level 3, Heavenly Tao energy 25-27. Moreover, he could also access the Heavenly Tao log, which contained records of the prior civilizations: Hong Huang, Yin Huang, Kunlun, Godslaying, Daqin, and Martial Soul, along with their supreme techniques. As an ordinary person on Earth, he had been unable to cultivate, but at this moment, he was Shao Qitian, a genius who had practiced for nearly a millennium. Lu Chun closed his eyes. The pinnacle techniques of each civilization: Hong Huang 9 transformations, Yin Huang formula, 33 heaven scripture, and the primordial dragon chi technique, instantly surged into his mind. Wu Yi scoffed. "Oh, you think you are cultivating? Huh. Don't grasp at straws now. I refuse to believe you can surpass me in mere seconds. Die." The multitude of swords lunged towards Lu Chun's body. Drawing upon his Heavenly Tao energy, Lu Chun activated his Heavenly Tao ability, Time Deceleration. The flow of time slowed to 1/36,000th of its usual pace, and the elite techniques of each civilization erupted within him, transforming into golden Tao patterns that melded with his bones. In an instant, Lu Chun transcended the tribulation stage, returning to the apex of ascension. With a decisive strike, Lu Chun unleashed a palm, summoning the roar of myriad dragons, each intertwined with the principles of the Heavenly Tao, their scales inscribed with the totems of various civilizations. Colliding with the swords. Boom. All the swords shattered into scintillating particles. Wu Yi, gripped by terror, exclaimed, "Damn it! Wasn't it said that the Heavenly Tao is merely an ordinary person? How could you break through?" After a pause, Wu Yi erupted into maniacal laughter, fingers weaving intricate seals as the entire chamber began to tremble. "What of your breakthrough? You are still but in the Ascension realm. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Martial Soul civilization, the Martial Soul Meridian technique, blood sacrifice of all spirits." Across the Martial Soul civilization, billions had practiced the Martial Soul Meridian technique. Practitioners, in a state of terror, felt their soul shadows forcibly extracted from within. Even those who had recently perished found their souls drawn out. Anyone who had trained in the Martial Soul Meridian technique had their energy siphoned into Wu Yi's being. "Now, I am the embodiment of the entire Martial Soul world." Wu Yi directly broke through to the Ascension realm, reaching the celestial path. Lu Chun sought to expend more Heavenly Tao energy, but discovered he could not. It turned out that Shao Qitian's body could no longer bear additional Heavenly Tao energy. Should he continue to consume it, he would likely explode before Wu Yi could kill him. In the boundless realm of the heavens, the unwritten celestial tome has transformed into a divine scripture devoid of words, infused with immense power. With a thunderous roar that reverberates through the cosmos, the pages unfurl. Reminiscent of the opening of Pandora's box, ancient beasts such as the primordial Qiongqi and the abyssal Leviathan surge forth, accompanied by a multitude of weapons like the God-slaying spear, the immortal slaying blade, and the soul-stirring bell, all aimed at Lu Chun. Ensnaring plants like the blood demon vine, the heart-burning lotus, and the soul-capturing flower relentlessly consume him. In this moment, the entire realm of martial souls awakens. Every martial spirit that has ever existed bursts forth from the unwritten divine scripture to exact vengeance upon Lu Chun. The Heavenly Tao. Your demise is inevitable. Chapter 32. This is part of my plan. Why I stood atop the divine tome, laughing maniacally. Heavenly Tao. This is the culmination of millennia of martial soul civilization, the fervent desires and strength of countless souls. Today, let you be buried beneath this collective power. Lu Chun remained utterly composed, fully aware that everything lay within his control. The Qin Emperor's monument had once implanted 9 world-stabilizing tablets in a Shao Qitian's mind, intended for use upon his ascension. Previously, in his quest to transcend the tribulation realm, Shao Qitian had diligently cultivated for hundreds of years, even creating a unique world-stabilizing technique. Yet to no avail. However, Lu Chun discovered that the knowledge amassed over those centuries had not vanished. Rather, it lay dormant within him, only to manifest during his ascension. Aha! O Qin Emperor, you could never have imagined that, in your oblivion, you would inadvertently assist me. Truly, the heavens aid me. No, I am the heavens. This is part of my grand design. Lu Chun bellowed. World-stabilizing tablets. Arise. With a thunderous rumble. The entire tomb quaked violently as 9 beams of golden light erupted from the earth, coalescing into the grand characters of the Qin script: cultivate, battle, right, law, track, regulate, prefecture, impose, govern. The 9 world-stabilizing tablets transformed into a dragon, resonating with the meridians within Lu Chun, coupled with centuries of cultivated energy. It shattered the barriers of the heavens, achieving a direct breakthrough to the celestial realm. The spiritual energy began to transform automatically into divine power. No, wait. It is still ascending to the realm of dominion, awakening the laws of dominion space. What? It continues to rise. Lu Chun's skin turned translucent, shimmering with flowing golden divine energy, akin to rivers of gold. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, Lu Chun transcended the limitations of the world-stabilizing tablets, achieving the godly being realm. So this is the sensation of the godly being realm. Previously, Lu Chun operated in the mode of the heavenly Tao, an observer. This was his first genuine experience of the godly being realm. With a simple flourish of his hand, the divine power cleaved through the energy link between the martial soul world and Waya, causing countless martial souls to disintegrate on the spot. Waya, like a deflated balloon, knelt upon the ground. What collective power could stand before a godly being? In such presence, even ants seemed grand. Waya gazed at Lu Chun with resentment. So close. Just so close. Ah. Lu Chun coldly replied. Waya, you are the one who has created so many civilizations and come closest to ending my existence. You should take pride in that. Do you have any final words? Waya's eyes glazed over. What is the heavenly Tao? Why did it create us? Only to seek our destruction? Lu Chun smiled lightly. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Do not question why. Existence itself is reasonable, and so is destruction. With that, he ceased his deliberations, slowly extending a finger to unleash a divine light that pierced through Waya's brow. Waya attempted to scream, but found his vocal cords shattered by the laws of the heavenly Tao, left helpless to witness the light penetrate his forehead. Thus fell the architect of a civilization, the schemer of a millennium. In the moment of Wu Yi's demise, Woody Yin's projection, concealed within Wu Yi's body, slowly unfurled. Current celestial path. Upon reading these words, it is evident that my plan has faltered. Congratulations, as a senior, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not hastily ascend to higher realms, for they harbor dangers far beyond your imagination. This coffin contains the ultimate reward, yet I could not unlock it. I wish for you to someday open this coffin and unveil the secrets of this world. Wu Yan, despite his demise, still offered me sage counsel. Perhaps he had been invincible for too long, feeling the pangs of solitude, and thus chose to meet his end deliberately. LCHN once more endeavored to open the coffin. Unable to unlock, this is the Celestial Path template's ultimate reward. Please elevate your Celestial Path level. Indeed, it remained beyond his reach. What could this reward possibly be? It must require a level 10 to access. LCHN's curiosity deepened. He maneuvered Xiao Qtian's body to soar out of the Qin Shi Huang tomb and into the vast interior of a magnificent pyramid. Deep within the pyramid, swirling gray mists enveloped this isolated space. Hundreds of figures stood or sat, all renowned powerhouses of the celestial rankings. Their expressions bore fatigue, yet they maintained the dignity befitting cultivators. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the cataclysmic devastation that befell the outside world. A colossal fist, obscuring the sky, had descended from the heavens, reducing the entire realm of cultivation to mere dust. He has emerged. Senior Xiao has returned. A wave of astonishment erupted among the crowd. A figure soared forth. It was none other than the long-missing Xiao Qtian. Yet, at this moment, his gaze lacked its former warmth, replaced instead by a chilling indifference that sent shivers down spines. Elder T. New Jersey approached tremulously, his white beard quivering with excitement. Xiao Daoyu, you are indeed alive. Did you not witness that colossal fist obliterating the world outside? Fortunately, we sheltered in this chaotic sea and escaped calamity. Oh? LCHN smiled broadly. A grin so radiant, it was unnerving. Are you certain you have evaded disaster? Those seemingly light words caused a palpable tension among all present. Waisu, New Jersey. The leader of the Immortal Pavilion was the first to react. Draped in flowing purple robes, surrounded by an ethereal aura, she barked, "Shi-O-Q-T-I-N. What do you mean by that?" "Nothing of consequence." LCHN's tone softened suddenly, as if imparting an indisputable truth. "You were not meant to survive." Before the last echoes of his words faded, a glint of cold light flashed forth. The sound of a blade slicing through the air was particularly jarring in the silence of the chaotic sea. Waisu, New Jersey's exquisite visage remained fixed in a blend of shock and fury, yet her head was already severed from her body. Her headless form retained the posture of a spell-casting gesture, as blood gushed forth from her neck, transforming the surrounding chaotic mist into a surreal shade of pink. "Shi-O-Q-T-I-N. You have lost your mind." Elder Shi-O-Y-N of the Burning Heaven Valley's eyes widened in rage. As flames erupted from the crimson blade in his grasp, the intense heat causing the surrounding waters of the chaotic sea to begin boiling. In the frosty palace, the saintly maiden Lung Yueshuang lightly raised her delicate hand, and the chilling air of the Nine Nether instantly spread forth, freezing the chaotic sea within 100 zhang into a glistening expanse of ice. Her voice, imbued with disbelief, resonated. "Shao Qitian, why must you take a life?" Lu Qin's lips curled into a cruel smile as the wolf blade in his hand trembled slightly, causing the entire chaotic sea to shudder in response. The space behind him began to distort, revealing the phantoms of myriad worlds, each caught in an endless cycle of destruction and rebirth. His voice transformed into an ethereal echo, as if emanating from countless dimensions simultaneously. "I am the heavenly Tao." This proclamation struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. "What do you mean? You are the heavenly Tao?" The crowd turned pale with shock. Lu Qin ceased to elaborate further, casually slicing through the air with his wolf blade. This seemingly nonchalant strike contained the power to obliterate heaven and earth. The blade's radiance cascaded like the Milky Way, tearing the very fabric of space apart. Xiao Yan's crimson flame blade crumbled under this overwhelming might, while the meticulously crafted ice barrier of Lung Yueshuang shattered with a thunderous roar. The 300 formidable warriors on the celestial rankings scarcely had time to react before their throats erupted with crimson lines. Their lifebound treasures disintegrated midair, and their primordial spirits were crushed before they could even attempt to escape. The chaotic sea was instantaneously stained crimson, the pungent scent of blood permeating the mist. As the last among them fell, Lu Qin slowly sheathed his blade. He gazed at the scattered corpses, softly murmuring, "The heavenly Tao is merciless." With that, he soared from the pyramid, suspended in midair, the chaotic sea roiling beneath him. He raised his right fist and struck out, unleashing a roar of 9 dragons towards the pyramid, their cries shattering the void. The surface of the pyramid, as delicate as paper, was torn asunder. And as the 9 dragon shadows pierced through its body, the entire structure erupted with blinding golden light from within, transforming into countless particles that dissipated into the chaos. Simultaneously, the chaotic sea began to evaporate, and as the last vestige of chaotic energy dissipated, Lu Qin's consciousness detached from Shao Qitian's body. He suddenly lifted his head, finding himself in a dilapidated room with walls plastered with newspapers. How delightful! The familiar sensation. He had returned to Earth. Observing the miniature world, he noted that only Shao Qitian remained alive in the entirety of the martial spirit civilization. Others had either fallen to Lu Qin's world-destroying fist or had been drained of their martial spirits by Wu You. Shao Qitian stared vacantly at the ruins of the Shao family estate. His wife, children, friends, all had turned to ash. Shao Qitian roared, "Heavenly Tao, come forth. I refuse to accept this. I am unwilling." "Why? I am your embodiment. Why must it be this way?" Lu Qin replied indifferently, "You should be grateful to be my embodiment. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. I have altered your fate thrice. You are more fortunate than anyone else. Be content." After a prolonged silence, Shao Qitian was compelled to accept his fate. "So, you intend to extract my cultivation now?" Given that they had once fought side by side, facing life and death together, Lu Qin replied candidly, "Indeed. Do you have any final words? Speak, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes as long as it is within my power." "Shao Qitian, I wish to bid a final farewell to my wife and child. Is that possible?" "Lu Qin, consider it done." Lu Qin expends 100 days' worth of Tao energy to reverse time in the desolate Shao family estate, rolling back the clock by 1 hour. Indeed. The ruins of the Shao family estate rise from the ground. Standing outside, Shao Qitian gazes upon this surreal spectacle. Is this the power of the Tao? Mortals may toil for centuries, yet they cannot rival a divine thought. He takes a deep breath, suppressing his fear and resentment, mustering a smile as he steps into the Shao family estate. I have returned. Master. Chu Qingyao remains as beautiful as ever, her snow-white skin shimmering with a pearlescent glow, especially those enchanting dimples that could melt any heart. A large family, filled with descendants, numbering in the hundreds. Shao Qitian raises his wine cup. Today, let us revel until we are inebriated. Lanterns adorn the space as the family dines joyously, laughter echoing through the air. Later that evening, Chu Qingyao assists the intoxicated Shao Qitian back to their bedroom. Shao Qitian eagerly slips his hand into her collar. At this age, still so unruly. Her playful protest is silenced by a fervent kiss, as the youth who once single-handedly stormed the demonic sect resurfaces. After a night of 7 passionate encounters, Chu Qingyao lies contentedly in his embrace. I surrender, I surrender. What has come over you today? Have you taken some strange medicine? Suddenly, Shao Qitian's expression turns grave. Are you afraid of death? Chu Qingyao snuggles closer to him, her cheek resting against his heartbeat. As long as I am in your arms, I fear nothing. Shao Qitian's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Neither do I. Abruptly, Shao Qitian murmurs to himself. Thank you for fulfilling my last wish. You may begin. Chu Qingyao looks bewildered. Qitian, who are you speaking to? Shao Qitian hugs Chu Qingyao tightly, and she feels a warm, what sensation on her shoulder. This man, who once vanquished the demonic sect with a single sword, is now silently weeping. She has never seen Shao Qitian so uncomposed. Qitian. Chu Qingyao begins to inquire about what has transpired. In the next moment, transformation cultivation, divine realm. Would you like to extract transformation cultivation? Lu Chen does not hesitate. Extract. Shao Qitian disintegrates, his body turning to fragments. Chu Qingyao's heart shatters. No? Qitian. No. Chapter 33. The Settlement of Civilization Number 6. It is time to conclude. Lu Chen had always detested the sound of a woman weeping. With a mere press of his finger, the Shao family estate was obliterated. The entire civilization came to an end. Ding! The melodious chime of the system resonated. Apocalyptic Settlement. World Number. Civilization Number 6. Martial Soul World. Survival Duration. 1,111 years, equivalent to 1 day, 2 hours, 39 minutes. And 50 seconds in the real world. Civilization Index. 3. 5. Civilization Coefficient 0. 5. Cultivation Coefficient 2. 0. Wonders 1. 0. Comprehensive Evaluation. Total Reward for Annihilation Energy. 350. Civilization Index. 10,000. Maximum Danger Coefficient. 100. Wonder. Pyramid. 2,300. Special Events. 12,750. What? Am I not seeing this correctly? 12750 energy? This is akin to Emperor Qin knocking at the door. A resounding victory. In truth, this civilization coefficient is rather low, far inferior to that of the Qin civilization. However, the most substantial addition was indeed the danger coefficient. Upon examining the details, it became evident that the heavenly Tao had been manipulated, with consciousness confined within the avatar, nearly resulting in demise. The danger coefficient surged by 10,000. This single factor alone catapulted the coefficient to its maximum. Indeed, the greater the tempest, the more precious the fish. What an exhilarating experience. Lu Chen pondered creating a scheme for himself next time. Remarkably, this is a splendid strategy. Orchestrating one's own schemes allows for control over risk while simultaneously harvesting energy. Upon reviewing the details of the special events, first creation of an avatar, 300 points. Host S life threatened for the first time, 1,000 points. First destruction of the remnants of the previous host, 500 points. First cross-civilization resonance. The Qin Emperor's world-subduing steel interacting with the martial soul, 500 points. What a thoroughly gratifying victory. Each civilization settlement was the most exhilarating moment for Lu Chen. Congratulations. Host. The Heavenly Tao energy has reached 10,000, elevating the Heavenly Tao level to 4. A new ability has been acquired, Spirit Qi Absorption, which allows the host to absorb the Spirit Qi from small worlds for cultivation. Note, the higher the average realm of the small world, the purer the absorbed Spirit Qi. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. This is splendid. It implies that he need not scour for Spirit Qi like Lin Fei. The higher the realm of the small world, the swifter his cultivation progress. Moreover, as his cultivation realm ascends, the risks he can endure increase. enabling the creation of larger-scale immortal cultivation worlds, a virtuous cycle. Wait, something is amiss. Why am I still an ordinary person? Did I not extract the realm of my avatar? System, if you are still functional, come forth. Severe bug detected in the avatar, which may trap the host's consciousness within. Therefore, the avatar function has been temporarily halted. However, the host need not worry. I have devised an alternative solution. The function of the Chosen One has been activated, allowing the host to designate any individual in the small world as the Chosen One, thereby enabling the extraction of their cultivation. Is this not akin to removing one's trousers to fart? A redundant endeavor. Is it not merely renaming the avatar to Chosen One? It appears the underlying logic code of the system is flawed, thus resorting to a name change to deceive the system. The transformation function has been disabled. What has become of the cultivation I extracted? Do not panic, host. All your extracted cultivation has been preserved. Would you like to materialize it? Materialize. The moment Lu Chen chose to materialize, the ground trembled violently and light bulbs shattered. A tempest of spiritual energy erupted explosively from Lu Chen's center. First layer of Qi training. Inhaling Qi. The spiritual essence surged into Lu Chen's body like a deluge, causing his skin to flush crimson, pores releasing hot white mist, and veins bulging like coiling dragons. Second layer of Qi training. The formation of a cyclone. With a sudden spurt, Lu Chen expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood. A tearing pain radiating from his dantian as the whirlpool of spiritual energy spun wildly, bones cracking audibly, and his previously frail arms bulging with sinewy muscle and protruding veins. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth layers. Lu Chen's body underwent a visible metamorphosis, his skin gleaming with a metallic luster, impervious to blades and bullets. His pupils transformed into a pale golden hue, piercing through the darkness. His internal organs roared like thunder, the sound of his heartbeat deafening. His spiritual awareness surged, rendering everything within 100 meters vividly clear. Ninth layer. Resonance of spiritual energy, a precursor to foundation establishment. A brilliant golden pillar of light shot skyward. And above Lu Chen's head emerged a 3-foot-tall spiritual manifestation, causing the surrounding weeds to grow wildly to several meters in height. Deep within his dantian, a crisp crack echoed as a golden spiritual platform, formed from condensed spiritual energy, rose majestically. Foundation established successfully. Then, at the center of the spiritual platform, a walnut-sized golden elixir gradually took shape, its surface swirling with 360 innate Tao patterns, each embodying the principles of the 5 elements. Mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies began to take form within the elixir. The golden elixir coalesced. Lu Chen closed his eyes in concentration, a fissure appearing at his brow, from which a translucent infantile apparition floated forth. The young spirit emerged. Yet, it was not over, not yet. The extracted cultivation surged through Lu Chen's entire being, nearly overwhelming him. His consciousness expanded outward, encompassing the entire city. In the hospital corridor, he beheld cancerous cells rampaging within a patient, appearing as twisted, gray-black vines that voraciously consumed the patient's vitality. His consciousness coalesced into a hand, and with a mere flick, the cancer cells disintegrated instantly. The elderly patient on the hospital bed coughed violently and sat up, the alarm of the monitoring device shifting to a rhythmic beep. The doctors were astonished. My heavens! The patient has miraculously healed. How is this possible? On the neon-lit streets, amidst the bustling traffic, his consciousness roamed freely. The entire city laid out beneath him as if he were a deity. Transcendental realm. Achieved. What euphoria. In this moment, Lu Chen truly felt himself to be a force of celestial order. Whether in the microcosm or on Earth, he stood as a singular divine entity. His heart and mind were illuminated. Just then, the ascension came to an abrupt halt. Lu Chen could distinctly feel an abundance of cultivation yet to be extracted. Why was it no longer possible? Why? Why had his ascension ceased? System, based on the state of transcendence. The cultivation you are meant to extract should be that of the ascension realm, but due to the depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, it is likely incapable of supporting your ascension. Once you forcibly break through, the entire Earth may not withstand the overwhelming power of your cultivation and could very well implode. Therefore, I shall temporarily preserve your unextracted cultivation until the Earth's spiritual energy recovers, at which point it will be released. I am unafraid. What is there to fear? Should I perish, you may simply seek another host. This system is merely a test version, with a maximum of 5 hosts. You are the final one. No wonder you are so terrified of death. It turns out I am the last. However, for the time being, achieving the transcendence realm should suffice to render myself invincible in this world. What need have I for planes, tanks, or missiles? With a mere thought, I can remotely obliterate anything. At that moment, the bedroom door burst open, and my father rushed in, seizing Lu Chen's hand. An earthquake. Quick, we must escape. The family fled the shantytown, reaching an open area. Due to Lu Chen's breakthrough, the entire shantytown, comprising hundreds of households, collapsed, and the ground was torn apart in several places. The owner of the demolition company was overjoyed. He had long desired to flatten this area but faced persistent resistance. Now, it was all in ruins, saving him the expense of excavation machinery. As Lu Chen manifested, extraordinary phenomena erupted across the globe. Atop the Egyptian pyramids, an army of golden chariots advanced through the void. The pharaoh in the front raised his scepter, and in an instant, the entire army transformed into a cascade of golden sand, dissipating into the air. An American tourist named Smith recorded this spectacle, and within an hour, the video garnered over 1 billion views. Even more bizarrely, all the timestamps on the recording devices became garbled. At the 12th beacon tower of the Great Wall at Badaling, visitors witnessed a man clad in a black dragon robe wielding a colossal axe, battling a gargantuan cockroach towering thousands of meters high. Yet, the scene quickly vanished, as if it had been a cruel jest. At the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song, nearly 10,000 witnesses beheld the emergence of a colossal golden Buddha, radiating light. A cancer patient discovered they had been healed, prompting doctors to exclaim it a medical miracle. Some attributed it to a mirage, while others claimed it stemmed from magnetic field disruptions. In China, at a scientific symposium, Minister of Science Wang Jinhua rapped the surface of the mahogany table, academicianly. Your expert group has been researching for a day. Surely you must provide a conclusion. Li Qingxuan, the director of the Atmospheric Physics Research Institute, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and placed a 30-page analysis report on the table. Through multidimensional data comparison, these phenomena align with the complex mirage geomagnetic disturbance composite effect. It resembles the medieval battlefield illusions that appeared over the Aegean Sea in 1954. Fundamentally, it remains a natural phenomenon. Laughter erupted from the back of the conference room. An elderly man with silver hair stood, dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit, directorly. Your theory fails to explain why the Great Wall illusion displayed cannons that are evidently incongruent with that era. Moreover, it cannot elucidate why the cancer cells of that patient on Mount Song vanished coinciding with the appearance of the Golden Buddha. Who might you be? Li Qingxuan squinted, as security personnel subtly surrounded the room. Lin Shuyuan, from Bureau 749. The elderly man extracted a yellowed work identification card from his canvas bag, the words top secret on the plastic cover having long since faded. He was the leader of the Kunlun Mountain Anomaly Investigation Team in 1983 and the principal examiner of the Phoenix Mountain UFO incident in 2001. His cane struck heavily against the granite ground as he proclaimed that these so-called anomalies, akin to the bronze ancient city we discovered in the Lop Nur and the humanoid vines encountered in the Shenangjia, were merely manifestations of the same force. Lin Lao. The 749 Bureau has long since disbanded. Wang Jinhua pressed his temples. It is now 2025. What we require are conclusions that can withstand scientific scrutiny. Lin Shuyuan laughed heartily, exclaiming science, as he abruptly tore open his Zhongshan suit, revealing the crisscrossing scars on his chest. This scar was inflicted upon me by a mysterious being while I searched for the ancient city in Lop Nur. I have devoted 40 years to the study of esoteric mysteries, and I can solemnly assure you, beneath the land of Huaxia lies a power that even scientific instruments cannot detect. Wang Jinhua leapt to his feet, his metallic thermos jumping from the impact, scalding tea spilling onto the meeting notes. This is utter nonsense. The mystical beliefs of the 749 Bureau should have been relegated to the annals of history long ago. Xiaozhong, assist Lin Lao to the lounge for some tea. Lin Shuyuan shrugged off the security personnel. I can walk myself. You will eventually seek my return. With that, he exited the conference room. Wang Jinhua, exasperated, fumed. Who on earth allowed this old charlatan to enter? Investigate. I want full accountability. In a rental apartment, Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a familiar wave of spiritual energy. He quickly dialed Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I have sensed spiritual energy. I just saw on social media that anomalies are appearing worldwide. The Earth may undergo a transformation. Perhaps the heavenly path intends to turn our planet into a realm of cultivation. Luchan chuckled, impressed that Lin Fei could sense his presence so soon after his manifestation. Perhaps it would be better to seize the opportunity and eliminate Lin Fei while he was weaker. Lin Fei continued, I will send you my cultivation insights from the past 2 days. This is 500 years of experience, and you must keep it confidential. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I sense a surge of spiritual energy from the north. I am boarding a flight there immediately. After a moment's hesitation, Luchan smiled. Very well, I shall await your good news. He decided against killing Lin Fei for the time being, akin to nurturing an electronic pet. Observing how far an ordinary person could cultivate. Even if he were the reincarnation of Zhang Sanfeng, he could not surpass Lu Chen. He could continuously draw spiritual energy from his small world, and once the Earth's spiritual energy was abundant, Lu Chen would achieve ascension, even in the transformation stage. Lu Chen could cultivate, accumulating all energy like laying a foundation. The more solid the foundation, the higher the potential. Perhaps in the future, he could directly attain the realm of the divine. Lin Fei lowered his voice and said, Lu Chen, I am certain that all of this is the work of the heavenly Tao, so we must proceed with caution. However, you need not worry. With my 5 centuries of cultivation experience, as long as I can locate the spiritual energy and restore my peak prowess, I will undoubtedly uncover the truth behind the heavenly Tao. Chapter 34. The Awakening of the 7th Dual Civilization. That evening, Lu Chen booked a hotel suite. His parents were concerned about expenses. Lu Chen reassured them, Mom, Dad, please, just enjoy your stay. Money is no object for me. Understanding her son's youthful pride, his mother opted not to discourage him and agreed to stay. Once his parents had fallen asleep, Lu Chen quietly departed the hotel and sought out a secluded mountain. He aimed to test his combat prowess at the transformation stage. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged like living beings, coalescing into a sphere of lightning, roughly the size of his thumb. With a casual wave, the lightning orb soared into the air, detonating explosively against a granite mountain 1,000 meters away. Boom! The explosion resonated like the birth of the universe, causing the entire peak to tremble violently. Its diameter reduced to mere powder, revealing ancient patterns etched over 1 billion years past. Alarmed, Lu Chen realized he had lost control. The force was far too great. This was not a small world but Earth, and a single miscalculation could obliterate an entire city. In future encounters, he vowed to better regulate his power. A mere 1,000th of this force would suffice. At the transformation stage, one could reshape the very essence of matter. With determination, Lu Chen began to fill the gaping void with the shattered debris, and soon, the mountain's surface was mended, albeit only superficially. In an instant, he vanished from the scene, traversing 1,000 miles to appear atop a skyscraper. Gazing down at the vibrant city below, bustling with life and illuminated by neon lights, Lu Chen was suddenly struck by a playful impulse. Extending his consciousness, he perceived the flow of electronic energy coursing through the city's power lines. With a decisive thought, he unleashed his power. The entire city plunged into darkness, an unexpected delight. Having conducted ample testing, he knew it was time to cease his playful antics before something truly disastrous occurred. Lu Chen opened his small world, now a wasteland awaiting rejuvenation. He examined the information displayed before him. Heavenly Tao System Cultivation Template Level. For Heavenly Tao Energy, 15277-30000. This was absurd. The energy required for advancement was escalating exponentially, compelling Lu Chen to engage in increasingly perilous endeavors to amass the necessary energy. He initiated the formatting of his small world, implanting the cultivation template seed. To his astonishment, the small world contained 2 continents, separated by a mist of heavenly Tao. What is happening here? The 7th civilization has been activated. This civilization unlocks 2 heavenly Tao attributes, transcendent versus indigenous civilization. As you can see, the small world is divided into 2 continents. 1, the eternal continent, where indigenous civilizations arise in accordance with the cultivation template. The other, the chaotic continent, which randomly captures 20 deceased souls from Earth and summons them. Lu Chen was taken aback. 20? Have you lost your mind? Just managing one Lin Fei has left me overwhelmed. 20 would surely be the end of me. The host does not disdain my sealing of your realm, do they? Thus, the arrival of travelers is the most expedient means to augment the energy of the heavenly path, while simultaneously accelerating the revival of Earth's spiritual essence. I act solely for your benefit. You may choose one faction as your primary civilization, should you prevail. A reward of 100,000 units of Heavenly Path energy awaits you. If you fail, the standard harvest from another civilization will ensue. 100,000? Surely. I do not misinterpret this. How intriguing, indeed. A guaranteed profit. System, you are exceedingly generous to me. I hold a particular fondness for travelers. Fortuitously. This presents an opportunity to assess the impact of 20 travelers on civilization. However, system, the outcome appears rather predetermined. If both sides are civilizations evolving concurrently, how could the natives possibly compete with travelers? Based on prior experience, it would take at least 50 years for the natives to emerge from their primitive state of raw survival. Rest assured, host, all imbalances have been rectified. The native civilization will have a head start of 100 years, after which the travelers will begin their development. Lu Chen nodded. This arrangement seemed fairly equitable. As the embodiment of the heavenly path, Lu Chen would undoubtedly opt for the native civilization. He found it hard to believe that even with a century of advancement, they could not surpass 20 travelers. Are you certain you wish to select the native civilization? Once chosen, alterations are irreversible. Confirm. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mechanism. Upon selecting the natives, you will receive 10 instances of intervention without penalty, limited to actions permissible by certain rules, such as creating fertile land or enhancing equipment and techniques. Directly slaying beings from the small world is prohibited, or penalties will ensue, such as a deduction of 10 from settlement rewards. Only a 10 penalty? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. Victory was assured. Should the native civilization falter against the travelers, he could simply eliminate the travelers, and even with the deduction, he would incur no loss. This is clearly a boon from the Welfare Bureau. The second Heavenly Path attribute, Chosen One. You may designate one life as your Chosen One. The greater the fluctuations and excitement in the life of the Chosen One, the higher the reward coefficient you will receive upon settlement. Additionally, you may extract the Chosen One's cultivation. Note, you may select a total of only 3. This attribute is quite favorable, as it will inject some amusement into Lu Chen's otherwise monotonous observational process. Let the small world commence. Lu Chen was eager to begin his observation. Below is a description of the developmental processes and settings of the native civilization. It may appear rather mundane and lengthy. Those seeking a brisk pace may wish to skip directly to Chapter 44, which features the traveler's civilization. However, patience is encouraged in order to fully appreciate the unfolding narrative. Thank you for your understanding, dear readers. As the heavens and earth unfolded, all things revived. 2 continents emerged simultaneously. One, named the Eternal Continent, is the domain of the native civilization. The other, the Chaotic Continent, appears untouched by the travelers thus far. The Eternal Continent shall enjoy a century of prioritized development. It is divided into 2 halves by a vast chasm running north to south, cleaving through the very fabric of existence. On the eastern side of the chasm, bathed in divine light, the land flourished, while on the western side, darkness eroded the environment, rendering it inhospitable. Soon, at the eastern edge, the first ancestors emerged, tall of stature, with golden hair, fair skin, and eyes shimmering with a faint golden hue. The sage morning light wove a framework from the branches of sacred wood and infused it with energy channels made of holy grass, thus creating the first abode of sacred grass. Concurrently, morning light discovered that pure white flint could solidify the excess light energy emanating from the grass dwelling. He placed the flint within the crevices of the abode to store energy, thereby crafting the holy light stone. This stone could ignite flames by day and illuminate the night. And remarkably, morning light could also use it to enhance his physical form. He devised a cultivation method centered around the essence of holy light: light induction, chi refinement, light foundation, foundation establishment, sacred pill, golden core, sacred infant, nascent soul, divine revelation, spirit transformation, tribulation, ascendance. In the 47th year of the Holy Radiance era, civilization witnessed rapid advancement. The population burgeoned, territories expanded, and morning light established the supreme governing body, the Holy Light Temple. With himself elected as the High Patriarch and the Sun and Everday appointed as junior patriarchs, the Sun formed the Solar Legion, tasked with external warfare and purification missions, while Everday assumed the role of High Priest, overseeing the faith of the people. Morning Light's daughter, Dawn Moon, managed the Dawn Institute, researching tools for daily life and secretly studying the civilization across the chasm. As twilight approached, the holy grass at the chasm's edge would flicker intensely. The shepherds gathered around the campfire, debating what lay beyond the chasm. What could possibly be there? Only monsters. Demons. The old priest reminisced. 10 years ago, I witnessed a colossal beast in the black mist. It resembled a centipede stitched together from hundreds of corpses. Each segment bore a different human face. And the foremost head was that of the girl from next door who went missing. May the God of holy light protect us. Shepherd by Jean scoffed. Old priest, your eyesight is so poor you can't even count your own goats. How could you possibly see a monster? At dawn tomorrow, I shall venture to the chasm and bring back a mist flower. Several young shepherds laughed. By Jean, don't boast. If you dare go, I'll give you my sister. By Jean flushed. Tell your sister to clean up for me, for you are destined to lose. At dawn, while the morning mist lingered, By Jean stealthily circumvented the warning line. At just 16 years of age, he clutched a holy light stone, rumored to dispel the fog and reach the chasm's boundary. Just a glimpse, he murmured, as he traversed the mist and arrived at the celestial barrier. He beheld the scene on the other side. Beneath a gloomy sky, several demonic beings feasted upon a disemboweled corpse, its entrails carelessly strewn upon the decaying ground. Further afield, a massive demonic leader shattered the skulls of its kin with a bone club, brains splattering. The ground was littered with various dismembered limbs, some still twitching. There were no dwellings, no tools, only crude nests constructed from bones and rotting flesh. By Jean suddenly comprehended that across the chasm existed another race, the demonic clan. Roaring, the demonic leader seemed to have detected By Jean and charged towards him. In a state of sheer terror, By Jean scrambled away in a desperate flight. However, he soon discovered that his skin began to rot, his teeth sharpened to points, and his gums incessantly oozed a dark liquid. His once elegant fingers twisted grotesquely, with nails shedding to reveal menacing, bony claws. Most horrifying of all was the realization that he had begun to crave the scent of flesh and blood. A group of patrolling guards spotted By Jean. Who goes there? Halt. The guards swiftly closed in, and it seemed inevitable that By Jean would meet his demise at their hands. Yet, from the eye of the heavenly Tao, Lu Chen's gaze locked onto By Jean. Selecting By Jean as the chosen one, the system appeared momentarily bewildered. Are you certain you wish to choose By Jean? This individual seems rather ordinary, lacking any discernible advantages. With a subtle smile, Lu Chen replied, who says the chosen one must be a paragon of excellence? I shall defy convention. Only then can the tale unfold in all its splendor. His intention was to enhance the rewards upon conclusion. Affirmative. Let the fun begin. Chapter 35. The corrupted abomination. 3 guardians clad in radiant armor encircled By Jean, confirming his infection and preparing to execute him on the spot. By Jean pleaded for his life. Do not kill me. I am By Jean. Taimu, do you not recognize me? We shared a drink just the day before yesterday. The captain of the guardians, Taimu, momentarily hesitated before responding with an icy tone. I have long warned you against your curiosity about the abyss. You chose to ignore my counsel. I am sorry, but you have been infected, and I cannot allow you to bring this filth into the realm of the holy light. As soon as the words left his mouth, Taimu thrust his spear toward By Jean's heart. Just as the spear was about to pierce him, a column of black light enveloped By Jean. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering metal echoed as the weapons of the 3 guardians broke apart. In a moment of transcendence, By Jean seemed to hear a voice speaking to him. Congratulations, you have become the chosen one. You have acquired a random ability, corruption. This ability granted him the power to corrupt all matter and induce mutations. Desperate to survive, By Jean instinctively drove his bone claws through the armor of one guardian, seizing the moment of Taimu's astonishment to flee. Just as Taimu prepared to pursue, the pierced guardian's body rapidly decayed, transforming into a corrupted abomination. Its arm sprouting a 10-meter-long tentacle, reminiscent of a ghoul's grotesque appendage. Taimu stood in shock, exclaiming, "What in the heavens is this?" His first instinct was to escape. Suddenly, another guardian was impaled by the tentacle, his body swiftly undergoing a similar corruption, growing a 10-meter-long blade from his tail. Monsters. A horde of monsters. Taimu fled in panic, pursued by the 2 corrupted abominations, their tentacles and tail blades attacking from either side, piercing him. Then, out of nowhere, 2 fiery swords descended with a resounding crash, piercing the 2 corrupted creatures. It was the territory's mightiest warrior, Liang, accompanied by his solar legion. Liang, a master of the sacred pill, Golden Core, stood as the highest-ranked warrior in the territory, second only to those of the Morning Light, Holy Infant Realm. The vice captain, Yun Fei, raised her staff and intoned a prayer. God of the Holy Light, purify these corrupted bodies. Boom. 2 blazes of white flame consumed the corpses, reducing them to ashes. Liang's expression darkened as he questioned Tai Mu. What is happening here? Tai Mu reported the encounter with Bai Jing. Liang's brow furrowed deeply. Are you saying that after Bai Jin's attack, the Guardians transformed like this? That cannot be right. There have been infected individuals before, yet none have manifested such powerful abominations. Regardless, the priority now is to capture Bai Jing and prevent the spread of infection. Following this incident, the Holy Light Temple established the 3 iron laws of the abyssal quarantine. 1. Anyone approaching within 10,000 steps of the abyss, regardless of intent, shall be regarded as a pollution carrier, and the Solar Legion possesses the right to execute them on the spot without trial. 2. Civilians are forbidden from discussing the sites beyond the abyss. Violators shall be subjected to the Sunbrand punishment, condemned to eternal servitude. 3. Every individual must undergo a baptism of the Holy Light annually to prevent infection. The Morning Light organization mobilized tens of thousands, investing a decade and vast resources to construct the Holy Light Wall, a barrier preventing anyone from nearing the abyss, situated 1,000 steps away. Year 66 of the Holy Radiance era. The Holy Light Temple. The Great Patriarch, Morning Light, sat upon the throne of radiance, wielding the Dawn's sacred sword, which shimmered with a golden hue. As he surveyed the assembly of figures representing the entire authority of the Sacred Light civilization, among them, the Sun Legion commander, Fiery Sun, the High Priestess, Everlight, the Judge's sister, Dawn, and the head of the patrol guard, Iron Veil, he noted with surprise that, despite his 60 years, no wrinkles marred his visage. Fiery Sun, have you yet captured that wretch? Morning Light's voice resounded sternly. Kneeling before him, Fiery Sun responded, I apologize, Patriarch. That scoundrel is exceedingly cunning, remaining elusive. Humph. Morning Light rose abruptly, directing the Dawn's sacred sword menacingly at Fiery Sunday. In southern Dawn City, a plethora of corrupted aberrations has emerged, resulting in thousands of casualties. Is this how you fulfill your duties as commander? Beads of cold sweat formed on Fiery Sun's brow. Rest assured, Patriarch, my Sun Legion has surrounded Dawn Town, ensuring no infection escapes. Stealing a glance at Morning Light's grim demeanor, he stifled a smirk. With a sigh, Morning Light lamented, without capturing the source. All efforts are in vain. Moreover, the energy fluctuations across the wall have intensified. The civilization on the other side appears to be advancing. If they can corrupt us, why can we not purify them? Dawn, what progress have you made in your studies? Is there a means to infiltrate the other side and dismantle their forces? Dawn, her white robe subtly revealing the holy mark upon her chest, averted her father's piercing gaze. Father, the current findings indicate that during the full moon each month, 1 or 2 points of the chasm barrier become vulnerable. We have tested this with corrupted rodents, which successfully pass through the barrier. However, human trials remain untested. Once a person is corrupted, they lose their consciousness and cannot heed the sacred light. I am currently devising corrupted armor to explore its potential for passage. A glimmer of approval shone in Morning Light's eyes. I shall grant you another year. I sense that our rivalry with the other side is escalating. War will inevitably come. We must strategize and prepare. Wise Patriarch. The assembly chorused in unison. Morning Light stood. This meeting is adjourned. Furthermore, I urge you all to intensify your training. That night, in the fortress of Fiery Sun, the vice commander, Cloud Crimson, seethed with anger. Commander, why did we not rush to the southern town upon receiving intelligence of the infection? Instead, we waited until the casualties mounted. A sly smile crept onto Fiery Sun's lips. If I act prematurely, how shall I undermine Morning Light's dominion? That old coot possesses more vigor than I. I cannot wait for him to die of old age. Cloud Crimson's eyes widened in disbelief. But those fallen citizens do not mourn for them. Dawn City was never within our territory. Our priority is to expand our domain and gather strength. Lu Chen could not suppress his admiration, giving a thumbs up. Well done. The familiar plot returns. Internal strife, discord, let them clash. This is precisely what I wish to witness. Let me see, my chosen one, White Ash, what is his current state? Lu Chen shifted his perspective from a grand overview to that of White Ash. A full year had elapsed since White Ash had succumbed to infection. This fellow hides in a cave daily, too fearful to venture outside. When hunger strikes, he resorts to hunting wild beasts for sustenance. The recent infection in the southern town was also due to someone's careless act of bringing back an infected creature. Lu Qin finds himself both amused and exasperated. This is the so-called chosen one he has to deal with. Vornama is utterly spineless, cowardly and foolish. Despite possessing the potential for various developments and upgrades through his corruption skills, he remains utterly clueless. His intelligence is comparable to that of a 10-year-old, or perhaps even a 3-year-old child. Perhaps he requires a mentor, a sage, to enlighten him. But where could such a guiding figure be found? Must he take it upon himself to teach? Chapter 36. Divine Guidance System. If I convey a message to him, does it count as an intervention? System. It does not count. Only substantial assistance such as enhancing cultivation, crafting items, or engaging in attacks qualifies. Lu Qin realized that mere verbal provocations bore no consequences. Instantly, a plethora of intriguing possibilities sprang to his mind. He conjured text before Beijing. Beijing, you have 2.5 years to seize a city. Otherwise, you shall face divine retribution and be executed on the spot. Beijing, confronted by the sudden appearance of the words, was struck with terror, falling to his knees, exclaiming, a miracle, a miracle! Are you the god of holy light? Indeed, I am the magnificent god of holy light. You are my earthly agent, tasked with conquering the entirety of Shenghui and ascending as its emperor. Beijing furrowed his brow, questioning, but why is the god of holy light associated with corruption rather than purification? Lu Qin was at a loss for words. It appeared he was not entirely foolish after all. Ahem, that is because the hearts of humanity have been tainted by desire, leading to my own impurity. Only through your corruption of the entire world can the holy light be restored. Beijing suddenly grasped the concept. I understand now. Extremes must revert. Once the world is entirely corrupted, it shall transform into light. Bravo! You are astute, truly deserving of the title of my chosen one. Now go forth. I await the day you unify the world. Beijing, emboldened, declared, Great God of holy light, rest assured, I shall aid you in restoring purity. Lu Qin ceased sending messages. Excessive intervention would diminish the excitement. However, he had overestimated Beijing. With a surge of courage, Beijing ventured out of the cave, only to encounter a legion of hundreds, prompting him to flee in terror. In the 67th year of Shenghui, the territories governed by Chuangguang had succumbed to corruption across all 6 towns. During the annual Holy Light Conference, Chuangguang demanded to know what the Blazing Sun had been doing this year, questioning why the corruption had not only persisted but intensified. The Blazing Sun lamented, this year, my solar legion has sacrificed thousands of brothers, and I have narrowly escaped death countless times. This is not my fault, it is yours. Chuangguang, enraged, retorted, my fault. How dare you accuse me? The Blazing Sun pointed out, look at the infected towns, they all lie within your territory. Why is it that others remain untainted while yours are afflicted? This indicates that you have offended the great God of holy light, and your soul has been defiled, leading to your punishment. I demand an immediate purification ritual for Chuangguang to ascertain if he has been infected. Support my vote. High Priest Everbright, Lawmaker Yaojia, Prophet Star Oracle, and several other core officials endorsed the purification of Chuangguang. Only Chuangguang's sister, Chenxi, and his daughter, Xia, refrained from voting. Chuangguang was left dumbfounded. Those who had once held him in reverence now seemed like strangers. He suddenly comprehended that, over the years, he had devoted all his efforts to the advancement of civilization, agricultural research, and the improvement of his people's lives, neglecting the pursuit of power. Unbeknownst to him, a significant portion of the officials within the temple had been bribed by the Blazing Sun. The Blazing Sun vowed that as long as he could overthrow the morning light and ascend to the position of the high priest, he would lift the various restrictions imposed by the morning light, thereby expanding the territory and enhancing the Lord's authority. The morning light bellowed, Blazing Sun, you were already chosen as my successor for the high priest position. How could you commit such a heinous act that angers both gods and men? If you wished for an earlier ascension, you could have spoken to me. You should not deliberately corrupt those innocent towns and cause the demise of so many citizens. The Blazing Sun laughed heartily. High Priest, it seems you fail to comprehend. Your punishment arises from your offenses against the divine. The judge, Morning Dawn, glared fiercely, Blazing Sun. The reasons for this should be investigated by my court. How dare you threaten the high priest here? Before she could finish her sentence, a crimson spear pierced her throat, the infernal flames instantly reducing her soul to ashes. Sister, blood splattered on the morning light's cheek. This formidable saint-level warrior displayed fear for the first time. You You actually practiced forbidden techniques. Do you not know that infernal flames exist only across the chasm? The blazing sun wiped the blood from his armor and responded calmly. What forbidden techniques? Morning light, you are simply too reclusive. Both the holy light and infernal flames can enhance one's cultivation. Any energy that improves strength is beneficial. Do you understand why everyone opposes you? It is because you impose too many restrictions. The morning light's eyes turned crimson. I did that to protect you all, you beasts. The morning light summoned the holy light, conjuring 72 blades of light that shot towards the blazing sun. He, however, harnessed the infernal flames and summoned a flame shield with ease. Old fool. I forgot to mention that I have surpassed the saint level and reached the realm of revelation. Your era has come to an end. Boom. The temple doors burst open. The leader of the Imperial Guards, whose armor was shattered and bloodied, charged in. High Priest, the Imperial Guards have betrayed us. Quickly, I will cover your retreat. Think you can escape? It won't be that simple. The blazing sun clapped his hands. Cloud Scarlet led 1,000 elite troops to block the entrance. Just as Dawn Moon drew her moonblade, the blazing sun crushed it with a single palm and seized her by the throat. Dawn Moon, you wretched woman. Had you agreed to marry me sooner, I might have been willing to wait a few more days. Alas, you have humiliated me time and again. Dawn Moon. Light Cliff's eyes turned blood red as he witnessed his beloved woman being humiliated, his heart bleeding. Light Cliff and Dawn Moon harbored mutual affection. Yet due to Light Cliff's humble status, they could not be together. This was the reason why Dawn Moon, at the age of 30, remained unmarried. The morning light radiated golden brilliance. Dawn Moon's heart ached. No, father, please stop. The morning light ignited his own saint energy, summoning a towering illusion of a saint behind him, conjuring thousands of swords of light that surged towards the blazing sun force to release Dawn Moon. The blazing sun braced himself for impact. Seizing the moment, Light Cliff rescued Dawn Moon. The morning light cast a gentle glance at his daughter, Light Cliff. Take Dawn Moon and flee to a secluded place. Livewell. 3,000 swords of light adjusted their angles, their blades inscribed with the incantation of the Holy Radiance Codex, charging towards the entrance, piercing through the hundreds of guards blocking the way. The air was filled with cries of agony. Seizing the opportunity, Guang Lei led Shiyu to escape. Sheng Guang barricaded the entrance. The holy sword plunged into the ground, and an aged voice echoed through the hall. Today, no one shall cross this threshold. The blazing sun raised its fiery spear, transforming it into a wave of flames that assailed Sheng Guang. Old fool. Let us see how long your frail body can endure. The melodious clangor of strikes resonated. Each thrust of the spear was deflected by the shattered holy sword of Qing Guang. The sacred infant's flames burned for a full minute, and as Qing Guang's energy waned, he aged instantly, his face etched with wrinkles. By the time others arrived to investigate, Qing Guang had already lost his heartbeat. A creator of a once great civilization, perished in the struggle for power. The fierce sounds of battle had drawn the attention of the patrolling guards and administrative officials outside the temple. Breathless and panting, they rushed in to find the high priest Qing Guang lying on the ground, devoid of color, as if struck by thunder. Seizing the moment, the blazing sun knelt and wailed. Oh, high priest, your demise is most tragic. Woe is me. Shiyu has eloped with the captain of the guards, and the high priest has been driven to his death. Bring this pair of scoundrels back. Those who had participated in the rebellion stood dumbfounded. The sun was putting on quite a performance. One might mistake him for Qing Guang's own flesh and blood. In the resplendent Holy Radiance Temple, the blazing sun donned a robe ablaze with golden flames, seated upon the throne of sacred light, and let out a booming laugh that reverberated through the hall. From this day forth, the Holy Radiance Temple shall be renamed the Sun God Temple, and I shall be your Sun God Emperor. The Grand Priest Yongzhou coughed and interjected. Sunday. Sun. The High Priest's body has yet to be laid to rest, and the sacred light prayers have not been completed. Such haste may invoke the wrath of the God of sacred light. The blazing sun suppressed his smile, and the temperature in the temple surged dramatically. He slowly rose and approached Yongzhou, each step leaving scorched imprints upon the ground. Old fool, what did you just call me? The Grand Priest was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Emperor. The hundreds of officials in the hall also knelt in terror, collectively exclaiming, We pay homage to the Sun God Emperor. The corners of the sun's mouth curled into a satisfied smirk. Remember, there has never been a god of sacred light. It was merely a fabrication of Qing Guang. Now, I am the only true deity worthy of your reverence. Chapter 37. Do not pity me in the twilight. Xia and Guanglai fled for their lives, only to soon be surrounded by Yunfei and the Solar Legion. The crimson armor shimmered with an eerie glow under the setting sun. Crafted from solar gold, these armors bore intricate flame runes, capable of unleashing searing heat in battle. Yunfei spoke coldly, "Xia, stop fleeing. Your escape only solidifies the charges of elopement and patricide against you. It would be wiser to return with me and provide an explanation." Xia laughed heartily. "Explanation? You dare to kill my father, yet you think I would be given the chance to speak? I will not allow your conspiracy to succeed. I shall announce to the world how you have committed treason." With a fierce glint in her eyes, Yunfei unleashed her twin blades, igniting them in crimson light, and commanded, "Kill." The armors of the Solar Legion erupted in flames, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of fire. Guanglai's heavy sword plunged into the scorched earth, radiating blinding golden light. His broad back shielded Xia completely, and suddenly, a pair of wings formed from pure light elements unfurled dramatically from his back, an indication of a forced breakthrough into the ascendant realm through the burning of his life essence. "All of you shall perish." With a powerful flap of his holy wings, countless light feathers shot forth like arrows towards the Solar Legion, resulting in instant carnage. Yunfei's dual blades were shattered by a beam of light, sending her flying back, blood spewing from her mouth. Guanglai turned and cradled Xia's tear-stained face, confessing, "The greatest regret of my life has been my cowardice and my failure to express my love. In the next life, I promise to love you wholeheartedly." With a fierce determination, Guanglai ignited the last remnants of his energy, transforming into sacred flames as he charged towards the Solar Legion. Many warriors did not even have time to scream before vaporizing in the holy fire. Yunfei's resolve faltered, and she shouted, "Retreat!" Quickly, grabbing two of her guards as shields, she fled in haste. Xia watched as Guanglai's form grew increasingly transparent. Her heart hardened as she resolved not to hesitate any longer and turned to flee. For 3 days and nights, Xia ran, reaching the southernmost edge of the continent, a desolate and sparsely populated wild land. She discovered a concealed cave and entered, only to sense faint energy fluctuations upon stepping inside. This seemingly barren cave had been deliberately concealed with a formation to mask its presence. "Come out." Xia concentrated, channeling her holy light into a blade of energy, causing the stalactites above to shatter. "Show yourself, and do not blame me for my rudeness." In the silence, the cave walls suddenly rippled like water, and a figure wrapped in tattered rags emerged. The person's face was gaunt, with sunken eyes, and only their fingertips glowed with an eerie grayish hue. It was Baijin, the missing shepherd from a year ago. "Are you the one who corrupted the shepherds and fled from Holy Radiant City?" Xia recalled Baijin's wanted poster, his appearance etched in her memory. "Was it you who corrupted the southern towns?" Baijin had hidden in the cave for an entire year. After witnessing the divine decree of Lu Qin, he had gathered courage and attempted several times to venture out and harm others. Yet, his inherent goodness and timidity prevented him from bearing witness to the suffering of innocent people. Trembling, Baijin fell to his knees, pleading, "Princess, I swear I have not harmed anyone. Since the day I returned from the abyss, I have endeavored daily to suppress the corruption within me." He lifted the tattered cloth, revealing the scarred wounds on his arm. "Behold, I have cauterized the wounds with holy light grass, solely to prevent the spread of corruption." Xia's gaze sharpened. The scars were arranged in a spiral pattern, evidently the result of repeated cauterization. Observing the cowardly demeanor of Baijin, it was clear he was not destined for greatness. Xia speculated that it was highly likely that the blazing sun had extracted samples of corruption and contaminated the water sources or food, leading to the decay of the 6 southern cities. She dissipated her sword aura and retrieved a purification crystal from her possession. "Extend your hand." Baijin complied, and the moment the crystal made contact with his skin, it erupted in a blinding silver light. Unlike other corrupted beings who screamed in agony upon contact with purification, Baijin astonishingly consumed the energy of the crystal entirely. In an instant, the purification crystal transformed into an ordinary stone. "Curious," Xia murmured. "You are not like the infected. What has transpired with you?" Baijin recounted the tale of that dawn, expressing his curiosity about what lay beyond the abyss. Upon crossing, he became infected, and then a voice urged him to become the chosen one, granting him the ability to corrupt all. He also witnessed the divine oracle of the god of holy light, instructing him to conquer a city and grow powerful, ultimately corrupting the entire world. After hearing the entire narrative, Xia scoffed. "You have been deceived. The entity that granted you the oracle is certainly not the god of holy light. How could a deity condone your wanton slaughter of the innocent? And why would a god need your salvation? Clearly, this is a ploy by the demon clan from beyond the abyss, seeking to cultivate an insider, and you are their chosen pawn. In disbelief, Lu Chun marveled at Xie's astuteness, as she swiftly identified the contradiction. Bai Jin stammered, what should I do now? Xie, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, contemplated exploiting Bai Jin's abilities to forge an army of corruption. She spoke resolutely. We shall turn the tables, seize a city, draw out this so-called god of holy light, and then eliminate it. Bai Jin trembled in fear. But I do not wish to harm the innocent. There are no innocents left. Xie's eyes darkened. The entirety of the 6 southern towns lay in ruins, and all she desired was to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her. Xie felt fortunate that Bai Jin was naive and held a deep admiration, perhaps even obsession, for her. He revealed that as a child. He had witnessed Xie and the high priest visit their village to teach them herding. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, he believed Xie to be the most beautiful saintess in the world. Though she had no desire to resort to such underhanded tactics, for the sake of revenge, Xie resolved to deliberately exude her charm to ensure Bai Jin's unwavering loyalty. From this day forth, I appoint you as my commander of the royal guard, to assist me in reclaiming the towns and establishing a new regime. Do you accept? The once timid Bai Jin, now devoid of fear, knelt fervently on one knee. Yes. My saintess, I am willing. Xie grasped Bai Jin's hand, her enticing red lips gently pressing against his knuckles, her warm breath caressing his skin, even in death. Would you be willing? As her lips withdrew, her tongue lightly traced the contours of his joints, leaving behind moist traces. Bai Jin's face flushed crimson, his ears burning with embarrassment. Nodding fervently, I would even welcome death now. Is this truly the chosen one he had envisioned? What a disgrace. Lu Chun felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him, utterly humiliated. Simultaneously, he considered how terrifying Xie was, willing to sacrifice her allure to achieve her aims. However, Xie was not in a rush for vengeance. Instead, she sought to fully understand how Bai Jin's corruption ability could be applied. You claim you can corrupt anything? Let us see you corrupt this stone. Bai Jin focused, releasing his corruption skill, causing the stone to decay and emit dark vapors. Xie was taken aback by such an unprecedented ability. Now, let us see this dagger hatch. Upon corrupting it, the dagger surprisingly improved several grades in quality. Yet, Xie hesitated to touch it just yet. Now, corrupt the space over there. Bai Jin looked bewildered. Huh? How can one corrupt space? Xie's gentle fingers glided lightly across Bai Jin's neck. Concentrate, focus on the space, and give it a try. Bai Jin's ears turned red, stammering, but how does one? Before he could finish, Xie's cool fingertip pressed against his lips. Shoo, she whispered in his ear, imagine this space as something you despise. As Bai Jin closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a thick darkness surge from his palm. When he opened his eyes again, the air in the distance twisted and churned, transforming into a swirling mass of dark green toxic mist, causing the flora in its path to wither instantly. Xie chuckled softly, satisfied. See, did we not achieve this? You are even more formidable than I imagined. Bai Jin beamed. Is that true? How wonderful. As long as you, my saint, are happy, I am happy. Next, Xie prepared to conduct a living experiment. While the corrupted entities possessed immense combat prowess, they lacked self-awareness and control. Therefore, Xie needed to devise a way to extract living specimens and formulate potions to ascertain whether she could regulate the level of corruption. Having studied the demon race for over a decade, she had garnered some insights. Fiddling with the radiant ring on her finger, the only space ring in the world, which her father, Cheng Wang, had discovered inadvertently in an ancient ruin, she activated the ring. It revealed a plethora of sophisticated instruments, ancient texts, and experimental samples, nearly transforming the entire laboratory in an instant. Bai Jin stood in awe, marveling at the saintess's extraordinary abilities. The essence of corruption was a form of energy erosion. The corrupted beings did not lose their rationality. Rather, they were hosts to a parasitic consciousness. If a potion could be created to maintain the corruption level at around 50%, they could possess corruption abilities while retaining their self-will. Xie instructed Bai Jin to gather numerous small rabbits and subject them to corruption, all the while continuously concocting potions. 1 trial, 10 trials, 100 trials. 3 months passed. In every critical moment, they always fell just short. Inspired by a sudden insight, Xie added the blood of Bai Jin to the potion. as Bai Jin's blood melded with the reagent. A pale golden liquid emerged, and intricate patterns of light and shadow blossomed on the fur of the three rabbits. No longer did they bite one another. Instead, they delicately nudged Siya's fingertips with their noses, emitting soft, affectionate whimpers. It worked. Ha. Siya, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Bai Jin. Realizing that these little white rabbits not only regained their consciousness but also harbored absolute loyalty towards her. Bai Jin deeply sensed Siya's exhilaration, feeling her warmth, softness, and delightful fragrance. Suddenly, Siya grew serious and declared, Bai Jin, come. Corrupt me with all your might. Spare no mercy. Bai Jin was left bewildered. What? Corrupt you? Chapter 38. The Revival of Earth's Spiritual Energy? Seeing Bai Jin hesitating, unwilling to take action, Shiyu deliberately provoked him. Bai Jin, what are you waiting for? Do you wish to be a coward for all your life? No, I am not a coward. I am not. Bai Jin's body had completely decayed. His hands twisted and transformed into a pair of grotesque claws, dark scales enveloping his arms. Without the slightest hesitation, Shiyu seized Bai Jin's claws and thrust them fiercely into her own heart. As the claws pierced through flesh, a torrent of violent corruptive energy surged into her body like a breached dam. Shiyu let out a heart-wrenching scream. The energy swarmed through her veins like a swarm of venomous insects, gnawing at her from within. Her skin cracked, dark red patterns spreading across her body like a spider's web. The excruciating pain forced her to kneel, her fingers digging deeply into the ground. Saintus! Bai Jin's eyes turned blood red as he tightly embraced Shiyu, attempting to alleviate her suffering. 9 barbed, dark red tails erupted from her back, thrashing wildly in the air. Shiyu's consciousness began to blur, her pupils consumed by darkness. Just as she was on the brink of total corruption, the purification potion she had previously consumed finally took effect. Golden light erupted from her heart, intertwining with the corruptive energy. Her once pitch-black pupils transformed into 2 blood-red moons. The 9 tails gradually retracted, resembling slumbering venomous serpents. It worked. Shiyu caressed the wound on her heart, a manic smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She could feel the surging power within her, a force potent enough to annihilate everything. The sun. Your end is nigh. So ruthless, too ruthless. Lu Qin could not help but consider Shiyu the chosen one. Her story was far more captivating. She should undoubtedly be the protagonist. However, upon reflection, it mattered little. Shiyu and Bai Jin were already bound together, and their rewards would be the same. Thus nothing would be wasted. His eyes suddenly stung, and abruptly, Lu Qin opened them. The morning sun had risen, and he realized he had unknowingly spent the night sleeping on a mountain in the wilderness. Furthermore, during his slumber, he had observed the small world. It seemed this was the ability of the heavenly path at level 4, allowing Lu Qin to observe even in sleep, with the flow of time adjustable at will. Stretching lazily. How delightful. His stomach growled. Lu Qin hastily descended the mountain, lest the severe damage from his ascent be discovered and leave him at a loss for explanations. At Wudong Mountain, behind the Zixio Palace, 15-year-old Zhang Qingyu held a broom, gazing at the faint golden energy swirling in his palm, doubting his own senses. Just moments ago, he had mimicked the illustrations from the Taiji Chi canon 3 times as usual and had indeed managed to condense a wisp of spiritual energy in his hand. Fool. Playing pretend again? His senior brother, Zhao Kong, passed by, kicking over his broom. Who still believes in such things in modern society? Do you truly think cultivation can lead to immortality? The surrounding disciples erupted in laughter, some raising their phones to capture the scene, where Zhang Qingyu, clad in a patched Taoist robe, appeared particularly disheveled. Zhang Qingyu chose not to argue, quietly picking up the broom. He was an orphan discovered by the sect leader 14 years ago at the foot of the mountain, growing up immersed in the legends of Zhang Sanfeng. While others mocked him for his perceived dullness, he memorized the ancient text in the scripture pavilion with remarkable proficiency. Zhang Qingyu paid no heed to the crowd. Instead, he focused on the energy within his palm and, adopting the stance of Tai Chi palm, struck out into the air. Bang! The force of his palm materialized and smashed the incense table a meter away. Amid the sound of shattering, the sect leader, who was copying scriptures, trembled in rage. Who dares to interrupt my transcription? Oh my heavens! The sect leader rushed over, grabbing Zhang Qingyu's wrist. Did you just use Tai Chi palm? In the 600 years since our Wudong's establishment, aside from Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng, no one has ever unleashed it. The laughter of the surrounding disciples abruptly ceased. Zhao Kang's phone clattered to the ground, capturing the faint golden energy swirling from Zhang Qingyu's palm. Since the passing of the Grandmaster, The essence of spirit had not graced Huaxia for a millennium. The sect leader's voice quivered as he suddenly bowed deeply to Zhang Qingyu. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of our grandmaster? Other disciples sneered sarcastically. What's so impressive? This is the 21st century. Even if he has reached the qi refining stage, he wouldn't withstand a missile. Silence. The sect leader admonished angrily. From this day forth, Zhang Qingyu shall be known as the true monarch of Wudong, holding equal status to us. To see the true monarch is to see the sect leader. Any disrespect shall result in expulsion from Wudong. Zhang Qingyu was assigned to the Chunyang Palace beside the Grandmaster Hall, where the air was infused with the scent of a century-old sandalwood incense. He felt as if he had ascended from an orphan to the true monarch of Wudong. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one? Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng, I shall strive to emulate you and elevate Wudong to greater heights. The following day at the Zixiao Palace Square, hundreds of Wudong disciples appeared discontented and listless. Zhang Qingyu had been entrusted with the significant task of teaching everyone the Tai Chi Chi Sutra. Zhao Kong discreetly took out his phone to livestream, titling it, Live Streaming Cultivation. As the camera panned over Zhang Qingyu, the comments flooded in. Is this kid the sect leader? What a charade. Surely Wudong is short on funds and trying to swindle money. Look at the female Taoist in the second row. Her robe is so white and large. Seeing the lack of cooperation from everyone, Zhang Qingyu struck out into the air again, shattering a stone lion. Boom. The entire crowd was stunned. The livestream chat exploded. What just happened? Are they really cultivating? Come on. It must be special effects. Wudong Mountain is resorting to such lowly money-making schemes. Lu Chen finished his breakfast and brought a portion for his parents. They had not slept a wink the previous night. Unable to adjust to the unfamiliar environment and pristine room. After finally dozing off in the morning, Lu Chen refrained from disturbing them and returned to his own room. Bored, he opened his phone to check trending topics and stumbled upon the live stream of Wudong's cultivation. He scoffed, cultivation? No one understands it better than I do. This is clearly a gimmick. Upon clicking in, he was just in time to see Zhang Qingyu channeling the Tai Chi Chi Sutra and shattering the stone lion. What the? Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He was indeed practicing cultivation. Others may perceive it as a visual effect, but as a practitioner of transformation, Lu Chen can discern at a glance that this individual named Zhang Qingyu is indeed cultivating, and it appears he has reached the first level of qi refining. Coupled with the recent reports of anomalies from around the globe, Lu Chen can ascertain that due to his own attainment of manifesting a miniature world, the spiritual energy of Earth is gradually reviving. How splendid! The spiritual energy has finally returned. Seated in meditation, Lu Chen opens his miniature world, allowing the ethereal energy, visible solely to him, to flow slowly into his body. He activates the 6 paths of primordial qi technique, causing the energy within him to circulate ceaselessly through his meridians. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound resonates within him. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupts forth, and Lu Chen's eyes snap open, shimmering with brilliance. The transformation is complete. A breakthrough. He has achieved the first transition of transformation. Lu Chen has not undergone tribulation. Rather, he has recultivated from qi refining to reach this stage of transformation. This is tantamount to possessing double the strength he once had. Onward. The second transformation. The third. The 10th. What exhilaration. In one breath, he has recultivated 10 times. His energy reservoir has expanded by more than 100-fold. Prompt. Given the current concentration of spiritual energy on Earth, the host may safely ascend to the tribulation stage. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? What nonsense! I'm not foolish. On the surface, Lu Chen is in the transformation stage. In reality, he exists at the ascension realm, merely hindered by the system's level cap. Thus, his cultivation faces no bottlenecks, and breakthroughs are as effortless as drinking water. This equates to a bug in the system. Once he enhances, he might not be able to break through so easily again. Lu Chen must hasten his cultivation. Reaching 100,000 transformations is not a dream. It is unfathomable to think of the terror he could unleash if he were to recultivate 100,000 times. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rings. It's Lin Fei again. Does this fellow have an infatuation with me? He seems to enjoy calling incessantly. On the other end, Lin Fei speaks in an excited, incoherent rush. Lu Chen, I found it. I discovered the spiritual energy at the Great Wall. I can actually see the illusion of the Qin Empire I traversed, witness my comrade Li Bing, and behold the valiant figure of the Qin Emperor. I have a premonition that the Qin Emperor did not perish, and the Qin dynasty did not fall. If I can find a way to cultivate to the divine realm and master the laws of time, perhaps I could reverse time and resurrect the Qin. Uft. Lu Chen cannot contain a laugh. The divine realm. Lin Fei truly has audacious dreams. What are you laughing at? Don't you believe me? Lu Chen suppresses his amusement. I wholeheartedly believe, Lin Fei, you are the most formidable person in my eyes. Lin Fei beams with pride. You should come over too. We can cultivate together. At least we'll have company. Lu Chen smirks. Rest assured. I will seek you out eventually. Chapter 39. The establishment of the Sunlight Empire. As Lu Chen practiced diligently, he continued to observe the small world around him. The blazing sun organized a grand funeral for Cheng Wang, the highest honor bestowed. 1 million citizens spontaneously formed a funeral procession stretching for miles, holding agricultural tools, architectural models, and various implements invented by Cheng Wang, silently bidding farewell to the architect of their civilization. As the first great sage, he established the Holy Radiant civilization, teaching humanity to invent tools, construct buildings, and cultivate their skills. Standing upon a high platform, the sun looked down upon the sorrowful crowd, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Amidst the expectant gazes of the masses, he stepped forward, arms outstretched, his voice resonating through the magical array that permeated the city. From this day forth, the Holy Radiant City shall be renamed the Sunlight City. The Holy Radiant civilization is now a relic of the past. The Sunlight Empire shall usher in a new and glorious chapter, and I shall be crowned as the Sunlight Emperor, leading you towards unprecedented glory. As his words fell, an earth-shattering cheer erupted, with citizens and officials kneeling along the streets, fervently shouting, "Long live the Emperor!" Their voices surged, as if to pierce the heavens. Suddenly, the sun's expression shifted to profound sorrow, tears glistening in his eyes as he choked out, "That heartless wretch, Xie, in her pursuit of pleasure with the imperial guards, mercilessly poisoned her own father. My beloved Grand Patriarch, who dedicated his life to the advancement of civilization, met such a tragic end. How mournful your death is. Here, I vow to bring that vile woman to justice, avenging your death." The crowd was swept up in his fervor, their anger erupting like a volcano. "Execute the witch! Execute the witch!" Their furious roars reverberated through the royal city, rising in intensity as if they were about to tear the sky asunder. Beneath the majestic throne of the Sunlight Temple lay a hidden chamber, shrouded in darkness. For chains of dark iron, inscribed with binding runes, pierced Cheng Wang's limbs, suspending him in the dim air. Blood dripped slowly along the cold chains, pooling into a dark crimson puddle on the stone floor, each drop echoing sharply in the silence of the chamber. Once a figure of immense power, the Grand Patriarch was now a mere shell of his former self. Unbeknownst to all, Cheng Wang was not dead. The sun had deceived them, burying a mere wax effigy in his place. The newly crowned Sunlight Emperor entered the chamber with the stride of a victor, the golden threads of his imperial robe glimmering coldly in the dim torchlight. "Did you hear the city's outcry?" He leaned closer to Cheng Wang, his voice laced with cruel delight. "Your beloved daughter is now a pariah, a mouse everyone seeks to hunt down. If only she had obediently married me." Before he could finish, Cheng Wang suddenly lifted his head, spitting a mouthful of blood squarely onto the son's triumphant face. "The greatest fortune for my daughter is that she never became your beastly bride." Enraged, the son thrust his finger violently into the wound on Cheng Wang's chest, the rotting flesh emitting a nauseating sound. "Where's the location of the ancient ruins? Speak." Cheng Wang had once roamed the world, discovering an ancient ruin where he unearthed many relics from a bygone civilization, including a spatial ring intended for Xie. As the morning light gritted its teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, it let out a cold laugh. "Ha! Even if you kill me, I will not reveal anything. Xie will not spare you. She will avenge me." The blazing sun scoffed. "That wretched woman? Avenge? I now wield the dual powers of holy light and infernal fire, unifying the realm. All lords and nobles bow to my command, while your daughter is a wanted criminal. Why should I fear her?" Morning Light laughed heartily. "I shall consult the divination. The god of holy light foretells that you are destined to be slain by my daughter." The blazing sun seized a searing hot iron and pressed it fiercely against the scarred body of Morning Light, filling the chamber with the acrid stench of charred flesh. The blazing sun sneered, "I await the day your daughter comes to kill me, but until then, I will make your existence a living hell." A year had passed since the establishment of the Daylight Empire. During this year, Xie and Baijin delved into the study of corruption within a secluded cave. These were the happiest days of Bai Jin's life. He had no interest in the research itself, but merely gazing at Xie filled him with immense satisfaction. With Xie's brilliance, she swiftly developed 5 core abilities of corruption for Bai Jin. Firstly, self-corruption, enhancing organs entirely or amplifying a single organ's power tenfold. Secondly, corrupting beings, which includes humans, animals, and plants, inducing mutations with unpredictable or specific abilities yet to be fully understood. Thirdly, corrupting space, capable of generating a force field with a diameter of 100 meters, weakening the defenses, speed, spiritual power, and life of foes within its reach. Fourthly, corruption resonance, allowing all corrupted entities to resonate simultaneously, producing terrifying geometric waves of energy. Fifthly, flesh reforging, enabling the combination and reformation of different corrupted species into new aberrations. Each of these abilities is of extraordinary caliber. Xie could scarcely believe such powers could belong to humanity. This was merely the result of a year's development by Xie. Regrettably, Bai Jin's lack of intellect prevented the creation of even more abilities. Drawing inspiration from her 9 corrupted tails, Xie devised 5 core skills: teleportation, tail stab, tail flame, cage, and strangulation. These abilities encompass teleportation, single target attacks, area effects, control, and lethal strikes, forming a perfect arsenal. In just 6 months, Xie persistently refined and practiced these 5 abilities thousands upon thousands of times, ultimately breaking through to the holy infant realm and achieving the awakening, transformation. Now, her strength should be sufficient to contend with the blazing sun, yet she dared not take risks, opting to adhere strictly to her plan with caution. After all, the blazing sun commanded an army of 100,000 Sun Legionnaires and the newly formed, mysterious, and formidable Sorcerer Legion. Xie harbored suspicions that the blazing sun might be colluding with the demon race across the wall. For how else could he master the cultivation of infernal fire and establish a Sorcerer Legion akin to that of the demons in such a brief period? Bai Jin lacked a realm of his own, yet according to his words, the stronger Xie became, the more potent he felt. Xie surmised that Bai Jin might possess a form of collective cultivation. The more he corrupted, the stronger he became. All preparations complete. They are poised to infiltrate the most secluded city of Dawn in the south, now a territory under the direct control of the blazing sun. They aim to use this as their stronghold, to gradually expand and corrupt, until they seize control of the city. Cloaked in veils, the two tread heavily, step by step towards Dawn, uncertain whether this marks the beginning of their enlightenment or their descent into darkness. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly recalls that the Eternal Continent is home not only to one Holy Radiance clan, but also to the demonic race across the chasm. He is suppressing the indigenous civilization's triumph. What if the intruders do not arrive in time and the natives turn against each other instead? That would be quite the spectacle. Shifting perspective, he observes the demonic race. Lu Chen's Eye of Heaven transfers its focus from the Daylight Empire to the realm of demons. Astonishing. Lu Chen is nearly rendered speechless by the state of the demonic civilization. It is not merely a civilization, but a veritable hell on earth. A perpetual shroud of decay envelopes the sky, rendering the land unfit for cultivation. Instead, they bury corpses within the soil, allowing them to decompose and enrich the ground for planting. The demonesses here seldom wear clothing, their slender waists astonishingly delicate, their curves impeccable. Their facial features are exquisitely refined, akin to that of ethereal beings, with sharp chins, pronounced noses, full lips, and the most captivating aspect being their elongated eyes, which shimmer with an unpredictable purplish-red hue. They adorn their necks with specially crafted collars, automatically bowing their heads whenever a man passes by. If a man takes notice, he seizes the collar, dragging her aside without any resistance. Here, men rarely establish families. Instead, they form various battle groups, legions, squads, and alliances. Most children are raised solely by the demonesses, growing up without knowledge of their fathers. How pitiful. Lu Chen gulps, feeling an overwhelming urge to rescue these demonesses personally. Suddenly, a phone rings. It is a call from his high school classmate, Qin Zihan. Upon answering, her gentle voice reaches him. Lu Chen, do you have a car? Lu Chen replies, no. Realizing her mistake, Qin Zihan quickly clarifies, don't misunderstand. I meant to say that Jin Yu's wedding is in the countryside. Without a car, it will be difficult for you to get there. Would you like me to pick you up? Lu Chen responds, no need. I have my own way to get there. I have other matters to attend to, so I must go. On the other end, Qin Zihan feels a twinge of disappointment, muttering to herself, "Did I hurt his pride? But how will he get there without a car? Surely he can't fly there." Chapter 40. Why was I born a slave? The village where Jin Yu's wedding took place lay deep in the mountains, accessible only via a winding mountain road, a considerable distance away. In a fleeting thought, Lu Chen teleported to the mountaintop. The surroundings were desolate. He soared through the air. A young boy tending to cattle lay on the grass, a straw dangling from his mouth, resting peacefully. Suddenly, he noticed something whizzing overhead. Upon closer inspection, his eyes nearly popped out. My goodness, it's a person. How can he fly? Regrettably, the boy lacked a mobile phone to capture the moment. He hurried down the mountain to boast to his friends that he had witnessed a person soaring through the skies. His friends erupted in laughter. Are you serious? In this world, only Ultraman can fly. Humans cannot. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Chun had descended to the wedding venue, where dozens of tables were set for the feast. It would take a car at least an hour to navigate the road. As the wedding procession had yet to arrive, Lu Chun casually chose a table and pretended to play on his phone, while in reality, he continued to observe the miniature world around him. After 90 years of development, the demon race had finally established its first nation, known as the Eternal Night Empire. The Emperor, Nightmare, commanded a legion of 1,000,000. The societal structure was remarkably straightforward. With him at the absolute center of power, the entire demon race resided in a single city, Eternal Night City. Surrounding it were the Central City, Inner City, Second Ring City, Third Ring City, and 13 additional ring cities. The outermost layer was the Outer City, which was further divided into zones: safety zones, patrol zones, cultivation zones, grazing zones, and waste zones, among others. Eternal Night was an empire marked by distinct hierarchies and a supremacy of bloodlines. Structured into a pyramid based on blood color: obsidian, emperor; amethyst, nobility; deep blue, priests; crimson, warriors; murky yellow, foremen; ashen white, slaves; corrupt green, waste. This classification was not arbitrarily assigned by Nightmare. Rather, it was a consequence of meteorites that fell randomly every 15 days on the western side of the chasm. These meteorites, aside from being vital mineral resources, also ignited hellfire. The higher the bloodline, the purer the hellfire absorbed, allowing for greater potential in cultivation. However, those of the ashen white bloodline would combust instantly upon inhaling hellfire, rendering them mere slaves, expendable and devoid of value. Even more astonishing was that high bloodline demons could consume the flesh and blood of those with lower bloodlines. Conversely, low bloodline demons attempting to devour those of higher bloodlines would suffer severe backlash. This was an immutable fate, forever unalterable. Thus, in the Eternal Night Empire, anyone of ashen white bloodline was destined to be a slave. Slaves were tasked with laborious duties such as farming and mining, under an extremely harsh management system, even more severe than that of the Qin Empire. Any mistake would result in immediate dismemberment. Their flesh served as sustenance for the nobles. Occasionally, a few arrogant slaves would scream about changing their destiny, proclaiming that nobility was not determined by birth, only to be swiftly returned to reality. Devoid of any opportunity for ascension, some malicious slaves, realizing they could not consume high bloodline demons, resorted to devouring other slaves instead. Ironically, the most ruthless among the slaves were the slaves themselves. They revel in tormenting other slaves, filling their hearts with a profound sense of inferiority. Moreover, by consuming the pallid bloodline of the slaves, they enhance their own physical prowess, honing their martial skills to ascend to the status of so-called superior slaves. Consequently, frequent internecine conflicts among the slaves arise, alongside the disturbing practice of exchanging offspring for consumption. To prevent a swift decline in slave numbers, the nightmarish emperor decreed a prohibition on slave-on-slave violence and the exchange of children. Simultaneously, the refuse from the city of Eternal Night is dumped into the garbage district of the Outer City, allowing the slaves to subsist on the detritus. At this moment, in the westernmost slave district of the Outer City, a 14-year-old girl named Ing gazes at the refuse trucks unloading their cargo. She rushes over, desperately rummaging through the garbage in search of healing potions, as her mother's skin has entirely rotted away, and only a remedy can restore her. Ing, possessing an innate sensitivity to scents, catches a whiff of the potion's aroma and lunges toward a bulging sack. Lowly wretch, the foreman, boasting a noble and tainted bloodline, presses his foot onto her left hand. This garbage is not for you to scavenge. With his iron fingers, adorned with metallic rings, he precisely grips Ying's pinky finger. bending it back like snapping a chopstick. Crack. The sound rings out as her pinky breaks. Ah! Ing screams in agony. One by one, he proceeds to snap her other fingers, index, middle, ring, and thumb. Crack. 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 The sound of shattered bones mingles with the girl's cries, echoing throughout the slave district, while the other slaves remain indifferent, having grown accustomed to such brutality. Seeing as you're still young, I'll spare you one finger. Next time you dare to pilfer garbage, you'll find yourself served on the dinner table. Ing suppresses her excruciating pain, tears welling in her eyes. You can kill me if you wish, but please, grant me a healing potion. My mother is dying. The foreman's eyes gleam with delight. Dying, you say? Splendid. It has been ages since I feasted on fresh witch flesh. This is fortuitous. Due to the decree, even the foreman cannot arbitrarily slay slaves. So he must bide his time until they perish naturally. Terrified, Ing scuttles away, only to collide with another slave, who inadvertently breaks her right leg. As she drags her wounded body back to the burrow, she finds her mother's lips seeping with a grayish-white fluid. Child, let me see your hand. What has happened to you? Her mother, named Blossom, gazes sorrowfully at Ing's broken fingers. Ing forces a smile. It's nothing. Forgive me, mother. I couldn't find the potion. Perhaps I'll search for herbs in the Black Mist. No, do not enter the Black Mist. It is teeming with magical beasts. Yet, Ing protests, if I fail to find the herbs, mother will die. Blossom manages a smile. It is all right. As a slave, death is our fate. It is a pity, though, that before I pass, I have yet to see a true flower. Legend has it that within the city of eternal night, there exists a plant known as the flower, remarkably beautiful and vibrant. Her mother yearns to witness it, hence her name, Blossom. Tears cascade down Ing's cheeks. No, I cannot allow mother to die. I will find the flower and let her see it. The flower shook its head. Enough, child. As a slave, do not cry indiscriminately. Others may perceive you as easy prey. Remember, when mother passes, be sure to consume her flesh and blood immediately. It will fortify your body and enable your broken fingers to mend. No, Ing gritted her teeth. Even in death, I shall not consume mother. The flower retorted. You foolish child, if you refuse to eat, the other slaves will. It is a tradition among slaves that one must partake of their own kin to ensure robust growth. I want to eat. I won't. Ing clenched her small fists, gazing out at the terrifying black mist beyond the cave. I will not allow mother to perish. I shall find herbs for her. With that declaration, disregarding her mother's protests, she resolutely dashed into the grave of death, the dark forest. Not even a warrior of crimson lineage would dare to enter alone, for it was teeming with mutated monsters and magical beasts. She loathed this world. She despised the Creator. Why were some born into nobility while she was condemned to slavery? Creator, I shall not accept my fate. Ing, a 14-year-old female slave, ventured alone into the dark forest. Chapter 41. The Fate of the Firefly. Cautiously, the Firefly stepped into the black fog forest, a realm reminiscent of a decaying behemoth, with every inch of land exuding the stench of death. Although she was a slave unable to cultivate her abilities, her sense of smell was remarkably acute. She could distinguish the scents of animals, plants, demons, beasts, monsters, and even the soil itself. 30 paces to her left wafted the foul odor of a corpse vine, a carnivorous plant capable of strangling unsuspecting travelers. To her right, the noxious secretion of a poison dart frog oozed from beneath the decaying leaves, its venom deadly. The ground, seemingly safe, but in truth a treacherous mire cloaked in branches, was navigated with great care as she evaded one perilous area after another. At last, amidst a heap of rotting vegetation, she discovered a soul grass. This was an essential ingredient for the potions crafted by nobles, exceedingly precious. Holding her breath, she nestled behind a decayed stump, her fingertips trembling as she grasped a sharp stone, deftly hurling it beside the soul grass. The sound startled a lurking venomous snake, which raised its triangular head, flicking its crimson tongue in search of prey. She continued to throw stones until the snake, frightened, slithered away. After taking a deep breath to ensure no threats lingered, she stealthily approached the soul grass, which emitted a ghostly blue glow, and carefully uprooted it. The roots were still coated in the putrid residue of beastly remnants, but she paid it no heed, clutching the herb tightly, her heart racing. Mother would be saved. However, as she turned to depart, the ground suddenly trembled. Decaying leaves fell like rain, and a foul stench, a nauseating blend of blood and rotting flesh, assaulted her senses. Frozen in place, she slowly raised her gaze. Before her stood a 3-meter-tall two-headed ogre, grinning with its two gaping maws, for murky yellow eyes fixed intently upon her. The left head drooled profusely while the right erupted in a ghastly cackle. Little witch, its raspy voice scraped together like bone on bone. Let us play slowly. Fear gripped the firefly, yet she clutched the herb with unwavering resolve. She could not perish. Her mother awaited her remedy. With desperation, she pleaded, Please, let me return home. My mother is dying. I have the herbs for her. I swear before the god of the demon clan that once I heal her, I shall return. Consume me as you wish. The two-headed ogre, now salivating even more, growled, No, eat. Eat now. At that moment, the consciousness of Lu Chun stirred slightly, as if he had just heard someone swear an oath directed at him. Fixating on the dark forest, he focused on the firefly, accessing her memories. He instantly grasped her past, a pitiful yet resilient girl who had even scolded herself. Lu Chun had no intention of intervening merely out of pity. Countless souls across civilizations bore similar misfortunes. He was in search of a worthy chosen one, and if the firefly could conquer the looming threat of the two-headed ogre, it would indicate her fortuitous fate, something worth contemplating. The ogre, without a doubt, possessed a cultivation level of at least the 9th layer of chi refinement. Meanwhile, the firefly had a broken leg and 5 fractured fingers. Her chances of survival appeared grim. Dig out her right eye to pair with the wine, the left head exclaimed. Utter nonsense, the right head retorted. The old man declared his intent to sever his leg, claiming it was delectable. The grotesque, flattened head on the right side emitted a foul odor of decaying flesh. Ing realized that despite the creature possessing 2 brains, its intellect was remarkably deficient, offering a glimmer of hope for her escape. Suddenly, she pointed behind the ogre, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At last, the Eternal Night Legion has arrived. Come save me. The ogre's 2 hideous heads simultaneously turned towards the rear, its 4 murky eyes scanning the fog-laden forest with trepidation, only to find nothing but emptiness. Seizing the opportunity, Ing bolted like a startled hare. The left head of the ogre shrieked piercingly, Little witch, how dare you deceive us? The right head, spewing putrid saliva, bellowed, I shall carve your heart into pieces and savor it with your brain. The massive figure, towering at 3 meters, thundered into motion, each step leaving deep imprints in the mud. Ying's heart raced, yet she compelled herself to remain composed. Every contour of the terrain on her path was etched vividly in her mind. 30 paces ahead lay a perilous abyss of marshland. She deliberately slowed her pace, luring the ogre into the trap. With a resounding splash, the ogre's colossal form sank into the viscous mire, the sludge quickly enveloping it to the waist. Foolish creature. Just as Ing breathed a sigh of relief, she beheld the ogre's heads contorted into sinister grins. Its stout arms suddenly formed intricate magical seals, and the air crystallized into ice, freezing the marsh into a solid surface, enabling the ogre to ascend effortlessly. Damn it! This ogre wields sorcery. As the creature prepared to rise from the ice, Ing grasped a tangle of vines on the ground and yanked with all her might. The ogre's massive body crashed back onto the ice, its heads colliding with a resounding thud, emitting anguished howls. Seizing this fleeting moment, Ing turned and fled. A deafening explosion erupted behind her. The flames belched forth by the ogre reduced the entwined vines to ashes. The heavy footsteps grew ever closer, and a large hand, slick with viscous liquid, abruptly seized the nape of her neck, lifting her into the air. Do not kill me. Ing struggled and cried out, her eyes darting. I know of a gathering of witches deep in the forest, where a dozen young witches are concocting potions. The ogre's heads leaned in closer. The left brain narrowed its eyes skeptically. Do not believe her. This little girl is quite cunning. The right brain erupted in foul laughter. Nonsense. Am I not the cleverest? Lead the way. Ing let out a silent sigh of relief, knowing that just ahead lay a grove of crimson, enchanting flowers. As the ogre escorted her through the thicket of bizarre red blooms, she suddenly hurled herself into the flower patch with all her strength. In an instant, a cloud of scarlet pollen erupted like smoke. The ogre succumbed to a state of delirium. The left head remarked, Your Adam's apple is moving. Have you been secretly feasting on witches? The right head abruptly turned, its fangs nearly piercing the left head's eye socket. Cease your nonsense. I have not eaten anything. Wait. This sweet, bloody scent. You have hoarded a heart. The left head clamped its jaws around the right head's neck. You devoured last week's elf all by yourself. The right brain tugged at the left brain's ear. You think I am unaware of last month's den of dwarven offspring? You devoured them all. The two heads clashed in a frenzy, collapsing with a resounding thud. Seizing the moment, Ing grasped a branch tainted with putrid toxins and forcefully thrust it into the eye of the left head. With a sickening squelch, viscous pus and blood erupted forth. A howl of agony escaped the ogre's lips, startling every bird in the obsidian mist forest into flight. Both heads yearned to extinguish Ying's life. The left unleashed a chilling frost, while the right belched forth flames. Yet, ensnared in a hallucinatory state, their spells distorted and collided before her eyes. With a thunderous crash, a deafening explosion ensued, the stench of blood and flesh raining down like a tempest. As shattered bones embedded themselves deep into the surrounding trees, the two-headed ogre finally met its demise. However, Ing was not faring much better. Her body had long been infected by the ogre's decaying flesh, her form rotting and battered by splintered bones, clinging to life. Logically, such grievous wounds would have claimed her life by now. I cannot perish. I must save Mother. A fierce will to survive ignited within her, compelling Ing to cling to life. The ghostly grass, almost unscathed, protected her as she painstakingly crawled out of the dark forest. At long last, despite her wounds, she managed to drag herself back to her dwelling. At last, Mother will be saved. Mother, I have returned. The moment she stepped into the cave, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, a savory scent of meat. Chapter 42. You, wretched slave, dare to harm me. Mother. Ying's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the cave, disbelief etched upon her features. Her mother's flower was cruelly suspended above a pot of boiling water, her legs mercilessly severed, while the foreman, Iron Finger, greedily gnawed at the bloody remnants. Iron Finger lifted his head, blood still staining his lips, and sneered. Ah, the little witch returns. Would you care to taste your mother's thigh? It is quite delectable. Thanks to you, I have stumbled upon this splendid feast. Ying's pupils dilated in horror, fury and despair erupting like a volcano. I shall kill you. Ignoring her battered body, she lunged at Iron Finger, only to be kicked aside and crash violently against the rocky wall. Her mother, Flower, pleaded pitifully, You may consume me. I beg you, spare my child. Iron Finger, licking his fingers with a sinister grin, replied, Fear not, she is but a child. It would not be too late to fatten her up before the slaughter. Ing collapsed to the ground, tears blurring her vision. Mother, it is all my fault. I brought him here. Flower managed a faint smile, her gaze tender. My child, knowing you have returned safely, brings me peace. Trembling, Ing retrieved the ghostly herb she had painstakingly sought, and under the cave's scorching heat, the leaves erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a miracle. Iron Finger's eyes widened in madness, laughing maniacally. Heavens! The ghostly seven-colored flower, blooming once in a century. Ha ha, I am rich. Flower gazed at the radiant blossoms, a serene smile gracing her pale face. Thank you, my child, for allowing me to witness such beauty before my end. I have no regrets. My child. The path ahead, you must walk it alone now. Before her words could finish, the light of her life extinguished completely. Mother. Ying's anguished wail was heartrending. She could not comprehend why fate was so cruel. She had found the ghostly herb. She could have saved her mother. Iron Finger, consumed by rage, lunged forward, his thick fingers like iron claws reaching for the resplendent flower. In despair, Ing made a fateful decision. She thrust the flower into her mouth, her throat convulsing as she forced it down. Wretched slave. Iron Finger's eyes bulged with fury as he grasped Ying's chin, demanding, Spit it out. That treasure is worth its weight in gold. Not even 1,000 slaves could exchange for this flower. With brutal force, Iron Finger pried open Ying's jaw, intent on retrieving the flower. As the ghostly seven-colored flower entered her mouth, it transformed into a peculiar energy coursing through her body, mending her broken legs, fractured fingers, and visible wounds. In the depths of her consciousness, she seemed to hear a voice. Congratulations, you have been chosen as the destined one. Awakening her ability purification, to purify the world and heal humanity. Instinctively, Ing grasped Iron Finger's hands, corrupted by darkness. Purification. With a low cry, Iron Finger's arm convulsed violently under the purification. Blackened, rotting flesh was seared by an invisible flame, emitting strange wisps of smoke. The surface skin cracked, revealing writhing flesh beneath, sizzling as it gradually lost its dark hue. Ah! The anguished cries of Tai Ji nearly shattered the stalactites above. He frantically clawed at his own arms, nails digging deep into flesh. Yet he could not halt the relentless spread of the purifying force. The fiery energy cultivated within him was also being cleansed. Under the torment of purification, Taiji writhed in agony, his entire being rolling on the ground, his mind clouded in confusion. Seizing the moment, Ing drew a bone spike from her waist. A glint of cold light flashed as she aimed for his heart. With a sickening thrust, Taiji's eyes bulged in disbelief. You, wretched slave. Dare to harm me? I am of the noble turbid yellow lineage. Stab, 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 stab. Panic engulfed Taiji as he sensed his life ebbing away. Do not kill me, you esteemed witch. As long as you spare my life, I can take you to the city of eternal night, assist you in acquiring citizenship, so you need no longer be a slave. Die, die. With each thrust, Ing unleashed the pent-up hatred she had harbored for so long. The sound of bone-piercing flesh reverberating through the cave. Taiji's body was riddled with wounds. Dark crimson blood gushing forth from dozens of gashes. Flesh flew, bones lay bare, and chunks of viscera mingled with sanguine foam that spilled from his wounds. His head hung at a grotesque angle, barely tethered by a thread of skin. With a forceful kick, Ing sent his head flying. Until his last breath, Taiji could not fathom that he would be slain by a lowly slave. Purification successful, purification value 1, gasping for breath, Ing came to a halt. There was no thrill of vengeance. Instead, she knelt on the ground, crying out, I do not wish to be the chosen one. I only want my mother back. Lu Chen observed the unfolding events with indifference. He could certainly have intervened to prevent the tragedy, but why would he? Only through hatred could a true chosen one emerge. Ing, I hope you do not disappoint me. Create a riveting tale. Only then can the rewards be amplified. Kneeling upon the cold earth, Ing plunged her fingers deep into the soil, painstakingly digging a grave. She placed her mother's corpse within the pit, found a stone, and with the bone spike, carved a crooked stone flower to accompany her mother. Mother, rest assured, your daughter will live well, destroy this decayed empire, purify this grim world, and ensure that everyone can live in fairness, equality, and dignity. Lu Chen pondered, is Ing truly deranged? In such dire circumstances, she seeks to create a more equitable world rather than annihilate everything? Suddenly, hearty laughter echoed from outside the cave. Taiji, how delightful. You little rascal. Feasting without inviting us. Two warriors, both bearing crimson bloodlines, jovially stepped into the cave. Brothers, with Blood Claw as the elder and Blood Blade as the younger. Both possessing strength rivaling that of a magic core, golden core. As they steadied themselves and beheld the horrific scene, their smiles froze, their expressions turning to shock. There lay Taiji's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, his head rolling 3 meters away, vacant eyes reflecting the terror of his final moments. Behind the corpse stood a slender girl, clutching a bloodied bone blade with a fierce grip. Did you wretched little creature, slay Iron Finger? Blood Claw expressed disbelief, astonished that a mere slave could best Iron Finger. Though of a tarnished yellow bloodline, Iron Finger regularly feasted upon the flesh and blood of slaves, his strength rivaling that of the Crimson Warriors. Ing extended her 10 fingers towards the two, exclaiming, Purification. Blood Claw and Blood Blade initially thought it to be some arcane sorcery and instinctively recoiled, only to find nothing transpired. Ing frowned, perplexed as to why the purification bore no fruit. Ha! You insolent slave nearly frightened me. Did you truly believe you wielded any black magic? With that, Blood Claw vanished in an instant. With the power of the demon core, he could practically teleport within 100 meters. Before Ing could react, he seized her by the throat and lifted her effortlessly. Speak. How did you kill Iron Finger? Ing recalled her previous encounter with Iron Finger's skin and decided to replicate her earlier action. Grasping Blood Claw's arm, she invoked Purification. A blinding white light erupted. The arm of the Crimson Warrior, clad in demonic armor forged in purifying flames, was instantly seared and disintegrated, leaving the blood-red claws shattered. Ah! Blood Claw released his grip in pain, gritting his teeth. Do not let that slave touch you. She wields black magic. Blood Blade, seething with rage, drew his demonic blade, igniting it with crimson flames, and unleashed a vicious strike, declaring, You seek death. The terrifying arc of the blade sliced through the air, poised to strike Ing. Instinctively, she raised her hand to block. Ignorant slave. This is a blade infused with the energy of purifying flames. Even the sturdiest barrier would be cleaved asunder. What? Blood Blade's eyes widened in shock. As Ying's hand brushed against the blade's arc, it disintegrated, the corruptive energy fleeing like a mouse from a cat. Acknowledge the blade mechanism. When a corruptive attack strikes you, released purification at the precise moment to perfectly negate the attack. An inexplicable message materialized before Ying. Although she couldn't decipher it fully, she understood that mastering the perfect timing would enable her to withstand the onslaught. Seizing the moment, while both were in shock, Ying hastily fled the cave. Blood Claw, his face contorted in agony, stared at the spreading white light on his left arm. With a sudden roar, he brought his right hand together, transforming it into a blood-red blade, and without hesitation, severed his entire left arm. Blood spattered as he decisively halted the spread of purification. Otherwise, it would have consumed his entire being. Blood Claw howled in torment, his right hand clutching the stump. Crimson demonic energy seeping through his fingers as he endeavored to mend the severed wound. "Brother," Bloodblade cried in distress, rushing to his side. "Do not concern yourself with me. Pursue that slave at once. This concerns the fate of the entire empire." A mere slave wielding such terrifying energy, whether an anomaly or an awakening, must be captured alive for dissection and research. Chapter 43. The Divine Artifact Descends, Bloodblade's Pursuit of Ying. Ying fled into the Black Mist Forest. Bloodblade was astonished to discover that the malevolent mists, which had consumed countless lives, parted before Ying like subjects bowing to their sovereign, forming a serpentine path. Wherever Ying trod, a phosphorescent glow arose, creating a silvery trail. How was this possible? Bloodblade's eyes widened. In 90 years, no one had ever carved a path through the Black Mist Forest. Following the silvery trail, he hastened after her. Seeing Bloodblade's relentless pursuit, Ying deliberately led him into the abyssal marsh. Suddenly, the ground gave way, and Bloodblade plunged into the mire. Corruption seeped through the crevices of his armor, and he felt his body decaying. "Save me." Bloodblade found it absurd that he, the hunter, was now pleading for mercy. Yet, to his astonishment, Ying truly paused, turned toward the trap, and after a moment's hesitation, approached the marsh's edge. She placed her palm upon Bloodblade's putrefying forehead. A purifying light flowed from her hand, visibly healing the rotting flesh. Bloodblade sensed an energy within him that was utterly contrary to what he had known. "Why do you save me?" He struggled to escape the mire. Ying replied softly, "Because we are kindred. I abhor mutual slaughter." "So do I." Just as these words left his lips, a sudden surge of malice overcame Bloodblade. Wrapping his palm with his clothing, he tightened his grip around Ying's throat. "Foolish slave, how dare you show kindness to your enemy? Thank you for saving me. Do not worry, I shall not kill you. I will present you to the Eternal Night Emperor. He will surely take a liking to you. And perhaps I shall be granted nobility in return. Haha." Ying's purifying ability required skin contact to activate. Bloodblade's clothing covered her skin, rendering her unable to initiate her power. A sharp crack resonated. Ying's throat bone shattered, and she succumbed to suffocation. Bloodblade bound her hands and feet with vines, slinging her over his shoulder, preparing to take her back to the city of eternal night. Damn! Upon witnessing this, Lu Chun could not help but curse. Why did I choose such a naive fool? My head is throbbing. Bloodblade envisioned a future of nobility when suddenly, ghastly wails filled his ears. Ying had fallen into unconsciousness. The receding black mist and beasts surged like a tidal wave. "Wake up! Damn it!" Bloodblade shook Ying's body vigorously. Alas, it was too late. The fangs of a magical wolf pierced his shoulder, while the barbs of carnivorous vines assailed him from all directions, penetrating his eyeball, throat, and chest. Time lost meaning. When Ying awoke, she found the skeletal remains of Bloodblade adorned with delicate white flowers. She gently touched the petals, and the dark creatures and beasts retreated rapidly, parting to reveal a new path. Gazing at Bloodblade's corpse, she murmured, "To show mercy to one's enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Mother, I shall not act this way again. I must learn to protect myself." Ying ran southward through the Black Mist Forest. Along the way, as she passed a grove of ethereal blue mushrooms, she discovered a stag, ravaged by corruption. Writhing in agony, its left eye clouded and blackened, and its antlers ensnared by purple venomous vines. "Do not fear," Ying softly approached, gently cradling the stag's face in her hands. Purifying light flowed from her fingertips, causing the poisonous vines entwined around its antlers to disperse as if struck by lightning. The stag blinked its newly born amber eyes and affectionately nuzzled the girl's palm with its nose. "I shall name you Amber," Ying smiled, stroking its silver-gray fur. To her surprise, the purified stag knelt down willingly. As Ying mounted its back, Amber dashed southward like an arrow released from its bow, and wherever its hooves touched, the decayed leaves sprang back to life. Upon traversing the final twisted grove of withered trees, The sight before Ying took her breath away. The toxic plains were swirling with dark green miasma, and from the fissures in the ground, purple venom gushed forth. The concentration of corruption here was hundreds of times greater than that of the black mist forest, causing even Amber's hooves to tremble slightly. Ying dismounted and plunged her delicate fingers deep into the foul-smelling soil. In the name of purification, may this land be restored to sanctity. In an instant, Ying's silver hair flowed without wind, and a dazzling white light erupted from within her. The rolling miasma scattered as if encountering a nemesis, while the venom erupting from the ground transformed into crystalline spring water. Tender green shoots burst forth from the cracked earth, swiftly spreading into an endless expanse of grassland. Exhausted from depleting all her energy, Ying collapsed onto the ground as a pure white wild rose blossomed at her fingertips. This was the first flower to bloom in the toxic plains in 90 years. Soon after, another flower, then the 100th, and the 1,000th bloomed, creating a veritable world of blossoms. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streamed down Ying's face. "Mother, is that you? Are you watching over me? Look at this. This sea of flowers. They are as beautiful as you." Ying resolved to distance herself from the eternal night empire and live here for the rest of her life. The ironwood, eroded by toxicity for a century, transformed into timber as light as a feather, yet as strong as steel after purification. She crafted hoes, rakes, and other farming tools from it. As she wielded the hoe to till the earth, her frail body grew weary in no time. Amber responded with a call, using its antlers to plow the ground, its speed surpassing Ying's by 100-fold. Within 3 days, they cultivated 3 plots of land, the first for vegetables, the second for moonlight wheat, a fast-growing crop that thrives at night, and the third reserved as a nursery. Simultaneously, Ying directed Amber to transport large stones for the foundation, constructing a triangular frame with ironwood and covering the roof with layers of waterproof fern leaves. The gaps in the walls were filled with a mixture of purifying energy and mud, which repelled insects and emitted a faint glow to ward off beasts. Thus, their days passed leisurely and slowly. A week later, Amber returned with 3 injured tail rabbits. Ying used the purifying spring water to cleanse their wounds and discovered that the rabbits, after purification, had gained the ability to secrete a sticky substance that accelerated plant growth. "From now on, you shall assist in fertilizing the crops." She adorned the rabbits with grass-woven collars, naming them Big Gray, Little White, and Little Purple according to their fur colors. The 3 rabbits quickly adapted to their new environment, even learning to use their tails to pat the soil, aiding in the loosening of the seed beds. A month later, the first harvest of moonlight wheat reached maturity. The wheat ears glistened with a pearl-like sheen, and the flour ground from them exuded a natural sweetness. When Ying baked the first wheat cake on the clay stove, Amber excitedly circled the hearth, while the 3-tailed rabbits rolled about with the wheat ears, scattering seeds everywhere. The golden waves of wheat danced in the gentle breeze. "Mother, do you see this?" Ying lay on the freshly laid hay bed, gazing at the starlight filtering through the roof's crevices. "In this sacred land, the daughter thrived, and you can rest easy now." Lu Chen's expression darkened. "You can rest easy, but what about me? What about me?" He had deliberately chosen a witch filled with hatred, hoping she would seek revenge and establish a powerful empire. But what happened? She retreated to a secluded corner to farm? He checked Ying's chosen index. Ying, 14 years old, current realm, ordinary person, ability, purification. Beginner, purification value, 10. Purification value can be used for upgrades and enhancements. Chosen index, 0. 1. Expected civilization settlement, can gain 10 energy points. Lu Chen wished he could set her fields ablaze. However, excessive interference would only yield poorer rewards. He hastened the flow of time. Soon, 10 years had passed. Ying's cultivated land expanded from the initial 3 plots to thousands of acres spanning the plains. The once barren highlands had been transformed into 5 tiers of circular terraces. Amber had found her mate and birthed hundreds of deer, among which the strongest 100 males formed the Silver Deer Guard. 20 females, equipped with ironwood plows, could cultivate 20 acres of new land daily. Deer, deer, deer. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with deer. The 3-tailed rabbits had multiplied into a tribe of over 10,000. The Rabbit Council led the laboring rabbits in fertilizing, constructing, and transporting. Rabbit 2 White followed Ying to learn potion making, mastering simple medical skills, and forming a medical rabbit brigade. Rabbit 3 Purple, entirely purple-black with spiny tails, could launch poison barbs carrying purification powder, establishing a fighting legion of 5,000 rabbits. Ing specifically built the Silver Frost Deer Garden for the deer herd, resembling a royal garden. The rabbits constructed the Purple Velvet Cavern, a massive labyrinth containing nurseries, armories, granaries, and living quarters. Ing still resided in a simple thatched cottage, relishing the closeness to nature. Lu Chun was beside himself with frustration. 10 years. My chosen child. You have farmed for 10 years. Even if I had chosen a dog as the chosen one, it wouldn't be this mundane. He opened the chosen index. Ing, 24 years old, current realm, ordinary person, ability, purification. Beginner, purification value, 1000. Purification value can be used for upgrades and enhancements. Chosen index, 23. 1. Expected civilization settlement, can gain 231 points of heavenly energy. What in the world? What is happening? 231 points of energy. This is more than some civilizations have harvested. So, farming, is this enjoyable? No wonder so many people love it. Farming is truly a noble pursuit. One might consider dedicating a lifetime to the cultivation of the land. Imagine toiling in the fields for a century, or even two. Perhaps, in due course, one could harness an unimaginable energy from the very essence of the universe. Warning, warning. The century has elapsed. The traveler is about to be transported to the chaotic continent. Alas, the century has finally arrived. In the heart of the chaotic continent, upon a vast and serene plain, 20 beams of light descended from the heavens. The traveler has at last arrived. Lu Chun felt an overwhelming eagerness to witness the nature of this traveler. Chapter 44. The collective arrival of travelers. In the central region of the chaotic continent. Babe, what is happening? Did we not leap off the cliff together? Why are we still alive? Zhao Ling exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Wang Hao beside her. The two had taken a bold step, having borrowed $1 million through online loans, and resolved to jump from a 1,000-meter-high peak together. My leg? Huh. My leg is miraculously healed. Su He, aged 45, was overwhelmed with excitement. He had been confined to a wheelchair since a car accident at the age of 10 that resulted in amputation. Passionate about horticulture, he had achieved remarkable academic success, earning top scores in science and gaining admission to prestigious universities, ultimately choosing a major in agronomy. Dressed in a Lolita outfit, the anime enthusiast Xia Guanchuan danced joyfully. Yay! I have finally crossed over. Ha! Zhang Yi, a special forces soldier from the peacekeeping unit, had perished during a mission. To his surprise, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this new realm. Remaining composed, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of a total of 20 individuals. Greetings, I am Zhang Yi, a special forces operative. I died on May 28, 2028, around 8:30 p.m. What about you all? The middle-aged man Li Chaqing, sporting a goatee, stroked his beard thoughtfully. I also died around the same time on the evening of May 28th. The exact moment escapes me. I heard about a true immortal's reincarnation at Wudong Mountain, so I drove overnight to pay my respects, only to meet with an accident on the highway. Me too. It seems we all perished within that time frame. Wu Hao, donning combat gloves, recounted how he had been knocked out and killed by an opponent in a martial arts competition. A death that was all too clear. The programmer Chen Su, adjusting his glasses, chimed in. This is quite evident. We all died at the same time and are all of Chinese descent, suggesting that those who gathered us here are likely also Chinese. The manner of our deaths was unnatural, indicating a deliberate selection process. It is highly probable that we are meant to undertake a special mission. Lu Chun furrowed his brow. This programmer is impressive. Within mere minutes of arriving, he has deduced so much. He may very well be a formidable adversary of indigenous civilizations in the future. Xia Guanchuan, gleefully peering around, remarked, Why overthink things? Let us just consider this a journey through death and enjoy it to the fullest. As everyone engaged in exploration and observation of their surroundings, a colossal projection materialized in the sky, displaying real-time footage of the two great capitals, the Empire of the Sun and the Empire of Eternal Night. What on earth is this? The travelers collectively gazed upward in awe. Before them, the capital of the Empire of the Sun, Sun City, was adorned with 12 floating islands, each interconnected by chains of holy light. Countless cultivators soared between the islands on their flying swords, leaving golden trails in their wake. In stark contrast, under the blackened sky of the Empire of Eternal Night, massive flesh-and-blood fortresses rose ominously, their walls writhing with human faces and limbs. Knights of the demon race, equipped with bat-like wings, poured forth from the fortress, wielding bone blades that dripped with corrosive venom, scorching the ground below and creating unfathomable chasms. Chun Tsu's glasses reflected the projection, and his mind raced with incredible speed. With his left hand, he conjured a mental map in the air, while his right hand sketched a memory palace, rapidly encoding the architectural features, human characteristics, weapon styles, and other details showcased in the projection into his brain. So he focused his attention on the plants, food, commercial forms, clothing, and other aspects of life, deducing the civilization stage of the other party. Meanwhile, the others wore expressions akin to those of movie watchers, continuously exclaiming in awe, "Wow! Incredible! Amazing!" They remained oblivious to the fact that the images they were observing would soon represent their adversaries. Lu Chen altered his voice, addressing the travelers in a deep tone. "Welcome to Civilization OL, a realm situated in the rift between the virtual and the real. Your souls are temporarily housed here. As you can see, the projections depict the two most powerful empires of this world. Your task is to unleash your imagination and create your own civilization, ultimately vanquishing the indigenous cultures." Xia Guanchuan leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Nice. This truly is a different world. I can hardly wait to find my wizard." Zhang Ye's expression darkened as he gazed at the formidable cultivators on the projection. "How can we possibly triumph? We are merely an assembly of ordinary individuals." Li Changqing laughed heartily. "What a stroke of luck. I have finally discovered a world where I can cultivate immortality after searching for 40 years. Wu Hao twisted his neck, declaring, "Isn't it just a battle? We shall fight." Lu Chan continued, "The area you currently occupy is the safe zone of the chaotic continent, covering 100,000 square meters, with a duration of 20 years. Within this safe zone, you can fend off the invasions of external monsters. Of course, you may also choose to venture outside the safe zone in search of new territories to develop, perhaps uncovering even greater opportunities, all dependent on your exploration." After a brief pause, Lu Chen added with a cold smirk, "However, you possess but one life. Upon death, you will vanish permanently, unable to reincarnate." Upon hearing this, even Zhao Ling and Wang Hao, who had contemplated self-harm, trembled with fear, for nothing was more terrifying than the prospect of eternal oblivion. Your victory condition is to conquer the indigenous civilizations and eliminate all natives. The reward for your triumph is a return to Earth and rebirth. What? At this revelation, excitement surged among the group. The possibility of resurrection ignited their spirits. The mere thought of reuniting with their loved ones, spouses, children, filled them with fervor. Save for Li Changqing and Xia Guanchuan, who had no desire for revival. Li Changqing wished to remain in this realm indefinitely to pursue immortality, while Xia Guanchuan longed to dwell in a two-dimensional world, never to return to the filthy, materialistic earth. Sui politely inquired, "What is our average lifespan? Is it the same as on Earth?" "No comment. Discover for yourselves," Lu Chen replied, reverting to an observational mode. The group soon fell into a heated debate, voices overlapping. "Calm down," Zhang Yi interjected, his expression stern. "Let me clarify our boundaries. The 20 of us are a collective. We can discuss and debate, but violence is not an option. Anyone wishing to resolve matters through force must first consult me." The aura of a seasoned soldier momentarily quelled the unrest. Sui bent down, repeatedly stroking the ground. "I propose we remain in the safe zone. The soil here is enriched with unique bioactive minerals, exhibiting a remarkably stable pH level and a high organic matter content, making it exceptionally suitable for cultivation. We can temporarily establish our camp here and lay the foundation for civilization." "Cultivate? What nonsense." Wu Hao twisted his wrist adorned with combat gloves, declaring his intent to venture outside. "Surely, there are numerous treasures out there, perhaps even artifacts waiting to be discovered." The humiliation of being knocked out in the arena weighed heavily on him. The prospect of acquiring formidable skills in this foreign realm and returning home in triumph was tantalizing. Li Changqing stroked his goatee, chuckling lightly. "This world is remarkably conducive to cultivation. If fortune smiles upon us, we may even encounter indigenous practitioners, and perhaps we too could embark on the path of immortality." Chen Su adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. "The agricultural faction offers the safest route, allowing for steady civilizational development. The adventurous faction seeks high rewards through chance, albeit with considerable risk, while the cultivation faction represents the trend to establish ourselves in this world. We must learn the art of cultivation." Pausing, Chen Su continued, "Regardless of the path you choose, Please share any information and data you acquire with me, so I may analyze it and assist in planning our next steps. Who do you think you are? Wu Hao seized Chen Su's checkered shirt, questioning why they should heed the commands of someone who merely coded in an office. Chen Su's face flushed, yet he refrained from retorting. Some matters were beyond the comprehension of the unlearned. Enough. Zhang Yi forcibly pulled Wu Hao away, knowing that Wu Hao feared confrontation and dared not resist. Now was not the time for internal strife. He drew his military knife and etched 3 dividing lines in the ground. Those wishing to cultivate should stay with Su He. Those seeking adventure should follow Wu Hao, and those desiring to pursue immortality should seek out Li Chongqing. His blade pointed ominously at Chen Su. You will be responsible for information integration and timely sharing. Should you entertain any selfish motives, he flashed a cold glint, I'll personally sever your throat. Xia Guangguan stamped her foot. Humph, what does this mean? Is there truly no one willing to accompany me on an excursion? I belong to the leisure faction. Who will join me in this adventure? Chen Su replied matter-of-factly. While your demise bears no consequence to me, as a fellow citizen of Huaxia, I feel compelled to warn you that this is neither a comic convention nor a spring outing. With your disposition, you would not survive beyond 24 hours. Xia Guangguan grinned widely. So what? I've already faced death once. If no one wishes to accompany me, that suits me just fine. I shall seek out a magical young man all on my own. With that, Xia Guangguan began to walk away, twirling and humming a merry tune. Exiting the safe zone. Almost the moment she stepped out, whoosh. A stone spear flew through the air, piercing through her skull, entering through her right eye socket and protruding from her cranium, firmly anchoring her to the ground, blood spraying profusely. Xia Guangguan departed this world with her eyes wide open. Unblinking. Chapter 45. We are truly in love. The crowd screamed, unable to bear the sight of such a gruesome scene. Special Forces soldier Zhang Yi unsheathed his military dagger and hurried forward, eager to discern the unfolding events. A group of towering, muscular monsters charged forth. Swiftly discarding their stone spears, the leader of the beasts cast a wary glance at Zhang Yi behind the safety barrier. With a provocative roar, he hoisted the lifeless body of Xia Guangquan and, in an instant, vanished with his companions from sight. Zhang Yi refrained from acting impulsively. Even as the reigning champion of the Special Forces for 3 consecutive years, he dared not rush out recklessly. Wang Hao, a dedicated gamer, immediately recognized the creatures. They were half-orcs, identifiable by their protruding jaws and tusks. Chen Su spoke in a grave tone. It seems these half-orcs have been lying in wait for quite some time. Their intelligence is likely average, otherwise, they would not have needed to alert us. They could have easily ambushed us once we all ventured out. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, typical half-orc warriors possess moderate intelligence, but their shamans are quite astute. I suspect there is a half-orc tribe lurking nearby. Zhang Ye's gaze swept across the group like that of a hawk. Is there anyone else who wishes to venture outside? The adventurer Wu Hao cleared his throat twice. Well, I believe that farming can also be considered an adventure. I've had a passion for cultivation since childhood, and I've decided to stay. Zhao Ling and Wang Hao chimed in unison. So do we. The other travelers nodded affirmatively, resolutely aligning with the farming faction. The shock of Xia Guangquan's demise weighed heavily upon them. A moment ago, she had been a vibrant young woman, only to be reduced to mere fodder for the monsters. Chen Su also favored the farming approach, at least for the time being. He began to organize his thoughts. We must first ascertain the circumstances of the chaotic continent. Are the half-orcs residing nearby, or are they merely passing through? These inquiries require our careful exploration. Otherwise, venturing out blindly would only lead to our demise. Our immediate priority should be to inventory the items each of us possesses, as they may greatly influence the development of our civilization. Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly, deeply appreciating Chen Su's insight. His succinct words not only alleviated the group's fears but also provided a clear direction. The items everyone carried were those they had donned or borne before their untimely demise. Zhang Yi raised his dagger. I possess only a military vest and this dagger. Su He smiled. I consider myself fortunate. I happened to be en route to a research examination when the unfortunate incident occurred. I have a large bag filled with various items, including a plethora of crop seeds. Wu Hao shrugged. All I have are a pair of boxing gloves and the clothes I'm wearing. Everything else is gone. Among them stood a girl clad in a high school uniform, the youngest of the group at merely 16 years of age, Shin Nanji. She was driven by her single mother to excel in various extracurricular classes, after securing first place in a dance competition but failing to achieve the gold medal. She had tragically taken her own life. Her voice, barely above a whisper, broke the silence. I have a trophy for my dance competition, first place. I'm not sure if it has any value. Chun Su smiled. Certainly, the materials and components of the trophy will serve as invaluable references for us in the future. Let us all present what we have. Those seemingly mundane items on Earth may very well become the keys to our survival here. Others eagerly began to share their possessions. A soft-spoken young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, remarked, "I can assist with the tally. I studied accounting." Her name was Su Yao, who had graduated 2 years prior, unfairly bearing the burden of her company's 100 million debt and facing a decade-long imprisonment. Overwhelmed by despair, she leapt from the rooftop of her workplace. Her peers lamented her fate. "You are mistaken. The law shall not wrong you. You have merely been deceived. With a competent lawyer, you could easily be exonerated." Su Yao's eyes glistened with tears as she expressed, "My parents exhausted their savings to send me to university, and now they must witness me embroiled in legal battles. I cannot bear the thought of disappointing them." Cough, cough. Chun Su cleared his throat. "The matters of Earth are behind us. We are now your family and friends. Let us focus on the task at hand." Su Yao forced a smile and began to inventory the items she had collected, equipped with paper and pen. Soon, everything was accounted for. He announced, "Backpack, magnifying glass, camera, pH testing pen, multifunctional gardening knife, waterproof notebook, various seeds including wheat, rice, and corn. Chun Su, a non-functional laptop. Li Changqing, Wudong Mountain ticket, Tai Chi manual. Cheng Shui, ancient craftsmanship toolkit, potter's wheel, carving knife, mineral samples. Lu Yang, hard hat, construction blueprints, lighter, and a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes. He Wei, 10 bottles of perfume. Hu Jinxing, 9 condoms." After the inventory was complete, Chun Su continued to guide the group. "There are still some individuals who have yet to speak. I need to know everyone's profession or area of expertise to facilitate future task allocation." Wu Hao could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, but was halted by Zhang Ye's fierce glare, which prevented him from confronting Chun Su. "Do you really think you're the leader? Why should we listen to you? I can talk too. I run a Taekwondo studio and manage hundreds of employees. I possess ample management experience." Chun Su remained composed. "I do not seek to be a leader. I merely wish to help everyone clarify their thoughts. If we genuinely establish an organization in the future, we can elect a leader then." Zhang Yi, Su He, Li Changqing, and others expressed their support for Chun Su. Wu Hao's face reddened. Fine, you've all been deceived. Go on, continue." Cheng Shui stated, "I am a short video creator, focused on the restoration of ancient crafts, such as blue and white porcelain and Luoyang paper." Cheng Shui, 30 this year, had recently given birth, suffered from postpartum depression, and tragically took her husband's life before attempting to end her own, along with her child. Chun Su mentally categorized Cheng Shui as someone with extreme emotional instability and reckless behavior, ensuring she would not be placed in a core position. Zhao Ling exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! Cheng Shui, I know you. You have 10 million followers and are quite famous internationally. I am in a relationship with Wang Hao and currently unemployed, having started working at BYD right after high school, with 5 years of experience on the assembly line." The 65-year-old man, Hu Jinxing, coughed and remarked, "I fear I am the most useless person here. I am the dean of the School of Integrated Circuits at North China University of Science and Technology, and I have been recruited by Huawei Technology to research chips. It seems quite challenging to make a significant contribution here." Chun Su's eyes brightened. No. Dean Hu, perhaps within a century we may not progress to the field of chips, but what about 100 or 200 years from now? We must adopt a long-term perspective. If one generation cannot accomplish it, then perhaps 3, 5, or even 10 generations can. As long as we ultimately triumph over indigenous civilizations, even if we perish, we would have fulfilled our mission and can return to Earth. Hearing this, the others felt a surge of confidence. Zhang Yi inquired, "Old Hu, did you pass away naturally?" Hu Jinxing's face flushed. No, it was not that. Ahem, I was unable to restrain myself with my intern assistant. I swear, we genuinely loved each other. That day, I had a bit to drink and took some medication, and as a result, ugh. Cheng Shui displayed disdain. Men are all the same. Old lecher. Everyone had clarified their backgrounds. Lu Yang was an engineering architect, He Wei a perfume clerk, and Huang Lei a top chef with 30 years of experience. Shinsu committed all this information to his memory palace, his eyes darting quickly as he adjusted his glasses and smiled. Let us not dwell on the past, but focus on the future. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries will ensure victory in every battle. Next, Su He and I will enlighten you about the nature of our enemies. Wu Hao scoffed. You're just boasting. We all came together. How could you possibly know what the enemy is like? Do you take us for fools? Chapter 46. The Age of Bronze. Shinsu, disinterested in Wu Hao, opened his memory palace, magnifying the projections he had previously observed, presenting them before him in an expanse of infinite clarity. This was a unique ability that Shinsu had awakened since the age of 5. It was, in fact, a condition known as Alice syndrome, allowing one to expand their vision to boundless proportions, akin to a dreamlike state. From my observations, there are currently 2 factions among the enemies, one known as the Sun Empire and the other as the Eternal Night Empire. These 2 powers appear to be in a state of enmity, which is splendid news for us. Wu Hao scoffed. You're just fabricating nonsense. I could just as easily claim that the Sun Empire is on the brink of civil war. Shinsu managed a rare smile. You've inadvertently struck gold. The Sun Empire is indeed on the verge of internal strife. Their imperial banner bears the sun accompanied by axes, yet numerous 3-leaf clover flags remain unfurled in the streets. I surmise this empire has recently undergone a regime change, with many loyalists to the former leader, nobles, and powerful figures, unwilling to submit. Moreover, the city is equipped with numerous purification devices akin to security checks, indicating a fear of a certain virus, which I suspect is linked to the Eternal Night Empire. Thus, I deduce that these 2 empires are adversaries. Clapping his hands, Zhang Yi exclaimed, Shinsu, your talents are wasted as a programmer. You could easily pass for a special reconnaissance agent with such keen observational skills. The 2 girls, Su Yao and Song Nanji, gazed at Shinsu with admiration. Shinsu continued, the presence of the 3-leaf clover suggests that the old regime may have been a theocratic system, while the new banner of the sun and axis indicates a military dictatorship. Such a transition of power inevitably accompanies purges, so in the short term, the Sun civilization should remain oblivious to us. The rest will be supplemented by Su He. Su He nodded in agreement, adding, I wholeheartedly concur with Shinsu. Additionally, the majority of the buildings in Sun City are still wooden structures, with only a scant few made of stone, indicating a low overall level of production. Furthermore, the city itself is modest in size, featuring extensive vacant lots, and the pedestrian density is relatively low. I estimate the entire empire's population does not exceed 5 million, with no more than 20 subordinate towns. I also observe their agricultural areas, which are lacking in variety. Their farming techniques are inferior to those of our warring states period. Given 2 years, I believe I could surpass them. Shinsu and Su He spoke eloquently, despite having viewed the same projections. The others were baffled by how the 2 could articulate such extensive insights. Su Yu diligently took notes, fulfilling her role as the accountant and meeting recorder. Wu Hao felt a burning embarrassment as Shinsu overshadowed him, leaving him with no opportunity to contribute, which deeply frustrated him. He had originally suggested teaching everyone Taekwondo for physical fitness, only to be dismissed by Shinsu, who insisted that this was not the time for such activities, but rather a crucial moment to construct their new home. Infuriated, he slammed his fists into the ground. Next, the most pressing issue at hand was that of sustenance. Su He, I have just surveyed the entire safe zone, and to the east lies a verdant thicket, teeming with an array of plants previously unseen by my eyes. I have selected a few specimens, such as those resembling kudzu, ferns, and sour fruits. They should be edible, at least in theory. Zhang Yang interjected, Professor Su, I shall take on the role of taste tester. During my time in the primal forests of South Africa, I have consumed countless toxic plants, and I like to think I have developed some resistance. Su He expressed his admiration. It seems we have no other choice. After a series of taste tests, we determined that 5 plants were indeed consumable, while 3 others required special preparation to neutralize their toxins before they could be ingested. Per Zhang Ye, his cheeks swollen and his skin taking on a pallid green hue, had suffered from the consumption of several poisonous plants. Fortunately, his robust constitution allowed him to withstand the toxins. Chef Huang Lei employed various methods, steaming, grinding, leaching, burying in ash, and mixing with jam, to finally produce 2 edible creations. One was a dish known as rock soil fire kudzu cake, made from ferns, kudzu root, and a special earth ash, baked to perfection. Its flavor was slightly bitter, yet remarkably satiating. The second was a tangy green dumpling, crafted from the tender stems of wild grass. Pounded and filtered to extract the green sorrel juice, then combined with moss, toxic taro, and fern roots, kneaded repeatedly. This dish was sour and astringent, but refreshingly delightful, leaving one invigorated and alert after consumption. Cheers erupted. Chen Su, Suhi, Zhang Yi, Qing Shui, Wu Hao, and the other 19 travelers raised their earthen cups. Crafted by Qing Shui from baked soil and filled with fresh water, encircling the campfire to celebrate their first meal in this alien world. They swallowed the earthy kudzu cake with determination. Regardless of its unpalatable taste, it represented their hope for survival. Suddenly, an oppressive silence fell upon the group. They exchanged glances, each one speechless. The crackling fire sent sparks soaring, only to extinguish in an instant. Professor Suhi felt a glimmer in his eye, discreetly wiping away tears that only grew more abundant. Although he was filled with anticipation for this new world, the thought of his wife enduring life alone overwhelmed him with sorrow. Zhang Yi mechanically chewed the last morsel of kudzu cake, his throat constricting as he retrieved a photograph of his 5-year-old daughter, so adorable, always clinging to his leg and exclaiming, "Daddy, I want to ride a horse." Hu Zhenqing, filled with regret, lamented, "In my next life, I shall never consume medicine again." Even the most optimistic among them, gazing into the vast, unknown darkness surrounding them, could not escape a sense of melancholy. Chen Su stood up, clapping his hands. "All right, everyone, let's get some rest. Tomorrow, we will officially begin establishing our new home." The others looked at Chen Su in disbelief. His exuberance was a stark contrast to the somber mood enveloping the group. It was no wonder he had succumbed to a work-related fate back on Earth. He was simply too energetic. Each person curled up beneath long leaves, spanning 2 meters in length, as they braced themselves for their first night in this new realm. Over the next month, under Suhi's leadership, they cultivated 10 acres of land, dividing it into sections for staple crops such as rice, corn, and potatoes, cash crops including cotton, rapeseed, peanuts, and sugarcane, and vegetable crops like tomatoes, carrots, and eggplants. Suhi found himself uncertain about which crops could thrive, as the soil, environment, and climate here were utterly distinct from those on Earth. He could only experiment one by one. Fortunately, he possessed nearly all the mainstream seeds for crops, as if fate had destined him to traverse here. Subsequently, architect Liu Yang, accompanied by Zhang Yi, Wang Hao, Wu Hao, and several other able-bodied men, set about felling trees and transporting timber, taking 10 days to construct 18 small wooden cottages. Li Changqing refrained from participating in any planting or labor. Instead, he sought a shaded spot, sat cross-legged, and began his practice of the Taiji Chi Sutra. Wu Hao, feeling a pang of injustice, exclaimed, "What the hell? Are you just going to slack off here? Do you have no hands or feet?" Li Changqing glanced at Wu Hao and retorted, "I have already explained to Chen Su that practitioners of the Taiji Chi Sutra from Wudong Mountain have succeeded on Earth. My chances of success are even greater here. Once I succeed, I shall teach you all." Hearing Chen Su's name sent Wu Hao into a fury. What does he count for? Just because he says it's possible it is? You better succeed, otherwise I will eventually beat you up. Qing Shui chose a sheltered slope to the northeast of the safe zone, utilizing the natural incline to excavate a semi-underground kiln with a 15-degree slope. The kiln walls were to be rammed with 3 layers of clay, ensuring both insulation and reduced fuel consumption. She then led Su Yao, Shen Nanzi, and Zhao Ling in search of stones resembling copper and tin ores. Procuring charcoal from Chef Huang Lei, Zhao Ling tended to the bellows, accidentally burning her forearm while fanning the flames. "The temperature is sufficient," Qing Shui announced, as she placed the copper and tin ores into the kiln in a 9:1 ratio, while Shen Nanji carefully skimmed off the slag that floated on the molten surface with a bone spoon. As the night breeze wafted through, the 4 girls took turns guarding the burning kiln. On the 7th full moon night, the liquid within the clay mold finally solidified. Qing Shui pried open the mold with a flint knife, revealing a short dagger shimmering with a ghostly blue sheen. With a swift strike, it cleaved through a tree trunk as thick as a thigh, causing the tree to crash to the ground. Everyone stood in stunned silence, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this weapon truly that sharp?" Civilization alert. Monitoring indicates that the civilization of the traveler has reached the Bronze Age. Current civilization coefficient, 0.1. Cultivation coefficient, 0.000001. danger coefficient, 0, estimated settlement reward, 10 goodness. As expected of a traveler, just a few days in, and they've already entered the Bronze Age. It took the Xionghui civilization 20 years to achieve this. 15 days later. Civilization alert. Monitoring indicates that the civilization of the traveler has reached the Iron Age. Current civilization coefficient, 0, 2. Cultivation coefficient, 0, 1. Danger coefficient, 0. Estimated settlement reward, 120. The news sent shivers down Lu Chen's spine. How could civilization advance so rapidly? Yet, this was not what truly terrified Lu Chen. What genuinely struck fear into him was the revelation that among the travelers, someone had actually reached a cultivation coefficient of 0, 1. This was nothing short of foundational realm achievement. How could this be after just a few days? Could it be that Li Chongqing had broken through? Observing Li Chongqing, Lu Chen noted that he had yet to reach even the first layer of qi refinement. Who could it be who possessed such extraordinary prowess? Under the moonlight, a shimmering violet glow illuminates the scene, while others have long succumbed to slumber. A young maiden sways gracefully, her slender waist undulating rhythmically, revealing the exquisite curves of her alabaster thighs. Each of her movements resonates with the enchanting violet moon hanging in the heavens above. Moonlight converges into liquid beams at the hollow of her collarbone, cascading down her perspiration-kissed skin into her neckline. Most astonishing are the violet energies that entwine around her calves like living entities, each kick igniting a cascade of radiant arcs. She, the 16-year-old high school girl Shenanji, has inadvertently reached the foundational realm through the art of dance. Hidden nearby, Wu Hao suddenly emerges behind Shenanji, brandishing a bronze dagger stolen from Cheng Shui, and presses his hand over her mouth. Do not utter a word, or I shall mar your tender skin. Chapter 47. Silent Tears. Wu Hao was a man of indulgent desires, and from the very first day, he had taken notice of Shenanji, youthful, beautiful, and fair-skinned. Most importantly, she exuded an air of vulnerability, a girl seemingly unaware of the art of resistance. Wu Hao, seasoned in the manipulation of such fragile souls, had previously owned a taekwondo studio where he had unknowingly brought harm to countless young girls. In his idle moments, he often trailed Shenanji, inadvertently discovering that she would retreat to a secluded place each night after everyone had drifted into slumber to practice her dance. She had been dancing since the tender age of 3, a habit she had grown accustomed to. This was also a tribute to her mother. Despite the torment her mother had inflicted upon her, she still cherished thoughts of her. Gradually, Wu Hao sensed something unusual. As Shenanji danced, ethereal particles seemed to swirl around her. This phenomenon persisted for several nights. Could this be the fabled art of cultivation? It must be noted that Shenanji was not engaged in cultivation, but rather magic. A mage's combat prowess was significantly weaker than that of a foundational practitioner. Seizing an opportunity when Shenanji was distracted, Wu Hao lunged forward, clasping her tightly from behind. A potent blend of sweat and fragrance enveloped him, and he inhaled deeply, the aroma filling his lungs. A bronze dagger pressed against Shenanji's throat, cold and menacing. Do not utter a word, or I shall mar your delicate skin, he threatened. Shenanji was instantly frightened to tears, her voice trembling. What do you want from me? With a cruel smile, Wu Hao replied, I seek nothing but the truth. Are you engaged in cultivation? Through her sobs, Shenanji managed to articulate, I am merely dancing. I know nothing of cultivation. As he stroked her silky hair, he inquired, have you noticed any changes in your body lately? Stammering, Shenanji responded, I feel that my vision has improved. I can see objects clearly from hundreds of meters away. Just as Wu Hao had suspected, it appeared that Shenanji, unwittingly, had completed some form of cultivation through her dance. Teach me every movement you perform while dancing, he commanded. Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, if I teach you, will you let me go? Wu Hao flashed a grin. Of course, we are friends, after all. Reluctantly, Shenanji began to break down her dance movements, demonstrating them to Wu Hao. He attempted to mimic her steps, but to his dismay, he felt no effect. Cursed be it. Why does my dancing yield no results? Shenanji shook her head. I don't know. It feels as though, while I dance, I can sense the moon watching over me. I perceive the moon as my mother, creating a resonance. Resonance? It seemed that each individual's method of cultivation was unique. For Shenanji, it was dance. Perhaps his practice of taekwondo could also evoke a similar response. With matters having escalated, Wu Hao covered Shenanji's mouth. Behave and cooperate. Do not speak. Lead me to your little cabin. If you dare to scream, I shall mar your visage." Though Shinanji was unafraid of death, the thought of her face being disfigured terrified her. Reluctantly, she guided Wu Hao back to her room, believing he would spare her. However, upon entering, Wu Hao swiftly subdued her, casting her onto a pile of grass. What are you doing? Stop." Wu Hao struck Shinanji across the face with a resounding slap, firmly covering her mouth. "Do not utter a sound. Comply with me obediently, or I shall sever your legs, rendering you unable to dance ever again." Shinanji struggled desperately, tears cascading down her cheeks. An hour later, Wu Hao hummed a cheerful tune as he tidied his clothes, gazing at Shinanji, whose hair was disheveled and eyes vacant. "How delightful. Shinanji, remember this. If you dare to disclose tonight's events to anyone, I will inflict upon you tenfold suffering." With that, he exited the room. After Wu Hao departed, Shinanji felt an unusual energy surging within her, her arms imbued with greater strength than usual. Could this be the dual cultivation described in novels? Haha. Chensu, just wait. Once I have perfected my training, you shall be my first target. I shall make you all aware that I am the true leader. The following day, Cheng Shui was engrossed in her study of gunpowder. The ingredients comprised saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. However, none were available in the safe zone. Su Yao and Zhao Ling scoured the surroundings for various stones, minerals, and plants, hoping to find substitutes. Cheng Shui discovered a patch of scorched earth struck by lightning, bearing similarities to saltpeter, and then found a noxious flower emitting a pungent odor, which when ground into powder, resembled sulfuric components. The trio was busily occupied, while only Shinanji remained lost in thought, staring blankly. "Nanji, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Cheng Shui noticed something amiss with Shinanji. With a choked voice, Shinanji shook her head. "It's nothing. I just miss home." Another month passed. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Cheng Shui successfully detonated the first bomb. Of course, besides Cheng Shui's research on gunpowder, the greatest contributor was Hu Jinxing. Although he specialized in electrical engineering, as a dean-level expert, he possessed a solid understanding of basic chemistry and physics. Chen Su exclaimed, "Wonderful. With the bomb, we finally have some security. Dean Hu, thank you for your hard work. Now, you and Cheng Shui should see if you can create firearms or cannons. With these, we can attempt to expand outward." Hu Jinxing replied with pride, "Firearms are simple. I crafted one myself in middle school. Ahem, don't misunderstand. Purely a hobby. All it requires is a sturdy steel pipe, consistently burning black powder, and a reliable firing mechanism. The challenge lies in our current technology, making it difficult to produce suitable steel pipes." Cheng Shui, brimming with confidence, stated, "Steelmaking is not arduous. Repeatedly hammering wrought iron can yield a steel layer. The only issue is that I, as a woman, lack the strength to do so alone. I require a strong man to assist me. I shall help. I am strong." Wu Hao's eyes sparkled as he eagerly volunteered. Shinanji recoiled in fear, her hands trembling. Cheng Shui noticed her change in demeanor and frowned. "Wu Hao, have you been bullying my sister Shin? She seems quite frightened of you." Wu Hao shrugged. "How could that be? I am always gentle with women. Shinanji, have I ever bullied you?" Shinanji lowered her head, stammering, "And no." The woman's intuition alerted Cheng Shui to something amiss. Just as she pondered the matter further, suddenly, boom, 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 a tremendous crash resounded. What could be happening? The Special Forces soldier, Zhang Yi, bellowed, "Look! Outside the safe zone. There, at the northern edge of the safe zone." Hundreds of half-orc warriors rode upon mammoth beasts towering 3 meters high, charging forth from the northern wasteland like moving mountains. Clad in tiger skin armor, their faces adorned with blood war paint, they wielded stone spears not of ordinary stone, but meticulously crafted from obsidian, glimmering with a purplish-black sheen under the sunlight. Boom! The first wave of impact resonated like thunder. The colossal body of the mammoth collided with the transparent barrier at an astonishing speed, and as the spears made contact, they erupted into blinding sparks. Behind the battle lines, a shaman cloaked in human skin raised a bone staff embedded with skulls, his parched lips rapidly muttering obscure incantations. Suddenly, greenish-witch fire gushed forth from the staff's tip, coalescing into dozens of grotesque, ghastly faces that screamed as they lunged toward the barrier. The entire safe zone trembled under the onslaught, and the half-orcs issued bloodthirsty war cries. The second and third waves of charges followed in quick succession, each collision causing the cracks in the barrier to extend several meters outward. The shaman's incantations grew increasingly frantic, the witch fire shifting from green to a dark crimson, the heat distorting the surrounding air. Chen Su, with a grim visage, stepped forward, asserting, "It must have been the explosion we heard earlier that stirred them. They are not foolish. They realize our strength is gradually increasing. They fear us and wish to strike first, to eliminate us." Chapter 48. The Enchantment. A month prior, the half-orc tribe witnessed a celestial phenomenon. Chief Shaman Zaka declared, "Report to the chieftain. This is the calamity foretold by our ancestors. We must eradicate them, lest they bring ruin to the entire continent." In response, Chieftain Gorik dispatched the tribe's mightiest warrior, Reg, accompanied by 10 half-orcs, to swiftly confront the source of the strange light. They discovered 20 peculiar individuals adorned in bizarre attire, speaking a language utterly incomprehensible. However, Reg discerned that they were mere mortals, devoid of elemental energy fluctuations. As they prepared to eliminate these harbingers of disaster, they found their approach obstructed by an impenetrable barrier, leaving them no choice but to lie in ambush. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a vibrant gown emerged. Reg hurled a stone spear, striking her down instantly. He then hastily bore her lifeless body back to the tribe. Upon their return, the Grand Shaman invoked a specialized soul-revealing ritual, attempting to extract memories from the corpse. To his dismay, the spirit shattered upon contact, rendering extraction impossible. Thus, dissection became their only recourse. They discovered that the woman's skin, blood, and bodily structure differed markedly from any race on the continent, even the humans. The shaman marveled at the exquisite material of her Lolita dress, recognizing it as a treasure worthy of the Elven King, coinciding perfectly with his centennial celebration. Reg retorted, "Is it necessary for us to curry favor with the Elven King?" The Grand Shaman chuckled, "You do not understand. The Elven King now possesses power far beyond our own. We must feign weakness, deceive them. And once we have amassed sufficient strength, we can expel them and seize their elemental springs, thereby acquiring magical energy to fortify our tribe." Time now returned to the present. Charge. Chieftain Gorik led the Mammoth Brigade into a fierce assault. Wave after wave crashed against the formidable barrier, yet it remained unyielding, merely sustaining a hairline fracture. Many mammoths were injured, and the warriors were utterly fatigued. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi unsheathed a military blade, modified by the snow, and pointed it at the half-orc tribe. "Why are you attacking our encampment?" The Heavenly Path system automatically translated. The chieftain, astonished to comprehend the words of these calamities, exclaimed with fervor, "You disaster bringers have suddenly descended upon us, threatening our tribe. We must eliminate you." Zhang Yi's veins bulged with indignation. "We have never attacked you. Yet you have already slain one of our members. By what right do you label us as calamities?" The chieftain retorted, "An ancient prophecy foretells that celestial disasters will descend and obliterate this world. Clearly, it refers to you. Look at the structures you have erected and those strange contraptions. They are unlike anything we have ever seen." Zhang Yi attempted to counter, but was halted by Chen Su, who gestured for him to allow him to speak. Chen Su stepped forward, stating, "If it is a prophecy, it implies we are destined to succeed in destroying this world, and you cannot thwart us. If the prophecy is false, why do you believe it?" The chieftain was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for rebuttal. Grand Shaman Zaka raised his skeletal staff high, declaring, "There is no need for further evasion. Even prophecies can be altered. By eliminating you, change becomes possible." Roaring fiercely, Reg led hundreds of half-orcs to leap down from the mammoths, brandishing obsidian spears, unleashing their unique bloodthirsty prowess, their bodies engulfed in flames of blood, as they relentlessly assaulted the barrier. In an instant, the fissures in the barrier spread like a web spun by a spider. Within the safe zone, all the travelers clutched bronze weapons, bracing themselves for a life-and-death battle. Yet, a mere glance at their physiques revealed the stark impossibility of overcoming that formidable horde of half-orcs. As the safety barrier appeared on the brink of collapse, a surge of power coursed through Shen Nanji, compelling her forward as if guided by an unseen force. She pressed her hands against the barrier. Chen Su halted her. "Shen Nanji, what are you doing? Are you seeking death? Come back." Yet, purple moonlight energy surged from within Shen Nanji, astonishingly mending the fractured barrier, which began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What is happening?" Chen Su, Su He, Zhang Yi, and everyone else stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Shen Nanji possessed such an ability. Wu Hao's expression darkened. This foolish woman had revealed her secret. The high shaman gasped in disbelief. Moonlight magic. They actually have a moonlight magician. Damn it, we were so close. If only our assault had been a few times stronger, we might have breached it. The half-orc tribe attempted several more waves of attack, each time falling just short. Exhausted, the chieftain's face darkened. Retreat. I will seek the aid of the Elven King. Once the half-orc tribe had completely withdrawn, Shen Nanji's face turned pale as she nearly collapsed. Having overexerted herself, everyone gathered around her. Cheng Shui inquired, Sister Shen, what did you just do? You can use magic? Zhaoling urged, Nanji. Please teach me. Shen Nanji recounted how she absorbed moonlight by dancing each night. Chen Su suddenly understood. No wonder Li Changqing had no reaction after a month of training. I see now. This continent is not one of cultivation, but of magic. Resonance with natural elements is required for cultivation. Li Changqing despaired. Does that mean my Taiji Chi cannon is useless? Chen Su adjusted his glasses. Not necessarily. Everything is interconnected, whether magic or cultivation. The essence lies in channeling energy into the body and then refining it. If we merely modify the Taiji Chi cannon, it should also serve for cultivation. If you don't mind, I could take a look. Reluctantly, Li Changqing handed over the Taiji Chi cannon to Chen Su. Zhang Yi expressed concern. What should we do next? Although we managed to hold them off this time, thanks to Sister Shen Nanji, those half-orcs will not relent. Chen Su narrowed his eyes. This misfortune has turned into a blessing. We have finally grasped the fundamental nature of this continent. They mentioned elves, further confirming that this world resembles the D&D universe. Moving forward, we must expedite the production of firearms, cannons, and crossbows simultaneously. I will delve into the Taiji Chi cannon and transform it into a suitable magical textbook for our practice. Sui suddenly realized, so it is magic. No wonder the plants I have been nurturing lately seem to harbor something peculiar. It appears to be magical energy. I shall continue my research, for perhaps I can cultivate food that enhances our magical powers. Commander Chen Su took charge of the overall situation. Excellent. The next month will be our critical moment of life and death. Suhi, continue to cultivate and study plants related to magic. Liu Yang will construct defensive works in the north, including watchtowers, trenches, and traps, to ensure that if our safe zone is compromised, we will not be left defenseless. Cheng Shui and Hu Jinxing are responsible for manufacturing firearms, cannons, and other weapons, as this is of utmost importance to our survival strategy. I shall focus on learning how to wield magic, with Shen Nanji assisting me, as you are the only one among us who has awakened to magic. I object. Wu Hao stepped forward, questioning why Shen Nanji should assist you. You must ask others if they are willing. Do you really consider yourself the leader, expecting others to obey your every command? Chen Su seldom lost his temper, but this time he pointed at Wu Hao and shouted, Shut your mouth. If you do not wish to be here, then leave. This is a matter of survival, and I have no time to argue with you. Wu Hao laughed heartily. Haha, you're getting anxious. I finally witnessed your loss of control. We are civilized individuals. We must uphold democracy. Shen Nanji. Look into my eyes and tell me, do you wish to assist him? Chapter 48. Learning magic. Shen Nanji gazed into Wu Hao's sinister eyes, horrifying memories flooding her mind. Her voice dwindling to a whisper. I. Before Shen Nanji could utter a word, Zhang Yi drew his military knife and pressed it against Wu Hao's throat. Dare to threaten others in my presence. Had it been in the past, I would have rendered you incapacitated. As we are both from Huaxia, I offer you a piece of advice. Scurry away with your tail between your legs, or I shall ensure that you spend your next life confined to a wheelchair. Wu Hao's cowardly nature resurfaced as he replied, Why so serious? I was merely jesting. I pride myself on being reasonable and forgiving. I am magnanimous. With that, he hastily departed, fearful of Zhang Ye's blade. Chen Su reassured, Shen Nanji, do not be afraid. He has left. Tell me, did he bully you? Shen Nanji shook her head. No, I can assist you in learning magic. Please, do not inquire further. Chen Su, astute as ever, surmised the underlying circumstances but dared not dwell on them. For now, the priority was to confront the looming crisis. Cheng Shui, move in with Shen Nanji and take good care of her. Cheng Shui nodded affirmatively, of course. From a distance, Wu Hao cast a cold glare at the group, muttering, You all ostracize me. You conspire against me. Just wait. Success is imminent. He resumed his taekwondo practice, executing front kicks, side kicks, roundhouse kicks, and spinning kicks. Coupling this with the faint magic within him, he felt his body growing stronger by the moment. As night descended, the violet moonlight poured down. Shen Nanji stood in the clearing, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. I truly do not know how to cast magic, she admitted, her voice barely audible and laced with a hint of distress. Shinsu smiled gently. No matter, let us dance instead. Taking a deep breath, Shinanji closed her eyes and began to sway to the rhythm of the night breeze. Though timid and frail by nature, she transformed into a figure of grace and confidence as she danced. Gradually, the purple moonlight entwined around her fingertips and hair, flowing with her movements as if it were alive. Shinsu watched intently, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. He perceived a certain pattern, yet struggled to fully comprehend it. You have worked hard. He approached her earnestly. You are remarkable and exceptional, merely lacking a touch of self-assurance. Remember, in this world, only you can truly safeguard yourself. Shinanji lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with crimson, unable to meet his eyes. I understand. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Shinsu immediately immersed himself in the study of the Taiji Chi classic. His eyes darted across the pages with lightning speed. Focus on the Dantian. Draw the chi back to the source, rising from the perineum along the governor vessel to the Baihui, then descending along the Ren vessel to return to the Chi Sea. In less than an hour, he had comprehended the entire text. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the palace of memory. Here, he bifurcated into two selves, one that adhered to the path of immortality, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. The other akin to Harry Potter, wielding a wand and adorned in a robe, unraveling the essence of magic. Spiritual energy is elemental magic. The Dantian serves as the elemental furnace. The 8 extraordinary meridians function as elemental conduits. Magic typically requires incantations, fundamentally to resonate with the elements. However, the practice of immortality is less cumbersome, as it emphasizes the principle of words manifesting into reality. Initially, achieving such mastery is unattainable. Thus, practitioners of immortality often rely on runes, talismans, seals, and magical artifacts to effectuate spells. Shinsu sat cross-legged, beads of sweat emerging on his forehead. His consciousness was entirely immersed in the perception of elemental energy, as blue elemental particles floated around him like tiny stars, flowing gently in rhythm with his breath. Shinsu keenly detected the unique fluctuating frequencies of these charged particles. He modified the concept of sinking chi into the Dantian from the Taiji Chi classic to condensing magical power, while adjusting the cyclic flow to elemental circuits and transforming breath regulation into frequency resonance. With the refined incantations, the magical elements began to converge in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted from Chun Su's entire being. The thunder core stored in his energy, began to rotate autonomously, incessantly absorbing external elements. His fingertips uncontrollably discharged arcs of electricity, scorching the wooden floor, as a ball of blue lightning danced in his palm, harboring astonishing destructive potential. A smile graced Shinsu's lips. He had succeeded. Moreover, he had awakened an affinity for the aggressive lightning element. In the realm of magic, each individual possesses varying affinities for different elements. For instance, Shinanji resonates with moonlight, half-orcs with the essence of flesh and blood, dwarves with metals. Naturally, there are prodigies who may possess dual or even triple elemental affinities. Although Shinsu is a genius, he could not succeed without the Taiji Chi classic, a divine tome. In the following week, Shinsu immersed himself in his magical ocean, swiftly breaking through to the level of an apprentice magician. In the magical world, the hierarchy is as follows: Magic Apprentice, Chi Refinement, Junior Magician, Constructing the Magical Core, Foundation Establishment, Senior Magician, Controlling Composite Magic, Golden Core, Grand Magician, Soul Resonance. Unlocking Advanced Magic, Nascent Soul, Magic Tutor, Awakening the Essence, Divine Transformation, Archmage, Multi-Element Fusion, Great Ascension, Legendary Magician, Mastering Forbidden Spells, Tribulation, Magic Deity, Awakening the Laws, Ascension. A junior magician constructs their inner magical core, accumulating magical power and possessing the capability to unleash basic spells. However, Shinsu found himself stymied in his pursuit of further breakthroughs. The Taiji Chi classic was merely the most fundamental chi refining technique, no matter his brilliance, without advanced techniques. He could not continue his cultivation. To progress, he needed to seek out advanced magical tomes. Shinsu enlisted Cheng Shui to forge him a spear, for a short weapon is potent. He did not wish to remain merely a ranged magician. He aspired to master both close and distant combat, securing an invincible position. Simultaneously, Qing Shui assisted Shin Nanji in crafting a crescent blade, upon which the lunar runes documented in the Taiji Qijing were inscribed. This would enable Shin Nanji to harness her lunar magic. Under the moonlight, Chin Su held Shin Nanji's hand, guiding her to perceive the flow of magical energy within her. The magic felt as natural as breathing. First, she was instructed to close her eyes and envisioned the moon's form. Shin Nanji complied, shutting her eyes and beginning to visualize the moon's silhouette in her mind, sensing its radiance. Chin Su smiled. Excellent. Next comes the guidance. Following the breathing technique of the Taiji Qijing, maintain the frequency and channel the moonlight energy into the crescent blade. He then urged her to swiftly trace the runes on the weapon with her magical energy, a method that economized the time required for incantation. Akin to a photocopier that directly released the runes inscribed on the weapon, Shin Nanji, displaying remarkable intelligence, filled the rune grooves with moonlight energy, causing the crescent blade to flicker. "Ah!" she exclaimed as she swung the weapon forward, unleashing a silvery crescent energy that carved a 3-meter-long fissure into the ground. Shin Nanji's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly my power? Chin Su gave a thumbs up. Indeed, this is your power. You surpass my expectations. Remember these 4 steps: visualize, guide, inscribe, and release. From this moment forth, you shall become the most formidable lunar mage among our fellow travelers. Thank you. Shin Nanji's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Chin Su, having grown up under the oppressive scrutiny of her single mother while practicing dance. She had never received a word of praise. Finally, she had earned recognition, and she silently vowed to diligently study magic to protect everyone and showcase her worth. After bidding farewell to Chin Su, Shin Nanji joyfully returned to the wooden cabin, finding Qing Shui had gone to take a bath and was temporarily absent. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed ominously from a corner of the cabin. In a good mood. Are we, Shin Nanji? Wu Hao had been lurking in the room, waiting for Shin Nanji's return. Chapter 49. A mutual affection. Shin Nanji noticed that Wu Hao's face had turned a ghastly pale. Trembling, she held the moon blade, directing it at him. You stay back, or I want to hold back. Wu Hao smirked wickedly. Shin Nanji, do not be agitated. As the saying goes, a day's marriage brings 100 days of grace. I truly have feelings for you, and you wouldn't want others to know about the things we've done, would you? That would be quite embarrassing. Tears streamed down Shin Nanji's face. Please, stop talking. Just leave quickly. Sister Qing Shui will be back soon. Wu Hao's expression hardened. Fine, I'll leave at once, but you must tell me everything you discussed with Chin Su today. Shin Nanji, who had just been thinking of protecting everyone, found herself incapable of even safeguarding her own dignity. Her cowardice and timidity were not something that could be transformed in an instant. She recounted all the magical practices Chin Su had taught her. Wu Hao's eyes gleamed with understanding. So that's it. No wonder I've seen no results despite my training. It turns out I need to integrate the Tai Chi energy scriptures. I must find a way to steal that book. All right, don't be anxious. I'm leaving now. Wu Hao pretended to depart, but as he passed by Shin Nanji, he snatched the moon blade and flung it aside. With a resounding slap, he exclaimed, You little wretch, how dare you try to stop me? You think you're so tough? Wu Hao gripped Shin Nanji's hair tightly. Although she possessed magical prowess, her mind was in turmoil, and she could not muster the courage to resist. She recalled moments of being reprimanded by her mother, muttering repeatedly, I won't dare again, I promise. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Chin Su stormed in, shouting, Wu Hao, let her go? Wu Hao's grip remained firm on Shin Nanji's hair. A greasy grin plastered on his face. What is it to you? This is a matter between us lovebirds. He deliberately caressed Shin Nanji's swollen cheek with his thumb. Why not ask her if she is doing this willingly? Chin Su found it laughable. Lovebirds? Just look at those crater-like scars on your face. Do you really think she would consider you? This is clearly coercion. Shin Nanji trembled, curling up like a drenched fledgling. I am willing. Chin Su doubted his ears, his anger boiling over as he lunged forward to throw a punch at Wu Hao's face. Wu Hao dismissed him with contempt. You, a frail programmer, dare to show off in front of my Taekwondo instructor? You're asking for trouble. With the stance of a black belt, Wu Hao unleashed a rapid straight punch aimed at Chin Su's nose. Just as the punch was about to connect, crack, a blinding flash of lightning erupted. Wu Hao's pupils constricted violently. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. The blue electric current pierced through his index finger like a venomous snake, severing it cleanly, blood arcing through the air in a tragic display. Wu Hao's face contorted in agony, his eyes bulging as he emitted a howl from between gritted teeth. His right hand spasmed uncontrollably, a charred scent mingling with the metallic tang of blood filling the air. In the face of turmoil, Chinsu hoped that Shenanji would find the courage to resist. Chinsu gently reassured, "Shenanji, do not be afraid. For I am here. Tell me the truth. Have you been threatened by Wu Hao?" Shenanji, overwhelmed by terrifying memories, cradled her head in her hands and crouched on the ground, whispering, "I cannot bear it anymore. I no longer dare. It was voluntary. I did it willingly." Wu Hao smirked, blood staining the corners of his mouth. "Did you hear that? She did it willingly. Now begone. You are disturbing our sweet moment." Chinsu, seething with rage, could no longer contain his frustration, directing all his fury towards Wu Hao. He pinned him to the ground, delivering a flurry of blows. "I once scorned the use of violence, but for scum like you, only brutality can instill fear. I care not whether she was willing or coerced. From this day forth, you are forbidden to approach Shenanji, or I shall strike you each time I see you." The commotion attracted a crowd, including Zhang Yi, Su He, and Cheng Shui. Wu Hao, scrambling to safety, clutched Zhang Ye's pant leg. "Brother Zhang, you are the one I respect the most reasonable. Please, judge for me. Shenanji and I are truly in love. He is jealous and assaults me. Will you not intervene?" Zhang Yi turned to Shenanji. "Is what Wu Hao said true? Do you truly love him?" Wu Hao's gaze bore into Shenanji. Avoiding eye contact, she lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Yes." The revelation shocked everyone. How could Shenanji display such weakness? It was infuriating. Wu Hao reveled in his triumph. "Let me go." "Huh? Did you hear that? We are mutually in love." There exists a psychological phenomenon known as Stockholm Syndrome, wherein a victim develops an emotional bond with their abuser after suffering harm. Chinsu, feeling a deep sense of helplessness, relinquished his grip. Wu Hao, emboldened, stood up and, before all, reached to caress Shenanji's hair. Suddenly, he noticed the crackling energy at Chinsu's fingertips, his voice trembling. "Chinsu, what are you planning? To eradicate my lineage?" With a swift motion, Chinsu unleashed the energy, akin to a precise surgical strike, slicing beneath Wu Hao. The sound of devastation echoed, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. "Chinsu, I will not rest until you are destroyed." Wu Hao, pale and in agony, fainted. Zhang Yi, unable to watch any longer, protested, "Chinsu, this is excessive violence." Chinsu replied with a smirk, "For someone like him, violence is 1,000 times more effective than reason. Let him fend for himself." This confrontation solidified Chinsu's position as the leader among the travelers, simultaneously showcasing the power of magic. He proceeded to share the modified version of the Taiji Chi Sutra with everyone, encouraging them to dedicate time each day to learn magic alongside him. In the ensuing month, aside from teaching magic, the most crucial endeavor was the crafting of weapons. Cheng Shui's fingernails were caked in black rust as she wielded a handcrafted compass, sketching the cross-section of a musket barrel upon a wooden board. This marked her 7th adjustment of the angle between the barrel and the firing mechanism. The previous 6 test firings had ended in catastrophic failures due to insufficient gas tightness. "Old Ma, set the bellows to the 3rd gear," she shouted, her voice mingling with the tumultuous roar of the forge. Old Ma, known as Ma Gang, was a 32-year-old deliveryman who toiled for 15 hours each day, with his earnings primarily devoted to his wife and children. Alas, he ultimately did not survive the summer. With his bare back glistening with sweat, he strained to operate the bellows. This colossal contraption, crafted from 20 oak trees over the span of a month, was now spinning 12 elm blades, transforming the pig iron within the furnace into a molten crimson liquid. The barrel required wrought iron to be layered and hammered. Cheng Shui grasped a gossamer thin iron sheet with her tongs, shaping it on the anvil, akin to the delicate art of dumpling making, alternating layers of iron and charcoal, striking it 360 times. Zhao Ling pounded the lime extracted from the rock layers in a stone mortar. Su Yao melted a broken iron pot into molten iron. And Wang Hao squatted in a corner, collecting the vegetable oil seeping from the windmill bearings. Nearly everyone had come to assist in the weapon crafting. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The first musket was finally completed, almost entirely handmade. Civilization alert. A transcendent civilization has reached the firearms era. Current civilization coefficient, 0. 3. Cultivation coefficient, 0. 2. Danger coefficient, 0. Expected settlement reward, 50. In less than half a year, they had managed to forge a musket. Lu was genuinely impressed. Given another 10 years, could they possibly create airplanes and tanks? It seemed unlikely, while muskets could be crafted by hand. The creation of aircraft and tanks would necessitate a robust foundation of industrial revolution, an endeavor far beyond mere manual labor. Meanwhile, at the centennial banquet of the Elven King, an oath was made upon the blood of the tribe to present this gift. The half-orc warrior, Reg, knelt on one knee, his rugged voice reverberating, causing the crystal chandelier to quiver slightly. As the lid of the box was lifted, a Lolita dress adorned with a multitude of star-like gems slowly ascended, the 16 layers of gossamer fabric unfurling, each one radiating a unique brilliance. The moment the Elven Queen's fingertips brushed the dress, it erupted in a dazzling display of rainbow light. Her emerald eyes dilated in alarm. This material was neither the elven moonlight silk nor the dwarven mithril thread. From whence had it come? It was a gift from the celestial catastrophe. What? A celestial catastrophe? The foretold harbinger of doom for the continent. Panic ensued among all present as they braced themselves for the impending threat. Chapter 50. The First War of the Half-Orc Tribe. The atmosphere was rife with tumult. The Elven King raised his hand, signaling for silence. Rhaegar spoke. Those harbingers of disaster are situated to the south of our tribe, where a protective barrier stands, containing 19 individuals, all human, with yellow skin and black hair, in stark contrast to the fair-skinned, golden-haired humans of our continent. The Elven King spoke with elegance. The Elven race has adhered to the guidance of the World Tree for generations, cherishing peace and never initiating conflict. Peace. Rhaegar erupted suddenly. When those harbingers of disaster unleash their iron flames upon your emerald walls, reducing the World Tree to ashes, will you still speak of peace? The Elven King remained as calm as a still lake. The arrival of the harbingers of disaster is indeed a divine decree. Defying the will of the gods will only lead to greater calamities. I do not require your aggression. Rhaegar's voice turned grave. All I need is 100 elven elemental bows to pierce that barrier. We half-orcs will surely flatten their encampment, and then their treasures will be yours to claim. The principles cannot be compromised. The Elven King's voice was as cold as frost. Even if we do not engage, should you fail, these outsiders will undoubtedly direct their wrath towards the Elven race. At that point, the flames of war will consume every green leaf, and our century-long legacy will be obliterated in an instant. Rhaegar suppressed his fury. 10 bows. We shall purchase 10 bows. Surely that will suffice. The Elven King rose slowly. Today is my birthday. I had no desire to be angered, but if anyone speaks of the harbingers of disaster again, he pointed towards the palace door. You are welcome to leave this sacred place. Obstinate, unyielding. Rhaegar kicked a golden fruit platter away in frustration and strode out. You fear to confront the harbingers. We shall take matters into our own hands. Infuriated, Rhaegar departed for the dwarven caverns. The air was filled with sparks and the thunderous sound of hammering. King Grolon sat beside a pool of molten magma, drinking deeply from a ruby-studded jug of ale, foam adorning his beard. Is that not the great warrior Rhaegar? Come to my domain, to purchase weapons, or to seek a beating. Rhaegar commanded the relocation of over 100 chests of treasure, gold and gems spilling across the ground. I hope you can forge 300 sets of starfall armor for the mammoth war beasts, capable of shattering the world's strongest barriers. King Grolon's eyes gleamed with excitement. That can be arranged. 30 days of tempering, 60 days of forging, and the refining of starfall iron. The fastest will be 3 months. And even a year may not suffice. Rhaegar, anxious, retorted, I cannot wait that long. It must be completed in 1 month. Grolon, with a cunning grin, replied, Impossible at such speed, unless. Unless what? Rhaegar demanded. Unless you increase the payment. Rhaegar recognized the Dwarven King was raising his prices. Yet he had no choice but to endure. He instructed his men to return and inform the chieftain to bring all their treasures. This battle must be won. Victory would herald us as heroes against the calamities of heaven, as if destined by fate itself. Should we lose, it would mean total annihilation. And wealth would be of no consequence. Soon, the half-orcs amassed all the accumulated treasures of generations. The dwarf King Grolon's eyes sparkled with determination. No problem. Everyone prepare to work. A month later, 300 mammoths clad in starfall armor marched with heavy steps towards the safe zone. Each creature towered 3 stories high, their thunderous footsteps sending tremors through the ground. 100 ranged archers stood in neat formation behind the mammoths, wielding powerful bows meticulously crafted by the dwarves, their quivers filled with arrows tipped with explosive fruits. 100 half-beast heavy shield soldiers brandished towering shields, adorned in gleaming silver armor, each piece forged with dwarven magic, reflecting blinding light under the sun. They marched in perfect unison, the clash of their shields resonating like thunderous drums, invigorating every half-beast warrior. Chief Galak rode atop the mightiest mammoth, adorned with a crown, draped in a cape woven from saber-toothed tiger fur, and wielding an obsidian staff that symbolized his authority. The Grand Shaman Zaka donned a black robe inscribed with runes, a necklace of bones hanging from his neck, and a bone staff in hand. The strongest warrior, Reach, stood beside the chief, his muscles bulging, a newly forged Starfall battle axe resting on his shoulder, his armor bristling with spikes. The trio stood majestically at the forefront of the army. Behind them, a sea of half-beast soldiers raised their weapons and shouted in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, scattering the birds in the sky. From his elevated position, the chief gazed through the safety barrier with eyes like an eagle, his voice booming like thunder. Disaster stars, come forth and surrender, and your lives shall be spared. Resist, and today will mark your end. Roars erupted from the half-beast army following his proclamation. Meanwhile, Chen Su, Su He, Cheng Shui, Shin Nanji, Zhang Yi, and a total of 18 traversers were fully armed, clad in the soft silver armor modified 10 times by Cheng Shui, offering both resilient defense and lightness for movement. Chen Su rallied his comrades. The moment of life and death has arrived. This battle concerns all our fates. Each of you must summon an unwavering resolve. Remember, this is not a drill, it is true war. All should take their positions as previously arranged. Wang Hao operated the soul cannon, while Zhao Ling was responsible for loading the shells. This couple worked in perfect harmony, minimizing the chance of error. Additionally, Su He, Ma Gang, Hu Jinxing, Su Yao, Chen Shui, and 13 others held their firearms, ready to shoot in formation. Chen Su wielded a spear, Li Chongqing a longsword, and Shun Nanji a crescent blade. All three were novice mages, possessing the strength to fight. Chen Su had previously tested the safety barrier, discovering that objects could be thrown from inside to outside, but not the other way around, indicating the barrier was one-sided. Furthermore, trenches and traps were dug on both sides of the barrier. In preparation for this battle, Chen Su had made thorough arrangements. The two armies faced off, 300 mammoths, over 100 archers, and another 100 heavy shield soldiers, a total of 500 strong. In contrast, Chen Su's side had only 19. With one Wu Hao nursing an injury, the half-beast chief taunted, "Insects! Behold my mammoth legion behind me. With ease, I could shatter your bones. Now kneel and lick the soles of my boots, and perhaps I shall spare your corpses." In the past, the chieftain often provoked opponents into a rage, leading them to their demise. Yet this time, the adversary remained unfazed, turning the taunt back upon them. Chen Su, brandishing the lightning-patterned spear, leveled it at the chieftain. "Do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. You may still retreat, or I fear you will face total annihilation." The chieftain raised his brittle bone hammer defiantly. "Such arrogance. With your mere scrap metal, do you think you can defeat us? Dream on." Chen Su lifted his hand high and proclaimed, "Cannons ready. Fire. 3, 2, 1. As Wang Hao pulled the firing cord, a 3-zhang-long orange-red flame burst forth from the cannon's mouth, leaving charred marks upon the ground. The cannonball, trailing a fiery tail, soared through the air with a piercing sonic boom towards the Mammoth Legion. Shaman Zak was the first to react, wielding his bone staff in an attempt to cast a protective spell. Yet, before the incantation could be completed, the cannonball fell like a meteor. Boom. The projectile landed amidst the Mammoth Legion, creating a 10-zhang-wide crater. There was no dazzling magic, only pure physical impact. 300 pounds of gunpowder detonated underground, obliterating several mammoths into mere fragments. The shockwave manifested as a visible air current, lifting dozens of mammoths into the air. The secondary damage from the explosion proved even more terrifying than the initial impact. Chen Su had loaded the cannonball with over 100 iron shards, which tore through the air with a shrill whistle. The front-line heavy shield soldiers, having braced against the cannon's shockwave, were unprepared for the sharp iron shards that pierced through their shields. They had no time to emit full screams before the shards penetrated their throats and chests, blood gushing forth like a fountain. One heavy shield soldier had his abdomen ripped open by the shards, his intestines spilling out as he collapsed in agony, desperately trying to cover the flowing entrails with his hands, only able to utter incoherent whimpers. Another half-orc lost half of his face, revealing stark white bone and twitching muscle. He flailed his arms in terror. The iron shards continued their merciless harvest of life, as the rear half-orc archers, unable to even draw their bows, were struck in the head and heart, collapsing like marionettes with severed strings. The air was filled with cries of anguish, wails of despair, and groans of suffering. The ground soon became littered with bodies, limbs strewn about, and blood pooling into streams. The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief at the hellish scene before him. What sorcery is this? Its power so immense that even a grand sorcerer could scarcely match it. The opposition appeared merely as a band of ordinary folk. How could they wield such terrifying magic? Chapter 51. The modern weapons and the defensive measures of barbaric tribes. Reg's roar shattered the bloody air above the battlefield. A bunch of worthless fools. What are you afraid of? The glory of our half-orc kind lies just ahead. Fearless, invincible. Follow me, kill. Kill. This furious shout ignited a spark, instantly unleashing the remaining half-orc's bloodlust. Reg led the last 200 mammoths clad in star-fallen armor, transforming into a torrent of destruction as they thundered toward the shimmering white safety barrier. Just as victory seemed within reach, the ground beneath the charging ranks suddenly caved in. Not good. A trap. Reg reacted with the swiftness of lightning, leaping from the back of his mammoth to evade the bottomless pit. However, his comrades were not so fortunate. Over 30 mammoths, unable to halt their momentum, howled as they plunged into the abyss, crashing heavily onto the spiked floor below. These were no ordinary spikes. Chun Tsu had meticulously inscribed runes upon them, infusing them with his formidable lightning elemental power. Indeed, he had mastered the secret of crafting magical weapons, the principle akin to the incantations of cultivation, where runes are inscribed in advance and then empowered with magic. As for the construction of runes, Chun Tsu regarded it as akin to programming, testing repeatedly until achieving perfection, which was his forte. The chilling screams emanating from the pit sent shivers down spines. Although the mammoth's donned armor purported to be indestructible, the magical spikes did not directly penetrate the armor's core. Yet, the armor was not without its vulnerabilities. The sharp spikes accurately pierced through the weak points of the plates, and blood flowed like a stream. Reg's countenance darkened, his voice a low roar. Do not panic. Step over their bodies and charge through. This greatest of half-orc warriors exhibited unparalleled combat instincts. He led the remaining 100 mammoths ruthlessly treading upon the bodies of their dying kin, forging a bloody path. Boom! With a deafening crash, the mammoth herd collided violently with the safety barrier. The surface of the barrier was instantly dented. The terrifying power of the star-fallen armor was unmistakable. The armor forged from celestial meteorites lived up to its reputation. A glint of cold light flashed in Chun Tsu's eyes as he decisively raised his hand. Prepare the firearms. Fire. Bang, 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 bang. 13 firearms unleashed tongues of fire in unison. The specially crafted bullets infused with Chun Tsu's thunderous might whistled forth, capable of penetrating the defenses of the star-fallen armor. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of bullets striking flesh resounded continuously. A mammoth let out a pained howl, its massive form convulsing violently from the agony. Among them, a young man named Lu Haodong, age 23, stood out remarkably. This fearless contract professional, renowned for his exceptional skills and flamboyant personality, had been dubbed the Beast, only to fall victim to envy and poison from his teammates. At this moment, his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, calmly locking onto the eye of a mammoth. Thud! The bullet struck true. The eye burst instantly. Lu Haodong's voice was cold and clear. Aim for the head. Higher damage. However, while it is easy to speak of courage, executing such valor proves quite challenging. Striking the massive body of the mammoth is a daunting task for many, let alone aiming for its head. Rage consumed Rager. The bizarre array of weapons before him unleashed a terrifying power, far surpassing that of elven archery. The staggering casualties and the pervasive dread caused some of the half-orc warriors to contemplate retreat. Anyone who dares to flee shall be executed on the spot. Rager bellowed, his colossal axe cleaving a wavering warrior in two without a trace of hesitation. As long as there is breath within you, even if you must crawl, charge forth. Boom, boom, boom. Another wave of frenzied charges surged forth. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ling swiftly loaded a second cannonball, the muzzle igniting with flames. Just as the lethal projectile was poised to claim more lives, the shaman Zaka's lengthy incantation finally reached its conclusion. A storm wall of ominous bones materialized instantaneously, standing resolute against the cannonball's advance. Boom! The bone tempest collided fiercely with the cannonball, although it barely mitigated the explosive shockwave. The concealed shards of iron within the projectile scattered like the sides of death, grievously wounding numerous half-orc warriors. Rager was utterly consumed by fury. His eyes glowed crimson, his strength surging exponentially. Under his infectious rage, the half-orcs plunged into a bloodthirsty frenzy, fearlessly launching wave after wave of assaults. They fell amidst the thunderous roars of the firearms, only to struggle back to their feet, trampling over the bodies of their comrades as they relentlessly pressed against the crumbling barrier. Alarm bells rang in Chen Su's mind. They were but 18 in number. The rate of cannonball loading could not keep pace with their consumption. Future weaponry must be automated, capable of continuous fire. Only then could they compensate for their numerical disadvantage. Crack! A sharp, piercing sound shattered Chen Su's thoughts. The once solid safety barrier, akin to fragile glass, suddenly fractured, immediately collapsing into a storm of energy shards. This is disastrous. It's over. All the traversers turned pale. The last bastion of their survival vanished. Rhaegar erupted with mad laughter. Ha ha, kill. The half-orcs surged forward like a flood that had burst its dam, roaring across the shattered barrier. Yet boom. The foremost 100 half-orcs, caught entirely off guard, tumbled into a newly formed pitfall. The air was filled with their anguished cries. How could the firearms squad let such an opportunity slip? Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted again, rows of charging half-orcs collapsing as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Rhaegar's fury reached a boiling point. His face flushed with rage as he swung his axe to deflect the bullets, cursing vehemently. Cowardly outsiders, only capable of resorting to such despicable tricks. He roared, his incredible leap propelling him skyward like a meteor, his colossal axe poised to smash into the heart of the firearms squad. Whoosh! A spear, crackling with blinding lightning, hurtled through the air, intercepting Rhaegar's lethal blow. Clang! The clash of weapons sent sparks flying. The immense recoil left Chen Su's arm numb, his palm torn. Rhaegar's strength was truly terrifying. I shall assist you. Li Changqing darted into the fray like a bolt of lightning, his sword radiating brilliant light, unleashing a condensed, tangible arc of magical sword energy. Shenanji bravely stepped forward, wielding her crescent blade, as the cool moonlight sliced through the air. The trio united, ensnaring the ferocious Rhaegar. Meanwhile, under the calm and composed command of Lu Haodong, the gun squad swiftly reformed, establishing a 544-type firepower network, 5 firing, for covering and reloading, and 4 poised for support. The cacophony of gunfire created a lethal barrier, resolutely repelling the relentless assaults of the half-orc forces. The half-orc chieftain, a coward at heart, who initially charged to the front lines, had now stealthily retreated to the rear of his ranks, his eyes flickering with trepidation. Chen Su, Li Chaqing, and Shenanji, lacking practical combat experience, were utterly subdued by the battle-hardened Rhaegar, who effortlessly outmatched them in a 1 versus 3 scenario. They were battered back, blood spilling from their lips. Yet they gritted their teeth, determined to endure. They understood that should Rhaegar break free to command the battlefield, all would be lost. Fortunately, the firepower support from the gun squad and artillery was sufficiently fierce, shattering the waves of half-orc charges. Particularly, the traps laid around the artillery positions exacted a heavy toll on the half-orcs attempting to flank and ambush. Thunder 1, Thunder 2, Thunder 3, Thunder 6. As he witnessed his brothers and kin falling one by one, Rhaegar's anxiety surged. In his desperation, his moves began to reveal flaws. Chen Su's gaze sharpened like lightning. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the thunder spear pierced through the minuscule opening in Rhaegar's armor. Thud. The spearhead accurately struck the vulnerable point, blood splattering forth. The contained thunderous energy instantaneously numbed Rhaegar's body. Although the paralysis lasted but a second, it was more than enough. Li Changqing's magical sword aura and Shen Nanji's cold moonlight blade struck fiercely upon Rhaegar. With a muffled groan, Rhaegar suffered a grievous blow. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the intruders. Spirits soared high, and adrenaline surged through the crowd. However, bang! A sudden, piercing gunshot shattered their hopes. A cold bullet, propelled by a searing current, punctured Chen Su's back without warning. Blood instantly soaked his entire being. Chen Su's body trembled violently. Incredulously turning around, the shooter was none other than Wu Hao. Wu Hao's face contorted in a grimace, the muzzle of his firearm lifting once more to aim at Chen Su. Ha! Die! Just die! Did you think I truly fell ill? That was all an act. I was waiting for this moment. Ha ha ha. Chapter 52. We come from Earth Beasts. Zhang Ye's eyes were filled with fury as he unsheathed his military blade, charging at Wu Hao with reckless abandon. Wu Hao, gripped by terror, scrambled towards the half-orc encampment, his voice rising in a desperate plea. Do not kill me. I surrender. I am willing to be your slave. I will help you defeat them. Reg looked on, fully aware of the betrayal unfolding before him. Wu Hao's treachery was no mere act. Had it not been for this man's covert assault, Reg would surely have met his demise. This revelation provided him with a precious moment of respite. Do not harm him. Protect him, everyone. Retreat, Reg commanded, suppressing his pain and decisively issuing the order to withdraw. The half-orc army retreated like a receding tide, leaving the bewildered travelers unable to pursue, their hearts heavy with dread. Chen Su had been shot in the back, blood staining his garments, his breath shallow. It's my fault. My indecision. I should have eliminated Wu Hao sooner. No, it's my fault. All my fault. Shen Nanji wept profusely, trembling as she pressed down on Chen Su's wound. The moonlight slowly seeped in, but the injury, wrought by gunpowder, was tainted with lead and tearing. Beyond the complete restoration of magic, the sole doctor among the travelers, Dr. Song, hurriedly approached, using rudimentary tools to extract the deformed bullet with great difficulty. Yet, Chen Su's life force remained feeble, teetering on the brink of extinction. Su He, in a state of utter desperation, exclaimed, I have recently cultivated a hybrid magical herb, but I have yet to test it. I am unsure of its efficacy. Chen Su, his voice barely a whisper, managed to utter a few words. Use it. It's better than dying. Without hesitation, Su He sprang into action, battling her panic as she took out her cherished herbs, carefully grinding and mixing them, then infusing them with her natural magical energy to create a salve, meticulously applying it to Chen Su's grievous wound. After an anxious effort to save him, Chen Su's rapid breathing finally began to stabilize, his life momentarily preserved. Concerned, Chen Su mustered his strength. Everyone, do not gather around me. Stick to the plan. Set new traps. Cheng Shui, you focus on weapon improvements and find a way to control multiple firearms and artillery by yourself. Cheng Shui knelt beside him, gripping his icy hand tightly. Her voice steady yet gentle. Focus on healing. Leave these matters to us. Within the half-orc tribe's council tent, the animal skin walls swayed violently in the wind. Wu Hao was unceremoniously thrown into the center, where several half-orc commanders glared at him with venomous hatred, advancing upon him to deliver a barrage of punches and kicks. Disaster Bringer, roared a scarred commander, his sharp fangs nearly grazing Wu Hao's nose. It's your fault, you Disaster Bringers. I will kill you. His powerful fist struck Wu Hao's abdomen, forcing him to curl in agony. Reg raised a hand to halt the onslaught. Enough. Stop hitting him. Let us see what valuable information this traitor can divulge. Silence fell over the tent, broken only by the crackling of charcoal in the fire pit. Wu Hao struggled to lift his body, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet a peculiar smile crept across his face. Esteemed half-beast brothers, we hail from a place known as Earth. Due to an unexpected demise, our souls were ensnared here, and a divine-like figure has bestowed upon us an ultimate task, to annihilate the civilization of the Eternal Continent. The chieftain abruptly rose to his feet, incredulous. What did you just say? You intend to destroy not the Chaos Continent, but the Eternal Continent? Is there another continent in this world? The Grand Shaman's skeletal staff glowed faintly, his parched lips quivering. He speaks truth. I have previously employed divination to ascertain that indeed, there exists another land in this realm, inhabited by two nations, one called the Sunlit Empire, and the other the Eternal Night Empire. Wu Hao nodded vigorously. Yes, precisely those two nations. You must act swiftly. They are relentlessly upgrading their weaponry. In less than half a year, they have progressed from nothing to producing firearms and cannons. If you do not eliminate them soon, they will obliterate you all. The chieftain squinted his single eye, scrutinizing the human before him. Why do you wish to assist us? I suspect this is a ruse. Suddenly, Wu Hao erupted into maniacal laughter, tearing at his waistband. A foul stench instantly permeated the entire tent, causing several half-beast commanders to instinctively recoil. Look at what they have done to me, he shrieked, revealing his completely decayed form. They envy my talent. They conspired to bully and injure me. I cannot coexist with them. The chieftain and the half-beast commanders were persuaded. After all, no deception could be so cruel. It was more brutal than taking a man's life. Reg's gaze was drawn to the weapon in Wu Hao's grasp. Is that what you call a firearm? Wu Hao nodded fervently. Yes. See if you can replicate it. With so many of you, if each could wield a firearm, you could surely vanquish them. Reg pondered for a moment before snatching the firearm. You come with me, he commanded gruffly, dragging Wu Hao outside. They arrived before the dwarven settlement in the mine, the damp rock walls adorned with glowing moss. The dwarf king, Grolon, sat at his forge, bellowing without lifting his head. What do you want? You have no treasures left. Reg presented the firearm. Here is something you will find intriguing. The Dwarf King glanced up, his eyes widening in astonishment. Grolon gingerly touched the smooth surface of the firearm, a fervent light igniting in his murky gaze. This is. Just as the Dwarf King was about to examine it closely, Reg snatched the weapon back. This weapon can be yours, but under one condition. You must forge 200 identical ones for us. The Dwarf King nodded fervently, his grizzled beard shaking with excitement. Yes, yes, quickly show me. Upon reclaiming the firearm, the Dwarf King examined it with utmost reverence, as if it were a treasured artifact. Perfect. Here and there, he murmured, his fingers gliding over each component. My goodness, how was this crafted? The craftsmanship, the design. Suddenly, the Dwarf King lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ah, you mentioned this is called a firearm. How does one wield it? Wu Hao grinned broadly. Allow me to demonstrate. With a resounding boom, the distant rocks shattered, debris scattering everywhere. The Dwarf King was utterly entranced, leaping onto the forge with exuberant gestures. This is truly the most magnificent weapon I have ever encountered. Quickly, tell me how to create that thing called a bullet. Wu Hao's expression turned sheepish. I am unsure how to produce it. I only know it comprises charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur in specific proportions. However, this world seems devoid of saltpeter and sulfur. My companions utilized substitutes. Wu Hao retrieved a small cloth pouch from his bosom. I have but one last bullet remaining. You may dissect it. The Dwarf King accepted the bullet with the awe of one who has found a precious gem, scrutinizing it under the light. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. Haha. Rest assured, I shall forge one within a month. Rhaegar's face brimmed with anticipation. If all their half-orc kin could wield such formidable firearms, not merely calamities, but the entire Chaos continent could be swept away. At that moment, they would unify the entire land. Half-orcs. Supreme glory. Chapter 53. You won't even let me touch a finger. Su. He is indeed a remarkable agronomist. The hybrid herbs he cultivated, when expertly blended by the perfumer He Wei, astonishingly produced a magical potion capable of healing gunshot wounds, thus preserving Qin Su's life, albeit leaving him bedridden for at least a month. As she gazed at the frail Qin Su, tears glistened in Shin Nanji's eyes and rolled down her pale cheeks. It's all my fault. I was constantly threatened by Wu Hao, but dared not speak up. If I had voiced my concerns earlier, you wouldn't have suffered. Qin Su, filled with compassion, asked, Why didn't you tell me? Shin Nanji lowered her head. I feared you would look down on me, that I was no longer pure. Whoa. The suppressed sobs finally burst forth. Qin Su's gaze softened in an instant. Dear sister, do not cry. How could we ever think less of you? Suddenly, his expression hardened, fierce as a blade. That scoundrel. Let me get my hands on him. I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death. Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Then, a thought struck Qin Su, prompting him to summon everyone. Once gathered, he spoke earnestly. I've realized something grave. Wu Hao has taken a firearm, and given that he has seen our gunpowder formula, I fear that the half-orcs will soon be able to produce their own. Cheng Shui replied with confidence, How could that be? The half-orcs are brutish and simple-minded beasts. They are incapable of such feats. Qin Su replied gravely. They may not be able to create it themselves, but they could seek assistance from the Dwarven clan. Do not underestimate the dwarves' forging capabilities with the right blueprints. They could even construct an aircraft. Hu Jinqing reassured, Fear not. Even if I must forego sleep for 24 hours, I will forge a new and powerful weapon. In the ensuing month, a peculiar spectacle unfolded. The half-orcs and the traversers engaged in a contest of weaponry and armament. Both sides raced against time, striving to upgrade their weaponry. Whosoever succeeded first would seize the initiative in the impending conflict. Lu Qin was deeply engrossed in the scene before him when a surprised voice interrupted his observation. Lu Qin, what brings you here? It was Qin Zihan. Lu Qin, disinterested, did not lift his head, casually responding while continuing to observe the small world. I took a taxi. Qin Zihan's meticulously drawn willow leaf brows furrowed immediately. How could that be? Don't deceive me. I pressed the accelerator all the way and didn't see any other cars. Lu Qin replied flatly, Perhaps you misread the situation. Qin Zihan was taken aback by Lu Qin's extreme indifference, feeling a lump in her throat. Did he not even wish to glance her way? Was he afraid to look at her? Or did he simply find her bothersome? Checking the time, Qin Zihan deliberately sought to change the subject. It's already 10:30. Why haven't the bride and groom arrived yet? Lu Qin offered no response. Qin Zihan bit her lip. By the way, I've arranged that security job for your father. He can start working tomorrow. Lu Chen remained fixated on his phone, ostensibly observing the small world. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Qin Zihan was utterly exasperated by Lu Chen's demeanor. She, a vibrant and captivating beauty, took the initiative to lower her guard and engage him in a nostalgic conversation. Yet, he treated her as if she were mere air, completely disregarding her presence. His phone displayed only a wallpaper, devoid of any other content, clearly indicating his deliberate choice to avoid conversing with her. 5 years. A full 5 years since they were classmates. Qin Zihan's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to their high school days. Back then, Lu Chen was a sunny, gregarious young man with a hint of humor, particularly during the 2 years when they shared a desk, always managing to make her laugh uncontrollably. How had he transformed into this distant figure? Had she aged? Become less appealing? Impossible. Qin Zihan unlocked her Apple phone, and the front camera activated instantly, revealing a flawless, exquisitely made-up face, with striking features and smooth skin, her eyes like a beautiful painting. No problem there. She was undoubtedly more refined and feminine than in high school. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Qin Zihan. Perhaps her brilliance was overwhelming. Her successful career, affluent background, and exceptional demeanor overshadowed him. As for Lu Chen, he had grown up in less favorable circumstances, and she had heard that life had not been kind to him in recent years. The vast disparity had likely instilled in him a sense of inferiority, making him reluctant to engage with her, to gaze upon the face he once admired. Fearing that a mere glance might rekindle unfulfilled emotions, leading to unbearable torment, Qin Zihan believed she had discerned the truth. And the slight discomfort in her heart was swiftly replaced by a complex mix of superiority and pity. She recalled the rumors from high school and the way Lu Chen had secretly gazed at her, in the presence of the goddess of his past affection. He must have felt even more diminished after grappling with the harsh realities of life. With a gentle sigh, Qin Zihan embraced a sense of resignation. Ah well, in the world of adults, dignity is paramount. Although she harbored feelings for Lu Chen, stemming from the beautiful memories of their 3 years together in high school, mere affection was insufficient in the realm of adulthood. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, as he observed his small world, Qin Zihan had already conjured grand narratives in her mind. It had been a while since she had checked on her chosen one, Bai Jin. She wondered how he was faring. A decade had passed since Xie and Bai Jin entered Dawn City. They had clandestinely taken in some sick and abandoned slaves, with Bai Jin corrupting them, inducing mutations in their bodies, and secretly establishing a stronghold outside the city to train them into a corrupted legion. They began by seizing the surrounding territories and farmlands, defeating the landowners. After 2 years of encircling the city with farmland, they had occupied all the territories around Dawn City, ultimately forcing the city's defending army to emerge, where they lay in ambush and annihilated them, taking control of Dawn City. As the corrupted legion grew increasingly powerful, they spent 10 years conquering the 6 southern cities, liberating all the towns once under the dominion of Morning Light. Xie announced the impending establishment of the Dark Radiance Empire, poised to contest the Daylight Empire. Tears streamed down Xie's face as she was overwhelmed with emotion. She had waited a full decade for this day. Father, can you see? Your daughter has succeeded. One day, she will breach Daylight City and avenge you. Just as Xie was preparing to hold the ceremony to proclaim herself empress, becoming the first female sovereign in history, Bai Jin suddenly seized the crown from her hands and coldly remarked, "Did I ever say you could ascend to the throne?" Stunned, Xie felt as if struck by lightning. This loyal companion who had stayed by her side for a decade, obedient and devoted, willing to follow her every command, even to the point of enduring humiliation, dared to defy her. Furious, Xie shouted, "Bai Jin, have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Kneel before me at once, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred." Bai Jin erupted into manic laughter. 10 years. I have followed you through life and death. 10 years. I have toiled tirelessly, and you have treated me as a mere instrument of vengeance. I endured it all, yet you would not even allow me to touch a single finger. Do you truly think me a fool? Xie, taken aback by the confrontation, stammered, You are so base. Have these 10 years at my side not been for the sake of faith, but merely for carnal desire? Chapter 54. The madness of Bai Jin. Xie's cheeks burned as if scorched, a tumult of indignation and shock surging within her. She had never anticipated that Bai Jin was not as foolish as she had presumed. She had thought that a decade would have tamed him completely. Yet it turned out to be nothing but his profound forbearance. What remarkable restraint! He had concealed his true self for 10 long years, only to emerge as she was poised to ascend the throne. Xia felt an unsettling illusion from the very beginning of her intention to exploit Bai Jin. He had been manipulating her in return. After all, she was the daughter of the former Grand Patriarch, Morning Light, endowed with charisma and prestige. It was this very influence that had enabled her to conquer city after city over the decade and earn the adoration of the populace. With a frigid tone, Xia inquired, "So what do you desire?" Bai Jin, seated upon the throne, replied, "You may aspire to be the empress, but you must marry me, allowing me to become your true consort. Otherwise, what have I been for all these years?" Xia trembled with disbelief. "You dare to threaten me? The corrupted legion obeys my command. Do you think I still require your assistance?" Bai Jin slowly raised his pale hand, a writhing shadow manifesting in his palm. "Oh, they obey you? Then, let us see you try." As the final word echoed, dozens of pairs of green-eyed glimmers ignited in the shadows of the hall. The corrupted generals stood immobile like statues, exuding a suffocating aura of oppression. Xia shouted, "The Imperial Guard, Guanglai." The previous Guanglai had perished. She had appointed a new commander, renaming him Guanglai, yet her heart still clung to the one who had sacrificed himself to protect her. This was the very reason she had refused to accept Bai Jin. Her heart could not accommodate another man. This, undoubtedly, was what disgusted and disheartened Bai Jin the most. Guanglai and the other corrupted generals remained utterly unresponsive, frozen in place. How could this be? Xia's lips trembled. "They have all consumed my purification elixir." Bai Jin's cold laughter pierced Xia's heart like an ice shard. "From the very beginning, their loyalty was bestowed by me. You believed the purification elixir had efficacy. In truth, my corruption skill has evolved, allowing the corrupted beings to retain their consciousness." Xia was left utterly astounded. Bai Jin had been feigning ignorance all along. "So for all these years, you have been toying with me? Watching me as a source of amusement?" Bai Jin's gaze suddenly softened with an unusual tenderness. "No, I genuinely wished for your happiness, to make you feel that your elixir held significance, which is why I played along. However, once you attained power, you no longer required me, sometimes going a month without a single meeting. From that moment, my heart was irrevocably shattered." Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck Xia. "Then you have corrupted me as well, able to control my consciousness. Why not seize my body directly instead of concocting such elaborate schemes?" Bai Jin's smile twisted into something deranged. "Because I love you, and I want you to willingly accept me. Otherwise, what distinguishes you from a lifeless corpse?" Xiyu pointed at the beautiful maid beside Bai Jin and exclaimed, "So, you are not a fool, but a madman. Why must you insist on being with me? Is Xingyu not good enough? She is younger, more captivating, and adores you. Why do you refuse to accept her?" Xingyu, a slave rescued by Bai Jin, bore a striking resemblance to Xiyu, and he had even named her Xingyu, keeping her by his side as a maid. Bai Jin seized Xingyu by the neck, tearing open her outer garment to reveal a multitude of scars covering her body. "This is because I cannot bear to strike you. Thus, I can only mistreat Xingyu in your stead, beating her to vent my inner torment." Xiyu scoffed coldly. "You underestimate me. I would never compromise my purity for revenge. If you have the courage, kill me. Otherwise, do not think to force me." The expression on Bai Jin's face shifted from madness to anguish. Why? Why will you not accept me? I can help you eliminate all your enemies. I care not for the throne of that worthless emperor, as long as you—" "Silence!" Xiyu roared. "Do not desecrate my hatred with your filthy love." In that moment, the last flicker of light in Bai Jin's eyes extinguished. Resolving to take a definitive stand, he slowly raised his hand, causing the corrupted generals to kneel before him. He stripped Xiyu of all her rights, donned the crown, and ascended the throne, forever known as the Dark Radiance Emperor. The city of Dawnlight was renamed Dark Radiance City, where a grand coronation ceremony was held. The populace was taken aback. Was not Xiyu the leader? How could this happen? Those who attempted to protest were swiftly captured. Within the Dark Radiance Hall, 10 ragged commoners were shackled by iron chains and dragged before the throne like livestock. The Dark Radiance mark, a black imprint of 5 fingers grasping the sun, was forcibly branded upon their foreheads, with festering wounds oozing pus and blood. Bai Jin languidly reclined on the obsidian throne, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. "Bring forth our saintess," he commanded, his voice unervingly gentle. Xiyu was pressed forward by 2 guards. Upon lifting her gaze, she recognized among the kneeling commoners an elderly man who had once attacked Dawnlight City to save her and Bai Jin. Her pupils constricted in shock. "Bai Jin, you do not even spare Uncle Fu. These people would rather die than forsake you. Bai Jin replied coldly. Tell me, how should I reward their loyalty? Suppressing her fury, Shi retorted, You are an emperor now, why bicker with commoners? Have you forgotten that you were once an ordinary shepherd? Her words pierced Bai Jin's pride like a dagger. Cut. The word echoed like a death knell. 10 massive, corrupted axes were simultaneously raised, and Shi Yu's 9 tails transformed into a silver tempest, striving to halt the impending doom. Yet Bai Jin merely lifted his left hand, and the space around them collapsed like a rotting fruit, shredding the beautiful silver tails into a mist of blood. The pain of losing her tails caused Shi Yu to collapse, staining her white gown crimson. But the greater agony came from the 10 dull thuds that reverberated in her ears, the sound of heads rolling upon the marble floor. No! Shi Yu screamed in despair. Bai Jin stepped through a pool of blood, the soles of his boots coated with fragments of flesh and brain matter. You truly have inherited your father's noble virtues, caring for the people as if they were your own children. These individuals have perished for your sake. Bring them forth. As the second batch of 100 prisoners was dragged in, the clanking of chains echoed like a death knell. Among them was a woman cradling an infant. The child's cries drove Shi Yu to frantically tug at the chains. Stop! They are innocent. Yet Bai Jin merely smiled, raising his right hand. 100 executioners simultaneously lifted their bloodied axes. Thud! Heads rolled. Madman! You lunatic! How have you become this way? Shi Yu was distraught, unable to reconcile the image of the Na'vi shepherd boy he once knew with the bloodthirsty fiend before her. It was not just Shi Yu who was baffled. Lu Chun was equally perplexed. This was the chosen one he had selected. How could he be so merciless? This dog would never act in such a manner. Chosen one, significant turn of fate, story intrigue increased by 2. 0, observed by Jin. Ability, corruption, advanced, realm, transformation, cultivation coefficient, 1. 5, intrigue coefficient, 14. 5, chosen coefficient, 16, projected energy settlement, 1,600, continue. Press on. Lu Chun recalled that the more tumultuous the fate of the chosen one, the more gripping the story became, hence elevating the chosen coefficient and augmenting his own energy. As the third batch of 200 prisoners was thrust into the grand hall, the overwhelming stench of blood caused several nobles to retch on the spot. Bai Jin methodically wiped the bloodstains from his crown, devoid of compassion. Execute them all. I will marry you. Shi Yu cried out in anguish, trembling as she beheld the scattered limbs. Tears of humiliation streamed down her face. I agree to wed you. I beg you. I implore you. Do not kill them. Do not kill them. Chapter 55. The humiliation of the Saintess Bai Jin was elated, the earlier fury evaporating in an instant. As if he had reverted to the adoring shepherd enamored with Shi Yu, he fumbled to straighten the blood-stained royal robe, resembling a wayward boy eager to appease after a misdeed. Quick, lay down the pearl carpet, he commanded, kicking aside a severed head, shouting to his attendants. Construct a coffin of the finest sandalwood. Each household shall contribute 300 gold coins. As he uttered the numbers, he furtively glanced at Shi Yu, anxious that the sum might not adequately convey his sincerity. In just 3 days, Anhui City transformed from a slaughterhouse to a wedding hall. Amidst the black banners hung along the streets, vibrant red silk suddenly adorned the scene. Yesterday's slaves, who had been scrubbing away the blood, were now compelled to carry flower baskets, scattering rose petals along the thoroughfare. Ironically, the recently liberated populace was forced to squeeze out smiles and shout wishes for a joyous marriage. She stood before the mirror, allowing her maid to dress her in bridal attire, a chillingly perfect smile gracing her lips. Her slender fingers brushed over the jeweled phoenix crown, her gaze piercingly clear. The Saintess is truly beautiful. Before the maid could finish her sentence, the cold glint in Shi Yu's eyes startled her into toppling the rouge box. Shi Yu had come to a realization. Since she could not resist fate, she would instead submit to it. She vowed to reclaim today's humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. With her intelligence, how could she not outwit a mere shepherd boy? The candlelight cast flickering shadows within the chamber as Shi Yu sat at the edge of the wedding bed draped in crimson satin. She caressed the gold thread embroidery on her wedding gown, her gaze hollow as it fixed upon the ground. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside, and the door was flung open. Bai Jin stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, and collapsed onto the wedding bed, immediately beginning to snore. Shi Yu shot him a cold glance, her voice sharp as ice. Is this how you spend your long-awaited wedding night after 10 years? Before she could finish, Bai Jin abruptly sat up, his eyes devoid of any drunkenness, a playful smile dancing on his lips. You really won't seize the opportunity to kill me? Shi Yu replied with an expressionless demeanor. I am not so trivial. Since I have consented to marry you, I would not engage in such a fruitless endeavor. Firstly, I might not even succeed in killing you. Even if I did, the corrupted legion would spiral out of control, rendering a decade of effort worthless. Clap, clap, clap. Bai Jin laughed heartily, the sound of his applause grating on the ears. As expected of the woman I admire, you truly are different. His gaze intensified, akin to a youthful romantic, his fingers trembling as he reached towards Shi Yu's face, only to withdraw at the last moment. Shi Yu smirked derisively. What are you pretending to be pure for? What are you waiting for? All this effort, is it not to possess me? Why the hesitation? Her words acted as a fuse, and Bai Jin could no longer suppress the fantasies that had lingered for a decade. In a sudden rush, he lunged forward. Shi Yu remained as still as a marionette, yet a solitary tear slipped from the corner of her eye, betraying her true emotions. She closed her eyes, the heavy gasps of the white ashes echoing in her ears, yet her mind conjured the image of Guanglei. Lu Chen's face flushed crimson, his throat swallowing hard. He had no desire to stare incessantly, but watching the splendid moments of the Chosen One could augment his rewards. Thus, he reluctantly enlarged the image and observed intently. Beside him, Qin Zihan stood entranced, witnessing Lu Chen's face flush as if he were feverish. Lu Chen, are you all right? At the most critical moment, Lu Chen was utterly oblivious to Qin Zihan's concern, wholly engrossed in his study. The following days, indeed, dozens of days, passed with Bai Jin. Lu Chen could no longer endure. After all, even the most captivating performer would become monotonous after prolonged viewing. He switched to the Eye of Heaven and continued to observe the situation of the traveler. In a humble weapons workshop, Cheng Shui and Hu Jinxing were grappling with a technological bottleneck. The dim oil lamp cast their shadows upon the earthen wall, which was adorned with design sketches, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of rust and gunpowder. Cheng Shui's delicate fingers traced the densely written calculations on the sheepskin parchment before suddenly slamming her palm on the table. We can draw inspiration from Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow mechanism, she exclaimed, excitedly seizing a charcoal pencil to swiftly sketch a conceptual diagram of a layered repeating crossbow on the wall, hundreds of bow mechanisms arranged like a beehive, achieving simultaneous fire through intricate gear linkage. Hu Jinxing shook his head. The power is too weak. It would be better to develop a machine gun directly. With one person operating a machine gun, they could unleash hundreds of rounds, effectively addressing the issue of insufficient firepower. Cheng Shui expressed her concern. However, under our current conditions, we simply cannot manufacture a machine gun. We can barely manage handcrafted firearms and cannons, but a machine gun is utterly out of the question. Our yield for even the simplest firearm is below 20%, let alone the precision required for the components of a machine gun, which need to be at a millimeter level. Without machine tools and machinery, it is impossible to create. Glancing at a nearby barrel of gunpowder, Hu Jinxing had a sudden flash of inspiration. I've got it. We can attach small bombs to the crossbow bolts and create a device that launches dozens of bolts at once, akin to a modern missile launcher, firing them all simultaneously before detonating. Cheng Shui, exhilarated and animated, exclaimed, Old Hu, you are brilliant. Let us finalize the plan, integrating the crossbow bolts, bombs, and an automatic launching device into a single explosive crossbow. Hu Jinxing's eyes widened, captivated by Cheng Shui's mature allure. Cheng Shui shot him a playful glance. You old lecher, do you find it appealing? Flustered, Hu Jinxing stammered, appealing? No, not appealing. Ahem, let us get to work. After 30 days and nights of frantic labor, the monstrous weapon finally came into existence. The ironwood launch platform was adorned with a spine-tingling array of 50 hexagonal launch tubes, each meticulously wrapped in moisture-proof oilcloth. Hu Jinxing was meticulously fine-tuning the intricate firing mechanism. Utilizing a ratchet drive, the single pull of a lever could accomplish the entire process of loading, aiming, and shooting, accompanied by the creaking sound of bronze gears engaging. On the testing grounds, a volley of crossbow arrows, trailing white smoke, swept across the sky like a swarm of migrating locusts, with explosive tips detonating upon impact. The spectacular sight of cascading explosions left Chen Su awestruck. Incredible. Have you truly managed to develop multiple rocket launchers? That's astonishing. Hu Jinxing humbly replied, half of them misfire, and both accuracy and range are uncontrollable. The only advantage lies in their sheer quantity, providing extensive fire coverage. Chen Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's enough. That's enough. I have conceived a flawless battle plan. In addition, the musket underwent an upgrade, transforming into a triple-barreled firearm capable of firing 3 bullets simultaneously. The artillery was enhanced with preloaded ammunition, allowing even a single individual to swiftly complete loading and firing, significantly increasing efficiency and launch speed. Of course, these achievements were not solely the result of Cheng Shui and Hu Jinxing's efforts. Others toiled day and night, sleeping less than 4 hours, felling trees, mining ores, and gathering materials, while Ma Gang, half-clad and bearing numerous burns, tirelessly forged steel. The fearless professional Lu Haodong, possessing the strongest vision, reflexes, and reconnaissance skills among them, was tasked by Chun Su to map the surrounding terrain. Unexpectedly, Lu Haodong, not content with merely mapping, embarked alone on a daring quest. Following leads to locate the half-orc tribe. From a vantage point atop a mountain, he meticulously charted the entire layout and personnel of the tribe. After 2 full days and nights of concealment, Chun Su began to worry about Lu Haodong's safety. At last, Lu Haodong returned, having discovered over 100 dwarves hauling 10 large crates brimming with muskets. Damn it, it seems my suspicions were correct. This group of half-orcs is indeed attempting to replicate the musket. That night, Lu Haodong swiftly relayed the information to Chun Su. Without hesitation, Chun Su declared, "This intelligence is absolutely critical. We must alter our previous strategy. We can no longer remain on high alert, even with our formidable weaponry. Should they unleash a volley from their multitude of muskets, we could lose a dozen of our own. We must take the initiative and strike first. Gather everyone, equip all weapons, and prepare to march through the night. We must ambush them along their inevitable path before they set out." Chapter 56. The ambush. Each individual bore a 3-barreled firearm, while simultaneously pushing 5 automatic artillery pieces and 5 multi-stage explosive crossbow carts. According to Lu Haodong's topographical map, there existed a narrow path, colloquially known as the Line of Heaven, which was situated along the mandatory route of the half-orc tribe. This pathway, wedged between 2 towering peaks, was merely 3 meters wide, flanked by sheer cliffs that rose hundreds of meters high, with the rocky strata above interlaced, creating a natural ambush barrier. They intended to conceal themselves above this narrow passage, awaiting the enemy's entrance, at which point they would unleash a torrent of firepower. Everything proceeded according to plan. The night enveloped the world in deep, inky darkness as the group held their breaths and embarked on their nocturnal journey, their feet crunching upon the fine gravel beneath them. They dared not ignite any illumination tools, fearing that the brief flicker of flame would betray their movements. Instead, they quickened their pace under the pale moonlight. Within the half-orc tribe, Rij fondled his newly acquired firearm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The dwarf king had exceeded expectations, promising 100 pieces but delivering 200. Rest assured, once we vanquish the calamity, all their weapons, blueprints, and treasures shall be ours. After all, a long-term partnership with the dwarves was essential, for they alone possessed the skill to forge such wondrous weapons. Each elite half-orc received a firearm. The dwarf king Groan beamed with pride, remarking, "Though the designs and craftsmanship of these foreign races are impressive, their wrought iron capabilities are severely lacking. Under our superior smithing techniques, we have upgraded the weapons and enhanced the bullet formula by incorporating explosive fruits, significantly increasing their potency." The chieftain observed the conversation between Rij and the dwarf king. Noting the tribe's reverence for Rij, and a flicker of discontent crossed his visage. Seated upon his throne of animal hides, his gaze fixated intently on Rij. He watched as the warriors of the tribe rallied around him in joyous celebration, a shadow of displeasure flickering in his eyes. The great shaman stealthily approached, his withered fingers resting upon the chieftain's shoulder. "Patience, my chieftain. This is a time when Rij is needed most. Once he has secured dominion for you, countless methods will be at your disposal to deal with him." A cold smile curled upon the chieftain's lips, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are astute." That night, all were filled with exhilaration, for the morrow heralded the day of their extermination of the foreign race. This time, victory was assured. No mammoths would be required. After the previous devastating losses, the mammoths had lost their fighting spirit. Although the half-orcs possessed limited intelligence, under Rij's patient tutelage, they had all mastered the art of firearm shooting. A formidable contingent of 300 elite half-orcs was assembled, 200 gunmen and 100 shield-bearers. The heavy shields would provide cover while the firearms unleashed their firepower, a flawless strategy. Rij brimmed with confidence. believing that even against an army of 30,000 from the human alliance, they would prevail. Wu Hao sought to join the fray. Allow me to fight alongside you. I am aware of their weaknesses. With my presence, you shall find victory far more attainable. Rege retorted confidently. You should remain here and await my triumphant return. We half-orcs do not require the guidance of a foreigner. Wu Hao seethed with fury, exclaiming, These fools. They dare not trust me. As dawn broke, the beast bone totem upon the tribe's altar ignited with a ghostly green flame. The chieftain, adorned in the battle garb of his ancestors, personally struck the beast drums to bid farewell to his warriors. The breath of 300 half-orc soldiers synchronized with the rhythm of the drums. As they performed their distinctive war dance, half-orcs, glory, they all shouted with fervor. Riding at the forefront was Redgar, leading the expedition with a grand display of might. This time, the chieftain refrained from participating, entrusting the mission entirely to Redgar. As they traversed the narrow passage, Redgar's nostrils flared suddenly. As if detecting an acrid scent in the air, he abruptly pulled on the reins, causing his steed to rear up. Something is amiss. Everyone, be cautious of ambush. The deputy commander laughed heartily. Our leader is overly cautious. That group of outsiders numbers merely 18. They couldn't possibly set an ambush against us. No sooner had he spoken than an explosive barrage erupted. 5 multi-barreled siege crossbows unleashed their fury simultaneously, with each device's 50 launch slots belching forth tongues of flame. Hundreds of specially crafted bolts traced irregular parabolic arcs in the sky, the fuses hissing ominously as they flew. In desperation, precision strikes were made. In prosperity, sheer firepower reigned. Chen Su, positioned at a vantage point, chuckled coldly. The entire narrow gorge was instantly shrouded in a torrential downpour of arrows, leaving the enemy no opportunity for evasion. Redgar's eyes blazed crimson, and with veins bulging in his arms, he swung forcefully. Raise shields. Defense. The trained heavy shield bearers swiftly hoisted their specially designed rune-etched shields, the first wave of arrows colliding with a resounding clang against the shields. The half-orcs reveled. Is that all there is? However, boom, boom, boom. The embedded explosive devices detonated in succession, sending thousands of iron shards flying outward. A young heavy shield bearer, having just rejoiced in deflecting the bolts, was pierced in the throat by 3 pieces of shrapnel from an acute angle, hot blood spraying onto the pale face of a nearby comrade. Activate the defensive array. Engage the shield runes. Redgar bellowed. The surviving warriors quickly formed a tortoise-shell formation, their shields glowing with an ethereal blue light, creating a translucent barrier of defense. Yet this played directly into Chen Su's hands. Prepare the artillery. A cruel smirk curled on Chen Su's lips. 5 specially modified heavy cannons fired in unison, their shells detonating accurately above the tortoise formation. The shockwaves hurled dozens of heavy shield bearers, men and shields alike, into the air, while an old soldier's helmet was pierced directly. Brain matter and blood tracing a gruesome arc through the air. Redgar looked up at the cliff, his keen gaze penetrating the thick smoke. He raised a specially crafted long-barreled firearm. Up there. Stay calm and shoot. The half-orcs fumbled to load their ammunition, firing wildly at the cliffside, sparks flying from the rocks. Chen Su, maintaining his composure, gestured, Don't expose yourselves. Cut the ropes. With the sharp sound of snapping ropes, over 300 boulders cascaded down the steep slope. Each stone, accelerated by gravity, transformed into a lethal weapon. A massive rock crushed a half-orc into a bloody pulp, the sound of shattering bones echoing chillingly. Redgar was on the brink of despair. There was no advance possible, no retreat available, as they were all blocked by the boulders. His eyes bloodshot. He succumbed to a frenzied bloodlust. Cast aside your weapons and ascend. With razor-sharp claws, they clawed into the smooth rock face, scaling it at an astonishing angle. Hundreds of surviving half-orcs roared in fury, their blood ignited with primal rage, clawing their way upward. Chen Su remained unfazed, fully prepared. Everyone was. The tri-eyed gun aimed. Chen Su, Su He, Ma Gang, Zhang Yi, Song Nanji, Cheng Shui, and others, 18 traversers, raised their tri-eyed guns, the dark muzzles targeted at the climbing half-orcs. Bang, bang, bang. A warrior who had just reached the cliff's edge was struck simultaneously by 3 bullets to the chest, incredulously gazing down at the gaping wound, plummeting into the abyss. For every half-orc that ascended, another fell. One by one, they were met with screams as they were shot down. Though only 18 stood against them, they seemed as formidable as 1,000 armies. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, blood staining every inch of land. 300 half-orc warriors lay scattered in the gorge, some shattered, others ground to a pulp by falling stones, and some riddled with shrapnel. Only one blood-soaked figure remained, struggling to ascend. Raig's armor was in tatters, revealing a grotesque mass of flesh. His left eye was shattered, his right leg bore a horrific wound, and his chest was embedded with a dozen lead pellets. Yet, this greatest warrior of the half-orcs pressed on, leaving a trail of crimson footprints on the path to the summit. At last, he reached the mountaintop. Leaning on his colossal axe, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the 18 outsiders before him. It seemed the prophecy was indeed true. You possess the power to annihilate the world. Raig roared skyward, but I refuse to yield. I will not submit. You shall all perish. With that thunderous cry, a surge of blood fire erupted from Raig, soaring to 10 meters high, as he lifted his massive axe, sweeping through the ranks of foes, charging headlong into battle. Chapter 57. I have become a wretch. Chen Su's thunder spear tore through the heavens. Li Chongqing's long sword glimmered with a chilling light, and Song Nanji's crescent blade traced a lethal arc as the three of them coordinated flawlessly to mount an assault. Yet, the last remaining eye of Rhaegar blazed with a terrifying ferocity as his massive axe swept through the air, unleashing a tempest of force. Chen Su's spear was deflected midway by the gale of the axe, while Li Chongqing's sword maneuver was disrupted by a brutal elbow strike that sent him flying 3 yards. Song Nanji's crescent blade barely grazed Rhaegar's back before he retaliated with a powerful kick to her chest, sending her hurtling through the air like a severed kite. In a fair fight, I alone could slay all 18 of you. Rhaegar's hoarse roar reverberated, causing pain to resonate in the ears of the trio. Despite his left leg being nearly incapacitated, he moved with an uncanny swiftness. Each swing of his great axe bore the force to cleave mountains, compelling the three to retreat continually. Chen Su's hands trembled, blood seeping from his palms. Li Chongqing's sword bore fractures, and Song Nanji lay crumpled on the ground, unable to rise. Together, their combined efforts seemed no more than childish play before Rhaegar. Most terrifying of all was the sight of Rhaegar's wounds slowly mending themselves. This was his unique half-orc gift, blood battle, the ability to heal during combat, if one were to equate it to levels of cultivation. Rhaegar was at least at the pinnacle of foundational establishment, while Chen Su and his companions were merely at the initial stage, a chasm of difference between them. Others wished to assist but feared inflicting harm upon their own, for Rhaegar was cunning, pressing close to the trio to strike, denying anyone else the opportunity to fire. As it appeared that Chen Su, Li Chongqing, and Song Nanji were on the verge of being cleaved beneath the axe, a sharp gunshot rang out. Lu Haodong's bullet struck precisely at the wrist of Rhaegar's raised axe, forcefully interrupting his lethal blow aimed at Chen Su. Damn insect! Rhaegar bellowed, whirling to fix his bloodshot gaze upon Lu Haodong. He propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a crimson apparition that lunged at Lu Haodong with such velocity that he left a trail of afterimages in the air. The ground beneath him fractured, stones erupting as this grievously wounded warrior unleashed a chilling aura of death. In the face of such imminent peril, Lu Haodong remained inexplicably calm. His elongated fingers rested steadily on the trigger, his breathing as steady as if he were on a practice range. When Rhaegar closed the distance to 20 meters, Lu Haodong suddenly feigned a shot to the right, an impeccable ruse. Rhaegar instinctively dodged to the left, only to collide directly with Lu Haodong's preemptively aimed second shot. Bang! This bullet struck with terrifying precision, unerringly hitting Rhaegar squarely in the center of his forehead. The grotesque expression on Rhaegar's face froze in place as blood mingled with brain matter erupted from the wound. Just as Rhaegar's consciousness began to fade, the remnants of his will surged forth with astonishing force. Muscle memory compelled him to muster the last of his strength, hurling the bloodied axe towards Lu Haodong with all his might. The blood-stained battle axe whirled through the air, its blade howling with the owner's defiance and fury. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed through the tumult. Lu Haodong had scarcely registered the pain before he beheld his right hand severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the jagged wound. A piercing scream echoed throughout the mountains. An intense wave of agony enveloped his entire being, rendering his complexion as pale as a sheet, while beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. That hand, once deft at pulling the trigger, now lay in a pool of blood, motionless. Reg, the towering figure, collapsed with a thunderous crash. This warrior, hailed as the greatest of half-orcs, succumbed to his fury. Forever ensconced in the crimson mire, The wind swept across the battlefield, carrying with it the scent of blood, heralding the final requiem for this indomitable fighter. Lu Haodong. My heavens, how could this be? The others stood incredulous, gazing at the horrifying scene, momentarily at a loss. Chun Su rushed forward, firearm in hand, aiming at Reg's head, heart, and chest, firing several shots in quick succession. Only when Reg's body lay in a mangled state did Chun Su feel a semblance of relief. The battle was not yet over. What were you all staring at? Shenanji, come forth and heal him. Shenanji invoked the moonlight healing spell, enveloping Lu Haodong's wounds in a silvery glow. Flesh visibly writhed and mended, yet the severed hand could not be restored. The spark of brilliance in Lu Haodong's eyes extinguished, and he mechanically repeated, I am now a useless person. I am now a useless person. Chun Su replied earnestly, Lu Haodong, listen to me. In this world, nothing is impossible. Perhaps one day you shall regrow a new arm. Even if that cannot be, we can forge a weapon suited for your one-handed marksmanship. Do not surrender. Do not surrender? Lu Haodong's laughter turned hysterical. Chun Su, you have never lost a hand. You cannot fathom this anguish. I secured 5 global championships with my right hand. But now it is gone. It is gone. Blood loss and the tumult of emotions overwhelmed him, and he fainted. Chun Su, lacking the luxury to tend to Lu Haodong's feelings, commanded, Dr. Song, escort Lu Haodong back to the safe camp. The rest of you, follow me down the mountain to clear the battlefield. Remember, every corpse must be shot again to prevent any surprises. The sound of gunfire rang out as the 18 traversers executed their task, ensuring that every fallen body received a final shot. As anticipated, several fainting half-orcs let out howls, succumbing to their mortal wounds. Chun Su calmly instructed, do not rush to collect spoils. While the enemy remains unresponsive, we shall penetrate their stronghold. According to Lu Haodong's prior map of the half-orc tribe, their numbers total just over 300, with the majority of their elite forces decimated. Now is the moment to strike directly at their heart. Meanwhile, the half-orc chieftain Galak sat upon a throne fashioned from beast bones, his hefty palms caressing the armrests inlaid with human skulls. The great shaman Zaka knelt at his feet, his hunched form resonating with the soft chime of bone bells as he envisioned a future. Once Rij vanquishes the calamity, we shall use their blood to forge the totemic pillars, and at that moment, the entire continent's magic will bend to our will. The chieftain's eyes sparkled with ambition. When I ascend to the throne of the human alliance, I shall command all women of the human race to kneel before me, nourishing my war wolves with their essence. The great shaman raised his gaze, a sycophantic smile illuminating his sunken eyes, as a glimmer of sinister green flickered within. Ha ha ha. At that time, I shall gain access to all the tomes within the human magical library, allowing me to delve into forbidden sorcery. Suddenly, boom, an ear-splitting explosion ripped through the top of the tent, debris cascading down like rain. Galak, startled, tumbled from his throne, his rear colliding painfully with a pile of beast bones. A guard, a half-orc, stumbled through the tent flap, his leather armor tattered and revealing gory flesh beneath. The enemy has breached, he gasped. Before he could finish, his head erupted in a spray of blood, a precisely aimed bullet having found its mark. The great shaman trembled as he lifted his gaze. Through the gap in the tent flap, he beheld 16 figures advancing through the smoke, the foremost wielding a smoking firearm. Where's Rij? Call Rij back. The chieftain's voice trembled with despair. Rij is dead. Chun Su swaggered in, his firearm aimed squarely at the chieftain. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 58. The orc ancestor, the grand shaman Zaka, sensed the impending danger. With his frail arms, he summoned a cloud of dark mist, propelling the chief's corpulent form into the crowd. Incanting an obscure spell, his entire being disintegrated into countless minuscule black particles, dissipating into the air like ashes carried away by the wind. Chun Su, quick to react, fired his weapon into the shroud of darkness. Bang! The bullet pierced through the mist. Zaka, you beast! The dazed chief struggled to rise, his face contorted in rage. You treacherous scoundrel! I should have let you perish in the sacrificial flames. Chun Su pressed the tip of his spear against the chief's throat, demanding, surrender all your treasures, or face death. The chief lifted his chin defiantly, proclaiming, an orc warrior would rather die in battle than submit. With a swift punch to the chief's nose, accompanied by a sharp crack, blood gushed forth. I will speak. I shall reveal all. The once defiant chief crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon, clutching his disfigured nose and pleading for mercy. I will take you to the underground treasury. Very well, lead the way. Chun followed the chief into an underground vault, an expansive cavern the size of half a football field, where piles of gold coins sparkled under the flickering torchlight, and an assortment of gem-encrusted weapons and armor lay haphazardly in the corners. In the depths, there were even several oak barrels filled with magical crystals. The chief had previously deceived Rij, hoarding treasures instead of relinquishing them, unwilling to part with any. Rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner, the chief said, "Look, all of this is yours now. Will you please let me go? And what else?" Chun Su replied coldly. And nothing more. The chief's eyes darted nervously. Chun Su's firearm emitted a chilling click as the cold barrel pressed against the chief's forehead. "Dare you deceive me again?" Chin's finger rested lightly on the trigger. "Utter one more lie, and I shall blow your head off." The chief's plump lips trembled as he crawled frantically towards the corner of the vault. His finger, adorned with a golden ring, groped the stone wall until he pressed down on an inconspicuous protrusion. With a low rumble, the seemingly seamless stone wall began to shift, revealing a more secretive chamber. In this hidden room stood a set of menacing black armor, glimmering with an eerie metallic sheen under the torchlight. Beside it hung an ancient, yellowed map, marked with various mysterious symbols in dark red paint. The chief knelt before it, exclaiming, This is the blood rage armor left by the ancestors of the half-orcs. Every half-orc in our tribe has tried it on, yet none could wear it. It is said a powerful warrior will don it, acquiring the strength of the ancestors. And with this chaotic continent map in hand, will inherit their legacy and conquer the entire land." Chun Su narrowed his eyes, keeping the firearm steadfast against the chief's head. "What else? This time, I truly have nothing left." The chief, in a frenzy, battered his forehead against the stone slab, drawing blood. "I have even surrendered the sacred relic of the ancestors." Chun Su's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Then you may as well die." "No. Aren't you humans the most trustworthy?" The chieftain screamed hysterically. "You promised not to kill me." "Indeed, humans are known for their fidelity." Chun Su's fingers slowly pressed the trigger. "But humans are also the most cunning. In your next life, I hope you have the chance to be reborn as a human." Bang! The lead bullet from the firearm shattered the chieftain's skull, blood spraying in a radial pattern across the stone walls of the dim chamber. Astonishingly, the droplets of blood that splattered onto the black armor seemed to be absorbed, seeping into the metallic surface, causing the entire suit to erupt in a blinding crimson glow. "Divine armor. It must be divine armor," Chun Su exclaimed. As Chun Su's palm made contact with the armor, a series of translucent texts materialized in his field of vision, as clear as the descriptions of equipment in a game. Bloodthirsty battle armor, quality, legendary characteristics. Bloodthirst, absorbing the enemy's blood can repair damage and enhance defense. Ancestral fury, activating grants temporary access to ancestral combat instincts. Conqueror's mark, the wearer can perceive marked secret locations on the map. Warning, prolonged use may lead to bloodthirsty frenzy. Despite the potential side effects, Chun Su was beyond caring. It was the initial stage of his venture, and risks were necessary. Taking a deep breath, he cradled the eerily blood-tinged, bloodthirsty battle armor. The metallic surface of the armor writhed as if alive upon contact with his skin, emitting a chilling sound of metal scraping. The jagged spikes mercilessly pierced Chun Su's limbs and torso. He let out a pain scream. Blood flowed through the grooves of the armor, activating the ancestral runes. With each rune that lit up, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, like countless flesh-eating ants gnawing at his marrow or molten lava coursing through his veins. "Chun Su, are you all right?" Shinanji, Cheng Shui, and the others exclaimed anxiously. "Don't come near." Chun Su knelt on one knee, veins bulging on his forehead. Sweat mingling with blood dripping continuously. His teeth ground together. "This is a trial. I can endure." Chun Su unleashed all the lightning elements from his magic core. Blue arcs of electricity violently clashed with the blood light on the armor, creating waves of energy ripples in the chamber. His pupils flickered between a frenzied red and a calm black. His lightning elements waged a fierce battle against the ancestral blood within the armor. "Submit to me." With a deafening roar, a transformation occurred within Chun Su's magic core. The previously singular lightning elements fused with the blood elements of the armor, forming a swirling vortex of red and blue magic around him. As the last vestige of crimson was consumed by the lightning, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure, an aura of magical energy that only high-level sorcerers possessed. Blood thunder. With a swift motion, Chun Su unleashed a crimson energy beam laced with blood-red lightning, which roared forth, creating a massive 3-meter-wide crater in the distant stone wall. Amidst the flying debris, he gradually straightened his posture, a fresh surge of magical power coursing through his veins. Not only had Chen Su conquered the bloodthirsty armor, but he had also transcended the ranks of a novice mage to become a senior mage. The distinction between a senior mage and a novice mage lies in the former's ability to cast complex spells, whereas the latter is limited to singular incantations. Shen Nanji and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at Chen Su, who was enveloped in a tempest of blood and lightning. Had he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Su revealed a confident smile. Congratulations to this suit of armor for making a wise choice. Just then, Ma Gang rushed in, panting heavily. Chen Su, I searched the entire tribe but couldn't find Wu Hao. That guy may have already fled. Chapter 59. The bloodline of Huaxiao Wu Hao, upon hearing the commotion of cannon fire outside, realized the half-beasts were finished, an assembly of useless imbeciles. They invited him to join yet barred him from doing so. A herd of foolish swine. Seizing the chaos, Wu Hao managed to escape. Chen Su immediately scoured the entire tribe, but found no trace of Wu Hao. Instead, he discovered thousands of human slaves. In the dim and damp dungeon, these thousands of human captives were crammed into rusted iron cages like livestock. Their tattered garments bore the marks of lashes, and their hollow gazes fixated on the unfamiliar intruders. The air was thick with the stench of excrement mingled with blood, while unprocessed corpses lay piled in the corners. Shen Nanji covered her mouth and nose, her eyes instantly reddening. This is too cruel. We must free them at once. Sui frowned and surveyed the surroundings. No. What we lack most now is labor. Look at this ledger. He kicked the book at his feet. These slave contracts are here. Let us ask them if they wish to stay. We could abolish their slave status. Chen Su sneered. That cannot be done. You are still too lenient. We can tell them that each month, 10 of the most outstanding among them will have their slave contracts burned before everyone. They may choose to leave freely or remain, becoming overseers and earning a salary of 1 gold coin per month. Sui swallowed hard. Chen Su truly was a ruthless strategist. Such a scheme would ensure the slaves would be subjugated. Chen Su wore a capitalist-esque grin. Indeed, let them toil. It is best to divide them into factions, preventing them from uniting. We must make them dependent on us, vying for our favor. Sui conceded. Chen Su was undoubtedly a born leader, capable of executing such a plan. Though he felt it was somewhat cruel, he could not deny the effectiveness of Chen Su's approach. Holding the slave contracts, Chen Su addressed the gathered slaves with fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you an opportunity to rewrite your destinies. Leaping onto a platform, he raised his arm high and proclaimed, Do you see the slave contracts in my hand? Each month, the 10 most exemplary warriors among you shall witness the burning of your bondage contracts right here before all. You may choose to depart with your freedom or remain as managers, earning a salary of 1 gold coin each month. The slaves widened their eyes, their breaths quickening. Chen Su continued to incite. Think about it. With your own hands, you can reclaim not only your freedom, but also dignity and wealth. This is not charity. It is the reward you rightfully deserve. Tell me, he thundered suddenly, do you wish to remain as the oppressed or become the warriors who govern your own fates? Warriors! Warriors! The slaves roared, their cries nearly shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Tears welled in their eyes as they shouted with all their might, We pledge our lives to our master. At the sound of this, the slaves erupted with fervor. The prospect of regaining their freedom through hard work reignited hope within those who once believed they were condemned to a lifetime of despair. Moreover, they could earn a wage, something even citizens in human city-states could not attain, as they barely received a gold coin in a month. Here, they could actually earn a salary. Chen Su summoned everyone. It is time to select individuals. Each person may choose their own slaves. Cheng Shui found herself in need of labor. These 10 look robust. I shall take them, along with these few young ladies. Lu Yang protested. Cheng Shui, how can you take all the strong ones? Leave a few for me. I still have major projects to construct. The two engaged in a fierce competition, each claiming nearly 100 of the strongest slaves. The remainder consisted mostly of young girls, some quite young, alongside a few older individuals. Hu Jinxing rubbed his hands together, his gaze flitting across the array of female slaves before settling on several attractive young women. He swallowed hard and feigned seriousness, saying, May I select a few? Please do not misunderstand. I, Hu Jinxing, swear by the heavens that I shall not engage in any improper conduct. As he spoke, He raised 3 fingers in a gesture of oath. Although his eyes could not help but wander to the skin of the female slaves. Sui sighed, surveying the group. I recognize that this proposal is harsh. But we must confront reality. In this merciless world, we cannot allow ourselves to be shackled by the etiquette and morals of Huaxia. The continuity of civilization hinges upon population. If we desire certain slaves, we should boldly pursue procreation. Cheng Shui exploded in fury, her face a terrifying shade of pale. Nonsense. I would rather die than allow any man to lay a finger on me. I detest men, and even more so, children. With that, she shot a lethal glare at all the males present, as if she wished to slay them with her eyes. Shen Nanji lowered her head, her fingers anxiously twisting the hem of her garment. I feel similarly. Her voice was barely audible, a whisper in the wind, unless it is. However, she swallowed her words, her ears flushed crimson as her head sank lower. At this opportune moment, Chinsu stepped forward, raising his hands to signal calm. I propose that we prioritize procreation among the Huaxia people. We must ensure the purity of our lineage. Let us not forget. Our mission is to confront the indigenous civilization. If we mingle with their offspring, do we remain as traversers or become indigenous ourselves? Therefore, we must first secure the continuation of our Huaxia bloodline before considering integration with the natives. If we wish to have more children, that is acceptable. At this juncture, Zhao Ling suddenly raised her hand with a cheerful smile. I have an announcement. I am already pregnant. She proudly showcased her flat abdomen, declaring, I shall give birth to the first second-generation baby of our civilization. Congratulations. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Sui nodded, making the final decision. Then it is settled. We shall prioritize intermarriage within our ranks, adhering to the principle of free love. However, he cast a significant glance at the men. For those who do not find suitable matches, a system favoring women shall be implemented. If a woman wishes to bear a child with someone, the men must not refuse. The men exchanged knowing looks, their faces betraying conspiratorial grins. Hu Jinxing led the charge, clearing his throat. Ahem. We shall wholeheartedly comply with the organization's arrangements. We absolutely refuse to decline. The other men echoed his sentiments, their voices growing louder, while their gazes involuntarily drifted towards their female counterparts. With the matters of slavery and procreation resolved, Chinsu unfurled a map of the half-orc ancestors. According to the map, which features topographical markings, the distribution of dwarfs, elves, halflings, humans, and the legendary dragons is depicted. Goodness, what is going on with this map? The crowd exclaimed, their fingers trembling as they pointed towards the orc territory. They beheld an area that was originally marked with 4 orc tribes, now mysteriously transformed into a deep shade of blue, with several flickering inscriptions of an unknown race. Even more astonishing was the gradual alteration of other markings on the map. New defensive structures appeared at the borders of the elf territory, while the locations of the dwarven mines were being updated in real time. This map was indeed alive. Chun Su rose with excitement, marveling at its capability to reflect the shifting power dynamics across the entire continent. Truly remarkable. Chapter 60. The Steam Engine Blueprint. A crowd gathered around, meticulously scrutinizing this extraordinary map. The chaotic continent's terrain was distinctly divided into 4 major regions: the Eastern Emerald Forest, a realm belonging to the elves; the Southern Scorching Dunes, inhabited by the half-orcs; the vast Western Plains, the territory of the Human Alliance; and the Northern Dragon Valley, shrouded in mist, marked solely by the ominous crimson letters indicating the abode of the dragons. The elves are known for their pacifism in all game settings. We can trade for enchanted spring water with them, Wang Hao remarked, pointing towards the elven domain. But the dwarves are the key, Chin Su exclaimed, his finger emphatically striking the location marked as Furnace City. Their forging skills are unparalleled. We must secure their allegiance. Our future technological advancements are contingent upon their support. Although the half-orc tribe had been under construction for several decades, it remained a foul, chaotic mess, ill-suited for urban development. Chin Su, accompanied by thousands of slaves, returned to the original safe haven, intending to expand it into a small city. 30 wooden supply carts, dragged by war wolves, entered the stronghold, their compartments brimming with the half-orc tribe's stockpiled cured meats, flatbreads, and fermented fruit wines, sufficient to sustain the slaves for at least 2 months. Suyu. Chun Su dismounted and began registering the slaves, categorizing them by physique, gender, and age for ease of selection. Su Yao felt awkward. Having previously worked as an accountant managing office supplies, she now found herself overseeing slaves. Yet, Suyo worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly cataloging and numbering the 1,000 slaves. For instance, the 300 slaves taken by Lu Yang were primarily designated for construction, numbered Build 1, Build 2, Build 300. Chinsu selected 100 young slaves to form a guard unit, marked Guard 1, Guard 2, Guard 100. Cheng Shui took 200 slaves for mining, transportation, and labor, numbered Prod 1, Prod 2, Prod 200. Others were assigned to sanitation, Sen 1, Sen 2, and kitchen duties, Cook 1, Cook 2, among others. Chen Su praised her, saying, "You truly are an adept accountant." Even having been in prison, Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't say that. I didn't go in. I jumped out of the window when the police came for me." What a hellish joke it was. The following day, Lu Yang commenced the expansion project with his 300 slaves. The first order of business was to construct granaries, 3 circular buildings that delved underground, built from clay and stone, capable of storing hundreds of carts of grain seized from the half-orc tribe. Next came the residences for the slaves. As Chun Su surveyed the site, he instructed Lu Yang, "Remember, the slave quarters must be rudimentary. Providing them shelter from the elements is sufficient. Do not make it overly comfortable. A grain of rice given can breed resentment over a measure. Too favorable conditions will only incite unwarranted aspirations." Lu Yang gazed incredulously at Chen Su. "You are truly a born capitalist." Meanwhile, Cheng Shui was in her workshop, experimenting with new forging techniques, the sounds of metal clashing resonating continuously, sparks flying in every direction. She refined the designs of various tools, such as axes, steel saws, and carts, significantly enhancing the labor efficiency of the slaves. Suhi expanded the cultivation area 100-fold and even selected 10 of the more astute slaves to be her students, teaching them the art of agriculture. Chen Su cautioned Suhi numerous times against becoming too familiar with the slaves, yet she remained resolute, insisting that people are like mirrors. If treated well, they can feel it and will reciprocate sincerely. Chen Su shook his head, feeling powerless. After all, Suhi held the key to the camp's sustenance. And being an experienced professor, she had her own stubbornness and principles, so he allowed her to manage on her own. Each person had their responsibilities. Striving to develop and strengthen the camp, Chen Su formed the first guard unit, designated Guard 1, Guard 2, Guard 3, and so forth, up to Guard 100. He selected one of the most diligent and intelligent young slaves, designated as number 15, and appointed him as the vice-captain of the guard, assisting in management. Chen Su also named him Yao Wu. Yao Wu was profoundly grateful, even more enthusiastic than Chen Su himself. Chen Su refrained from being harsh during training, as they were, after all, civilized individuals. However, Yao Wu was relentless. Those who performed poorly faced the whip, greatly increasing the training's efficiency. Chen Su was quite satisfied. 10 days later, Chen Su, accompanied by the guard unit, summoned cannons and crossbows, marching resolutely toward Furnace City. The Dwarf King had long been alerted, and the city was on high alert. When Chen Su's troops appeared before the city, the walls were instantly bristling with crossbows and catapults. Furnace City was not easily besieged. Chen Su called out loudly, "I am not here to wage war. I am here to negotiate cooperation." Laughter erupted from the Dwarf King atop the walls, his stout and short figure appearing at the parapet. "You underestimate our dwarven race. We would rather starve or die in battle than yield." Unperturbed, Chen Su produced a scroll from his cloak, stating, "I have heard tales of the dwarves' obsession with forging. Do you not wish to create something that could change the world?" As the intricately detailed blueprint of the steam engine unfolded in the sunlight, the Dwarf King's breath became noticeably rapid. Although he could not immediately comprehend the complex mechanical structures, his instincts as a master craftsman told him this was undoubtedly a revolutionary invention. This is. The Dwarf King's voice trembled. "If successful, you will be the one to change the world," Chen Su remarked meaningfully. The Dwarf King's beard quivered with excitement. "We dwarves are eager to collaborate with you. Rest assured, we will pay you a fair market price." Chen Su smiled. "Money?" The Dwarf King waved dismissively. While they loved gold, they adored crafting even more. "Quickly, show me the complete blueprint." His eyes were fixed on the drawing, akin to a starving wolf spotting a plump lamb. Hu Jinxing remained in Furnace City as a technical advisor. After all, no matter how skilled the dwarven craftsmen were, they could not grasp the principles and structures of the steam engine. Yet, as an esteemed expert, Hu Jinxing's guidance was unparalleled. Hu Jinxing stood at the center of the vast forging hall in Furnace City, surrounded by dozens of bearded dwarven craftsmen. Although each of these dwarves was a master blacksmith, they now resembled eager schoolchildren, gazing intently at the blueprints in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe, Hu adjusted his glasses, pointing at the intricate mechanical structures depicted in the schematics. The core principle of the steam engine lies in the conversion of thermal energy into mechanical energy. Water is heated to produce steam, which propels a piston, and the piston in turn drives a flywheel. The dwarves exchanged glances, their thick brows furrowing with perplexity. The chief craftsman, Grom, scratched his beard and muttered, This is entirely different from our usual forging. Hu Jinxing picked up a teapot and a reed tube, exclaiming, Watch closely, my friends. He filled the teapot with water and placed it over the fire, inserting the reed tube into the spout. As the water reached a boil, steam erupted from the tube with a hissing sound. Hu directed the reed tube towards a small windmill, which immediately began to spin. The boiling water transforms into steam, and the force of the steam propelling outward can accomplish work. A steam engine simply harnesses this power within a metal chamber, enabling it to move the piston back and forth, thereby turning the wheels. Good heavens! It moves on its own, the dwarves exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 61. The Blood Oath. Establishing a regime. Silence. King Grolon of the dwarves was exhilarated, realizing that the steam engine was merely an oversized teapot. Simple. Too simple. Crafting such iron contraptions is what dwarves excel at. Hu Jinxing nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the dwarf king possesses remarkable insight. The key lies in ensuring a perfect fit, directing the steam to exert force in a singular direction. He extracted several pieces of charcoal, sketching a rudimentary diagram of a cylinder and piston on the ground. Observe. The steam enters from this side, propelling the piston forward, reaching its limit before reversing direction to continue pushing. King Grolon was utterly in awe. This is a machine that could only be conceived by the divine. Simply exquisite. Haha, I can hardly wait to commence its construction. Hu Jinxing, brimming with pride, remarked, What is this? This is merely the most basic version. I can design an internal combustion engine with 100-fold efficiency, or even a machine that can soar through the skies. Suddenly, Grolon embraced Hu Jinxing, the potent scent of alcohol wafting over him. A genius. You are truly the envoy sent by the god of machinery. He turned to his attendants and bellowed, Quickly, bring forth the finest malt liquor from the cellar. Select 10 of the most exquisite human maidens. That evening, at the banquet, Hu Jinxing was honored as the esteemed guest. Dwarves took turns toasting him, while the maidens served delicately by his side. Master Hu, Grolon, inebriated, draped his arm around Hu Jinxing's shoulder, declaring, From this day forth, you shall be our everlasting guest of honor. Speak your desires openly. Slightly tipsy, Hu Jinxing surveyed the scene before him, a profound sense of fulfillment surging within him. In his previous world, due to his status, he could only clandestinely engage in an affair with a female assistant. Yet here, he could exchange his knowledge for everything he desired. As the outpost continued to expand, bolstered by a population of over 1,000 slaves, disorganized management would inevitably lead to complications. The charcoal brazier crackled within the stone dwelling, and 18 rough-hewn wooden chairs formed a circle. Chen Su stood before the earthen wall illuminated by firelight, pointing at the map of the outpost, speaking solemnly. Su Yao, please elaborate on our current situation. Su Yao opened her ledger. According to the latest statistics, we currently have 18 individuals of Huaxiao lineage, 47 naturalized half-beasts, and 1,042 slaves. Our food reserves are only sufficient for 40 days. The city wall is 50% complete, planned to reach a height of 3 meters, with watchtowers every 100 paces. And the total area of the outpost exceeds 10 square kilometers. Chen Su continued, from the report just received. I trust everyone recognizes that our scale is rapidly expanding. Our previous management methods can no longer effectively oversee our development. Thus, this meeting primarily aims to determine 3 matters. Should we establish an organization? Should we establish a regime? Elect a leader? Everyone was astute enough to understand that Chen Su sought to formalize matters. Undoubtedly, this is also a trend in the advancement of civilization. If we continue to manage in this manner, complications are bound to arise. Professor Su, he nodded. I agree with the establishment of both an organization and a regime. Organization, regime, and leadership are the 3 essential elements for the continuation of civilization. Cheng Shui voted in agreement. I concur as well. The others similarly expressed their consent. Next, the discussion turned to the names of the organization and regime. Seo raised her hand, clutching the register. I propose we name it Yanhuang Society. Too ornate. Lu Yang interjected, suggesting, how about Kai Tian Alliance? To create the world anew. How formidable. Qing Shui gazed at the sparks dancing from the fire pit and remarked, let us call it Starfire Society. A spark can ignite a prairie. Qin Su, filled with excitement, exclaimed, this is excellent. I concur. The others nodded in agreement. Starfire Society. A splendid name. As the regime was being named, Suhi, stroking his white beard, declared, the regime shall be called Long Han Nation. The dragon symbolizes the totem of Huaxia, while Han represents our shared roots. The old professor dipped his brush into tea and inscribed the characters for Long Han in seal script on the wooden table. The water stains glistening in the firelight like a sinuous dragon. Everyone concurred. Qin Su proclaimed with a booming voice, I hereby announce the establishment of the Starfire Society. For a spark can indeed ignite a prairie. The mission of the Starfire Society is to unify the world and obliterate the eternal continent, accepting only those of Huaxiao blood or those who are absolutely loyal natives, subject to stringent assessment. The regime shall be named Long Han Nation. There shall be no emperor, but a democratic assembly. The 18 of us present are all council members. The assembly elected Qin Su as the inaugural president of the Starfire Society and the first chairman of the Long Han Nation's assembly. Simultaneously, each individual was assigned a position. Sui became the Minister of Agriculture, overseeing the development of planting zones and the cultivation of magical herbs. Cheng Shui took on the role of Minister of Weapons, charged with researching and manufacturing new weaponry and managing the armory. Lu Yang assumed the position of Minister of Engineering, coordinating the construction of urban and defensive structures and supervising slave labor. Hu Jinxing became the Minister of Technology, responsible for developing new technologies and power sources, as well as formulating development plans. Wang Hao was appointed as the Minister of Intelligence and Foreign Affairs, tasked with scouting the movements of other races, gathering intelligence, and handling diplomatic and trade matters. Zhao Ling served as Wang Hao's personal secretary. Siyu was named Minister of Finance, overseeing all statistics, fiscal matters, planning, and the rewards and punishments of slaves. Huang Lei became the Minister of Logistics and head chef, managing logistical supplies and food processing. Shen Nanji was appointed as the Minister of Magic, responsible for guiding everyone in the study of magic and magical research. Song Zhe took on the role of medical officer, tasked with training a medical team. Lu Haodong became the captain of the sniper team, leading an elite squad equipped with a custom-made single-handed sniper rifle crafted by Cheng Shui, bound to his severed right arm, creating a bond between man and weapon. Ma Gang assumed the position of Minister of Labor, overseeing and monitoring slave labor. He Wei was appointed as the head of the Magical Potion Research Institute, primarily responsible for researching various magical potions, including those for healing, enhancing mental strength, restoring magical power, and explosive attack potions. The flames cast 18 flickering shadows upon the stone wall as Qin Su firmly plunged the bronze sword into the central stone platform. Amidst the resonant hum of the trembling sword, all 18 travelers rose simultaneously. Professor Su He trembled as he presented a handful of yellow soil brought from Huaxia during their transit, mixing it with the soil of this world to form a miniature altar upon the stone platform. We pledge our oath with the blood of Yin Huang. Chen Su suddenly sliced his palm, allowing his blood to drip into the fire pit, causing the flames to surge 3 feet high. One by one, the others pricked their fingers, intertwining 18 lines of blood upon the bronze sword, forming a web of solidarity. Sui scattered the mixed soil upon the sword's blade, proclaiming, let the essence of Huaxia civilization take root in this realm. Cheng Shui raised her fire gun high, vowing, with steel and fire, we shall forge the territories of Long Han. Lu Haodong lifted his severed arm, declaring, the light of the spark shall eternally illuminate the world. 18 individuals simultaneously swore an oath. We shall not betray our compatriots. We shall not abandon our homeland. We shall not violate our vows. With each declaration, the blood web on the sword's blade gleamed brighter, culminating in a resounding roar that echoed the destruction of the eternal and the rebirth of Shenzhou. The bronze sword erupted in a blinding crimson radiance, melding the 18 shadows upon the stone wall into a singular entity. A new era is on the brink of dawning. A magnificent epic is about to unfold. Let us impart a touch of awe to this world. Chapter 63, The Opening of the Continental Passage. 3 months later, a beam of morning light penetrated the workshop, illuminating Hu Jinxing's face. His bloodshot eyes sparkled with excitement. Before him stood a colossal machine, radiating a dark golden metallic sheen, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The world's first magical steam engine had officially come into existence. Each component of this machine was nothing short of a masterpiece. The interior of the boiler was adorned with fire-type magical crystals, displaying flowing patterns reminiscent of molten lava under high temperatures. The drive shaft bore water-type runes, erupting with an ethereal blue glow as the machinery operated. Most astonishing was the cylinder, where the Dwarf King had personally crafted the piston from mithril, sealing within it miniature wind elements, resulting in a power system with almost negligible friction loss. Hu Jinxing gazed in disbelief at this steam engine, astonished by its success. The Dwarf King boasted, "So, what do you think, human elder? Now do you comprehend the prowess of our dwarven kin?" As he spoke, he slapped the machine's exterior, which erupted in joyous roars, emitting not ordinary white mist, but magical steam adorned with a spectrum of colors. Hu Jinxing's notebook was densely filled with testing data, a thermal efficiency of an astonishing 92, with a single unit's output equivalent to the combined strength of 300 steeds, while fuel consumption was merely 1/10 that of conventional steam engines. These figures left him both exhilarated and dazed. Such a powerful energy source could satisfy nearly all industrial demands. He even pondered that there would be no need to delve into electric systems, as a steam-centric world could be realized. In the ensuing 2 years, with the magical steam engine at its core, the construction of truly modern factories commenced. Factories sprang up like mushrooms after rain. In the textile mills, hundreds of magical looms operated tirelessly day and night. The furnaces of the steelworks, driven by magical steam, reduced or melting times by 3/4. Most astonishing was the newly established armory, where assembly lines were constructing repeating crossbows, achieving unprecedented range and power. The dwarven race had become utterly enamored with steam machinery, researching steam-powered airships, mechanical prosthetics, and fortified machines, among others. Civilization alert. Monitoring indicates that the transcendent civilization has reached the steampunk era. Current civilization coefficient, 1. 0. Cultivation coefficient, 0. 4. Danger coefficient, 0. Projected settlement reward, 140. Could it be? Lu Qin recalled that the coefficient for steam civilization should be 0. 6. How could it be 1? 0? It appeared that this steampunk civilization was entirely distinct from the steam civilization. Warning! Warning! The transcendent civilization has entered the 1-0 era, triggering the opening of the first spatial passage. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled violently, as if being torn by an invisible hand. Blinding light cascaded down like a tide, tinting the clouds within a 100-mile radius a bizarre silvery hue. Residents on the ground shielded their eyes, while children fearfully huddled in their mother's arms. In this stifling radiance, a fissure spanning the horizon gradually unfurls, its edges flickering with unstable violet arcs of electricity, while a swirling mass of profound nebula-like substance churns within. What on earth is that? Merchants of the human city-states abandon their wares, trembling as they point skyward. The rift expands rapidly, ultimately forming a colossal passage over a kilometer wide, reminiscent of the mythical road to the heavens. The elemental concentration across the chaotic continent fluctuates violently, and sorcerers can distinctly sense their internal magical energy boiling uncontrollably. The most powerful sorcerer of the Human Alliance, the head of the Celestial Magic Academy, the legendary mage Lauren, suddenly gazes upward. His starry eyes, capable of piercing the essence of elements, narrow slightly. A spatial rift? Before he can finish his thought, his figure transforms into a streak of light, soaring toward the heavens, the 12-star gemstones embedded in his robe igniting simultaneously, trailing a brilliant comet-like tail behind him. As Lauren hovers 100 meters from the entrance of the passage, the oncoming spatial turbulence nearly shatters his protective barrier. The countenance of the century-old legendary mage reveals an unprecedented gravity. He can sense the power of laws contained within the rift, an arena unattainable by mortals. Such intricate temporal and spatial folding is beyond human capability. It must be the work of deities. At that moment, words composed of pure light energy materialize at the entrance. Passage to the eternal continent. Opening time, 24 hours. Maximum capacity, 10 individuals. The eternal continent? Lauren's pristine brows knit tightly together. In his cherished ancient tome, The Chronicles of Creation, there is indeed a record of an unknown land on the other side of the world, where magic does not exist, but rather an energy known as spiritual essence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air reverberates. Dozens of Grand Magisters unleash flight magic to rush over, accompanied by hundreds of other mages. From the opposite end of the sky, the Royal Griffin Knights and the Shadow Legion riding black dragons arrive in succession. Within a mere half hour, the continent's most formidable beings have gathered beneath the passage, beams of light from various detection spells weaving a net in the sky. Director. The Chief Elemental Grand Magister Lena descends beside Lauren, her detection revealing that the elemental composition on the other side of the passage differs by 97 from our world. She hands him a crystal recording, its internal data streams pulsating wildly. At this moment, everyone awaits Lauren's decision. For recklessly engaging with an unknown temporal passage could spell catastrophic doom. Lauren suddenly raises his staff, and the star core crystal erupts in dazzling blue light. A magical barrier, 10,000 meters in diameter, seals off the area surrounding the entrance. It is too perilous to enter now. Everyone, set up aerial magical traps to secure this space entirely. I have a premonition that the other continent will undoubtedly send someone over. Instantly, all present unleash their magic to arrange the magical traps. The fire mage conjured a wall of flames, effectively sealing the exit. The ice mage saturated the space with frost particles, which would coalesce into a tempest of ice should anyone dare to touch them. Meanwhile, mages of wind and thunder collaborated to create a swirling tempest of storm clouds, from which violet lightning sporadically struck down. 8 masters of spatial magic positioned themselves at the cardinal points of the barrier, collectively establishing a gravitational field. The assembly of mages expressed their satisfaction. With such formidable defenses, even a deity would likely meet their demise, wouldn't they? On the southern side of the abyssal divide in the Eternal Continent, the king of Eternal Night, Nightshade, gazed skyward. A rift in space slowly unfurled within the clouds, resembling a grievous wound. All troops on high alert. As Nightshade approached the passage with his 100,000-strong demonic army, the passage displayed golden inscriptions. Pathway to the Chaotic Continent. Opening duration, 24 hours. Maximum capacity, 10 individuals. Nightshade's pupils constricted slightly. As the sovereign of Eternal Night for a century, he felt trepidation. The fear of never returning loomed over him, for the unknown is indeed the most terrifying. Song of the Underworld. You shall lead 9 elite warriors into the depths of the unknown. Song of the Underworld. One of the 10 great warlords of the Eternal Night Empire was an adept at transcending calamities, wielding the flames of space and the principles of sound waves. Behind him, 9 peak celestial guardians of Eternal Night followed closely. Kneeling on one knee, Song of the Underworld pledged, "Rest assured, my king, I shall not fail in this mission." With the eyes of the multitude upon them, Song of the Underworld and his 9 elite companions stepped into the enigmatic passage. Chapter 64. The First Great War of Magic and Cultivation, North Side of the Chasm. In the Empire of the Sun, the Emperor sat majestically upon his golden throne. Suddenly, the heavy palace doors were thrust open, and a weary scout fell to his knees upon the golden carpet. "Your Majesty," the scout gasped. "In the skies of the southern realm, a fissure has appeared, spanning across the heavens. Its edges are entwined with purple lightning, and within swirls a mist of starlit brilliance." The Emperor raised his arm, encased in golden armor. "I am already aware. There is no need for concern. The Empire of Eternal Night has dispatched reinforcements. Our foremost priority now is to assemble our forces and prepare for the southern expedition against the traitorous Dark Radiance." Though his subordinates found it curious how the Emperor knew of Eternal Night's actions, they dared not inquire further. A sinister smile curled upon the Emperor's lips. "This time, we shall capture that wretched Sierra alive. How dare she rebel? Let her experience the depths of despair." Meanwhile, in the Empire of Dark Radiance, Bai Jin stood atop the highest spire, his silver hair whipped by the energy storm unleashed by the spatial portal. He could feel the words at the entrance of the portal, reminiscent of the divine presence that had once bestowed upon him the title of Chosen One. Clearly, this was yet another orchestration by the divine. However, he did not advance, for his scouts had reported that the Emperor of the Sun was rallying 200,000 troops. Soon, a monumental confrontation would ensue, and he must emerge victorious. He had promised Sia to avenge her by vanquishing the Emperor of the Sun. Sia had promised to unlock several new techniques, which he eagerly anticipated. In the council hall of Longhorn City, Chen Su convened all members of the Starfire Society to deliberate on the matter of the Sky Continent portal. Sui was the first to break the silence. I never imagined that the two continents would collide so swiftly. It has only been 2.5 years since our inception. Chen Su's voice was calm. That is due to our rapid development. I suspect that as our technological advancements accelerate, the spatial portal will expand until the two continents are irrevocably linked. Zhang Yi abruptly slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacups to clink. What is there to fear? Our weaponry has been fully upgraded. We now possess fully automatic cannons, mechanical machine guns, steam flamethrowers, and distillation bombs. It is said that the dwarves are crafting mechanical armor. Our combat capabilities are more than sufficient for self-defense. Chen Su shook his head. You are woefully ignorant of the forces at play in this world. I am merely a high-level sorcerer, and I could easily obliterate a battalion of hundreds with ease. A magic tutor could incinerate our entire city, thousands of lives, with a mere area spell. Moreover, the Eternal Continent harbors cultivators far superior to sorcerers. We stand no chance. The council hall fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. Zhang Ye's expression turned ashen. So we are that weak? Then what purpose does our weapon production serve? We might as well all learn magic. Chen Su let out a bitter laugh. Do you think I do not wish to learn? Even I, with my intellect, find it challenging to break through. What does that say for you? It indicates that our physical constitutions are inherently unsuited for the practice of magic. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Thus, we must continuously devise new weaponry and iteratively upgrade. I believe our future direction lies in magical weaponry. Even the mightiest cultivators will falter if we can manufacture hundreds of magical self-destruct drones, relentlessly bombarding our foes. I am convinced we could vanquish them. Cheng Shui shook her head vigorously. Drones? Chairman Chen, your imagination knows no bounds. In the annals of Earth's history, it took 138 years to evolve from the steam engine to drones. Even if we proceed at an accelerated pace, it will still require decades. Cheng Su grinned. It won't take that long. Don't forget, I possess a Titan AI laptop equipped with an Intel Ultra 9 275HX processor, boasting 24 cores and 24 threads, alongside an NVIDIA RTX 5080 16GB graphics card. As long as we can create a stable generator to power my laptop, our technological advancement will accelerate by 1,000-fold. Furthermore, my laptop is equipped with local AI, capable of resolving virtually any technical challenge we encounter. Cheng Shui chuckled helplessly. I am utterly clueless about electrical matters. You must consult Hu Mo. Hu Jinxing flushed with embarrassment. Cheng Shui, we are in a meeting. How can you call me by my nickname? That is quite inappropriate. Ahem, Chairman Chen, rest assured, I will strive to construct the generator within 6 months. Hu Jinxing, renowned among the dwarves for his triumphs with 10 human female slaves in a single night, became the talk of Long'an City. He remains vigorous and robust. Zhang Yi redirected the conversation. Should we send someone to investigate the passageway? Cheng Su countered. There is no need. With our current strength, we wouldn't even qualify as spectators. It's south better not to court death. Wang Hao opposed. We must go. Especially you three. Cheng Su, Song Nanji, and Li Changqing, you must attend. I have perused various cultivation novels, and the battles between formidable practitioners often provide profound insights. It's possible that your attendance could lead to breakthroughs. Cheng Su pondered. You make a valid point, yet the risks are too great, and the rewards uncertain. I cannot afford to perish just yet, so I shall refrain from going. Song Nanji blushed. If Cheng Su is not going, then neither will I. Li Chaqing laughed heartily. Ha! I must go. Even if you don't urge me, I will attend. I finally have the chance to witness true cultivators. I have long grown weary of this nonsensical magic. Cheng Su nodded. Very well, Li Changqing, take my guard with you. Li Changqing waved dismissively. No need. I can manage alone. Too many would only hinder me. Cheng Su replied. So be it. Perhaps this is your destiny. Li Chaqing rode forth on horseback towards the grandest city of humanity, the Arcane King City. Humanity comprises 5 major cities. The Alliance's capital, Arcane King City, the Port City, Tidal City, the Trade Hub, Golden City, the Sanctuary of Faith, White Tower Holy City, and the Mercenary Stronghold, Blood Contract Fortress. Together, these cities form the Human Alliance, characterized by both competition and cooperation, vying internally while uniting externally, making it the most formidable force on the chaotic continent. Thunderous roars echoed. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from the spatial portal. The legendary mage sensed an overwhelming pressure. They are coming. They have arrived. All the sorcerers were on edge. The 1,000-strong Griffin Knights and the Black Dragon Knights stood ready in a state of heightened vigilance. After all, this was the first ever incursion from another continent in recorded history. Ming Ge, leading his 9 formidable generals, had just emerged from the portal. Hundreds of magical traps were instantly activated. Ice cages erupted from the ground, only to be crushed into powder by an invisible barrier surrounding Ming Ge. As the 12-layered inferno storm began to take shape, he casually flicked a finger, dispersing the flames into a shower of sparks. The most lethal dimensional slicing blade shimmered momentarily before being shattered into spatial ripples by a disdainful grunt from one of his subordinates. Ming Ge furrowed his brow. What on earth were these feeble spells? Such childish incantations were only favored by foundational cultivators. With a mere gesture of his hand, he shattered all the magical traps. Even the spatial confinement set by the legendary Mage Lauren crumbled before him. The Grand Archmage Claude of the Magical Council gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. It was impossible. It simply could not be. The adversaries had not chanted any incantations, nor had they exhibited any magical resonance. They were rewriting the very laws themselves. Chapter 65. Overwhelming Force Magic and Cultivation. Though both seemingly concerned with the mastery of extraordinary power, are fundamentally distinct in essence. The path of magic is rooted in the principle of borrowing. Mages communicate with and even command the elemental energies that permeate the world through spells, rituals, or magical artifacts, drawing upon the mysterious forces that exist in higher dimensions for their own purposes. The limits of their power often hinge on the caster's depth of understanding of the laws of energy, their proficiency with their tools, and the scale of external forces they can manipulate. A legendary mage, wielding profound knowledge, divine favor, and the might of a formidable assembly of wizards, can chant world-shaking incantations, unleashing destructive power comparable to that of a cultivator's heavenly tribulation that alters the very fabric of reality. In contrast, the essence of cultivation lies in the process of refining, transforming essence into qi, converting qi into spirit, and ultimately transcending the spirit to achieve unity with the Tao, striving for the immense power to reside within oneself. Cultivators absorb the energies of the universe into their own circulatory system, continuously honing and tempering their being until their flesh and spirit are forged into the immortal and the law itself. The elevation of a cultivator's realm represents a fundamental shift in the essence of life. When a mighty cultivator reaches the stage of tribulation, their very existence embodies a law, a fragment of celestial authority, with every gesture resonating with the cosmos and summoning the forces of gathering calamity. There is no need for lengthy incantations nor reliance on external mediums. A mere thought stirs the winds and thunders, embodying the state where the self is the Tao, and the self is the calamity. Due to these foundational differences, even when at the same level of achievement, the manifestations and depths of magic and cultivation can be worlds apart. In simpler terms, magic is external while cultivation is internal. At the same level, both magic and cultivation can reach the same heights, yet the lower limits of magic fall significantly short in comparison to those of cultivation. Legendary Mage Lauren, with his profound wisdom, discerned the intricacies of magical operation, establishing a theoretical framework for magic and founding the continent's most prestigious magical academy. Earning the title of the progenitor of magic, an enduring symbol revered by countless mages. In the grand capital of the Human Alliance, the Arcane City, within the resplendent throne hall, King Orion's brow was furrowed with worry. His once wise gaze was now filled with dread as he looked skyward at the 10 unwelcome guests. Was it the heavens that sought the destruction of humanity? The terrifying pressure emanating from the other continent gripped the throat of the entire city like a tangible hand, making even the act of breathing an arduous endeavor. Do not worry, Your Majesty. An elderly minister with white hair stepped forward, forcing himself to remain composed. The legendary mage is still here. With Master Lorland stationed at the Mage Tower, all shall be well. Indeed, another minister eagerly echoed. He is the legendary Mage Nolan, the greatest being ever to approach divinity. His power is sufficient to reverse the tides. We will not be defeated. On the streets and crowded squares of the Arcane City, countless commoners looked on with hopeful anticipation. They crowded by windows and climbed onto rooftops, each face etched with unwavering trust in the legendary mage. They believed that Mage Nolan, like an incarnation of the divine, would surely wave his hand and vanquish these invaders from the abyss. Li Chongqing gazed expectantly, longing for another cultivator from a distant realm to eliminate these insipid sorcerers. The chief archmage of the Human Alliance, Claude, fully aware of the enemy's terrifying nature, harbored no semblance of underestimation. He raised his staff, adorned with a colossal sapphire, flanked by hundreds of similarly robed archmages and sorcerers, each exuding an aura of profound power. Without uttering a word, they were already in sync in spirit. As the first ancient and obscure syllable escaped Claude's lips, a multitude of voices surged forth in unison, reciting an intricate and lengthy ultimate spell. The air crackled with volatile magical elements, visible energy vortices swirling above them in a frenzy, intertwining with vibrant hues of elemental light to form a vast and menacing magical array, radiating a cataclysmic aura. At the precipice of this formidable magic taking shape, a cold and clear voice pierced the chaos from the invaders' ranks, laced with disdain. "Brother, there's no need for you to intervene. These inferior beings are my prey." In an instant, a figure vanished like a wraith. The newcomer was none other than the second brother of the Requiem, Mingjian. Mingjian, of sanguine lineage. Hailed from the most common warriors of the Eternal Night Empire, a stark contrast to the noble bloodline of the Requiem. Yet, it was precisely this undervalued origin that forged Mingjian's intensely obsessive heart, relentlessly pursuing perfection. He eschewed convoluted techniques and shortcuts of refining his body with infernal flames. Instead, for 50 years, he practiced a singular sword technique, pouring all his will, all his spirit, and all his life into this one strike, an incomparably swift thrust that penetrates all. Millions of repetitions, countless trials, undeterred by rain or storm. This devotion transcended mere technique, becoming a brand upon his soul, an instinct of his very existence. Though he now stood at the great ascension realm, his swordsmanship had reached the zenith of unity between man and sword, an embodiment that pierced through silence. In a flash, swift, unimaginably fast, beyond the limits of visual perception, it was as if space itself had been breached, and time lost its significance before this strike. Dozens of archmages, fervently chanting with their magical shields just having ignited, suddenly froze in their tracks. They stared in disbelief at their chests or throats, where, unbeknownst to them, gaping wounds the size of a bowl had appeared, front to back. Their incantations ceased abruptly, incredulity etched upon their faces as they fell lifelessly to the ground. The delicate defenses of these sorcerers crumbled like paper before the onslaught of absolute speed. Counterattack. Quick, retaliate. The surviving sorcerers were paralyzed with terror, instinctively unleashing the uncontrollable torrent of magical energy towards the spot where Mingjian had just materialized. Brilliant fireballs, blinding lightning, and freezing ice engulfed that area in an instant. Yet, in the very moment of the magical explosion, Mingjian vanished once more, reappearing behind the sorcerers. Flash, flash, flash. Mingjian's figure flickered between the gaps of the magical torrent, each teleportation accompanied by a flurry of bloodlines erupting forth. His sword resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, precisely reaping lives with such swiftness that the sorcerers scarcely had the chance to reacquire their targets. In the blink of an eye, dozens of formidable mages fell into pools of blood, severed limbs soaring through the air, the scene as gruesome as the depths of a hellish battlefield. As the fatal strike of the death sword pierced the throat of the chief archmage, Claude, the bronze bracelet adorning his left wrist erupted with a blinding golden light. A robust magical barrier, inscribed with countless ancient runes, unfurled instantaneously. A sharp clang resonated, piercing enough to rend eardrums. The invincible thrust of the death sword was abruptly halted by this unforeseen shield. The terrifying recoil from the sword's tip caused the wielder to momentarily stagger. However, with a crisp crack, that invaluable legendary defensive bracelet could not withstand the sheer penetrative force, shattering into dust. Claude's visage turned as pale as parchment, cold sweat instantly soaking his robe, as the shadow of death brushed past him, prompting him to scramble backward in panic. The legendary mage, Nolan, was overtaken by undeniable astonishment. He had initially believed that the true threat lay in the adversary's death song, yet he was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming speed and lethality exhibited by this mere subordinate, far surpassing all his previous estimations and projections. This combat style that disregarded distance and defense, purely crushing everything with speed, nearly upended his understanding of the power hierarchy. Retreat. Everyone, immediately fall back to the defensive perimeter of the Magic Academy, Nolan decisively commanded. Upon the issuance of this order, the entire royal city was left in a state of shock, from the soldiers atop the walls to the eager citizens within. The legendary mage Nolan had, astonishingly faltered, ordered a retreat. Chapter 66. The Civilization of the Transcenders. Danger. Upon reaching this point, Lu Chen smiled, for it seemed he had made the right bet. The power of the Eternal Continent utterly eclipsed that of the Chaotic Continent. The strength of Minggu would scarcely rank among the top 100 on the Eternal Continent. Here, a mere subordinate could effortlessly sweep them aside. How absurd. If Minggu were to discover the Transcender Camp, a mere glance could spell annihilation for them. Lu Chen had no desire for such a swift conclusion. The rewards would be far too meager. Although the two chosen ones had already contributed several thousand units of energy, it remained insufficient. He had prepared to intervene, lest the chaotic continent be directly obliterated. Claude and the remaining archmages, along with numerous great mages, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon receiving Nolan's command. They disregarded all semblance of dignity, hastily employing blink and levitation spells, or even clumsily rolling and scrambling in a desperate retreat toward the Magic Academy. However, not all mages chose the path of shameful flight. A small group of fervent mages, witnessing the fallen bodies of their comrades, found their rage and humiliation overwhelming their instinct for survival. For the glory of humanity, for the dignity of magic, they let out desperate and valiant roars. Abandoning the incantations of attack or defense spells, instead reversing their magical circuits to ignite their own magical course. A torrent of chaotic magic erupted violently from within them. Their bodies akin to a furnace on the verge of explosion, radiating blinding light and devastating waves of energy, they intended to self-destruct, taking their enemies with them. Ignorance. The figure of the dark sword appeared like a specter among these self-sacrificing mages. Swift. So swift that it was beyond reaction. The sword light flashed like a bolt of deathly lightning, precisely severing the necks or core magical sources of each mage poised to self-destruct. The violent magic spiraled out of control, leaving no time for self-detonation. The resolve in the eyes of these mages turned hollow as their bodies crumpled helplessly to the ground. Under the blade of the dark sword, these noble and powerful mages were harvested as if they were mere weeds by the roadside. Shame. This was an utter disgrace. A thunderous roar erupted in the air. The voice belonged to another pillar of reliance for the human alliance, the Griffin Warrior Corps Commander, the legendary warrior Balk. Renowned for his impenetrable defense, he was clad in heavy plate armor inscribed with complex defensive runes, wielding a fearsome two-handed sword radiating magical brilliance. I have long asserted that mages are utterly unreliable. When dealing with these melee maniacs armed to the teeth, we must rely on true warriors like ourselves. Balk looked upon the fleeing mages with disdain and contempt. Altogether, for the Alliance, for the dignity of humanity, Balk raised his sword, shimmering with magical runes. His voice resonating like the beat of war drums. Kill. Kill. The long-suppressed Griffin warriors suddenly pulled down the visors of their helmets and leaped onto their loyal aerial companions. Thousands of robust royal griffins simultaneously unfurled their massive wings, stirring up a tempestuous current akin to a torrent of golden steel, casting shadows over the battlefield as they dove towards the solitary figure of the Reaper's blade. In their grasp, spears and battle axes shimmered with the radiance of fighting spirit and enchantments, creating a fearsome spectacle. In the face of this oncoming tide of iron, the Reaper's blade remained unperturbed, his gaze unwavering and focused. He subtly adjusted his breathing, sinking his center of gravity. All his strength coalescing in an instant around the sword in his hand, pierced through the silence. With a swish, he unleashed a strike so swift it seemed to leave no trace, pure in its intent, aimed directly at the foremost Griffin rider. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing resonated as the sword tip accurately struck the thickest part of the rider's chest armor. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated penetration did not occur. The rider merely grunted, the immense force sending him and the Griffin tumbling through the air, leaving a deep dent and fine cracks on the armor, which had remarkably withstood this lethal blow. The enchanted plate armor, meticulously crafted by Captain Balk, combined with the rider's formidable divine-level fighting spirit defense, proved far more resilient than any mage's shield. Observing this, Captain Balk felt a slight relief wash over him, swiftly followed by a commanding shout, "Form ranks! Shield wall!" The well-trained Griffin warriors reacted with alacrity, the remaining nearly 300 knights converging with precision, maintaining an exact distance from one another. They simultaneously raised their left arms, hoisting the massive tower shields inscribed with defensive runes. The runes on the shields illuminated instantly, resonating and connecting, forming an immense, semi-transparent magical energy barrier that emanated a weighty, rock-like luster, shaping itself before the Griffin Knights like a sighing wall across the sky. The Reaper's blade transformed once more into a fleeting shadow, pierced through the silence. The sword tip, now imbued with even greater force, struck fiercely at the center of the colossal energy shield. Clang! This time, the sound of impact was deep and thunderous. The massive energy shield quaked violently, ripples cascading through it, as the thousands of warriors within the Griffin Knight Brigade, along with their mounts, seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer, uniformly sliding half a step backward in the air. Yet, the united defense shield wall, forged from the fighting spirit of 1,000 divine-level warriors and the finest enchanted shields, steadfastly endured this assault. The sword tip penetrated the shield's surface by less than an inch, firmly lodged by the overwhelming force, unable to advance further. The Reaper's blade's gaze sharpened. His strength lay not in sheer power, but in the swiftness of his strikes. Captain Balk felt a surge of confidence, elated. We have withstood it. It appears you barbaric outsiders are not so formidable after all. Prepare. Shift to an offensive formation. Crush him. A more ferocious, domineering voice reverberated across the battlefield, laced with impatience. Brother, what are you dawdling for? Watch me. As the words fell, a towering figure, 3 meters tall and resembling a small giant, appeared before the Reaper's blade. His brother, the Reaper's knife. In his hand, a grotesque blade, entwined with dense black magical energy, was raised high. Devil's execution. Boom. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the demonic blade in the hands of the grim blade expanded instantaneously. An endless surge of dark energy surged skyward, stirring the winds and clouds, manifesting a terrifying shadow of a demonic sword stretching over 100 meters long. The blade blazed with black, demonic flames, exuding an aura of annihilation and ferocity. There was no embellishment, only pure, unadulterated violence. The muscles of the grim blade's arms swelled, veins bulging, as he swung this cataclysmic strike towards the massive magical shield wall that had just withstood the thrust of the grim sword. What? The smile on Captain Balk's face froze in an instant, replaced by boundless horror. He felt the terrifying power emanating from the blade, capable of tearing his very soul apart. Boom! Like a mountain collapsing, the 100-meter demonic sword struck down fiercely upon the energy shield. The combined defenses of over 1,000 Griffin warriors held for less than a second before shattering completely. The violent shockwave of dark energy surged forth like a tsunami, scattering the Griffin warriors behind the shield, sending them tumbling and crashing. Many warriors were directly thrown back, spewing blood, their bones shattered. At the moment the shield broke, a lethal silver lightning flashed once more. It pierced the silence. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The figure of the grim sword moved through the collapsing formation of griffins as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Without the support of their combined defense, the armor of individual warriors appeared feeble against the onslaught of a single sword strike. Each flicker of the sword light precisely claimed the lives of several, if not dozens, of Griffin warriors. In an instant, blood rained down like a torrential downpour from the sky, severed limbs and shattered armor mingling with fallen Griffin feathers. In mere moments, the 300 Griffin warrior regiment had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, decimated. No. Captain Balk let out a heart-wrenching roar. He had poured 20 years of effort, countless resources, and endured countless bloody battles to establish this elite legion, only to see it effortlessly torn apart like a paper toy before these two monsters. You scoundrel! Come and take my life. Balk's vision turned red with fury. Disregarding life and death, the Griffin King beneath him let out a mournful cry, sensing his master's resolve to face certain doom. Balk's entire being erupted with the brilliant aura of a transcendent warrior, ablaze like a burning flame. He tightly gripped the ignited legendary greatsword, Inferno, as he and his steed transformed into a resolute comet of fire, charging towards the grim blade, who had just retracted the colossal demonic sword. This was his ultimate strike. Fueled by the fire of his life, his fighting spirit, and everything he held dear, powerful enough to cleave mountains. In the face of this desperate charge, the grim blade merely cast a cold glance, his eyes filled with mockery, as he casually gripped his sword and swung it with indifference. Clang! A deafening crash resounded. The flames engulfing the Inferno greatsword were extinguished in one swift stroke. Captain Balk's all-or-nothing strike collided with an immovable divine mountain. His arms trembled violently, his palms split open, blood gushing forth. The legendary greatsword, which had accompanied him through countless battles, shattered into 2 pieces with a mournful wail. Yet the terrifying edge of the grim blade continued unabated, tracing an arc of profound mystery. Splatter! A slender line of blood stretched from Bok's neck to his shoulder. The commander Bulk, along with his powerful Griffin King, was silently cleaved in two mid-air, crashing violently to the earth. Despite both being at the same advanced level, the disparity in individual strength and life essence between warriors of the magical system and cultivators of the immortal system was stark, a chasm so vast it was utterly despairing. Minga glanced at the spatial portal in the sky and said gravely, "There is no time left. The portal is gradually closing. At most we have 10 hours. I have just enveloped this continent with my divine sense. It is not large. Ming sword, Ming blade, Ming hammer, Ming fist. You shall proceed to other regions of the continent, engage swiftly, and annihilate all life." "Yes, elder brother." As soon as the words left his lips, 9 beams of golden light surged towards the elven, dwarven, draconic, half-human, and half-orc civilizations. Meanwhile, Minggu remained in the arcane king city, preparing for its destruction. Among them, the Ming sword had precisely locked onto the city of the time traveler, the long-on civilization, transforming into a golden beam that shot forth. Luchin smirked. "What the hell? This time traveler currently possesses nothing but some scrap metal. How could they possibly withstand a transcendent sword cultivator, especially one who is a madman in unison with his sword?" Chapter 67. The Art of Steam Machinery. 2 years have elapsed since the invention of the steam engine, and the dwarven race has become utterly captivated by the art of steam machinery. The entire Furnace City has been transformed into a metropolis of mechanics. Deep within the mountains, the dwarves have established 12 steam core hubs, each boasting boilers as colossal as whales, with columns of steam erupting skyward like geysers. Even Hu Jinxing was left in awe upon witnessing the dwarven workshops. The meticulously crafted gear assemblies, fashioned from exquisite gold, were precise to a hair's breadth, while steam pipes coiled around the mountains like giant serpents, each valve inscribed with intricate fluid dynamics runes. They were not content with mere steam power. Instead, they sought to exploit this energy to its fullest potential. Half of the dwarves traversing the streets had already equipped themselves with mechanical prosthetics, marvels of engineering that not only flawlessly replaced lost limb functionality, but also unleashed astonishing power through steam pressure. Hu Jinxing had advised King Grolon, "Dear brother, while your steam technology indeed surpasses that of my era, the trajectory of your technological development is misaligned. Solely advancing steam machinery is futile. You must also delve into electricity, electronics, and information technology. For instance, electronic computers are the zenith of technology, capable of performing quintillions of calculations, allowing for instantaneous decision-making in complex manufacturing processes, thereby enhancing productivity by at least 1,000-fold, unlike the current state where all mechanical production necessitates human intervention." King Grolon's eyes sparkled with fervor. "I cannot explain it, but upon encountering steam machinery, I feel as though our dwarven race was inherently destined for steam. The grandeur of gear-driven, pipe-laden heavy machinery, that rugged yet precise industrial aesthetic, do you not perceive it? It is nothing short of art. As for your talk of electronic technology, I instinctively find it repugnant. Old Hu, I respect your expertise, but do not attempt to sway me. I shall not alter my developmental course. I will manufacture all those high-tech products you speak of using steam machinery, including electronic calculators." Hu Jinxing chose not to press further. It mattered little to him. At the age of 67, he was unlikely to witness the day when the travelers would unify the world, so he preferred to indulge in the pleasures of life. He provided King Grolon with the theory of Newtonian differences, utilizing the properties of higher-order differences to transform complex polynomials into finite additive operations. This knowledge facilitated the construction of a differential mechanical computer. King Grolon invested thousands of dwarves and nearly all of his resources, ultimately erecting a mechanical computer that spanned over 10,000 square meters. With a brass hammer, the king struck the dials. 36,000 gears formed an array of differential machines. Despite requiring a full 12 hours of mechanical operation to complete a single ballistic equation, it achieved precision to 6 decimal places. The steam-driven calculation rods surged and fell, and the entire apparatus resembled a living metallic hill. While its computational capacity might not rival that of a $10 calculator, it epitomized the pinnacle of mechanical achievement. Its grandeur was enough to leave any observer breathless. Whenever significant computational tasks arise, thousands of diminutive engineers busily occupy various control stations, meticulously adjusting gear positions and regulating steam pressure, creating a scene reminiscent of a meticulously orchestrated mechanical warfare. Meanwhile, the Dwarf King is crafting their ultimate weapon, a towering steam mech. Standing at a staggering 100 meters, its chest houses an immense boiler, its limbs powered hydraulically, and it belches forth clouds of billowing white smoke. Though it requires a pause to replenish steam pressure after every 3 steps, this does not diminish the dwarves' fervent adoration for it. In their eyes, this represents the true emblem of power, a pinnacle of mechanical artistry. The dwarves' rate of advancement has far surpassed that of the Transcendence civilization. In contrast, the Dragonhan faction of the Transcendence, led by Chen Su, regards steam merely as a transitional phase, insisting on pursuing electrical and electronic pathways, believing that only high-tech weaponry can vanquish the indigenous civilizations. Nearly all human, material, and financial resources have been devoted to the research of electrical technology. However, aside from Hu Jinxing, who possesses a modicum of scientific understanding, the majority are utterly ignorant and incapable of imparting knowledge to the enslaved natives. After 2 arduous years, they finally succeeded in creating a generator, achieving the modest feat of illuminating the entire city with electric lights. They invented the simplest diode. But the journey to the electrical era remains distant, let alone the epoch of electronic information. Fortunately, Cheng Shui has consistently persisted in the iterative advancement of weaponry. For individual weaponry, they have crafted a brass pneumatic rifle, utilizing compressed steam for propulsion, boasting a power and speed 100 times that of traditional firearms. For ranged weaponry, they developed a formidable thermal pressure steam cannon, equipped with stabilized warheads capable of causing widespread explosions, with temperatures soaring to 2,000 degrees in an instant. Additionally, for close combat, they engineered a gear-driven chainsaw sword, its blade composed of steam-powered rotating serrations. This gives Chen Su the confidence to leapfrog the steam age and directly ascend to the electronic information era. He believes that with the current arsenal, as long as they do not provoke the human alliance, they should be able to survive for several years, allowing for technological advancement. Originally, this was also the design intended by Lu Chun. He believed that the Transcendence must at least enter the electronic information age to possess a fighting chance against the cultivators. Thus, he established a civilization coefficient of 1.0, opening the first portal for both continents to encounter one another, fostering an initial close contact and mutual understanding. Little did he know, the dwarves advanced steam technology to its zenith, achieving a coefficient of 1.0 solely through steam, thereby precipitating the first war between the 2 continents at least a decade earlier than anticipated. At this moment, Chen Su was intently observing through a telescope the cataclysmic duel between the celestial cultivators and legendary wizards in the distance. The cataclysmic shockwaves of their spells erupted amidst the clouds, sending shivers down the spine of this commander hailing from a technological civilization. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. A blinding golden light was hurtling toward Longhan City at an astonishing speed, continuously magnifying in his field of vision. This is it. It's coming straight for us. Chen Su's mind erupted in chaos, every hair on his body standing on end. Instinctively, he bellowed, "Battle! All units, assume battle stations." The entire command center was suddenly enveloped in a cacophony of alarm bells, as countless soldiers clad in standard military uniforms rushed to their respective combat positions. In an instant, a radiant beam of golden light materialized into a stern figure bearing a long sword, Mingjian. He hovered above Longhan City like a drawn blade, surveying the peculiar metropolis from his elevated vantage point. This city's architecture was unlike any human settlement he had ever encountered. There were no ancient pavilions or ornate structures. Instead, there stood metallic edifices rising 7 or 8 stories high. Many of the streets bustled with individuals placing goods on a self-moving conveyor belts for transport. What set him on edge was the city walls, composed of an unfamiliar synthetic material, their surfaces riddled with ominous black holes. Mingjian's consciousness swept across the city, instantly grasping the situation. Among the vast populace, the overwhelming majority lacked even the most rudimentary cultivation skills, with only a scant few reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Such extravagance. It seemed the less capable individuals were, the more they indulged in these nonsensical contraptions. He quickly pinpointed the strongest aura within the city, Chen Su, a commander of approximately golden core cultivation. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A multitude of uniquely designed mechanical crossbows unleashed their fury simultaneously. Ming Jian furrowed his brow. These soldiers operating the crossbows were clearly mere mortals devoid of any cultivation. Yet with the mere press of a lever, they could unleash an assault rivaling the full power of a Golden Core practitioner. Chapter 68. The Arrival of the Grim Reaper. In an instant, the figure of the Grim Sword transformed into dozens of afterimages, its long sword unsheathed to weave an impenetrable net. The sound of swishing blades echoed through the air. The Grim Sword, seemingly afflicted with a compulsive disorder, precisely severed over 100 crossbow bolts into two. Yet, what astounded him even more lay ahead. Those severed bolts abruptly detonated, unleashing thousands of iron shards that erupted forth at a terrifying speed surpassing that of sound. The cacophony of clattering resonated like a torrential downpour. For 50 years, the Grim Sword had practiced but a single technique, rendering his defense feeble. However, even the weakest defense could not be pierced by these iron fragments. Channeling his full concentration, he locked onto each incoming shard with precision, shattering them one by one with his spiritual energy. As the last fragment fell to the ground, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He could never have anticipated that these unrefined mortals could unleash such a terrifying rate of attack, though their power was insufficient to truly harm him. It compelled him to take the situation seriously. Shinsu bellowed, "Guard squad, attack!" This guard squad, composed of 1,000 slaves, was well trained, forming 3 orderly rows, with brass rifles automatically loaded in their hands. The deafening gunfire erupted in unison, thousands of bullets slicing through the air, leaving distorted trails behind them. The Grim Sword's pupils constricted. He had never witnessed such an unusual method of attack. Those minute metal projectiles managed to breach the sound barrier, emitting a sharp sonic boom. His longsword danced before him, creating a shimmering veil of silver, as the incessant clang of metal upon metal filled the air, each strike deftly cleaving the incoming bullets. Just as the Grim Sword was becoming fatigued from fending off the onslaught, the steam cannons atop the city walls were fully prepared. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of specially designed thermal projectiles, trailing white steam, whistled toward him. Instinctively, the Grim Sword sought to sever these peculiar shells. Yet the shards released from the previously exploded bolts had nearly injured him. Exercising caution, he swept his sword to create a barrier of sword energy. Hundreds of thermal projectiles collided with the barrier, resulting in a series of explosions. The defending soldiers on the walls emitted piercing screams as the scorching shockwaves seared their skin to a charred black. That was close. Cold sweat trickled down the Grim Sword's forehead. Fortunately, he had sensed the lethal threat concealed within these bizarre weapons. To be endangered by a group of mere mortals was an utter disgrace. They shall be annihilated. With a thunderous shout, a Tinjiang longsword energy descended vertically, cleaving through the sturdy city wall as though it were mere tofu. Hundreds of soldiers, poised to load cannonballs, had no time to react before being bisected by the sword energy. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the walls a deep crimson. 2 years of effort, reduced to nothing in a single blow. He had overestimated modern weaponry and underestimated the cultivators. Donning the bloodthirsty armor of his beastman ancestors, Chen Su turned to everyone and commanded, "Initiate the evacuation plan. Everyone, proceed through the underground railway to the Dwarven Forge City to facilitate the transport of supplies." An underground railway had been constructed between Longhan City and the Dwarven Forge City, allowing for steam trains to pass through. Zhang Yi stepped forward. "What? Do you wish to be a hero? With me here, there is no room for you to play that part. If you leave, I shall remain." Chen Su forced a smile. "What are you thinking? You believe this is a drama? I am not foolish enough to sacrifice myself while everyone else flees. Yet, someone must stand firm." Chen Su glanced at the remaining guards and the enslaved, a fleeting look of reluctance crossing his eyes, for they had shared 2 years of companionship. It was all due to his strategic blunder. Had he not rushed to develop electricity and instead devoted all resources to weaponry, perhaps today would not have unfolded as it did. "My brothers, I have always regarded you as family." Chen Su's voice trembled with emotion. "I am sorry for my shortcomings, but now I need your assistance one last time. Help me fend off the invaders. To those who choose to stay, I swear by my title as Lord of this city, not only will I restore your freedom, but I shall also grant each of you 100 gold coins as a resettlement fee." Old John, the captain of the guards, was the first to step forward. "My lord, these past 2 years have allowed us to live as true human beings for the first time." He turned to the enslaved behind him, shouting, "For the sake of our children, so they may continue to live freely on this land, we shall fight the invaders." The enslaved gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes shimmering with the resolve that accompanies the willingness to face death. They understood that this might be their final battle for the city that had bestowed upon them dignity. Hundreds of brass rifles erupted in a simultaneous display of fury, their muzzles igniting the dusk with a magnificent tapestry of flames. The shrill cries of bullets slicing through the air echoed in succession, as the metallic barrage rained down like a tempest, igniting countless sparks around the grim sword. The guards' fingers were locked firmly on the triggers, refusing to relent even as the barrels glowed red and warped. They understood that each bullet might grant an additional second of escape to the women and children in the underground passage. Amidst the chaos, the light of the grim sword resembled the scythe of death, each flash claiming dozens of lives. When old John S. had soared into the air, a look of serene satisfaction lingered on his lips as blood soaked into every brick of the city walls, glimmering with a tragic golden-red hue beneath the setting sun. The enslaved formed a human chain, their calloused hands clasped tightly together. Among them were the elderly with white hair and young men just stepping into adulthood, each pair of eyes ablaze with the fierce determination to face death. As the front line of enslaved fell to the sword's fury, those behind swiftly filled the gaps, using their broken bodies to continue the defense. Blood seeped through their intertwined fingers, merging into a series of shocking crimson streaks upon the cobblestones. In the nursery, the young mother, Martha, clutched her infant tightly, softly humming the lullaby of Longhorn City. When the blade of the grim sword breached the door, she shielded her child with her own body, absorbing the deadly blow. 3 one-year-old toddlers huddled together, crying, unable to comprehend why the adults had ceased their movements, why the ground was awash with a red liquid. The grim sword stood amidst the carnage-laden streets, the pool of blood beneath his feet reflecting the sun's dying rays. This city, once brimming with hope, now resonated solely with echoes of death. The grim sword was in no hurry to pursue Chen Su and the others. His mission was to annihilate all, until the consciousness could no longer detect any signs of life. The dark sword finally fixed its gaze upon the dozen individuals fleeing underground. The steam locomotive emitted a deep, resonant roar, its wheels crushing the iron tracks, echoing the last heartbeat of the Longhorn civilization. Inside the carriage, an eerie silence prevailed, as all the traversers struggled to confront such a grim fate. Attempt to flee. All shall perish. The dark sword pursued relentlessly, honing in on the swiftly moving locomotive beneath the earth, and with a single stroke, unleashed a radiant blade of light akin to divine retribution, which thunderously cleaved through the meter-thick rock overhead. Debris cascaded down like meteorites, and the entire carriage was violently hurled, tumbling toward the light at the tunnel's end. Chen Su, Zhang Yi, Cheng Shui, and the other 16 traversers were all ejected, crashing heavily to the ground. The only solace was that they were still alive, confronted by the towering, colossal furnace mechanical city. Chen Su shouted, "Quickly, open the door." On the city wall, the stout General Grom urged, "My king, we cannot open the door, otherwise our furnace city shall meet its doom." The dwarf king, Grolon, with his beard bristling and bronze-hued face twitching, fixed his gaze upon the sky where the golden blade of light, tearing through the rock layers, was plunging downwards. He roared, shaking the very earth. "We dwarves must not be ungrateful. It was they who bestowed upon us new technology. Open the gates. Let them in. All artillery gates of Furnace City, rise. Target locked. Fire at will." Chapter 69. The Dwarven Resistance. The colossal mechanical gate of Furnace City, towering at a height of 100 meters, creaked open amidst the thunderous clamor of steam and gears as countless intricate transmission devices whirred within the doorframe, emitting a jarring metallic screech. 16 adventurers, including Chen Su, Zhang Yi, Su He, and Cheng Shui, dashed into the city as if fleeing for their lives. Zhang Ye's combat suit was drenched in sweat, while Sui supported the injured Cheng Shui, terror etched across their faces, a testament to their narrow escape. Traversing realms was no simple endeavor. Death lurked at every turn. Just 100 meters behind them, the dark sword struck like a black lightning bolt, tearing through the fabric of space. This weapon of slaughter, hailing from the demon realm, employed no elaborate techniques, delivering only the most straightforward yet lethal blow, an unyielding thrust of silence. Its blade traced a golden arc through the air, moving so swiftly that it left behind numerous afterimages on their retinas. The 16 adventurers had no time to look back. The chilling breath of death loomed ominously over their necks. In a moment of dire urgency, the massive metallic walls flanking Furnace City's gates suddenly split apart, releasing a cacophony as hydraulic mechanisms roared to life. Two mechanical arms, each exceeding 5 meters in diameter, sprang forth from within the city walls. These defensive constructs, meticulously crafted by dwarven engineers, glimmered with a dark golden sheen, their surfaces adorned with potent magical runes. High-pressure steam erupted from the joints of the arms, positioning themselves with astonishing precision between the dark sword and the fleeing figures. With a thunderous crash, the sound of metal colliding reverberated through the air. At the moment the sword's blade met the mechanical arm, brilliant sparks erupted, and the arm, capable of withstanding a mage's assault, was severed with the ease of slicing through tofu. The severed arm crashed to the ground, scattering intricate gears and coiled springs, while hydraulic oil gushed forth like blood, splattering against the city walls. The dark sword hovered in midair, its black cloak billowing without wind. A furrow of confusion crossed its brow. What manner of contraption was this? These arms bore no signs of life yet possessed the ability to attack autonomously. It was perplexing this group, along with their metallic fortress, must be annihilated. The dark sword sensed an unsettling power within these beings, surpassing even the magic of the human alliance. King Grolon of the dwarves was equally astounded. This foe required no incantation, no magical energy, yet could dismantle their painstakingly crafted mechanical arms, wielding a force akin to that of a legendary mage. Regaining his composure, the dwarven king commanded, "Fire!" Boom, 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 boom. The walls of Furnace City erupted as thousands of massive metal cannons emerged like a steel forest. The dwarves' pride, the steam rune cannon mouths, glowed with a blinding crimson light, resonating with a deep, ominous hum as they charged. With a deafening roar, 1,000 cannons unleashed their fury. A tidal wave of explosive flames and a tempest of steel rent the air, completely engulfing the dark sword's form. The ground beneath them collapsed into a massive pit with a 100-meter diameter, the shockwave fracturing the nearby mountains. As the smoke cleared, every dwarf artilleryman stared in disbelief. The dark sword remained suspended in place, its black robe singed at the edges yet utterly unscathed. The dark sword swiftly swung towards the cannon mouths. Thousands of cannon mouths were severed, leaving the controlling dwarves gravely injured if not dead. Upon the battlements, the dwarves raised their mechanical prosthetics, which could accumulate elemental energy and unleash beams of light. This was the dwarven-crafted microenergy runic cannon arm, a magical weapon. The principle was straightforward. Internal magical gems absorbed elemental energy, which was then physically compressed through rapidly turning mechanical gears, forming high-density elemental cores temporarily stored within a gem honeycomb structure. Upon firing, these elemental cores would emit high-energy beams capable of penetrating rock layers up to 20 centimeters thick. Whoosh! Countless beams shot toward the dark sword. To everyone's surprise, the dark sword hesitated, for the beams moved with astonishing speed and exhibited considerable power, compelling it to evade. Chun Su stood agape, his jaw nearly touching the ground. What was this? This was not steam technology. It was clearly a laser weapon. That rascal Hu Zhenxing had claimed to be guiding the dwarves in their technological endeavors, only to assist them in developing such a devastating weapon? Alas, the dwarves lacked combat prowess. Despite wielding formidable runic cannon arms, they could not lock onto their adversaries nor predict their attack trajectories. Every shot went wide. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air. The dark sword had ascended the walls, moving with such speed that it appeared to occupy multiple positions simultaneously in the eyes of ordinary onlookers. Its sharp blade sliced effortlessly through the dwarves' heavy armor, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Some dwarves were cleaved in half, their upper bodies bewilderedly groping for fallen weapons. Others were split in two along with their armor. The most horrific sight was of those caught in the residual sword energy, their bodies suddenly adorned with myriad fine bloodlines before shattering into a heap of flesh like broken blocks. The battlements transformed into a hellish landscape, blood pooling on the stones. While the air was thick with the metallic scent of rust, the dwarven General Grom slammed his fist against the metal control panel, causing the dials to tremble wildly. He observed the retreating defense line, veins bulging on his thick neck. "I told you not to let them in. Now look, even our last defensive array has been breached. We are finished." Utterly finished, dwarven King Glon spoke sternly. "Why the panic? Do you think that closing the city gates will spare us from this calamity? That accursed enemy can cleave through the obsidian walls." The command room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the distant explosions that caused dust to rain from the ceiling. Suddenly, the dwarven king turned, his calloused finger pointing toward the seething crimson light deep within the city. "Our only chance now lies in detonating the geothermal furnace core." Let the city's ley line energy form a tempest. If we can ensnare the enemy within the energy singularity, we shall surely vanquish him, even if he is a legendary mage. Your Majesty, have you lost your mind? Grom roared. That is the perpetual core forged from 300 tons of mithril. All the steam factories, differential machinery, and the wall shields are powered by it. This is the culmination of 2 years of our labor. The Dwarven King bellowed in response. Narrow-minded fool. A city can be rebuilt, but if lives are lost, everything is truly gone. Shinsu and the others could not help but feel a newfound respect for the Dwarven King. Shinshudo said, we should not delay. Let us lead the Soul Sword over. The Dwarf King cast a disdainful glance. With your frail frames, you would likely perish before reaching the core area. The only viable method to draw the enemy in is to activate the steam mesh crafted by our Dwarven kin. However, they remain untested and require a skilled operator to lure the adversaries to the furnace core. The scarred chest of the dwarf General Grom heaved with intensity. My king, allow me to go. I am well acquainted with every maintenance passage. I could navigate the mech chamber with my eyes shut. The dwarf king shook his head slowly. When Hu Jinxing designed the control apparatus, he entirely referenced your Earth's aircraft. The dashboard comprises dozens of instruments, and the ignition alone entails 12 intricate steps. Let alone the precision required to maneuver this 15-ton steel behemoth in battle. Zhang Yi pushed through the crowd, stepping forward. I shall take on this task. I have operated tanks, aircraft, and armored vehicles. No operation poses a challenge to me. The dwarf king replied solemnly. Are you certain? Do you understand that once the furnace core is detonated, your life will be forfeit as well? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. I have already tasted death once. What fear do I have of it? It appears I am destined to embrace death, whether on earth or here. Shinsu hesitated, knowing this was not the time for indecision. The dwarven warriors atop the walls fought desperately against the encroaching enemy. If a decision was not made soon, all would be lost. Brother Zhang Yi, Song Nanji, Cheng Shui, and others looked on with tearful eyes, reluctant to part. For the past 2 years, even in this foreign realm, Zhang Yi had steadfastly upheld his sense of justice, striving to protect everyone fairly and equitably. The men fell silent, embracing Zhang Yi tightly. Their silence spoke volumes. Zhang Yi boldly waved his hand. Enough with the sentimentality. Let us hurry and proceed. Chapter 70. A desperate struggle. The Dark Sword was increasingly astonished by the relentless slaughter. These diminutive ants wielded weapons that granted them power transcending several realms. If he could also wield their weapons, could he not also surpass his current limits? Furthermore, their bodily organs, having undergone unique modifications, exhibited tremendous efficacy, akin to the aberrations of their demonic kin, yet without any adverse side effects or lineage constraints. If he could introduce these peculiar enhancements into the empire of Eternal Night, it would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. As he continued his rampage, each arc of the Dark Sword's blade felled a dwarven guard. The fortifications of the city walls were cleaved asunder, and the steel-crafted turrets were neatly severed in twain. The dwarves emitted desperate wails, their warriors armed with steam rifles, who had not even had the chance to pull their triggers, found their hearts crushed by the invisible sword energy. The Dark Sword's consciousness fixated upon the colossal mechanical command center, locking onto the Dwarven King, Shinsu, and others. None would escape. He raised his hand and shattered the final blast door, sending a shower of metallic shards flying, while the command center was engulfed in piercing alarm sounds. A horde of ants hiding within were doomed to perish, as the Dark Sword transformed into a streak of black lightning, preparing to reap his harvest. A towering steel giant, standing 100 meters tall, unleashed a massive metallic fist, propelled by steam and magical energy, striking towards him with overwhelming force. Instinctively, the Dark Sword crossed his blade to block, yet still found himself hurled several hundred meters away, his back crashing into the rock wall, leaving a deep gash. What manner of beast is this? He looked up to behold the steam mech radiating dark red energy waves, steam hissing from its joints, while the core furnace in its chest pulsed with an eerie glow. What was even more terrifying was the astonishing agility of this behemoth, its legs slightly bent. The hydraulic apparatus emitted a sharp shriek, and in the next moment, it leaped like a cannonball, casting a shadow that enveloped the Dark Sword entirely. Within the command center, Grom raised his fist and roared. What madness is that lunatic pursuing? The plan was to draw the enemy in, not confront them head-on. Shinsu replied calmly. No. He is testing the limits. Look at those data. Zhang Yi is compressing the operational delay to under 1 second. If he can slay the enemy, that is ideal. If not, it may provoke them. Boom. A plunging fist. Zhang Yi and the steam mech seemed to merge into one. 12 hydraulic levers in his hands transforming into extensions of his limbs, each subtle movement triggering precise reactions from the steel giant. The dark sword had not anticipated that this seemingly cumbersome metal monstrosity could unleash such astonishing speed. Instinctively, he recoiled, unwilling to confront it directly. His black cloak billowing behind him. The shockwave from the steam mech's landing uprooted the ground within a 100-meter radius. The dark sword conjured his enchanted sword into a black barrier before him to defend, yet still felt his hands tingle from the residual force. Zhang Yi pressed forward relentlessly. As retreat became impossible, the dark sword was compelled to engage in battle. Channeling its power, it struck the mech's right arm, producing a deafening sound of metal tearing as the thick armor was neatly severed, revealing intricate gears and pipes flowing with blue coolant within. The dark sword regained its composure. Is that all? At most 3 strikes, and I shall sever your arm. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, feeling the damage alert for the mech's right arm flashing incessantly, yet there was no path left for retreat. The steam mech activated its rear thrusters, propelling its massive form forward with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the left arm transformed, deploying 3 sets of rapidly spinning chainsaws that swept towards the dark sword with a piercing shriek. However, the dark sword moved even faster, deftly weaving through the chainsaws, and once again, the enchanted blade struck precisely at the wound on the right arm. This time, a greater shower of metallic fragments erupted, and the mech's right arm was now on the brink of collapse. 3rd strike. Break it for me. Boom. With a thunderous sound of metal fracturing, the steam mech's right arm was finally severed completely. Blue coolant gushed from the rupture, exposing the intricate gears within, which continued to function valiantly. Zhang Yi coughed up blood in the cockpit, the sword's force reverberating through the mech. He fled in disarray. The dark sword would not allow the steam giant to escape. A band of charlatans dares to flaunt themselves before me. If you wish to leave, then leave me your remnants. Zhang Yi pushed the steam power output to 200, risking imminent explosion. Yet he could not afford to dwell on that now. His sole mission was to lure the dark sword to the furnace core. Meanwhile, the mech's metallic exterior suddenly fissured, revealing hundreds of precisely arranged miniature cannon ports, each one locking onto the rapidly moving dark sword. Hu Zhenxing, you are indeed a madman. These tracking projectiles utilized steam-guided technology, relying entirely on mechanical computation and steam power, yet they could accurately pursue the dark sword's elusive form. The cannon ports did not unleash ordinary ammunition, but rather tracking rounds compressed from liquid magic crystals, tracing hundreds of crimson trajectories through the air. For the first time, the dark sword felt the threat of death. Those tracking rounds clung to him like a festering wound. No matter how he changed positions or accelerated to evade, they remained relentlessly attached. The dark sword dared not engage closely. Making a swift decision, he hurled the magic sword away. Pierced through the silence, the magic sword spun through the air, releasing waves of purple-black energy. Wherever these waves passed, the tracking rounds detonated in succession. Seizing this brief respite, the steam mech surged to within 100 meters of the furnace core. The mech's exterior began to melt under the intense heat. But Zhang Yi paid no heed to this. His eyes were fixated solely on the final task, to detonate the furnace core. The dark sword caught the returning magic sword and pursued once more. Why struggle? Whether early or late, death is still death. The dark sword gathered terrifying energy capable of slicing through space, aiming directly for the colossal steel head of the steam mech. The enemy had entered the core zone. Catalyst injection. Boiler overload critical point, 100. Detonation countdown, 3. The diminutive engineer frantically infused the catalyst. Ming Jian furrowed his brow, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from below. Surely. It was yet another underhanded tactic from these insignificant beings, attempting to intimidate him. A mere dream. Undeterred, Ming Jian resolved to annihilate the steam mech. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi maneuvered the steam mech into the colossal core of the furnace. With a final roar of defiance, Zhang Yi proclaimed, "Long live Huaxia! Long live Long On!" The immense steel form, imbued with resolute sorrow, plunged headlong into the searing red depths of the boiler's molten pool. Disaster loomed. It was dire. Ming Jian sensed the impending doom. In the next moment, he sought to flee. However, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire furnace city suddenly lurched downward. The geothermal energy, accumulated over millions of years within the core boiler, was explosively unleashed by the catalyst, akin to a captive sun breaking free from its restraints. An indescribable wave of searing heat and pressure surged forth, a primal energy storm so pure and ferocious that it disregarded all forms of defense. Sweeping through the entire core furnace area with absolute destruction. No. Impossible. How could these ants possibly wield such terrifying energy? Ming Jian's face contorted in horror, consumed by the utmost fear. Chapter 71. You shall all accompany the second brother in death. The terrifying energy that erupted from the core of the furnace instantaneously engulfed the dark sword. The haughty and disdainful smirk of the dark sword froze, as the primal instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. I refuse to believe it. You insignificant ants cannot harm me. In his hand, the demonic sword radiated an unprecedented, blinding black light. Hundreds of tangible, purplish-black sword chi barriers unfolded in rapid succession, colliding thunderously with the torrent of destruction. Boom. The barriers could only endure for a mere second before shattering with the sound of breaking glass. The searing heat pierced through first. The battle robe on the dark sword turned to ash, while his skin, as resilient as dragon scales, emitted a hissing sound as it carbonized, visibly peeling away to reveal the crimson flesh and stark white bones beneath. Agonizing pain surged through him, akin to countless red-hot needles piercing his nerves. His handsome visage contorting into that of a demon, emitting inhuman hisses from his throat. I am immortal. You cannot harm me. The bloodline of the demon race surged violently within him, and thick, ink-like black mist gushed from his wounds, miraculously healing the burns on his body. The charred dead skin flaked away, as fresh flesh covered the wounds, the furnace's heat energy enveloping him once more. The newly healed skin vaporized instantly, muscle fibers snapping in the intense light, carbonizing. Even his bones began to soften and deform. Unwilling to succumb, the dark sword's demonic energy surged, enveloping him like a massive black cocoon, healing him entirely. Yet, as soon as the new flesh sprouted, it was immediately eroded away. Each cycle of restoration accompanied by the excruciating agony of his soul being torn apart. The dark sword let out a soul-shattering roar of anguish. He was unwilling to perish here, compelled to heal, but each attempt brought forth suffering more unbearable than death itself. Soon, the core boiler, having accumulated the geothermal energy of millennia, finally reached its true critical point under the catalyst's detonation. The energy storm transformed from a torrent into a sea of luminous particles, penetrating all. In a desperate bid, the dark sword infused all his demonic energy into the sword, unleashing slashes that tore through space, striving to carve a path to survival. Yet, the sword light vanished into the sea of light, failing to create even a ripple. The cracks in the demonic sword rapidly expanded until, with a sharp snap, the tip shattered into fragments. I am the dark sword, under the reign of the king of eternal night. How could I fall here? Vile mortals. He let out one final, unwilling roar. The muscles, bones, and organs, every material that constituted the existence of the dark sword, were directly disintegrated in the furnace's explosion, transforming into the most primordial particles. That head, filled with resentment and fear, was swept away by the sea of light, leaving not even a trace of dust. Returning to nothingness. We have triumphed. The furnace city has been preserved. May the gods bless us. The triumphant cheers resounded across the battlefield. The dwarf General Grom raised his warhammer, his voice hoarse. Long live the dwarven race. The surviving dwarf warriors cast aside their weapons, embracing one another in tears. The dwarf king, however, wore a grim expression. The cost of this victory was far too great, with 100,000 of his kin, now reduced to fewer than 10,000. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards the former clan leader. Amidst the cacophony of celebration, Chen Su, Su He, and others remained silent and despondent. Brother Zhang Yi, Song Nanji wept until she was exhausted, recalling that eternally upright figure on the very first night in this unfamiliar world. When fear kept everyone tossing and turning, it was Zhang Yi who stood guard at the cave entrance with his sword, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone, sleep well. I am here. Zhao Ling and Su Yao clung to each other, choking back sobs, their grief overwhelming. They remembered every stormy night when this man selflessly offered the most sheltered positions to the female team members, while he himself, wrapped in a thin cloak, braved the biting winds. Su He, nearing 50, could no longer contain his anguish and broke down in tears, recalling Zhang Ye's solemn face as he taught them to set traps. On the battlefield, surviving is the greatest responsibility to your comrades. Yet now this man, who always emphasized safety, had chosen to leap into the boiling furnace. Chen Su, filled with indignation, struck the ground, his hands stained with blood. Gazing at the rolling magma as if he could hear Zhang Ye's words while cleaning his sword, wherever one may be, a soldier's duty is to protect. The furnace's flames illuminated the tear-streaked faces of all present, and the night wind swirled the ashes upward, resembling restless heroic spirits. King Grolong of the dwarves spoke with trembling voice. In the name of the dwarven race, I vow to personally craft a monument. Zhang Yi shall forever be etched at the pinnacle of the heroic steel. He then knelt, offering the highest tribute to this warrior from another world. Just as the echoes of the furnace's core began to wane, a faint purplish-black light suddenly surged forth from the vortex of energy. Within that light, a diminutive figure could be discerned, its face grotesquely contorted, the very essence of the soul of the dark sword. Not good. King Grolong's pupils constricted, his face tightening in an instant. That was the enemy's soul. He bellowed, "All rune gunners, take your positions. Aim for that purple light. We cannot let it escape." Hundreds of dwarves prepared their arms, the cannons humming with anticipation, their muzzles glowing with blinding magical energy. Boom! With a thunderous roar, countless golden beams sliced through the smoky sky. Remarkably, these charged cannon fires proved effective against the soul of the dark sword. It emitted a piercing scream with each beam, wisps of green smoke rising from its form. Just as one of the beams was about to pierce the core of the soul, at the critical moment, boom! A black blade of energy, resembling divine retribution, cleaved through the sky. The blade spanned 100 meters, distorting the very fabric of space. And hundreds of dwarven gunners had no time to scream before being obliterated beneath this cataclysmic force. The ground beneath them was sliced like tofu, reducing all structures within a kilometer radius to rubble. As the dust settled, a figure taller than the soul of the dark sword hovered in the air. Enveloped in tangible black malevolence, the face, eerily similar to the dark sword's, now bore a mask of horrific grief and rage. "Dark sword, brother!" The dark blade cried out, its wail shaking the entire furnace city. "Damn it, you ants! How could you? How dare you kill my brother?" With each word he uttered, the malevolence surrounding him intensified. By the end, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent had coalesced into a tangible form, encircling him in a ring of black flames. The grim blade was slowly raised, revealing a blood-red eye that opened upon the blade itself. Fixated intently on the survivors below, "I shall ensure that all of you accompany him to the grave." Boom! The dark blade of energy cleaved through the still-boiling core of the furnace. The geologic energy, capable of annihilating legendary powerhouses, was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere parchment before this blade's might. King Grom of the dwarves staggered backward, exclaiming, "This individual is more than tenfold stronger than that previous grim sword. The heavens seek to annihilate my dwarf clan." The dwarf general, Grom, appeared ashen, having barely vanquished one foe only to confront an even stronger adversary. Chen Su and his companions felt as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. The victory, bought at the cost of Zhang Ye's life, evaporated in an instant. The grim blade loomed above, casting a disdainful gaze upon the crowd of ants, its voice resonating like the chill of the netherworld. "You shall all accompany my second brother to the grave." With that, the dark demonic blade enveloped everyone. This strike was one that no soul could withstand. Moreover, no one wished to resist. The dwarves and the traversers had all surrendered hope. Lu Chen shook his head. Was this how it was to end? How dreadfully dull. What he yearned for was an ultimate showdown of equal might. Only then could he delight in reaping the energies of the heavenly path, rather than witnessing a one-sided slaughter. "Cease this," Lu Chen declared, once more stepping into the fray. Chapter 72. Lu Chen descends again. Lu Chen conjured a dragon clan youth from thin air, the beginnings of a pair of jade-white dragon horns manifesting prominently upon his brow. The instant Lu Chen descended, an aura of majesty, sanctity, and vastness enveloped the entire battlefield. Lu Chen had no intention of directly slaying Ming Dao, for such interference bore no rewards or penalties. However, should he take Ming Dao's life, it would result in a reduction of 10 of the rewards, a staggering loss of 10,000 Dao energy. Lu Chen's clear and tranquil voice, imbued with an undeniable potency of rule, effortlessly pierced through Ming Dao's roar. "You, depart. Do not force my hand." As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanating from the essence of life descended upon Ming Dao, akin to the crushing weight of an immense starry sea, abruptly bearing down upon him. It was the absolute disdain of a superior towards an inferior. Ming Dao, consumed by the fiery rage ignited by the pain of lost kin, had lost all rationality. His divine sense swept across the silver-haired youth before him, yet yielded no discoveries, akin to probing an unfathomable abyss. This youth exuded not a trace of spiritual energy, which incited the ever-proud Ming Dao to a furious, mocking laughter. Dragon Clan. Huh? With you, do you dare to feign grandeur before the might of my illustrious demon bloodline? Let me show you what a true dragon is. Boom. Without a shred of hesitation, all the demonic energy surged into the massive blade. The blood-red eye upon the blade radiated a blinding ferocity, a blade aura, more concentrated and darker than that which had cleaved the core of the furnace. Infused with a pure will of annihilation, erupted like a world-destroying demon dragon escaping from the depths of hell, roaring as it tore through space. Devouring all light in its path, embodying the terrifying might to shatter stars and slay gods and demons, aimed directly at the brow of the dragon youth. This strike contained the entirety of his cultivation and wrath as a peak great ascension expert. Faced with this cataclysmic blow, the expression on the dragon youth's face remained unaltered, his golden eyes betraying not the slightest ripple. With an effortless gesture, he raised his right hand, extending merely a single finger. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no trace of power, just a slender, pale finger, seemingly ordinary. That finger, appearing to move slowly, in truth transcended the measure of time, disregarded the barriers of space, and accurately pointed at the razor-sharp tip of the oncoming blade aura, capable of cleaving the Earth's core. Ping. A sound so faint it was nearly ethereal. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy as anticipated, nor a sweeping torrent of impact. It was as if a vast, illusory soap bubble had been gently punctured by a fingertip. The mightiest strike, infused with all of Ming Dao's cultivation and fury. The annihilating blade aura containing the essence of the infernal laws, disintegrated silently before that seemingly fragile finger, like thin ice under the scorching sun, vanishing without a trace. The pitch-black blade aura instantaneously fragmented into countless flecks of luminous dust, not even stirring the slightest ripple. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. The breath of King Grolon, the dwarf, halted entirely, his bloodshot eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What? What is that? A mere finger. Just a single finger. General Grom felt as if struck by lightning, his robust frame trembling slightly as he murmured in disbelief. Even if the legendary Dragon King were to personally descend, it would be inconceivable to so casually deflect an attack. Chen Su pressed his lips tightly together, an indescribable chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Even if he were to evolve into an era of advanced technological intelligence on Earth, he would likely still be no match for the youth before him. What progress have they truly made? Su He, Lu Yong, Ma Gang, and others were equally dumbfounded, their minds blank, overwhelmed by an instinctual sense of awe and insignificance. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his finger, the motion as gentle as brushing away a speck of dust. His golden eyes gazed down upon the utterly petrified Ming Dao, and his clear, tranquil voice resonated once more. Child, surrender, retreat. I truly have no desire to take a life. Yet, Ming Dao's feelings at this moment were entirely different. He felt no fear. What he experienced was humiliation, an unprecedented, bone-deep humiliation that trampled his dignity, strength, and noble bloodline into the mire. Surrender? Child, no desire to kill. Each word struck like a searing iron, branding itself deep within Ming Dao's essence. As a noble of the Eternal Night civilization, how could he endure such degradation from a mere boy? Ah! Ming Dao howled to the heavens. His eyes instantly blood-red, the black malevolence coiling around him roiling like boiling magma, swelling with fury. Who do you look down upon? You wretched insect. Allow me to show you what true noble bloodline is. Ming blood, boiling. The blood within Ming Dao ignited, unleashing a terrifying aura tenfold greater than before. The sky darkened ominously, heavy calamity clouds gathering at a visible pace. Swirling as black thunder roared like a raging dragon within the clouds. Ming Dao forcibly broke through, burning his essence, summoning the tribulation. He shattered the shackles of the pinnacle of the Great Ascension and stepped into the realm of tribulation, though this was but a fleeting, illusory state achieved at the cost of his life. The vast power that commanded the might of heaven and earth was undeniably the force of tribulation. Die for me. Ming Dao's voice warped and twisted, his hands gripping the demonic blade tightly, his entire being merging with the sword. Channeling the newly descended might of the tribulation, the burning essence of his bloodline, and an overwhelming desire for vengeance. An unprecedented black blade light, akin to the primordial force of destruction that split the heavens asunder, rent the calamity clouds, devouring space itself. Its might cast the recently ignited flicker of hope among the Dwarven King and others into a profound abyss of despair. This strike was capable of erasing the entire Furnace City along with its very roots from the continental plate. They had placed all their hopes upon the Dragon Clan youth. Uncertain whether he could withstand this onslaught, the Dragon Clan youth, an embodiment of Lucien S. will, finally exhibited a flicker of impatience within his perpetually indifferent golden gaze. It was as if he were observing a theatrical performance, only to be disturbed by the incessant buzzing of a fly. Initially, I intended to grant you a reprieve. Lucien's calm voice pierced through the terrifying blade's radiance and the thunderous roar of calamity, resonating clearly with a hint of icy regret. Since you are so determined to embrace death, I shall fulfill your wish. Once again, it is that singular finger, casually raised yet again. However, this time, the essence gathered at its tip is no longer merely defensive, but rather an almost imperceptible point imbued with the concept of cosmic creation and annihilation. The primordial chaos of existence, the epitome of obliteration. With a gentle tap of the fingertip, there is neither sound nor light, nor any clash of energies. The formidable blade's radiance, potent enough to devastate cities and summon divine retribution, crumbled upon making contact with that finger. As if a fragile sandcastle had collided with an eternal star, vanishing without a trace, disintegrated. It was not a defeat nor an annulment, but a complete and irreversible erasure at the level of fundamental loss. Like a chalkboard filled with writing, gently wiped clean by an eraser. Both the inscriptions and the very existence that bore them vanished entirely. The dark blade stood frozen in place, the madness and brutality etched on its face dissipating, leaving behind only the most primal fear. Who are you? Chapter 73, The Annihilation Blade, I am your father. Lucien's declaration reverberated, each syllable striking the Ming Dao with a force that nearly shattered its very essence. The Ming Dao's visage turned ashen, contorted in a grotesque display of fear. Not even his elder brother, Ming Guo, one of the 10 formidable demon generals, could so nonchalantly withstand a strike wrought from the flames of life itself. Even the Eternal Night Emperor, Yi Yin, could not endure such a force. This place is utterly terrifying. I must warn my brother. He must not come. Flee at once. In a frantic attempt, he unleashed his consciousness, striving to convey the dire information, brother. Flee. A being akin to a deity lurks here. Yet, as soon as his thoughts took flight, Lucien's hand reached into the void and crushed it to oblivion. The Ming Dao was rendered utterly dumbfounded. What manner of power is this? It can seize even my consciousness? Did you not label me a mere insect? Did you not intend to slay me? Why do you now tremble in fear? Without pausing, Lucien advanced his finger forward. There was no cataclysmic spectacle, no apocalyptic radiance. A thread so fine it was nearly imperceptible, composed entirely of the void, emanated from Lucien's fingertip. No. The Ming Dao, a formidable contender for the next demon general, envisioned himself as a sovereign, ruling with might. He was loath to perish here, exhausting every ounce of energy to conjure layers of blade shields for defense. Yet, all such efforts were futile. The light particle disregarded any semblance of defense, effortlessly piercing through the Ming Dao's brow as though it were gossamer. The expression of fury frozen on the Ming Dao's face captured a moment of madness, brutality, horror, and despair, which abruptly crystallized and then shattered like fragile glass, losing all semblance of vitality. In the next instant, his body began to disintegrate silently from the minuscule puncture in his brow, spreading countless fine fissures like crumbling sand sculptures. There was no blood, no scream. His entire form, along with the formidable demonic armor he wore, succumbed to an absolute force, a power of a law, disassembling into the most fundamental particles of dust. Yet, just as the Ming Dao's corporeal existence faded entirely, a purple, ghostly light, imbued with terror and profound hatred, surged forth, entwined with the dim, nearly extinguished golden light, the remnants of the sword spirit, Mingjian. They fled like startled prey, consuming their final essence. Desperate to rend the fabric of space and escape this realm more dreadful than hell itself. Lucien had anticipated this moment. He extended another hand into the void, fingers slightly curling in a gesture of grasping. The invisible space solidified like frozen crystal, instantaneously sealing them within. The two nascent souls, racing like shooting stars, collided with an unseen barrier, unleashing anguished keens of despair. In the next moment, an irresistible force of terror materialized, ensnaring them with unyielding grip. No. The Ming Dao's nascent soul emitted waves of desperation and defiance, yet it was utterly powerless to alter its fate. Two nascent souls, one purple and one golden, were drawn back uncontrollably like fireflies tethered by unseen threads, ultimately drifting gently, irresistibly, into the alabaster, elongated palm of Lu Chun. The diminutive nascent souls curled within his grasp, emitting a faint yet terrified glow, akin to quivering fish upon a chopping board. King Grolong of the dwarves, dragging his battle-scarred form, knelt on one knee, respectfully saluting. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue. The dwarven clan shall forever remember this grace. Lu Chun offered a faint smile, casually waving his hand, his tone tranquil, merely a trifling effort. King Grolong inhaled deeply, summoning courage to inquire. May I ask, esteemed elder, from whence do you hail? Lu Chun's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was neither fully jovial nor entirely serious. I am the fourth prince, Ao Yi. The old eyes of King Grolong widened in astonishment. Indeed, a member of the dragon clan. It is said there are 3 princes of the dragon lineage, Ao Jia, Ao Bing, and Ao. Might I inquire which one you are? Lu Chun suppressed a smile, fabricating casually. I am the fourth prince, Ao Yi. This evidently dismissive response left King Grolong momentarily speechless, yet he swiftly recognized that this exalted being preferred to remain reticent. Lu Chun turned, his silver hair tracing elegant arcs in the air. Enough, the crisis has passed. I shall take my leave. As his words faded, Lu Chun's figure gradually dissipated like a reflection on water, ultimately vanishing entirely, leaving behind an unsettling echo of oppressive power. Silence enveloped the battlefield. Chen Su stood frozen, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. He was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. The ominous specters of the Underworld Sword and Underworld Blade, entities that nearly led to their annihilation, were but trifling players upon the eternal continent. And that dragon youth, who effortlessly obliterated the Underworld Blade, displayed a power that surpassed his comprehension. Do we truly stand a chance? Chen Su's voice was hoarse, as if wrenched from the depths of his throat. How could we possibly triumph against such adversaries? Do not despair, lad. King Grolong thumped Chen Su's shoulder with a heavy hand. We have only been developing for 2 years. If you had heeded my counsel earlier and embraced steam technology like I did, we would not be in such dire straits. Chen Su suddenly lifted his gaze, the confusion in his eyes gradually yielding to contemplation. He surveyed his surroundings. The once majestic forge mechanical city now lay in ruins, strewn with the corpses of dwarven warriors. Of the 30,000 dwarves, fewer than 10,000 remained. Chen Su took a deep breath, his eyes steadily resolute. You are right. We have been too eager for success. Forcing the development of the electrical age was a misstep, and even if we were fortunate enough to reach that stage, it would likely exacerbate the rift between the 2 continents, drawing forth even mightier foes and hastening our demise. King Grolong nodded approvingly. Now that is more like it. Trust my judgment. If steam technology is pursued to its utmost potential, it can undoubtedly conquer all enemies. The 2 exchanged a glance, each seeing the same determination reflected in the other's eyes. Chen Su nodded solemnly. From this day forth, we shall develop together and progress together. The Dwarven King, Grolin, stood tall and declared, in the name of the Dwarven King, I announce that our entire clan shall join the Dragonhan Kingdom. However, there is one condition. Our Dwarven kin shall independently advance our technology, free from any commands from you. Indeed, Chen Su was taken aback by the dwarves' initiative to join the Dragonhan Kingdom, a proposition more absurd than Lu Yifei marrying a vagabond. Considering that the Dragonhan Kingdom currently possessed virtually nothing, we are now comrades bound by life and death, sailing in the same vessel, with a singular objective, development and vengeance. The Dwarven King seized the moment, and together, they shouted in unison. General Grom of the dwarves wore an expression of discontent, clearly opposed to this decision, yet dared not openly defy the king's command. Surrounding dwarven warriors raised their weapons, unleashing a thunderous battle cry. The traversers wiped away their tears, reigniting their fervor. A new alliance was born, a formidable coalition forged for survival and retribution. The fading rays of the setting sun illuminated the ruins, where the surviving dwarven craftsmen began to salvage usable mechanical parts. One dwarf, astounded, uncovered a red, pentagram-shaped energy core crystal from the remnants of the furnace's heart. Chen Su, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped the energy core tightly, tears streaming down his face. This is the energy core condensed from Zhang Ye's very life. Even in death, he left behind such a precious treasure. The Dwarven King's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Why not utilize this energy core to forge a steam-powered mech, naming it Zhang Yi? Chapter 74. I am the way of heaven, the master of all things. In the capital of the Human Federation, the Arcane City, the 10 demon generals of the Eternal Night Legion, led by the disdainful Miengo with his crimson eyes, surveyed the magical academy below. Such an ant-like magical civilization shall witness the terror of the Eternal Night demons today, he proclaimed. However, what Miengo did not anticipate was that the legendary mage Nolan was deliberately fleeing to lure him into the academy, where a terrifying trap had long been set. Deep within the ley lines of 5 magical cities, countless ancient magical runes suddenly illuminated, forming a massive pentagram under Nolan's guidance, spanning thousands of miles. Hundreds of thousands of magical apprentices, along with thousands of mages and archmages, knelt at their respective ley line nodes, their magical energies converging like rivers returning to the sea. Wildly gathering through the city's ley lines. With his white hair billowing, Nolan raised his staff. The crystal atop it radiating a blinding light that pierced the heavens, with the spirits of 1,000,000 mages as the guide and the ley lines of the 5 cities as the foundation. I invoke the ultimate forbidden spell, Divine Retribution. Boom. 5 dazzling beams of light, each over 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the tops of the magical towers in the 5 cities, converging into a radiant light of deities that surged toward Miengo. Miengo scoffed, retrieving his life-bound artifact, the 9 nether flute. The moment he played the first note, the battlefield was enveloped in frost, and the magical apprentices were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. As the melody rose in pitch, the sound waves warped and twisted in the void, coalescing into 9 colossal bone dragons of the netherworld. At the instant these nether bone dragons collided with the divine light, space itself tore open a minuscule black point, which then expanded at an astonishing speed into a vortex of emptiness with a diameter of hundreds of meters, mercilessly devouring all surrounding matter. Hundreds of archmages, tirelessly maintaining the magical formation, could not even display their terror before their robes, flesh, and bones disintegrated under this incomprehensible energy surge. The magical cores within the bodies of over 1,000 grand magi could not withstand the burden and detonated. The Academy's time-honored teaching towers crumbled like paper, burying countless invaluable tomes and the students who studied within them beneath the rubble. The entire magical civilization was nearly obliterated in this earth-shattering collision. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Miengo stared incredulously at the 9 nether flute in his hand, which had shattered. His armor forged from the 9 nether black iron lay in ruins, and he spat out a mouthful of purple blood. He had been injured. This demon general, who had swept across the entire Eternal Night Empire, never expected to be harmed by magic. Meanwhile, a kilometer away amidst the ruins, Nolan faced a similarly dire fate. His staff, crafted from the stars of the outer cosmos, had broken into 3 pieces, and his magical robe had turned to ash. His body was nearly shattered from the impact. Yet, in such dire straits, the centenarian legendary mage stood tall, his blood-stained white hair billowing in the wind, his murky eyes ablaze with an indomitable fire, silently proclaiming the noble soul of magic that would never yield. Rumbling. At that moment, the passage connecting the 2 continents began to tremble, and the spatial rifts visibly shrank. Fearful that these mages might possess a hidden trump card, Miengo hesitated to press his attack. With a resounding roar that echoed across the continent, the command to retreat was issued. Withdraw. Back to Eternal Night. The other commanders of Eternal Night fled in a panic. When the final spatial rift closed, Minggu counted the survivors, with only 6 returning, including Ming Fist and Ming Leg. The fall of Ming Hammer in the Dragon Valley was somewhat understandable there. The presence of ancient beasts loomed. However, the battlefield overseen by Ming's sword and Ming Blade was merely occupied by ordinary folk. Even the dwarves, who were only skilled in smithing, had perished. This was incomprehensible. At the last moment before the passage sealed completely, Minggu cast a glance at the continent that had brought him such disgrace, vowing that next time, he would annihilate the entire land. In the Eternal Night Empire, within the Obsidian Throne Room, the nightmarish Emperor's dark magical aura surged through the hall. Incompetence. 3 generals lost. Minggu knelt on one knee. his forehead pressed against the cold ground. The subordinate is damned. The entire hall fell into an oppressive silence, where even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. Slowly rising, the nightmarish emperor's heavy footfalls echoed like a death knell as he looked down upon this capable subordinate. However, you have also achieved something this time. Unveiling the true nature of the chaotic continent. With a snap of his fingers, 12 black-robed attendants entered, bearing a heavy obsidian chest in formation. As the lid opened, a rich scent of noble blood filled the hall, 12 portions of noble flesh radiating an eerie purple glow in the dim light. Minggu was elated. Each portion of noble blood was worth a fortune, enough to drive any demon cultivator into madness. It is known that the demon race can directly enhance their cultivation by consuming bloodlines. Yet, there were only 20 noble families in the Eternal Night Empire, each wielding immense power, private armies, and formidable warriors. It was unthinkable to simply seize them. Doing so would likely provoke a coalition of nobles to overthrow the Eternal Night Empire. Thus, the nightmarish emperor would deliberately place spies among them to incite infighting and war among the nobles. Then, under the guise of justice, he would capture and execute the rebellious nobles. In truth, these nobles were kept alive in secret, to be devoured as a grand feast when the time for cultivation arose. Even if they were aware, they could only see it in silence, for they were the architects of their own turmoil. Minggu greedily inhaled. "Thank you for your bountiful gift, Your Majesty." After Minggu departed, the nightmarish emperor ascended to the stargazing platform, gazing into the mist-shrouded, chaotic continent. Magic? Merely a plaything. When the passage reopens, the Emperor of Eternal Night would personally lead the 10 great demon generals to conquer the chaotic continent. Meanwhile, Lu Chen focused on the 2 trembling infant souls, the essence cores of Ming's sword and Ming blade, cracking a knowing smile. Direct annihilation would incur punishment, but perhaps a different approach. The fabric of space before him was effortlessly torn asunder like gossamer. In an instant, Lu Chen had crossed the barriers of dimensions, arriving at the heart of the eternal continent. He initially attempted to forcibly insert the 2 infant souls into the body of a passing farmer, only to witness the mortal frame burst as if overinflated, blood and flesh scattering. Indeed, a formed soul container could not accommodate such an intrusion. Pondering thoughtfully while stroking his chin, Lu Chen suddenly sensed a surge of life energy emanating from the palace 100 miles away. The chosen one, Queen Xie, is nurturing new life, the nascent soul of the unborn child, akin to a pristine white canvas. Lu Chen discreetly vanished, silently materializing within the resplendent palace chamber. Under the moonlight, Xie's serene visage resembled a porcelain doll, her rounded abdomen emanating a faint glow of life. With a delicate touch of his fingertip, 2 strands of primordial essence transformed into luminous wisps, entering the womb, while he concurrently dispatched a fragment of his consciousness to follow suit. In her dreams, Xie sensed an unfamiliar presence within her and was abruptly awakened. "Who dares to intrude upon my body? Depart at once." She harnessed her innate ability to purge corruption, striving to expel the foreign entity. Lu Chen merely smirked. "Rest easy, my dear. I am merely performing a minor procedure." He extended a finger, making a subtle motion, and with a whisper of freeze, Xie instantly lost all awareness, slipping into a deep slumber. In the chaotic realm of the womb, Lu Chen's will materialized as golden chains, binding the 2 struggling primordial essences with unyielding force. The essence of the nether blade emitted a piercing mental shriek. This is utterly terrifying. You can enter a human body at will? Who are you truly?" Lu Chen's soul resonated with a reply. "I have already stated it. I am your father. Why do you persist in questioning?" In despair, the nether blade conceded. All right. You are indeed my father, my dear father. I implore you, reveal your true identity to me. Grant me a swift demise." Lu Chen chuckled coldly. "Since you have so earnestly inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am the way of heaven, the sovereign of all creation." Chapter 75. You have disturbed my dining experience. The mad blade of the underworld exclaimed, "You lunatic! I concede your strength, yet there is no need for such arrogant declarations. How could the heavenly path possibly contend with a mere insignificant character like myself? Where have I provoked you?" Lu Chen replied calmly, "You have not provoked me. But you have indeed disrupted my dining experience." The mad blade was left bewildered. Lu Chen continued, "Enough of this dialogue. I shall now escort you on your final journey." As his words faded, Lu Chen summoned the power of the heavenly path. erasing the memories and imprints of the Mad Sword and Mad Blade as if they were mere chalk marks. The Mad Blade, in terror, witnessed his memories dissipating bit by bit, and finally grasped the truth. It seems you do not lie. You are indeed the heavenly path. No other force could possess such divine abilities, capable of erasing memories directly. The Mad Blade found solace in this revelation. To be slain by the heavenly path was not a loss. All the bloody battles, the glory of the eternal night, and the bonds of brotherhood transformed into drifting dust. 10 months later, the cries of a newborn pierced the dawn. The Empress has given birth, twins. The midwife trembled as she presented the extraordinary twins, their pupils shimmering with a unique violet glow. During the grand ceremony of drawing lots, the firstborn male infant clutched a jade-carved dagger tightly, while the secondborn grasped a decorative short sword. Bai Jin was overjoyed and promptly named them Bai Dao and Bai Jian. The typically stoic ruler exhibited unprecedented tenderness, utilizing the corrupted energy he had amassed over the years to personally forge the twins' destined weapons. Lu Chen looked upon this outcome with satisfaction. Indeed, he had not faced any rewards or punishments from the system. By slaying the Mad Blade and subsequently aiding in his rebirth, it was as if he had never killed him at all, thus incurring no penalty. It was akin to exploiting a loophole in a game. I am truly a genius. From this point onward, Lu Chen need not fear rewards or punishments. He merely had to eliminate a target and assist in their reincarnation thereafter. How splendid, truly splendid. Naturally, Lu Chen was not one to meddle in the affairs of small worlds. He preferred to observe, akin to watching ants, relishing the process rather than crushing them underfoot. He preserved the fabricated dragon youth as a character template, choosing not to erase him. Should he wish to intervene again, he could simply summon the dragon youth without needing to create a new character. Meanwhile, the holy maiden Xie's personal guard, Guang Lei, knelt outside the tent, murmuring in discontent. You loathe him to the core. Why then do you bear his children? Xie gently caressed the sleeping faces of the twins. I shall cultivate these two as the mightiest warriors, transforming them into my instruments to slay Bai Jin. Do you not think this will inflict greater anguish upon him? 14 fleeting years passed, and the once tottering Bai Dao and Bai Jian had blossomed into the most dazzling twin stars of the Dark Radiance Empire. The two young generals donned black iron armor. Bai Dao wielded a weapon named Soul Reaper, while Bai Jian brandished a blade called Spirit Sever. They not only possessed the formidable Yuan Ing of the Reaper Sword and the Reaper Blade from their past life, but also inherit a portion of the fateful destiny of their father, Bai Jin. At merely 14 years of age, they have already ascended to the God Transformation realm, emerging as the most powerful warriors of the empire. Raised under the indulgent affection of Shiyu, they have been thoroughly brainwashed during Bai Jin's absence, led to believe that Shiyu has suffered grievous wrongs at the hands of Bai Jin, enduring countless hardships. This relentless indoctrination has driven the two sons to align entirely with Shiyu. In stark contrast, despite exhausting all his resources and energy to nurture his sons, Bai Jin only finds himself the target of their hatred. At last, after a decade of rigorous preparation, the Sun Empire and the Dark Radiance Empire stand poised for a grand confrontation. The blood-red battle flags flutter ominously as the Sun Legion of the Sun Empire surges forth like a golden torrent, crashing against the black defenses of the Dark Radiance Empire with overwhelming force. The Sun Emperor, proud upon his gilded war chariot, is resolute in his ambition for victory in this meticulously planned battle. Kill. The first wave of Golden Knights cleaves through the corrupted legion's defenses with ease. However, in the next instant, the warriors of the Sun Legion are left aghast. Those impaled by spears continue their advance, beheaded bodies groping for their severed heads to reattach. Severed limbs writhe on the ground, seeking their masters, while bisected corrupted beings crawl forward to launch further attacks. The formation of the Sun Legion begins to crumble, their once proud combat skills rendered absurd in the face of these undead monstrosities. It is only when a near-death knight, in a moment of despair, pierces an enemy's back and discovers a shard of dark purple crystal that a glimmer of hope emerges in this nightmare. The core. The crystal core that attacks their backs. Yet, it is too late, as the corrupted legion breaches 3 lines of defense, closing in on the Sun Emperor's command tent. The Sun Emperor intervenes personally, his left hand conjuring sacred light that rises like the dawn, while his right hand wields hellfire as if the inferno has descended. These two opposing forces, under his perfected cultivation at the tribulation level, achieve a remarkable balance. The warriors of the corrupted legion, connected to the crystal cores, are instantaneously ground to dust under this overwhelming power. Follow me. Counterattack. The Sun Emperor sounds the horn for retaliation, leading the Sun Legion into battle. Bai Jin steps onto the battlefield, his pale, elongated fingers raised. In an instant, the very fabric of the battlefield is torn apart, countless inky fissures erupting with viscous, corrupt energy that ensnares the warriors of the Sun Legion like living tendrils. The frontline Golden Knights emit piercing cries as their armor rapidly rusts and falls away, revealing their skin adorned with eerie, dark purple patterns. Even more terrifying, the eyes of these corrupted warriors blaze red, turning their weapons upon their comrades in a frenzied attack. One corrupted centurion even tears open his deputy's chest with his bare hands, blood splattering across his malevolent face in a grotesque display of triumph. Despite having steeled himself for such horrors, the Sun Emperor cannot help but gasp in shock at the terrifying scene unfolding before him. He witnessed with his own eyes the grotesque transformation of his elite guards, twisted by corruption. Some sprouted bone spurs from their backs, others had their heads melt like wax figures, while still others collapsed entirely, their bodies resembling putrid sludge. At this rate, the million-strong army of the Sun Empire would surely succumb to the fate of corrupted puppets. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. A strategy must be devised to eliminate the blight. The blazing sun roared, its twin blades carving a cross-shaped conflagration. An energetic torrent of holy light intertwined with infernal flames cleaved a scorched chasm 100 meters wide through the corrupted army, reducing countless abominations to mere ash under this purifying force. He soared aloft upon the flames, forging a bloody path through the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, directly towards the blight. Noticing this, the blight sneered coldly, tearing open the folds of space once more. However, this time, the rifts of corruption, which could drive ordinary cultivators to madness in an instant, curiously dissipated as they approached within 3 yards of the blazing sun. The surface of the sun shimmered with a protective aura, a perfect amalgamation of holy light and infernal flames, creating a balanced field that rendered the previously invincible forces of corruption ineffective for the first time. Intriguing. The blight finally abandoned its mocking demeanor, and a denser wave of corrupt energy began to swirl around it, coalescing in its palms into a spear entwined with the wails of anguish. Distorted human faces continually emerged upon the shaft, the very souls eternally imprisoned within the corruption. The blazing sun raised its holy light and infernal blades, aiming them at the blight. You are more fearsome than the demon race, neither human nor ghost. Today, I shall act as heaven's sword and eradicate your vile existence. Chapter